Chapter 1 Awakening into Primal Chaos. The position seems quite awry. Perhaps dueto an incorrect posture upon awakening, I unexpectedly found myself witness in Galatas flower wielding the large leaf like a giant fan, swinging it towards him. Smack! Another blow shattered the beautiful dream the fade to begin, forcing me to confront reality. The verdant lotus viscedem was indeed striking me with its wide, gaping petals. In the primordial expanse, where a thigriat deos nascent and myriad beings were being birthed, eric atmospherio finita creation pervaded, giving grazita boundless of Italy. Standing at the vericenter of this universus the pillar of the event known as Buzhou, whose vastness wason and wasect was beyond comprehension. Mysterious and unfathomable energies flowed, and the majestic pressure of Deo isolatidal. On the mountain city of Buzhou, with an agran formation suffused with an lichealtisnergy, a realm of its own was formed. Thericness of the innate creation energy heroisun paralleled, with vibrant life efforts filling every and co-space, and thetras of Deos evolution were avividly apparent, conjuring countless phenomena. At the center lay a pool, its bottom layered with chaotic soil and the just right with the divine water of three lights. Within the pool stood a blue lotus, gracefully upright, moving without wind, embodying decency of creation, and thriving incessantly. One lotus bore a 12 flowers and 3 leaves, harboring myriad paths. Yet, despite being a pair of twin lotuses, the difference between two was glaringly obvious, as some of the flowers exhibited visible developmental deficiencies. Not only wasted significant linemolar in size, but its color also appeared somewhat dim, lacking the harmonious perfection of its counterpart. Kingswin was the name Anobor bestowed upon Mebithanir Biblu Lotus. After the awakening service provided with the large leaf, he had a rough understanding of my current predicament. I was in the primordial realm, having been reborn. The moment was shortly after the genesis of the universe, and he had fortuitously arrived during the period of creation. Moreover, he found himself within the primordial land of creation, Buzhou Mountain, which was indeed a favorable circumstance. The unfortunateness was that he had become an accessory to the blue lotus of creation, specifically that mature lotus which was of the 24th grade, and was subsequently shattered by the divine thunder of Tao, turning into the three triasurs of Schwanman. Not only was I pride of an independent body, but he also emerged alongside death of being struck by lightning. What kind of fest was this? However, it seemed that due to the influence of my spiritual life from the other realm, the blue lotus of creation, which should not have possessed sentience, had prematurely developed a self-awareness and consolidated complete intelligence. In my memories, widely innate spiritual roots and innate spiritual treasures were indeed extraordinary, brimming with inherent vitality and possessing immortal spirit, they should not have been capable of forming complete ascensions. Only the legendary figure, the Taoist of precinct, was rumored to possess the potential for spiritual roots to take form, yet this had never been substantiated. Now, however, the blue lotus of creation had indeed coalesced as self-awareness, leaving uncertain whether thys was a boon or a bane. My spiritual light had traversed into the blue lotus, yet he had failed to merge with its essence as other transmigrators did. After all, although the blue lotus originally lacked a complete self, it still possessed sufficient spirituality. My feeble spiritual light, having originated from the future, was akin to the flicker of a firefly compared to the brilliant moonlight of the blue lotus, rendering it insignificant and inconsequential. That he had not been devoured in return was already a stroke of fortune. Moreover, my spiritual light had not dissipated solely due to the blue lotus protection, which had shared a portion of its essence with him, granting me semblance of my own essence. Of course, the blue lotus reasons for doing so were not entirely altruistic. It was absurd to judge an innate being by ephemeral standards of humanity. The blue lotus of creation, having birthed itself, had peered into memories, and thy action was merely a form of self-preservation. Its essence was to defiant, far exceeding the level permissible within the primordial realm, leading to its demise upon emergence. Thus, a perfectly healthy blue lotus of creation had inadvertently split into a pair of twin lotuses. As a result, he had managed to serve, albeit feeling as though he had become a mere substitute, a sentiment that was far from pleasant. The matured blue lotus of creation was of the 24th grade, while my current essence soon doubted far from attaining such a transcendental level. Thesency bestowed upon Meba the blue lotus could not possibly be evenly divided, leaving uncertain whether even possessed the third grade. Meanwhile, Thiessen certained bethebulata aloide to maintain its existence at that wealth grade limit it not being for the splitting I suspected it would have already been capable of manifesting gintith world. I had accepted the naming Xuan, yet it seemed he had little coasaint hemeter. I was quite curious about the current texture and ultimately and dominionate holy bays were traversing the primordial realm. If possible, the earlier the present moment, the better, as it would afford me to me to develop, and perhaps I could even catch a wave of fortune. One a steep ahead leads to further advantages, and vice versa. Regardless, I should focus on my development first, to see if I could also manifest to sat wealth grade A blue lotus. Theoretically, there should be hope, as the sincero is soon doubted lie abundant, given the tight could nurture 24th grade A blue lotus. And the 24th grade A lotus was not simply the sum of twad wealth grade is the sincere acquired to nurture single 24th grad slash gelatus. What concerned me was whether there existed an uniqueness constraints and the innate spiritual roots within this primordial realm. If so, I would need to seek alternative paths. Could I contend with this, thought would be an impossible endeavor. Moreover, I owed a significant debt of kermata thebulata of creation, and if that granted me the gift of life I could not repay kindness within me. Even if thebulata's intentions were not solo literescum, it didn't have solved me of my obligation to remember its kindness. I was also aware of the novels I had perused in my past life concerning the primordial realm. Protagonists with traverse dimensions often had flexible boundaries discarding human moral standards and resorting to unscrupulous means was deemed. The primordial realm signified brutality, savagery, darkness, and a lack of scruples it was deep fraught with treachery. Yet, it discovered it was suitable to act in such a manner lacking boundaries was not different from being powerless. Influence said be essence, I felt an innote yearning for a doubt, yet beyond that, I was beset by numerous distractions and worldly desires. If it were at the protagonistic of a novel, there would undoubtedly legends of readers condemning me banally, lamenting my lack of gelora. Fortunately, my situation was clearly not that of a protagonist. After all, in Thizera, lacking a system by my side, how could I direct a claim to the main character of a transmigrator? And I confirmed that he truly lacked such an entity, despite him a fervent wish to stop possessoni. When reading novels, I had never favored systems but know that he found myself in this predicament, the allure of unern edwards was undeniable. Furthermore, possessing a system there were an insurmountable challenge sin cudi fortless lichatur the heavens and casually collect in a tetria series, believing that heaven a full could sortographiings. Regrettably, he had known and for this experienced a deflating moment of disappointment. In the primordial realm, time was not measured, it felt exceedingly insignificant. That when lotus estud resolute, that divine water off 3 lights overflowing with huies, as chaotic mist enveloped the surroundings. He diligently absorbed the boundless essence of creation, listening to his own soft universe and observing the process of Tao, yet beside us that, I zimeto havolatililsa to occupy time. In contrast, thebulata's the original blulatus of creation would occasionally fall into statovslumber, each awakening bringing with it a change in its aura. And now, while we both share a decency of teblulatus, I couldn't shake the feeling that the author appeared more finite and graceful. If thy sentity were to manifest, I would surely take the form of a maiden I often found miselfapin for this, as otherwise, the nearly Sheridan's would feel rather awkward. Compare it to the perofrascals and sunstaren the trio of miscreants and don kunlun I found miselfen the incertain siblings farmery. Moreover, to tigers could not coexist in the same mountain, unless. As for my own transformation into a feminine form, that thought had never crossed my mind. Realm divisions will be elaborate in latter chapters, as the timeline is quite early and the cultivation path has yet to become widespread. Although ideally various ranks of immortal should emerge in after Hong Jun's preaching, for the sake of convenience and writing on dreading, these will be introduced earlier. Chapter 2 The Blue Lotus takes form. He had long since list count of how much time he had passed in this place. Ike was Rereto witness to Rizian fall off to Sunanmun as the formation isolate us from the world. By now I had grown somewhat accustomed to temporal concepts of being synth the primordial realm, a sire's a sonnet of measurement, felt too trivial and inapplicable. Additionally, the delineation of cultivation realms had become a somewhat nebulous and planet that he was growing stronger at an accelerated pace, becoming increasingly formidable with each passing moment. Yet, it weighs entirely where Tiro might had reached, nor did Theblulatus possess such knowledge. Indeed, event the term immortal elicit de respons of known existence from Theblulatus. At this moment, I call it a particular legend de Westanduan, revered as the progenitor of the immortalpathy, waste founder of immortality. Thus, the serious of Frank's named after immortals such as heavenly immortals, earthly immortals, mysterious immortals, and golden immortals, were the also berthed fromishand? If that were the case, I would be entirely reasonable for the concept of immortal to absent in the present. These implied that at this moment in the external world, Hongjun hadi ito attendau. These matters would eventually be confirmed if the opportunity arose for now, would focus on growing stronger. First, I did to perfect my essence, then manifest into the world. While Buzhou mountain was indeed a splendid place, even quintessifying its initial stages, after a certain point, it would become fraught with calamities, ultimately turning upside down. This it was prudent to plan an escape route early on. King Leon indeed probed into many of his memories, yet must were fragmented and obscured, as a shrouded by of a loft mosaic, seemingly an automatic shielding Bethelas of great Tao. Thus, King Leon could merely grasp a limit understanding of many matters. However, this partial comprehension sufficed for her to accomplish numerous tasks. Furthermore, there were moments when King Suan's innermost thoughts would be laid bare, a phenomenon far more terrifying than a telepathic connection. There was no escape, and Jithiaris and Ses were fundamentally intertwined and inseparable. For Qingxuan, this posed some inconvenience, as a trenderedim vulnerable to the probing of King Leon's curiosity, making it difficult to conceal his secrets. Yet there were advantages as well, and the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. He could readily benefit from King Leon's insights into the great Tao, for their spiritual connection was mutual. Each time King Leon entered slumber, King Suan could absorb a significant portion of her insights. This ways indeed of from nature. Is there anything more delightful in this world than reaping such an earned benefits? Absolutely not. When it comes to innate talent and potential, King Suan's brilliance was merely thought of an ordinary human. Even after undergoing a transformation, in comparison to the true prodigy King Leon hobereth the extraordinary lineage of 24th rank. However, it mattered little, for with a steadfast and brilliant academic partner at his side, he could simply emulate her when faced with challenges. If King Leon comprehended something, so to called King Suan Thais was Maria effective at Hanan external assistance. King Leon sun parolela delegan suasakin to King Suanson because for celebration and a promise of a hopeful future. They were, after all, brankesoft hisam evan why should there be an isms of estrangement? King Suan had not been idle. He was also engaged in discerning theatras of great day oven through he fabricoft universe. In his explorations, he made a notable discovery so called 30 celestial powers were ratherun remarkable. These were not grandiose techniques, but rather the most fundamental principles, akin to these implicity of the multiplication table. With sufficient comprehension and affinity, most of these concepts were not particularly challenging to grasp, with only a select few presenting barriers to understanding. Technic wasukas summoning wind and rain and riding cloud sealed ed subeffects. Unlike King Leon, who was focused on devising her own offensive techniques, King Suan's singular ambition was to acquire defensive capabilities. Yet, had current lilac devena corporeal form for him, the notion of laying ways is absurd as unuka visiting a brothel. However, the technique knows 9 breaths of submission proved to be of immense benefit, significantly accelerating its growth abund derived from King Leon's insights into the great Tao, Nathason. During his absorption of the primescency of creation, he developed a keen interest in the divine waters of 3 lights, which were said to nurture them. If memory served, ascertain estimate figure had answered as earned an exceptional technique from it, likely known as 3 lights divine technique. Such an M was strikingly unadorned. The monotony of ages, unbroken and teamless, was finally disrupted. King Suan was roused from Islam Burbiye tumultuosniji, and he immediately understood the impending event. King Leon was about to take for man to merge into the world. Achiotic must envelopter, while any exhaustibacency of the event and earth surged forth, the power of creation thick and palpable, life force irradiating vibrantly, enveloping the surrounding syntherhythms of eternity. Though King Suan existed merely as a lotus, his perception allowed him to witness everything with clarity. As the foremost sacred mountain of the primordial world, an unparalleled paradise, even King Leon's voracious consumption oft-world seated not see cause any disturbance. Her transformation was smooth and uneventful, without a hint of surprise. Inherent beings were the favored children of the primordial realm, and in Thizera, the notion of transformation lightning was non-existent. Yet, King Leon's metamorphosis wrote an exceptional in a spiritual foundation, left King Suan some weight apprehensive about the possibility of faith and terrestrial. Huasa class they escape seemed impossible. Moreover, Thothairis and Ses were independent, they remained intricately connected, making the notion of lay and gutter lie implausible. The process of transformation was not brief, and the shrouding mist obstructed King Suan's gaze. I hope she's agent lean charmer girl, King Suan mused inwardly. He acknowledged the tissueman floss lingered world like trouble shed never truly faded, and he was beauty mundane being captivated by appearances. Rather than desiring brothers, hierned for sister sake into the great deity Fushi. As the mist began to dissipate in the atmosphere gradually calmed, King Suan's gaze remained fixed and tense. At last, the Agurlatus faded into a phantom, and a humanoid figure emerged from within. These was the moment of destiny. King Suan found himself momentarily stunned, his mind drifting into abrafrevery. Cladina flowing gazura celestialgon, chic sudi denore of profound grace. Her visageous exquisite and flawless, with features like a painting, cascading darker, and skin whiter than jade. Her eyes, clear as the meltings now upon a mountain, sparkled with clarity, while her slender waist was accentuated, forming gentle curves. Her delicate feet danced upon the air, gliding with it here all grace her caveswara perfectly sculpted, and her toesgo imed with a radiant luster, evoking gasons of fayand admiration. Alas, Thawi was todo bold. She was indeed the embodiment of Tao, every aspect radiating perfection, incomparable to an technological marvel. It was no wonder that heaven in her latest form, she peered strikingly beautiful thighs was not merely of personalist, but rather a reflection of the beauty inherent in the great Tao. He was Natalicurus man rather, he possessed a sincere heart devoted to the Deo and discern and jayathed appreciated beauty. King Suan was certainly not the type to frivolous lair for Tosamione's wife he was anything but casual in that regard. The world is filled with immense beauty, ineffably wondrous. What are you looking at? A melodious voice a kind themade standing before Qing Xuan, her clear eyes narrowing slightly, as you smiley gracing her lips as he tilted her head. Despite his own lack of sight, King Suan felt an inexplicable connection, as if they were locking gazes. Congratulations and successfully taken form, fellow de our achievement fills me with envy, King Suan hurried like collected his thoughts and spoke. Though he was aware of this feeding emotion shed not escape Qinglian, or shared an intrinsic connection with him, he dismissed it entirely and dearnessly offered his congratulations. Fellow Taoist, Her laughter, laced with playful mockery, was unmistakable.
Chapter 3 How can a man of honor endure being subordinate for long? Qing Xian felt a tinge of frustration. Before Qinglian assumed her true form, he merely endured a couple of gentle knocks from the lotus blossoms. However, after her transformation, she completely took the upper hand, treating him as her meditation platform and bed for slumber. How utterly absurd! Qing Xian vowed that after her transformation, he would seek the opportunity to subdue her. To redeem his honor, a man of integrity cannot linger beneath others for too long. Of course, this was contingent upon his ability to best her in combat. Irritated, Qing Xian shifted his lotus form, yet the girl perched atop him remained as steady as a mountain. Rendering any attempt to dislodge her futile. Stop fidgeting. If you keep moving, I swear I will draw turtles all over your body. Do you believe me? The girl in the azure attire raised her palm and smacked Qingxuan's lotus head, threatening him fiercely. You think you can bully me just because I haven't transformed and lack hands and feet? Just you wait. Qing Xian silently noted a debt against a certain someone in his heart. Yet, as the saying goes, a gentleman takes his revenge at the right time, and a true hero does not suffer immediate losses. Qing Xian dared not make a move, despite their countless years together in a bond that felt almost telepathic. He knew Qinglian all too well. Nevertheless, he truly feared provoking her, for he was no match for her. Beneath her azure skirt, one must raise their head in reverence. Qinglian lay at the center of the lotus. her clear eyes peering into the chaotic formation encircling them. Although she had transformed, this formation was beyond her control, preventing her from escaping. However, being within the formation, she could choose to refine this innate array for her own use. It merely required time. Qingxian, are the legends in your memory true? Do you recall more? Qinglian suddenly inquired. Qingxian pondered for a moment. I do not know. History is but a little girl dressed up in various costumes. If mere mortals can do such things, how much easier would it be for those with supreme powers to alter the perceptions of living beings? The tales I know are merely those of a mortal. How can I discern their authenticity? Qingxian understood what Qinglian was contemplating. Foreknowledge implies seizing the initiative, perhaps presenting more opportunities to grasp, yet, he did not wish to be swayed by preconceived notions. After all, he was simply an ordinary person in his past life and had never thought legends could manifest in reality. Legends were merely stories, perhaps laden with a plethora of reinterpretations by future generations. The so-called advantage of a time traveler hinges on the premise that the history they know is accurate, but how plausible is that? Moreover, he currently resided in a realm that was but a whisper of legendary chaos. Are you suggesting that the future Tao ancestor may not necessarily be the hidden puppet master? That the great deity of creation harbors no ulterior motives? Qingxian felt an urge to cast off the being atop his head, fearing the repercussions of being implicated in a calamity. Indeed, judging by Qinglian's developmental state, although he could not pinpoint the exact moment, he could roughly gauge a timeframe, since it was still too early for Qinglian to emerge as the 24th grade Primal Chaos Lotus. It was likely that the title of Tao Ancestor did not yet exist in this primordial era. Furthermore, the formidable formation enveloping this place was genuinely powerful, obscuring heavenly secrets. Even uttering the names of certain mighty beings would not elicit any response. Yet, that only applied to other formidable beings, not to the ruthless entity known for cleaving through chaotic demons with a single strike. Who could ascertain whether he was truly deceased? Was this even a topic worthy of discussion? All I know are merely stories. Stories necessitate the presence of a sufficiently weighty antagonist, nothing more. Is Hongjun truly an ancient recluse? If he is so widely known as an ancient recluse, can he still be considered one? Furthermore, histories are penned by victors. No victor would confess to being the villain. The notion of good triumphing over evil is simplistic. Whoever prevails is deemed just. If they have won yet remain unredeemed, it merely suggests they have not achieved complete victory and must strive further. And now the question arises, would Hongjun allow his legacy as the sixth to endure through the ages? Even an ordinary person knows him as the sixth? Over the long passage of time, Qingxian had contemplated many matters, and with his own transcendence in the hierarchy of existence, his self-awareness had shifted accordingly. Viewing what was once merely stories as absolute truths could lead to dire consequences. Qingxian recognized this. For instance, assuming Hongjun as a hypothetical enemy, or thoughtlessly provoking the future Western saints, or meddling with the heavenly Tao, or attempting to rob the brothers of the Sunstar, thereby intercepting the sisters of the Moonstar. The veracity of legends necessitates validation. At least, based on the information currently known, he acknowledged that the myths he was aware of bore some reference value, yet, absolute belief is inadvisable. Qingxian constantly reminded himself of this. And he encouraged Qinglian to do the same. Regarding Qinglian, he harbored a relatively high degree of trust. After all, they were bound by fate, akin to grasshoppers on the same string, and thus should share the same bed and work together. Can you refrain from prying into my innermost thoughts? Do you understand the concept of privacy? Qinglian smiled mischievously, raising her hand, prompting Qingxian to fall silent. Sure, you have hands, what's there to flaunt? Qingxian ceased his speech, immersing himself in his cultivation, drawing from the essence of the universe. In truth, he rather enjoyed this tranquility, free from worldly strife, where time flowed peacefully with someone by his side. He felt less isolated, had he not known that such a life could not endure indefinitely. That lacking sufficient strength would lead to being at the mercy of others. Qingxian would have relished this moment indefinitely. In fact, he had little enthusiasm for vying for power and influence. A solitary azure lotus swayed gently in the absence of wind, surrounded by 3 lotus leaves with divine water spilling forth in vibrant colors as the principles of the great Tao circulated, and the power of creation flowed unceasingly within this exquisite lotus, akin to a work of art. The azure-clad maiden, embodying the essence of creation, curled up and slept soundly. The energies of the two naturally intertwined, and the immense vitality converged, enveloping the cosmos in an everlasting rhythm of the Tao. Mount Buzhou is not merely a straight pillar reaching to the heavens, its mountain range stretches infinitely, harboring boundless creation, embodying the mysteries of the great Tao. All beings in the primordial world recognize it as the foremost blessed land of the primordial realm. Here lies the profound legacy of the great deity Pangu, and for any being merely sensing the Tao's resonance here is an unparalleled opportunity for creation. The acknowledgement of Mount Buzhou's existence does not equate to the capacity to reach it. The vastness of the primordial cosmos is beyond imagination. Perhaps the journey itself would take eons to traverse, yet there are indeed beings capable of arriving before Mount Buzhou. At this moment, on the periphery of Mount Buzhou, a distant figure had emerged. It was a humanoid silhouette enveloped in ethereal energy, with a jade disc suspended over its shoulder, manifesting the 3,000 paths of the great Tao, its aura mysterious and unfathomable. Instilling awe in all who beheld it. Chapter 4. Alone at home, transformed first. Yet another day had passed without Qing Xian achieving transformation. His range of movement remained confined to the radius permissible by his Tao body. Here he was utterly alone. After enduring a prolonged period of refinement, Qinglian had finally gained preliminary control over the innate array that enveloped this area. While she could not fully manipulate it, at least she could come and go freely. Thus Qinglian ventured out to explore Mount Buzhou, and according to Qingshuan's own sense of time, her last return had been nearly 10,000 years prior. Being alone was indeed somewhat tedious. He relished tranquility but did not particularly enjoy solitude. Nonetheless, with Qinglian's departure, he could glean some knowledge of the outside world, as their minds were interconnected. In truth, Qinglian had not ventured far. They were situated on the mountainside of Mount Buzhou. Ascending further, a formidable sealing force resided that was utterly insurmountable. Qingxian speculated what lay above, likely the 9 heavens of the future. The position he occupied was the highest point accessible to living beings on Mount Buzhou. As the foremost blessed land of creation in the primordial realm, Mount Buzhou housed a plethora of innate treasures, innate spiritual artifacts, and innate spiritual roots, yet most of these treasures were veiled by innate arrays, rendering treasure hunting a formidable challenge. Thus, the surrounding areas were segmented by numerous innate arrays. Claiming vast territories like bandits laying claim to mountains, it was not easy for Qinglian to wander far. As she could not breach those arrays, Qingxian did not urge Qinglian to recklessly scour for innate spiritual artifacts and roots. Her understanding of the primordial realm surpassed his own. Moreover, if the primordial realm's essence was indeed predetermined, then the notion of obtaining without effort was inherently unrealistic. Did he possess a system capable of treating Pangu as a reservoir of resources? Fate and causality are inescapable. Often, acquiring more entails a greater price to pay. Of course, one must heed the adage, if heaven bestows blessings that one does not accept, calamity may ensue. Qingxian understood this principle. Therefore, he supported the acquisition of what was necessary for himself, but he did not endorse excessive plundering. There was also a primary reason for this. Should fate truly be predetermined, the destiny of the primal chaos lotus was struck by the divine thunder of the great Tao. Although Qinglian had, in a near self-destructive manner, reduced her exceedingly defiant origins to a level permissible within the primordial realm, it remained uncertain whether she had genuinely escaped the fate of being struck by lightning. When Qinglian stepped out of the innate array, Qingxian was momentarily concerned that divine justice might descend upon her. Fortunately, she remained lively and well, which brought him relief. After all, if Qinglian were struck, it would inevitably mean the same fate for Qingxian. Whether it was the original 24th grade exceeding its limits, resulting in divine retribution, or whether the primal chaos lotus itself was targeted, these were entirely different natures. Given the current circumstances, it likely belonged to the former. Regardless of the circumstances, Qinglian's identity bears a striking resemblance to that of a suspect, making any reckless actions at this juncture rather perilous. According to Qingshuan's thoughts, it would be prudent for the two of them to find a means to accrue some merit as soon as possible, thereby legitimizing their identities before the grand expanse of the primordial world. Utilizing merit as a form of civic certification would facilitate the acquisition of a lawful identity, signifying their shared allegiance and potentially diminishing the likelihood of being struck down. They must avoid accumulating karmic hindrances and instead strive to amass merit, a consensus reached between the two. However, this premise is contingent upon the existence of a merit and karmic hindrance system within this primordial realm. Not far from the pool, a considerable assortment of pots, bowls, and other utensils crafted from earth by Qinglian lay in heaps, alongside an array of artistic pursuits such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Why is this so? Was it merely an attempt to see if this method could yield some merit? In the novels Qin Xian had perused in his past life, such scenarios were not uncommon. Protagonists, upon traversing into new worlds, would casually conjure up various items, and the Tao would bestow a modicum of merit upon them. Alas, it seems the Tao might be in slumber, offering no response whatsoever, leaving the very existence of merit and karmic hindrances unverified within this realm. Qin Xian continued to diligently absorb the primordial energies of creation, aspiring to strengthen and perfect his own essence. At present, he still fell short compared to the Qinglian he had encountered upon his initial awakening. This was to be expected, as the Qinglian he first beheld roused from slumber by the service of the lotus leaf, had already reached the pinnacle of the 12th grade. At that time, she should have transcended mere 12th grade status. But under the influence of Qingshuan's true spirit, she had glimpsed fragments of his memories and, with ruthless determination, she severed a portion of her own essence and bestowed it upon him, though their essences were identical. Their true spirits constituted two entirely distinct beings, leading Qin Xian to feel as though he were exploiting a loophole, a thought that reminded him of certain couples in his past life who, despite appearing divorced, maneuvered to legally possess more properties under their names. If one were to consider this, it would seem that his own birth predated that of Qinglian, thus positioning him as the elder brother. The one in charge. As Qin Xian attuned himself to his own essence, his 9 breaths of tranquility circulated, hastening the absorption of the energies of creation. Besides Qin Xian, 3 lotus leaves encircled the pool, also maturing and developing. Untouched by Qinglian when she departed, Qin Xian recognized that these 3 lotus leaves were of great value, akin to companion treasures of the primordial lotus, while they were intrinsically linked to Qinglian, classified as supreme innate spiritual roots. Upon their transformation into existence, they lost the attributes of innate spiritual roots, rendering their physical forms unsuitable as magical artifacts. Thus, for the time being, they lacked companion spiritual treasures. Qingshuan's hopes rested heavily upon these 3 lotus leaves. In the mythologies he was familiar with, the Qingping sword of the Supreme Clarity Sage was said to have emerged from a single lotus leaf. Many others had been shattered by the divine thunder of the Tao, leaving behind only remnants, which had given rise to 3 of the highest tier innate spiritual treasures. It would be an oversight if these 3 lotus leaves did not yield something of significance, especially given the particular significance of the number 3, as it is said that from the Tao arises 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 brings forth 3, and 3 generates all things. As yet another cycle of time passed. The wayward girl remained lost in her revelries. The realm welcomed its second tidal baptism of primordial energies, as boundless innate spiritual qi condensed into droplets of rain, the sounds of the Tao resonating in unison, and the laws of the Tao flowing, with faint manifestations of anomalies emerging. At the epicenter of all this commotion stood a lotus flower, emerald and radiant, reaching for the heavens, enveloped in chaotic energies. With 108 petals inscribed with distinct Tao patterns gradually transitioning from solidity to ethereality, once the clamor subsided, no lotus flower remained in the pool, and a man clad in azure robes emerged. His visage as refined as jade, his eyes akin to stars, and his brows sharp, slanting gracefully into his temples. However, the aura he exuded was not one of sharpness and aggression, but rather a gentle and polished transcendence. His long hair was casually tied back, and with each step he took, lotus blossoms seemed to spring forth beneath his feet, a perpetual flow of vitality enveloping him, embodying the beauty of the Tao. At long last, Qin Xian had fulfilled his desire to take form and enter the world. Glancing upward at the sky, he noted the absence of thunderbolts. What a fortunate sign. Chapter 5, Divine Arts and Techniques. Though he was aware that this was the primordial realm, he always anticipated such a day. Soaring through the skies and traversing the earth, grasping the stars and the moon, was no longer merely a legend. Yet prior to this moment, he was but a lotus flower, unable to do anything but sway, and now he had finally broken free from the constraints of his innate form. This sensation was undeniably novel, as Qin Xian walked upon the void, and with a mere gesture, the power of the Tao manifested, filling him with the illusion that he could move mountains and drain seas. From this day forward, he would no longer be under the thumb of that Qinglian. Through mental resonance, Qin Xian discerned that Qinglian was currently on her way back, hence he had no intention of venturing outside. The reasons for his inability to leave could account for no more than 98%. It certainly could not be any higher, logically, since their essences were the same. Qinglian's grand array, unless intentionally targeting him, should not impede his passage, and he could even exert some control over it. However, this was only valid under non-targeted circumstances. Clearly, this was not the case now. It was outrageous that he was confined within this grand array. He could have simply waited at home, but locking the door was indeed excessive. Qing Xian sighed that he had no intention of straying too far. What danger could there possibly be? After all, she was out there frolicking about. Upon attempting to break through the array, he realized that with his current strength, it was utterly impossible to shatter it. Even from within, moreover, he could not contest the authority over the array either. With no other recourse, Qing Xian could only obediently cultivate. Uncertain of the precise hierarchy of realms, Qing Xian felt lost regarding his own strength. The only entity he had encountered was Qinglian, leaving him oblivious as to whether he was strong or weak. The divine arts and techniques that Qinglian had mastered were largely within his grasp. As they were essentially co-created by them, Qing Xian provided the concepts, while Qinglian, with her superior comprehension, took on the burden of realizing those ideas. The so-called 36 celestial divine arts had been deciphered by Qinglian, including the art of manipulating creation. To others, this constituted a divine art with a considerable threshold for mastery, yet for Qinglian, whose essence was imbued with the Tao of creation, no one could surpass her in comprehending this technique. Qing Xian, however, was not overly concerned about this divine art. He sought Qinglian's assistance in creating a technique of evasion. Among the 36 celestial divine arts, many encompassed evasion techniques, such as the golden light of earth, the great evasion of the 5 elements, riding clouds and mist, and sinking into the abyss, all of which, when cultivated to their limits, were extraordinary. Additionally, Qing Xian was particularly intrigued by the arts of flight and shadowless standing. He was a person who favored discretion and certainly did not wish to be the center of attention. Thus, the evasion technique he desired took shape, swift, minimally constrained by the environment, yet concealed and subtle. Ideally silent and imperceptible. To create a satisfactory divine art, drawing inspiration from the celestial techniques, Qinglian invested millennia before achieving a preliminary form. During this process, Qing Xian nearly found himself on the receiving end of a beating as the demanding client. He preferred not to dwell on it, as it was not his excessive demands but rather a pursuit of perfection. This divine art, named Lotus Steps, truly belonged to them as a unique technique. Albeit in its nascent stage, since Qing Xian could not exit, he devoted himself to the cultivation of this divine art. Although he had previously been able to comprehend it, it had ultimately been a mere theoretical exercise. This space formed a secluded realm, vast and expansive. The figure clad in azure moved through it, each step an illusion that vanished silently, as lotus phantoms gathered and bloomed beneath his feet, only to rapidly wither and dissipate. Along with the fluctuations of his magical energy and traces of his presence, with each step, he found himself thousands of miles away, having triggered no disturbance in the spiritual energy or the power of the Tao. Qing Xian was quite pleased with this outcome. Whether fleeing or launching a surprise attack, it seemed highly effective. Soon after, the grand array opened, and Qinglian returned. Her eyes scrutinized the transformed Qing Xian, circling him curiously for a time before she reached out to pinch his face, which he evaded with a frown. Had it not been for the disparity in strength, he would have gladly delivered a couple of taps to her forehead. Upon her return, Qinglian brought with her several innate spiritual treasures and roots, proving that the region of Buzhou Mountain was indeed a place where treasures could be found even by the roadside. With her exceptional comprehension, Qinglian had forcibly unraveled several innate grand arrays. Retrieving treasures from within, Qing Xian examined them, noting that none bore names he recognized, implying that these were most likely nameless innate artifacts. Indeed, whether it be innate spiritual roots or treasures, they were all of inferior or middle grade. With only one middle-grade innate spiritual root, a remarkably vibrant 7-colored flower imbued with a trace of the essence of the Tao of time. Regrettably, they had not located any innate artifacts capable of concealing the heavenly secrets. In the primordial realm, lacking the means to shield oneself from prying eyes could lead to unforeseen treachery. Above all, Qing Xian prioritized acquiring items that could obscure heavenly secrets, especially concerning their lineage, which perpetually unsettled him. Furthermore, upon returning from her excursion, Qinglian had gleaned a wealth of useful information from the broader heavenly Tao, which, when combined with some legends known to Qing Xian, allowed them to tentatively deduce certain matters. First and foremost was the issue of the temporal node. The current primordial realm had yet to experience the first calamity after the creation of the heavens, namely the beast calamity. As for the specifics, they could extract no further information from the Tao. Nonetheless, this sufficed to alleviate Qingxuan's concerns, as it became evident that time was still on their side, presenting ample opportunity for action. His greatest fear had been that everything had already been predetermined. leaving no place for them in the future of the primordial realm. If the beast calamity had yet to erupt, then their emergence into the world at this time could very well grant them a significant advantage. Moreover, it was plausible that he and Qinglian could seize the opportunity to accrue some merit from the first calamity, thereby securing themselves a certificate of good standing in the primordial realm for protection. In addition, Qinglian has captured some insights regarding cultivation within the Grand Tao of Heaven and Earth, particularly concerning the classification of cultivation realms. This revelation was unexpected even for Qingxian, as it stands to reason that the cultivation realms of later generations should only be firmly established after Hongjuan's teachings in the Purple Cloud's palace. After all, various realms are named after his celestial path. Of course, there exists another possibility. This information may have been orchestrated by Hongjun, leading others to believe it was derived from their own understanding of the Grand Tao, thereby becoming a widely accepted consensus, with no one suspecting its connection to Hongjun. Hongjun himself is a mere shadowy figure. Perhaps he is capable of influencing the world with his own Tao. The purpose behind such actions remains elusive, and there is little they can do about it, but having a framework for the realms is ultimately beneficial. The innate beings have taken form, their origins perfected, thus embodying the realm of golden immortals, with boundless lifespans and pure daoic bodies. The known general classifications are golden immortal, Tai, and Luo. Qinglian, having a higher cultivation level than Qingxian, is already in the late stage of golden immortal.
While Qingxian is firmly in the early stage, the Taiyi is further divided into Taiyi True Immortal, Taiyi Profound Immortal, and Taiyi Golden Immortal, while knowledge of the De Luo realm remains limited for now.
Qingxian is aware that the cultivation realms of later generations are diverse, and thus he is uncertain which system holds true reference value. More critically, he is entirely ignorant of how to navigate the path of cultivation. This ignorance is not unique to him. It is likely that true beings of the primordial wilderness share a similar lack of understanding, save for a select few. Those exceptional beings, having undergone reincarnation from the polluted soil and once being chaos demons, have ascended to greater heights from the outset. Consequently, they possess a clear direction in their journey. Unlike other beings who are shrouded in darkness, however, these are mere subjective speculations from Qingxian, and cannot be definitively asserted. Furthermore, since the era of Hongjuan's supremacy over the primordial wilderness has not yet arrived, it remains a mystery why no one has emerged to thwart him. Such matters are inconsequential, even if he wished to investigate further. He lacks the strength to do so, and it is paramount that he focuses on enhancing his cultivation. Moreover, with the knowledge that the temporal juncture still lies before the catastrophic beast calamity, Qingxian feels a newfound composure, no longer needing to hastily flee from Mount Buzhou. After all, this place is the primordial wilderness's foremost auspicious land, the perfect locale for advancing his cultivation. The two began to simultaneously comprehend the Tao and explore Mount Buzhou. Even though they were well aware that most treasure-laden locales were inaccessible, this did not dampen their fervor for exploration. Chapter 6. Primordial Wilderness. Qinglian's time-honored brand, exclusively premium treasures. Qinglian is immersed in cultivation while Qingxian meanders through Mount Buzhou. Now that Qingxian has taken form, he can only recline upon a lotus leaf. Yet, it seems unjust to bear the brunt of blame for this. The more Qingxian contemplates, the more he feels something is amiss. Shaking his head, he refocuses his thoughts, for he has far more pressing matters to ponder. What path should he take? As an innate being born imbued with the Tao, his very essence resonates with the celestial path, an advantage unattainable by later generations. Much like Qinglian, who embodies the path of creation. In truth, the complete transformation of form signifies the emergence of the Tao within, and those like Qinglian can be regarded as precocious. Not to mention Qingxian, even upon taking form, none venture forth into the primordial wilderness. Their nurturing grounds possess their own creation, allowing them to thrive naturally and grow in daoic prowess, yet Qingxian remains oblivious to the heights they might reach. Qingxuan's essence is derived from the portion granted to him by Qinglian, thus he too harmonizes with the path of creation and can share in Qinglian's daoic fortune. However, Qingxian harbors no desire to contend with Qinglian over the Tao or the fruits of creation. It is not a matter of capability, but rather a question of principle. His very existence is a gift from another, and to seize what rightfully belongs to her would be somewhat excessive. One must adhere to fundamental ethical boundaries. What Qingxian does not realize is that Qinglian chose to retain him, refraining from obliterating the true spirit that traversed to this realm, partly due to her character. Although she does not dwell on thoughts as deeply as Qin Xian, her glimpse into his memories reveals that as long as she does not harm him, he will never vie with her, nor become an adversary in her Tao, but rather a trustworthy companion on the path. In truth, this has always been the case. Qin Xian has never contemplated scheming against Qinglian, and he even harbors a sense of gratitude within. The path of creation is a Tao inherent to their beings. Ultimately, they are two distinct entities, each destined for their own journey, yet, in the recesses of his mind, Qin Xian is utterly perplexed about which path he should pursue. As the Tao of innate beings is significantly influenced by their intrinsic essence, the Tao within this primordial world is not merely a matter of laws, nor as simplistic as the so-called 10 great laws. Laws are laws, while the Tao is the Tao. No single Tao can be constructed from a solitary law. Ultimately, all things in existence are interconnected. How can one forcibly separate them for scrutiny? Moreover, there is no hierarchy within the Tao. When Qin Xian speaks of the renowned understanding of space as king, time as emperor, and the supremacy of power, he is met with Qinglian's scornful laughter. The Tao knows no superiority or inferiority. Indeed, distinctions exist between those adept at combat and those who are not. Yet true strength lies within the individual, not the Tao. The might belongs to Pango, not to the so-called Tao of power. Clad in azure garments, he strolls through the mountains, his essence harmonizing with the universe. Blending seamlessly into his surroundings, the lotus beneath his feet blooms and withers, leaving no trace in his swift passage. According to the information gathered by Qinglian, there are currently few sentient beings residing in Mount Buzhou, enveloped by a grand daoic aura that serves as a natural sanctuary. Otherwise, given their cultivation levels, self-preservation would be a challenge. Thus, Qin Xian wanders through Mount Buzhou, absorbing the nuances of its daoic essence, and after tens of thousands of years, he has traversed merely a small section of the mountain. The vastness of Mount Buzhou is beyond comprehension. Lacking the fortuitousness of Qinglian, Qin Xian has yet to uncover even a single treasure during his journey. While Mount Buzhou is indeed rich in opportunities for creation, Qin Xian has glimpsed several locations evidently brimming with potential. However, each is shrouded by innate formations. Barring his entry, he considers himself a pseudo-innate being, significantly lagging behind the original 24th grade creation Qinglian. Nevertheless, over these tens of thousands of years, his cultivation has advanced considerably, as he has grasped the principles of the Grand Tao, propelling his cultivation into the mid-stage of Golden Immortal. Not far from the late stage, yet on this day, Qin Xian is summoned back to the nurturing ground by Qinglian, as, following their respective transformations, the remaining 3 lotus leaves are on the verge of fully maturing. A scene that has remained unchanged for eons. The grand Tao of heaven and earth ripples. 2 figures in azure stand before the pond, gazing at the 3 emerald lotus leaves swaying within. These 3 leaves, born of the same source, inscribe different principles of the Tao, each harboring distinct daoic energies. Qin Xian is filled with curiosity regarding what these 3 leaves might yield, for in the myths he knows there are no accounts of such trifecta of lotus leaves. On a certain day, the sounds of the Tao resonate, and divine light radiates. The 3 lotus leaves are enveloped in resplendent celestial brilliance. In an instant, the divine light dissipates, leaving the pond empty, while 3 items hover in mid-air, manifesting as innate spiritual treasures. A sword, an umbrella, and a spear, all exquisitely crafted like jade, exuding innate essence, each surrounded by the rhythm of the Tao. Qin Xuan's consciousness subtly perceives these innate spiritual treasures, revealing their names and ranks. The top-grade innate spiritual treasure, Qingping sword; the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, spear; and the final umbrella-like treasure, the highest ranked among them, the supreme innate spiritual treasure, Qingluo umbrella. 3 lotus leaves give birth to 3 treasures, starting from the rank of top-grade innate. The Qingluo umbrella, occupying the majority of the stem's essence, ascends further in rank, attaining the status of the supreme innate treasure. Among these treasures, one bears a familiar name that slightly surprises Qin Xian. His gaze falls upon the long sword emanating a soft celestial glow, the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, Qingping sword. In later generations' legends, one of the 3 purities. The sage of upper purity, who is also the leader of the attains sanctification through this Qingping sword. Although the Jinshan sword array he wielded boasts greater renown than the Qingping sword, resulting in the latter's diminished fame. This artifact carries deeper significance. It is said that red flowers, green leaves, and white lotus roots symbolize the unity of the 3 teachings, the 3 treasures, the jade rui, Qingping sword, and the panlong staff, also referred to as the Tai dust. correspond to one another, all being supreme innate spiritual treasures. Perhaps due to Qinglian's failure to attain the 24th grade body, the current Qingping sword is merely a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, significantly less than the supreme rank. It must be said, the lineage of Chaos Qinglian is indeed a major force within the primordial wilderness, or rather, the first child of scattered treasures in chaos, being a true heavyweight among the finest spiritual treasures of the primordial wilderness. Nearly half of which can be attributed to Qinglian's lineage. If the legends hold true, then the Five Directions banner must consist of 5 supreme innate spiritual treasures, with further possibilities of existing god-slaying spears that surpass the supreme innate rank. And perhaps the true innate treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding. Additionally, 5 lotus seeds could yield 4 12th grade immortal lotuses, maturing into supreme innate spiritual treasure lotus platforms. The remaining seed is particularly remarkable, even when shattered by the divine thunder of the Tao. Losing much of its essence, it still gave rise to 3 supreme spiritual treasures. Qinglian's creations are undoubtedly all exquisite, totaling over 10 items, none of which fall below the supreme innate category. A single whale's fall gives rise to myriad life, and a single lotus's descent results in the emergence of numerous treasures. Truly a remarkable legacy, a lineage that continues unbroken. The more Qin Xian reflects, the more he feels a sense of discomfort, as he undoubtedly belongs to the lineage of Qinglian's heavyweights. A web of causality that is difficult to articulate. While his thoughts drift, a blue light materializes before him, the Qingping sword he had been fixated upon earlier. Qin Xian is slightly taken aback, turning to the girl beside him. His expression one of confusion. Qinglian meets his gaze, her eyes widening in surprise. Could it be that you wish to claim 2 treasures? No, this was meant to be yours. Qin Xian certainly did not mean that. In his eyes, the 3 treasures belonged to Qinglian. Although he felt a stirring in his heart, he had no intention of claiming them. Moreover, the 3 spiritual treasures were of the same root and origin, forming a cohesive whole, perhaps concealing deeper mysteries. He had never considered that Qinglian would bestow one of the spiritual treasures upon him. After all, high-grade innate spiritual treasures were not as common as cabbages. Especially since these treasures were birthed from the lineage of Qinglian, undoubtedly exquisite and unparalleled in their affinity with Qinglian's essence. Spiritual treasures are most concerned with being suitable, harmonizing with the great Tao, sharing the same origin. Custom-made treasures cannot compare. For Qinglian, these 3 spiritual treasures were undoubtedly the most harmonious with the great Dao. Do not misunderstand me. Qinglian narrowed her clear eyes slightly, pointed at the Qingping sword before Qin Xian, then gestured at him, declaring, "This is mine, and this is also mine." Qin Xian, given your frailty, if you were to venture out without a spiritual treasure, you might find yourself vanquished, and that would be my loss. Or do you believe your strength surpasses that of a mere high-grade innate spiritual treasure? Observing the dangerous glint in Qinglian's eyes, Qin Xian felt that further words might lead to a debate on Tao and combat, but with their respective levels of cultivation, it would merely result in him being a punching bag. Well, he thought, having owed too much, I might as well find comfort in it. At worst, I could offer myself as collateral to repay my debts, he mused whimsically. Yet, he noticed Qinglian's delicate brows furrowing, her gaze intensifying in danger. Qin Xian hurriedly focused his thoughts, refraining from speaking further, and extended his hand. The Qingping sword responded with a clear chime, willingly falling into his grasp. Only then did Qinglian shift her gaze contentedly, retrieving the Qing Luo umbrella and Tai Yi spear into her possession. Upon grasping the sword, a sense of intimacy washed over him. The two were inextricably linked, sharing the same origin, even without undergoing refinement. Their auras subtly intertwined. A fine sword, he marveled inwardly. It was indeed a splendid treasure born of the Qinglian lineage. The characteristics of the Qingping sword were rather straightforward, aside from its innate resilience. Its sharpness transcended common understanding, embodying an endless cutting edge as its inherent Tao. There was no embellishment, nor any intricate mystical arts. It was simply sharp, an ultimate sharpness capable of cleaving through all things in heaven and earth. In comparison, the Qing Luo umbrella and Tai Yi spear lean more towards the arcane, especially the exquisite innate spiritual treasure. The Qing Luo umbrella, the Tai Yi spear, like the Qingping sword, was a purely offensive spiritual treasure. Unlike the Qingping sword, which possessed an extreme sharpness, this weapon bore a penetrating capability, almost ignoring myriad Tao laws and defenses, making it quite suitable for ambushes. Qin Xian was also aware that there were 2 prevailing rumors regarding the artifacts born of the creation Qinglian. Both the 3 treasures, Yurui and Qingping sword, were similar, differing only in the last item, which was either referred to as the Panlong staff or the Tai dust brush, yet now it was this spear. Qin Xian greatly appreciated the Tai spear's attributes. After all, in terms of aesthetics, a spear could be just as impressive as a sword. When the opponent deployed defensive divine abilities, delivering a sudden strike would be exhilarating. As for the Qing Luo umbrella, it served as a supreme innate spiritual treasure that integrated both offense and defense, possessing the power to sever the great Tao and create its own realm. This was the path of creation. It could serve as a defensive tool and ensnare enemies beneath its canopy, trapping them within its self-created space. Furthermore, possessing this treasure granted the ability to obscure heavenly secrets, rendering one impervious to divination. Although innate spiritual treasures generally possessed some inherent capacity to conceal their aura, this effect had its limits and could not compare to the innate ability of the Qing Luo umbrella. Having acquired the treasures, the two began refining these newly acquired spiritual artifacts. Due to their shared roots and origins, their bond was even closer than that of companion treasures. Their refinement process was remarkably smooth.
Chapter 7. This item is fated to be mine. In the blink of an eye, millennia passed like a fleeting moment. Time held little practical significance for the primordial beings like Qin Xian and Qing Lian, who were born to live long and witness eternity. Two figures sat suspended above a shimmering pool of three light divine water. Qin Xian rested a sword across his knees, his aura subtly circulating, ever vibrant. At a certain moment, Qin Xian opened his eyes, and the stillness of his aura began to float out. A sound of sword ringing echoed as the Qingping sword danced around him like a fish, its essence fully attuned to Qin Xian. The divine sword possessed a spirit capable of sensing the innate joy emanating from the essence of the spiritual weapon. Rising to his feet, Qin Xian held the Qingping sword in one hand while forming a hand seal with the other. The sword's body shimmered with golden, silver, and purple divine lights, and the sword aura transformed into a galaxy. With a single strike, Qin Xian unleashed a blade of three-colored light, cleaving through space, intertwining yet never merging. Exuding a pure aura of destruction, this tricolor divine light was derived from the three-light divine water representing the sun, moon, and stars. The three-light divine water was an unparalleled sacred remedy, capable of reviving the dead, nurturing souls, and embodying true spirit. To claim it as the pinnacle treasure known in the primordial realm would not be an exaggeration, yet simultaneously this three-light divine water was also a top-tier poison, capable of dissolving fleshly bodies, merging with divine souls, and extinguishing everlasting spirits. Unified, it served as a healing elixir. Divided, it became a poison of the Grand Tao. Such was the nature of the three-light divine water. The divine arts gleaned from it possessed this duality, capable of acting both as a healing technique and as an unparalleled offensive force. Pleased, Qin Xian sheathed the Qingping sword, turning his gaze to find that Qing Lian had yet to complete the refinement of her spiritual treasures and was currently working on the second innate spiritual treasure. Qin Xian refrained from interrupting. The refinement of the Qingping sword had significantly elevated his cultivation level and deepened his comprehension of the Grand Tao, already placing him at the late stage of Golden Immortal. However, compared to Qing Lian, who had completely entered the realm of true immortal Tai, Qin Xian realized he had no hope of overpowering her. Moreover, only by truly understanding one's own great Tao could one step into the Tai realm. Yet Qin Xian remained oblivious to what his own Tao should be. Gazing down at the pool beneath him, filled with three-light divine water and the essence soil within, Qin Xian felt it necessary for Qing Lian to gather it up. Now that the pool was barren of any nurturing substance, leaving it empty served little purpose. He and Qing Lian would undoubtedly need to seek another place to settle. This Buzhou mountain was a land of anomalies, destined to be restless. Whatever could be taken, they must take with them. The primal grand formation shrouding this area needed to be dismantled. After all, a few primal formations could rival this one in the primordial realm. As Qin Xian had seen with others, there was also a lingering concern in Qin Xian's mind. He worried that claiming the Qingping sword might entangle him in a future fate of the celestial saint, creating a karmic bond. However, Qing Lian cast him a sidelong glance, clearly disinterested in discussing it. Qin Xian soon realized that there was no such karmic bond. With Qing Lian's demise, only then would the Sanqing express gratitude to nature's gifts, reaping a windfall. For now, with Qing Lian alive, she was the rightful heir. What concern did the Sanqing have? This treasure rightfully belonged to Qing Lian. If any karmic debt were to be acknowledged, it would be others indebted to her. Of course, being owed a karmic debt was not necessarily a good thing. The primordial realm was a place where martial ethics held no sway.
should one owe a significant debt, certain individuals might consider eliminating the creditor to absolve the debt. Death erases debts. If Qinglian traced her lineage back to the primordial Qinglian, she would likely face risks of being dispatched to extinguish karmic ties. Another millennium passed, and a verdant umbrella hung suspended in midair. Emanating a wave of Tao rhythm as it spun, Qing Xian raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing he had been drawn into a separate realm. His own Tao practice stagnated, and his connection to the Grand Tao was met with intense interference. As if he had been sealed or suppressed, the rules of this realm conspired against him. While not far away, a girl stood proudly in midair, seemingly supported by the laws of the universe. This space had become her domain of the Great Tao. In this exchange, it seemed to elevate her standing by one or two minor realms. Watching her show off, Qing Xian patiently awaited her satisfaction before she finally retracted the Qing Luo umbrella. Qing Xian, your cultivation seems to be progressing rather slowly. Are you being lazy? Before Qing Xian could respond, the girl's figure vanished, reappearing directly beside him, perching on his shoulder and gazing down at him with an air of superiority. The hem of her blue dress revealed a glimpse of her jade foot, swaying enticingly. Qing Xian averted his gaze slightly, landing on the ground. Was his cultivation truly slow? He could not say, as there was nothing to compare it to. The only point of reference being Qing Lian. What are your plans next? Noticing that Qing Xian remained silent, Qing Lian inquired about another matter. Leaving Buzhou Mountain, no rush. It is still early, and our cultivation is too weak to traverse the primordial realm with its inherent dangers. Qing Xian shook his head. Having identified a time frame, he was not overly anxious. It was indeed necessary to plan for relocating, but they still had a complete calamity cycle ahead to prepare. Did they not? They could not expect the fierce beast calamity to commence before the dragon and phoenix calamity faded. Moreover, no other opportunities in the primordial realm could compare to those found here. They ought to explore further. There was no reason to forsake potential blessings that could be obtained. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Lian nodded. Then let it be so. I have a feeling that there are numerous spiritual items here in Buzhou Mountain that are fated to be with me. For the next 2 Yuanhua periods, the two did not leave Buzhou Mountain, wandering within its confines, seeking treasures of fate while comprehending the Grand Tao and enhancing their cultivation. As the Azure Lotus suggests, there are indeed numerous individuals connected to it, and even several spiritual treasures have been mentioned in legends. Through the Great Formation, the two beheld a vine-like spiritual root adorned with a few small gourd-like shapes, which could undoubtedly be considered the most precious object among their discoveries. Regrettably, they were barred from entry. Naturally, Qing Xian recognized what it was, not the Gourd Brothers, but rather an entity that nurtured 7 supreme innate spiritual gourds. A second major victim of the Azure Lotus lineage within the primordial cosmos. Aside from this gourd vine, they encountered 2 other top-tier innate spiritual roots. One was the Tao Understanding Tea Tree, which they were unable to take away. Yet they managed to trade some of its first batch of tea leaves using the 3 light divine water as bait. The effects of these tea leaves were extraordinary, and upon his first sip of the Tao Understanding tea, Qing Xian found himself immersed in the realm of enlightenment for several millennia, achieving perfection as a golden immortal. The Tao Understanding Tea Tree, lacking in foresight, refused to accompany them, leaving a tinge of regret. The other encountered spiritual root of noteworthy caliber was the 5-needle pine, which had evidently suffered some misfortune. Let us refrain from discussing the matter further, especially while within the bounds of the unmoving mountain. In any case, the main trunk of this top-tier innate spiritual root had been cleaved in half, a truly lamentable sight. The residual aura was chilling, hinting at the chaotic energy of the heavens entwined within, capable of damaging even the most exalted innate spiritual roots and difficult to restore, resulting in significant impairment to the 5-needle pine's sentience. It was fortunate that they managed to take it with them. Considering it had not perished outright, they also gathered several spiritual treasures, with the Azure Lotus following its instinct to locate a supreme innate spiritual treasure within a certain valley, the Azure Lotus treasure flag. One of the 5 directions flags. Ultimately, Qing Xian refined it, and he now possessed both an offensive and a defensive innate spiritual treasure, which could hardly be deemed impoverished. Besides these, there were a few other innate spiritual items, albeit of lesser quality, mostly of the low-grade innate variety, totaling more than a dozen. Qing Xian took special note of these, particularly the well-known Azure Lotus treasure flag. Moreover, he had collected numerous innate formations along his journey. Eager to delve into the mysteries of these formations, there exists a belief that the study of formations is often met with rejection by the primordial cosmos, leading practitioners to inadvertently bring misfortune upon themselves. The 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation of the Wu clan, the Zhou Tian Star Do formation of the Monster clan, and later, the heavenly slaying sword formation and the myriad immortal formation. Not to mention others with less illustrious names such as the 10 Absolute Formation and the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation. Each has suffered calamity without exception, yet people often overlook one crucial point: the achievements of these formations were no trivial matter. The disasters befalling those involved were not inherently due to the formations themselves. Setting aside the 12 capital Heavenly God-killing formation and the Zhou Tian Star Do formation, just the Heavenly Slaying Sword formation, had Tong Tian not provoked a collective assault, leading to a confrontation with the Tai Ching, the outcome would have remained uncertain if the three skies had not issued a challenge to the saints. Each of the 12 immortals of the Chan sect would likely have had their 3 flowers above the head severed, scattering their internal energies and diminishing their paths to enlightenment. To Qingxian, all these innate formations represented opportunities comparable to innate spiritual treasures, making it unreasonable to disregard them. On this day, the two practitioners, having trained within the unmoving mountain, opened their eyes in succession. Gazing skyward, they vaguely sensed an unusual turbulence in the heavenly and earthly Tao, as if a malevolent energy was gathering amidst the cosmos. A sense of foreboding filled their hearts, and Qing Xian, being well-versed in the legends of the primordial world, surmised that perhaps the first calamity following the genesis of the primordial cosmos was about to unfold. While others sought to evade the impending calamity, fearing entanglement, they understood that without such involvement, one could not accrue merit. Other innate beings, favored by the heavens, required no merit as long as they were not ensnared by karmic debts. However, for Qing Lian and his companions, the situation was more complex. They could not ascertain whether they had shed their identities as unlawful residents or avoided the fate of being struck down by the divine retribution of the Great Tao. Otherwise, given Qing Xian's disposition, he would have no qualms about becoming a recluse. After all, why engage in conflict? Yet circumstances rarely align with one's desires, and the path of survival did not suit him. They resolved to descend the mountain and assess the situation before making further plans, acting within their capabilities, as they were still uncertain of the state of the primordial realm. Additionally, their progression in cultivation had significantly slowed, rendering their path ahead increasingly arduous. Even for Qing Lian, the way forward remained a mystery to them, and without a clear direction toward the Great Tao, it was even more challenging to discover the methods of cultivating it. Merely contemplating the heavens yielded some insights, yet the progress was slow, and the results were minimal. In such moments, Qing Xian found himself somewhat envious of those protagonists from stories who seemingly possessed extraordinary luck, effortlessly completing system tasks to reap rewards, continuously growing stronger, and casually acquiring tomes of cultivation methods to master the essence of the Great Tao. They could even draw upon Pangu's blood to nourish themselves, strengthening their physical form. After casting a glance at the towering unmoving mountain, Qing Xian quickly averted his gaze, deciding it best not to dwell on Pangu's blood, lest he inadvertently attract the ire of divine punishment. The duo returned to their place of cultivation, tidied up, and made their way down the unmoving mountain. At this point, Qing Lian had advanced from the Tai True Immortal Realm to the mid-stage of the Tai Profound Immortal Realm, while Qing Xian had finally established the nascent form of his own Great Tao, promoting to the later stage of the Tai True Immortal Realm. Chapter 8. The Roosting Phoenix Mountain does not shelter the phoenix. There exists a cause and effect. There is an old saying, the mountain appears closer than it truly is. The vastness of the unmoving mountain exceeded Qing Xian's expectations. He had thought he could descend within a few millennia, only to find himself wandering for over a yuanhui before finally reaching its base. The unmoving mountain range stretched for billions of miles, harboring various blessed lands and spiritual realms, far more expansive than what was visible on the surface. Upon exiting the unmoving mountain, Qing Xian immediately sensed a heavenly and earthly aura that was entirely different from that of the unmoving mountain. Emerging from his escape light, his presence remained subtly intertwined with the cosmos. And during the long journey, his escape techniques had significantly advanced. Building upon the divine ability of the lotus step created by Qing Lian, Qing Xian established his own escape technique, compared to the rapidity of the lotus step. This newly developed divine ability exhibited a slight decrease in straight-line speed but incorporated countless variations. Additionally, while the lotus step concealed its aura by restraining the energy of the great Tao and dissipating magical fluctuations, Qing Xian opted to fuse his essence entirely with the natural world, infinitely diluting his presence within existence to achieve concealment. He named this technique harmony with light and dust, embodying the concept of extreme emptiness and tranquility. Blending into the surroundings was far more fitting than merely suppressing his aura. The imperceptible light and dust scattered, and Qing Xian gently shook his head. We have left the unmoving mountain. Will you not come down? He inquired with a hint of exasperation. At that moment, a girl in a blue dress perched upon his shoulder, peering around curiously, her legs swinging playfully on either side of Qing Xian's line of sight. This individual found the journey dull, refusing to ride the clouds, and instead insisted on Qing Xian carrying her. He had initially intended to capture a mount within the unmoving mountain for convenience, but given the scarcity of creatures there, those that did appear were typically extraordinary, born as immortals. However, Qing Lian found them too slow. Qing Xian pondered, your cultivation is higher, so you should naturally be faster. Shouldn't you be the one to carry me if you're in a hurry? Yet, he was too apathetic to argue, knowing that he could neither win the debate nor the fight. Qing Lian gazed up at the sky, her brow slightly furrowed, yet she offered no response. Qing Xian, puzzled, shook the girl perched on his shoulder, placing his hands atop her head. Qing Xian, do you not sense anything unusual about the heavenly and earthly aura? Qing Xian momentarily paused, disregarding the being on his shoulder, and expanded his spiritual perception to capture the imprints of the great Tao within the cosmos. Soon enough he too frowned, unlike within the unmoving mountain. The current atmosphere radiated a subtle sense of danger, with chaotic energies saturating the heavens and earth. The sky harbored murderous intent, the sun and stars obscured, and the great Tao no longer exuded tranquility. Instead permeated with a violent aura. This instinctual alertness brought forth a tinge of unease. Perhaps we should return to the unmoving mountain and continue to bide our time, raising our cultivation before descending? Qing Lian shook her head. We do not have the luxury of time or opportunity. We should first assess the situation. Qing Xian nodded in agreement, fully aware of the implications. Their foundation needed sufficient merit to feel secure. However, acquiring merit was far from easy. It was not as simple as the novels he had read in his previous life, where one could casually create trinkets to receive rewards. The merit bestowed by the great Tao was not so inexpensive. Moreover, Qing Xian believed it unwise to hope for a sudden windfall of merit. It was more prudent to accumulate it gradually, akin to building a tower from grains of sand. To gain more merit meant undertaking more impactful deeds, which would also entangle them deeper into the web of calamities and karmic consequences, rendering it unworthy. Thus, they needed to proceed cautiously, acquiring merit in installments, repeatedly skimming off the edges and focusing on participation. Just as they ventured eastward from the unmoving mountain, Qing Xian suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on a distant location. An anomaly manifested within the mountains, revealing a hidden paradise known as the Roosting Phoenix Mountain. Yet, its inhabitants were not the innate beings of the Phoenix lineage. Are you perhaps inclined to pay a visit to the future Holy Mother? Qing Lian inquired upon noticing his fixation. Qing Xian shook his head. The time has not yet come. Is that so? Do you have other individuals you wish to meet? Perhaps a certain great ancestral shaman, the Golden Mother of Yaoqi by Kunlun, or the Goddess of the Dark Moon? Qing Lian's voice was remarkably gentle, but Qing Xian was not one to shy away from such seemingly perilous inquiries. Given the opportunity, he would indeed like to meet them. He nodded earnestly in agreement. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he received a light punch on the head. Not painful at all. Departing now, though the cause and effect may indeed exist, it is not yet the time for resolution. We shall revisit this matter in the future. Qing Xian, accompanied by Qing Lian, took a single step and was already tens of thousands of miles away. In but a few strides, he vanished from this place, merging with the light, blending into the dust, like a great bird soaring into the obscurity, leaving no trace behind. In response, the secluded siblings residing in the blessed land of Qifeng Mountain remained utterly oblivious. Even if one had attained the ethereal path of the heavenly mechanism, it would not alter their ignorance of the situation. Indeed, there is a thread of causality in what Qing Xian spoke, a truth that Qing Lian is acutely aware of. Presently, Qing Xuan's fate is almost inextricably linked with that of Qing Lian, their fortunes intertwined. His very essence is that of the 12th grade creation of the Azure Lotus, yet his true spirit originates from the human race. Whether it is from the descendants of the Great Desolation remains uncertain to Qing Xian. If it is indeed from the later generations, then this causality will persist, and even though he has transcended humanity, the ties of cause and effect would still bind him. Given Xingxuan's nature, he naturally prefers a state of mutual independence, yet he cannot escape the necessity of some form of calculation. He is also aware that among the myriad novels he has perused in his past life, figures such as Nuwa, Hutu, and Zhuangmu are the most celebrated choices for female protagonists, particularly the first two. There have been many who have intercepted Di Jun to steal away the moon goddess, and he has indeed encountered numerous tales of such endeavors. Nevertheless, Qingxian swears he harbors no such intentions, especially towards Nuwa. He finds such plots rather distasteful. Feeling unjustly accused, however, he cannot help but feel a flicker of curiosity regarding the beauty of these few renowned goddesses of the Great Desolation, and he yearns to witness it firsthand. Upon exiting Mount Buzhou, Qingxian and Qinglian journeyed westward, encountering a plethora of living beings along their path, gaining some insight into the current state of the Great Desolation. As expected, this is not yet the stage for the myriad powerful beings of the later generations. The present Great Desolation, while teeming with countless beings in gestation, still appears desolate and quiet in comparison to its vast expanse. These ordinary beings, lacking the fortuitous birth that the future powerful entities would receive, are far from comparable. Of course, if judged by the standards of later generations' qualifications, none of them could be deemed lacking. This is the boon of the primal creation. As the Great Desolation was initially formed, the primordial spiritual energy was abundant, and the potential for creation was limitless, even without pursuing the path of cultivation. Merely by instinctively breathing in and exhaling the innate spiritual energy, one could naturally undergo a transformation in the quality of life. To be born in this era is both a blessing and a curse. The order of heaven and earth has yet to be established, and all manner of bloodshed and savagery run rampant without restraint, leaving the weak without a place to stand. This age belongs to the ferocious beast clan, a fact that Qingxian finds unsurprising. Regrettably, the specifics remain unknown, for the vastness of the Great Desolation obscures all. While they traverse regions rife with fierce beasts, they are already at the relative periphery. The true heartlands of the ferocious beasts lie to the north of Mount Buzhou, where their nests are located, ruled by the supreme monarch of the beast clan. Beyond this ferocious beast clan, three other tribes, dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins, hold some prominence, yet even united, they pale in comparison to the ferocious beast clan's might, akin to fireflies competing for brilliance against the full moon. With utmost caution, Qingxian and Qinglian proceeded, both in possession of innate spiritual treasures, especially Qinglian's exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Qingluo umbrella, which perfectly concealed their heavenly secrets. As they explored this realm in a secluded valley, Qingxian stood suspended in the air, forming sword seals with his hands, while golden, silver, and purple sword shadows coalesced around him, transforming into a river of sword energy. Go, with a pointed finger, the river of sword energy flowed through the heavens and earth, ensnaring a beast of considerable height within its embrace. Qinglian, wielding the superior innate spiritual treasure, the Tai spear, swiftly followed suit. As Qingxian confined the beast, taxing its defenses, she pierced through its skull with a single thrust, shattering its soul and true spirit. The sword energy dissipated, and the duo descended, standing before the carcass of the ferocious beast. What is your assessment? Qingxian inquired, turning his gaze towards Qinglian, who remained silent with closed eyes. Upon opening her eyes, she furrowed her brow slightly but nodded in affirmation. In truth, their minds were attuned, having been together since their inception, and their mutual understanding was extraordinarily high. Qingxuan's question was met with Qinglian's response, and they could accurately comprehend each other. What they were doing was verifying the existence of the rewards of merit from the great Tao. Previous attempts had yielded no acknowledgement from the Tao, and while they instinctively believed in its existence, they had yet to witness it firsthand. They sought to test this by targeting a late-stage golden immortal-level ferocious beast enveloped in malevolent energy. Qinglian's response confirmed the reality of the Tao's merit. However, the merit bestowed upon them was as insignificant as a grain of sand, truly miserly. Very well, we shall accumulate it slowly. Every little bit will eventually amount to something significant. Qingxian was not overly disheartened, for the presence of merit was sufficient. Moreover, the slaying of these ferocious beasts would yield merit, indicating the current plight of the ferocious beast clan, which had truly fallen into a state of heavenly disdain and abandonment. Qin Xian and Qinglian had also delved into the existence of the ferocious beasts, wondering how they had come to such a fate. However, they discovered that the ferocious beast clan was fundamentally different from ordinary beings. They were born with extreme ferocity, making even spiritual communication a challenge, let alone transformation. This was the result of their contamination by the malevolent energy that permeated the heavens and earth during the primordial creation, rendering them inherently savage, akin to rabid dogs, with destruction ingrained in their very essence. Wherever ferocious beasts roamed, destruction inevitably followed. Their desire for ruin required no justification. If their numbers were few, they would not wreak significant havoc. But alas, their reproductive rate is astonishingly high, and they have now overrun the Great Desolation. Among them, a small fraction possesses intelligence, coalescing into an endless tide of ferocious beasts that ravage the land. Qin Xian, perhaps influenced by conspiracy theories, suspects that the ferocious beast clan is predestined to be discarded. They absorb the malevolent energy of the primordial creation, only to be eradicated in the face of heavenly calamity, much like using foam to absorb dirt from water. Before incinerating both the dirt and the foam together, after all, the very existence of ferocious beasts is a result of their contamination by the primordial malevolent energy. Can they truly be blamed for their nature? Of course, such matters are of no concern to Qin Xian. They do not pertain to him. He gazed at the carcass of the ferocious beast, pondering whether its flesh might be consumed and what it might taste like. Despite his lack of need for sustenance to sustain his life, he harbored a certain curiosity regarding culinary delights, having been reborn in the Great Desolation for numerous epochs, aside from feasting on wind and dew and breathing in the air. He had only tasted a few spiritual fruits, yet had never partaken of flesh. Even the little beasts he had slain bore the weight of causality. What could he do? All beings in the current world are protected species, safeguarded by the heavens. However, one cannot embark upon the path of cultivation while being entangled in the web of karma. The slaying of these ferocious beasts not only incurs no karmic burden but also grants rewards. Yet, before Qin Xian could further explore the taste of ferocious beast flesh, he suddenly turned around, his magical energy surging, the great Tao revealing itself. Prior to him, Qinglian had already taken her stance beside him. Spear in hand, her gaze fixed intently ahead. There, at some unknown moment, appeared a figure, a Taoist, whose arrival had gone unnoticed by both Qin Xian and the slightly more powerful Qinglian. This revelation was clear to both. The visitor's cultivation surpassed theirs by a significant margin, to the point where they could not sense his approach. Had the individual not chosen to reveal a trace of their aura, they might have remained oblivious even now. Upon catching sight of the newcomer, particularly recognizing an item he had not seen but had long heard of, Qin Xuan's heart quivered. How could this figure appear here? He truly wished to avoid any association with this individual at this moment. The visitor was clad in simple robes, exuding a gentle aura, embodying the essence of the 3,000 great Taos, with a countenance that radiated kindness, bearing the marks of the 5 virtues. His hair was tied in a high bun, exuding an ethereal demeanor. The crux of recognition lay in the object resting upon his shoulder, a jade disc, so distinctive that Qin Xian could not fathom who else in the Great Desolation would wander about with such an item besides this figure. The visitor was Hongjun, one of the most prominent figures of the Great Desolation, indeed the most significant among them, and a Taoist ancestor in the myths and legends of the later generations of the Great Desolation. Simultaneously, he is a quintessential hidden figure in numerous tales of the Great Desolation, often portrayed as the ultimate antagonist. The veracity of various legends is difficult to discern, prior to gaining any understanding of him. Qin Xian was exceedingly reluctant to engage, especially in a solitary confrontation. Encountering Hongjun at this moment was entirely unforeseen. At this juncture, both Qin Xian and Qinglian regarded the newcomer with vigilance, while Hongjun assessed the two of them. Esteemed Taoists, I am Hongjun. I happened to pass by this location and encountered you both. You share a connection with me. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. Hongjun spoke first with a smile. Greetings, esteemed Taoist. Qin Xian replied respectfully. I too extend my greetings, esteemed Taoist, Qinglian added. Upon recognizing Hongjun, Qinglian was also made aware of the visitor's identity, and at this moment, they both felt compelled to show utmost respect. It could be said that being addressed as Taoist by such a prominent figure, and reciprocating with the same title, is indeed a matter of honor. In the future, one could boast of having referred to the Tao ancestor as a peer, which would certainly hold more prestige than merely being one of the 3,000 guests in the Purple Cloud Palace. Hongjun stated, "It is not mere coincidence that you both are connected to me. this is no idle talk or fanciful words. Hong Jun and Qing Xian still harbored a sense of vigilance. At this moment, Hong Jun produced an object, one that he had fortuitously acquired some time ago, which he deemed to be fated for his companion. As he spoke, the item drifted towards Qing Xian, hovering before him. Qing Xian gazed at the object in bewilderment. He recognized it immediately, yet Hong Jun's manner of presenting it left him perplexed. Were all great beings so nonchalantly generous? Could a 12th grade merit golden lotus be so casually gifted, although legends tell of Hong Jun dispersing treasures often laden with ulterior motives and karmic ties? Such acts typically followed one's attainment of enlightenment. What was this peculiar behavior? Was he truly presenting a primordial spiritual treasure as a casual gift of friendship? Hong Jun claimed that this 12th grade golden lotus was fated to him, which might indeed hold some truth, for his essence was inherently linked to the same root as the azure lotus, though the azure lotus was the genuine article. Embodying the true nature of creation, it currently concealed its heavenly secrets beneath the guise of a supreme primordial spiritual treasure. It seemed that even Hong Jun, who had yet to attain enlightenment, could not fully perceive this truth. Thus discarding the golden lotus to him, Qing Xian found himself at a loss. Accepting it brought many concerns, fearing it might be a scheme. Yet, if there were no ulterior motives, he would have to admit that Hong Jun was indeed a remarkably good person. To decline would be to disrespect a figure of such great stature. After all, tales abound of saints fighting over trivial matters of reputation, and could he afford to disregard the face of this ancient being? Friend, this item is far too precious. Hong Jun waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. Spiritual objects of the heavens belong to those with faith and virtue. This item has chosen to follow me, yet I have not refined it. Hence it remains unclaimed. Please feel free to accept it. As he spoke, a hint of modest amusement flickered across Hong Jun's face, and countless lights of spiritual essence shimmered behind him, dazzling Qingxuan's innate divine eyes. To keep this item with me would be a disservice. It is better suited to accompany someone truly fated. Indeed, I possess an abundance of spiritual treasures. This object would merely serve as a collector's item. As I lack the merit to utilize it, such is the irony of fortune, those in drought perish from thirst, while those in flood perish from excess. What does it mean to be Loki? Qing Xian and Qing Lian observed the myriad lights of primordial spiritual treasures behind Hong Jun and suddenly comprehended the essence of humility. Had he truly scoured the entirety of the primordial realm, surely one should not be so extravagantly indulgent. Chapter 10. As a primordial spiritual treasure, please exhibit some modesty. Not long after departing from the Buzhou mountain to traverse the primordial realm, encountering Hong Jun was unexpected. To receive a 12th grade golden lotus as a casual greeting left Qing Xian bewildered. Was this not the very treasure bestowed by Hong Jun to the two from the west in the Zixia palace? How had it found its way into his possession? Was this appropriate? Yet, at times, one cannot decline gifts, and at others, one finds it impossible to reject. Thus Qing Xian reluctantly accepted the 12th grade golden lotus, fearing to do otherwise. In truth, Qing Xian preferred to procure for himself rather than accept gifts. As he harbored a dislike for indebtedness, borrowed favors differ fundamentally from those freely given. Afterward, the two were invited by Hong Jun to accompany him. Having accepted the gift, could they refuse the invitation, with gifts already in hand? What was there to fear about traveling together? Qing Xian felt somewhat resigned, eager to discern the true nature of Hong Jun. Was he a cunning schemer or a righteous Taoist ancestor? During their journey, while the essence of Hong Jun's character remained unclear, two other truths became evident. First, the height of Hong Jun's cultivation was unfathomable. Qing Xian could not even speculate on his realm, feeling it to be inscrutable. Additionally, Hong Jun seemed to delight in imparting wisdom, offering substantial guidance that encompassed the 3,000 paths of Tao, a true testament to his depth. Second, Hong Jun's profound fortune was astonishing, leading one to suspect he might be the favored child of the Tao, or perhaps the embodiment of the heavenly order, for otherwise it was hard to fathom how he escaped divine retribution. Qing Xian and his companion witnessed primordial spiritual roots and treasures eagerly emerging from their places of origin as they traversed realms of fortune, only to be rejected by Hong Jun. Yet still they persisted. What was the meaning of this? Could these esteemed primordial treasures and roots not exhibit a modicum of self-respect? In this age, even primordial treasures and roots could devolve into sycophants, a notion Qing Xian found utterly unimaginable. Yet here he was, witnessing such absurdities. Moreover, some spiritual entities sought out Qing Xian and his companion only after being rebuffed by Hong Jun, while it should have been a fortuitous encounter for them.
It now felt as though they were being treated as mere backups. Qingxuan's sentiments were quite nuanced. What was this? Only when others found no value in you did they begrudgingly turn to me? Was I to serve as a rubbish collection point? Away with you. Qingxian turned a blind eye to the spiritual treasures that approached him, disinterested in their offerings. He had no need for mere ordinary primordial treasures. If they deemed him unworthy, he felt no inclination to accept them. Should the day arise when he truly required something, he would procure it by force. He held no interest in being a mere backup. Thus Qingxian did not accept a single primordial treasure, believing it was not his destined fortune, but rather a mere stroke of luck from Hongjun. Hongjun was not the azure lotus. Qingxian retained a sense of pride. Treating Hongjun with a formality he would not extend to the azure lotus, however, others were not afforded such leeway. Distinctions must be made. As for Qinglian, she too refrained from accepting anything sharing a similar perspective as Qingxian. Influenced by him to a significant extent. In fact, she was even more proud than he. Furthermore, it was unwise for her to entangle herself too deeply with Hongjuan's fate. The 12th grade Golden Lotus was accepted by Qingxian for this very reason. Qingxian resolved that should an unavoidable connection with Hongjun arise, he would bear the burden alone. If a pit were to befall them, it was better for one to fall than for both. Allowing the unfallen one to lend a hand. If both fell, they risked being ensnared entirely. Their journey was indeed complex, yet the gains were substantial. Their cultivation had advanced significantly during this period. Qingxian had ascended to the early stages of Tai Shanxian, while Qinglian had reached the later stages, still outpacing him considerably. Yet, the higher Qinglian's cultivation, the more benefits for Qingxian. Her strength ensured their safety. He could glean insights from her understanding, making Qinglian akin to an external source of enlightenment for him, thus amplifying his advantages. As Hongjun traversed the primordial realm, his aura became increasingly inscrutable. He engaged in an endeavor that corroborated some of Qingxuan's earlier conjectures. Hongjun frequently imprinted his principles upon the world, allowing other beings to contemplate them. The current state of cultivation in the primordial realm derived largely from his influence. It was said to be largely due to his efforts, for the initial development of the great Tao was not solely his doing, but rather a collaborative endeavor with a few others. However, those others showed little interest in disseminating knowledge, and so the naming of the realms bore Hongjuan's designation, prominently featuring the character for immortality. This was directly relayed to Qingxian when he inquired. The identities of those other figures remained unspoken, yet Qingxian had his own speculations. Could it be that Hongjun was indeed one of those altruistic figures who generously shared resources, actively disseminating knowledge? Qingxuan's heart brimmed with questions, yet answers eluded him. From his own interactions, Hongjun appeared to be a selfless individual, genuinely offering gifts. However, he was discerning in his generosity, seeking the right circumstances. Without such, he was remarkably frugal, refusing even to spare a glance. One could only wonder how he could delineate between fate and lack thereof with such clarity, after a millennium of companionship with Hongjun. Qingxian and his companion had amassed significant wisdom, not solely in their cultivation but also in their understanding of the primordial realm, although Qingxian recognized that this journey had woven a complex tapestry of fate. It had all commenced with Hongjuan's casual offering of the 12th grade Golden Lotus as a greeting. From Hongjun, Qingxian learned of the complete eruption of the beast calamity, where the beast monarch, Shen'an and his 4 formidable generals, all existed within the realm of Diluo. Among them, Shen'an was particularly formidable, being the most accomplished in the primordial realm, wielding the primordial treasure, the god-slaying spear, rendering him nearly invincible. The Beast clan, tainted by the primal chaos energy, bore deep-seated resentments from the primordial demon gods, transforming them into indiscriminate harbingers of destruction for the primordial realm. Countless beings fell victim to their wrath, and the mere existence of the beasts threatened the already unstable balance of the primordial realm. The beasts were the enemies of all beings, the foes of the primordial realm. Currently, the principal forces opposing the Beast clan were the 3 clans of dragons, Phoenixes, and Qilins, known in later generations as the 3 clans of the opening of heaven. Each possessed several Diluo beings, while the strongest among these clans still fell short compared to Shen'an. Their combined efforts barely held back the onslaught of the beasts, yet they lacked the strength to eradicate the threat entirely. In addition to these 3 clans, early figures like Hongjun, Luoho, and Yang Mei also participated.
And Hongjuan's endeavor was to discover a means to definitively vanquish Shen'en'ai. Qing Xian speculated that Hongjun sought to unlock the trio of treasures associated with the opening of heaven. His creation jade plate was indeed remarkable. Yet it was not suited for combat. Its greater purpose lay in enlightenment. Although Hongjun had located the Panga banner and the Taiji diagram, he had yet to find the Chaos Bell, thus remaining one piece short. According to legend, the Chaos Bell resided on the Sun Star, alongside the Tai. However, such matters were not for Qing Xian to voice. Misfortune often arose from careless words. One day, the trio abruptly halted in their journey. Qing Xian was perplexed by the meaning behind it, glancing towards Hongjun, wondering if yet another innate spiritual treasure had come his way. He observed Hongjun gazing skyward, then bowing his head to calculate the celestial mysteries. After a moment, Hongjun shook his head with a sigh, his words tinged with a hint of disappointment. It seems this is ultimately not destined for me. Alas, fate and fortune cannot be forced. It appears I have misjudged. Subsequently, Hongjun turned to the two of them, performed a greeting, and said with a smile, "My dear friends, I still have unfinished business and must take my leave. Of course. If either of you need not concern yourself with us. Please proceed as you wish." Qing Xian interjected before Hongjun could finish. He harbored suspicions that Hongjun intended to confront Shen'en'ai in battle, and preferred to stay back, tidying up lesser foes to accumulate some merit. He feared that venturing to the front lines would be beyond his humble capacity. Moreover, Hongjun appeared to lack strong confidence in his endeavor. Although Qing Xian was aware that Hongjun would undoubtedly prevail in the battle, with Shen'en'ai facing complete annihilation, the uncertainties loomed large. Winning did not guarantee safety in the fray, and he did not wish to play the fool. Hongjun cast a glance at Qing Xian but chose not to elaborate, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Then, "Dear friends, may we meet again should fate allow. I take my leave." With that, Hongjun's figure gradually faded. Having already departed from the vicinity, Qing Xian bid farewell, his gaze drifting towards the west, yet he perceived nothing. While he quietly exhaled, his heart was filled with a complex array of emotions. The enigma that was Hongjun remained inscrutable to him. Influenced by the legends, he could not shake off the wariness he felt towards Hongjun, subconsciously regarding him as somewhat duplicitous. Perhaps it was simply that the Hongjun he encountered seemed too altruistic. While Qing Xian believed that all beings possessed their own self-interests, thus perceiving this as a form of hypocrisy. If only he could believe that Hongjun was a genuinely good person. Chapter 11. Qing Qiu. A man clad in green sat upon a stone by the flowing water, idly gazing at the surface, lost in thought. He had reached the point of fishing out of sheer boredom. With his former life's temperament, he would have preferred to channel water instead. Hongjun had already departed, and shortly thereafter, the atmosphere around him had turned perilous. Consequently, he and Qing Lian sought an unclaimed paradise of caves to take refuge. Assured that the primordial chaos would not be destroyed, and the sky would not fall, the finest places of creation were generally claimed, while unclaimed lands either birthed innate spiritual treasures and roots or were quite ordinary. Here, however, was a place that harbored a superior innate spiritual treasure, which was certainly remarkable. Qing Xian had always contemplated establishing several sanctuaries within the primordial realm. After all, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The lair of Mount Buzhou would eventually be dismantled by others, so it was prudent to prepare in advance. Coincidentally, this place bore a name that resonated deeply with Qing Xian, Chung Qiu. Indeed, a splendid locale, certainly not merely due to the legends of its abundance of fox spirits, but because Qing Xian felt a connection to it. Look, my Taoist title is Qing Xian, accompanied by Qing Lian. And our dwelling is called Qing Qiu. How fitting is this connection? The more he pondered, the more he believed it to be reasonable. With all names beginning with Qing, it felt just right. Furthermore, was it not said that Qing Qiu was also one of the ancestral lands of humanity? It was indeed splendid. He was destined to repay a portion of humanity's karma, and this place was quite suitable. Qing Qiu nurtured a superior innate spiritual root, sorrowful wood, which was quite an intriguing spiritual root. However, due to its peculiar nature, neither Qing Xian nor Qing Lian chose to claim the sorrowful wood, for its essence was indeed strange. Qing Xian suspected that the birth of the fox spirits might be partially linked to it. There were indeed foxes in Qing Qiu, though not numerous. They formed a small community. The beings born at this particular time were somewhat extraordinary. This group of foxes resided nearby, and Qing Xian had no intention of driving them away. Among them, the most remarkable was a 10-tailed fox spirit, not comparable to the innate divine beings, yet already transcendent. Qing Xian ignored these creatures, neither driving them away nor attempting to enlighten them, together with Qing Lian. They set up the innate grand formation that enveloped their birthplace, shrouding the entirety of Qingqiu Mountain. This formation, known as the Chaotic Creation Formation, gathered the immense power of creation and provided extraordinary defense while nurturing the paradise. Even though Qing Xian and his companion believed they had merely replicated it, it surpassed the original innate formation of Qingqiu Mountain. Determined to settle here, they placed the lotus soil and the 3 light divine water they had brought from Mount Buzhou, along with several innate spiritual roots they had collected. Notably, among these was the half-destroyed 5-needle pine. After prolonged irrigation with the 3 light divine water, the vitality of the 5-needle pine had significantly flourished. With these elements in place, the area became increasingly extraordinary, and as time passed, it only grew more so. Thereafter, Qing Lian began her retreat, and Qing Xian returned the Qing Lian precious banner to her for refinement. With the 12th rank golden lotus gifted by Hong Jun, which served as a top-tier defensive spiritual treasure, Qing Lian's banner was rendered unnecessary. Originally, it was a treasure she had found and given to him, but now he felt it better suited for her use. Though the Qing Luo umbrella was an innate spiritual treasure with offensive and defensive capabilities, its primary function lay in isolating the laws of heaven and earth, forming its own realm. While comprehensive spiritual treasures held certain advantages, they often fell short when compared to those specialized for specific purposes. The Qing Lian precious banner, being a supreme innate defensive treasure, was equivalent in effect to the 12th rank golden lotus. Thus it was more prudent to return it to Qing Lian for her use. The 12th rank golden lotus, a connection to Hong Jun, was sufficient to bear the karma associated with it. As Qing Lian secluded herself to refine her treasures, Qing Xian remained fishing. At this moment, he hesitated to venture out, choosing to delay the extermination of ferocious beasts. The calamity of the ferocious beasts, as the first tribulation following the creation of the heavens, fundamentally differed from the subsequent dragon and phoenix tribulation, the Wu and Yao tribulation, and even the Fengshen and Shiyu tribulation. This calamity belonged to the primordial realm itself, rooted in the karma from the chaotic era before the heavens were formed. The 3,000 great paths and deities were all ruthlessly eradicated by Pangu, who extracted their essence to create the world. How could the chaotic demons harbor no hatred? The origin of the ferocious beasts, aside from the taint of the primal chaos, was also linked to the lingering resentment of the chaotic demons left in the world. This was a conflict between the new world and the old era of gods and demons. In contrast, the subsequent calamities were more about the tribulations of sentient beings, with less direct connection to the primordial realm itself. Whether it was the 3 races vying for dominance or the chaos of the Wu and Yao, it was all the same. In the case of the ferocious beast calamity, the primordial realm's stance was unequivocal. The ferocious beasts were condemned, and slaying them would earn the approval of the primordial realm, granting merit and rewards, a privilege not afforded in other calamities. Although the high-level combatants in the ferocious beast calamity were not the strongest, merely at the De Luo level, they were still formidable enough. And the primordial realm had not yet fully evolved, making it less resilient. As Qing Xian became lost in thought, the makeshift spiritual fishing rod he had crafted began to tremble. Could it be that something truly had taken the bait? Without further contemplation, he lifted the rod, and suddenly an object burst forth from the water, pulled to the surface. What a surprising catch! This creature was rather sizable, yet something felt amiss. Qing Xian stared blankly at what he had reeled in. What species of spiritual fish was this? And how had it come to resemble this? He noticed a small white-haired girl clinging tightly to the spiritual fruit he had intended as bait, swaying in midair, her pale golden eyes wide with confusion as they gazed back at him. Fishing had yielded no fish, but instead of bewildered white-haired girl, Qing Xian's gaze fell upon the crystalline horns atop her head, the tail adorned with shimmering silver scales, and her golden vertical pupils. Could this creature be a hybrid of dragon blood? She bore a striking resemblance to a dragon, yet clearly was not one. Even if a dragon were to take form, they would only intentionally retain a pair of horns to proclaim their lineage. A matter of pride, however, it would be unusual for them to keep a tail swaying about. This creature did not appear to be a deliberate manifestation of traits but rather a result of incomplete transformation. Moreover, her strength was remarkably feeble, not even reaching the level of a true immortal, far from the minimum threshold of the 3 races. One must consider that both the Dragon and Phoenix clans, as well as the Qilin clan, although not innately divine beings, typically began as true immortals, albeit from the lesser portion of their kind. Given these observations, Qing Xian, while perceiving the small creature's resemblance to a dragon, was hesitant to conclude that she hailed from dragon lineage. If she truly were of dragon descent, he would have swiftly incapacitated her, erased her memory, and sent her away. Qing Xian stroked his chin, scrutinizing the small creature dangling from the fishing rod, his brow furrowed as he began to calculate the threads of karma. Chapter 12. Qing Xian's path. After a thorough calculation of the celestial mysteries in karma, Qing Xian found no anomalies. The little creature with horns upon her head and a tail behind her seemed to be merely an ordinary being of the primordial realm. As for her species, how could anyone precisely count the myriad forms of life that existed in the primordial world? Such an array of bizarre and unique beings could emerge from its depths. Qing Xian furrowed his brow as he gazed at the individual standing before him after being released. The foundation was indeed lacking. Even after transformation, he had yet to reach the realm of true immortality. In the current primordial world, its beings enjoyed the benefits of the primordial creation, and even those with the most meager fortunes could hardly fall short. Take, for instance, the little foxes of Qingqiu Mountain. They had not undergone any cultivation, yet instinctively inhaled and exhaled the innate spiritual energy, all of them surpassing the realm of true immortality. Thus, it could be said that in the present primordial realm, beings of such feeble strength were rather abnormal, appearing quite out of place. The little girl, with her pair of pale golden eyes, regarded Qing Xian with a hint of trepidation. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she extended the spirit fruit she held toward him. Qing Xian lowered his gaze slightly and noticed not only the distinct bite marks on the fruit but also that it was smeared with saliva. The little girl, having noticed this as well, silently retracted the spirit fruit, wiped it on her hand, and then offered it to Qing Xian once more. At that moment, Qing Xian found himself at a loss for words. This little creature appeared adorably foolish, rendering it unnecessary to hold anything against her. He shook his head. It was merely a spirit fruit, and one that had been nibbled at no less, stowing away his fishing rod. Qing Xian resolved to return. Although he had not caught any fish, he had not returned empty-handed either. As he took a step forward, his figure vanished from the spot, leaving the pitifully weak little girl behind. Bringing such a fragile being back with him felt inherently wrong, and despite having failed to discern any abnormalities through his divinations, what strength did he possess to ascertain anything? The absence of anomalies in his deductions did not imply that there were none in reality. Instinctively, Qing Xian felt that something was amiss with this little girl, prompting him to depart without uttering a single word. In truth, he had contemplated whether to cast the little girl out of Qingqiu. Yet her presence here was a result of fate. Perhaps she had arrived even before him. Such an action would be inappropriate. Thus, he chose to act as if he had never seen her. Avoiding entanglement along the way, Qing Xian picked some spirit fruits before finally returning to his dwelling. In this primordial realm, the weight of destiny was overwhelming, leading him to adopt a vegetarian lifestyle, merely gnawing on spirit fruits to satisfy his cravings. Though named a mountain, Qingqiu Mountain was, in truth, vast and boundless, a realm unto itself, a paradise. Qing Xian's figure appeared within a valley, where the terrain was level and the innate spiritual energy abundant. At the heart of this valley stood a high-grade innate spiritual root. The wisteria tree not far away lay a modest pond, fed by a spring whose waters wound their way out of the valley. Adjacent to this was a palace. It was neither ostentatious nor dilapidated but exuded an aura of profound grandeur. After all, Qing Xian had no desire to reside in a thatched cottage when he could enjoy greater comfort. Why would he seek discomfort for its own sake? After sensing the surroundings, he realized that the Qinglian was still in seclusion. So he seated himself beneath the five-pine tree and commenced his cultivation. He was particularly intrigued by the aura that emanated from the wound on the five-pine, yet regrettably, he could glean little from it. Having traveled with Hong Jun, he had received much guidance and now possessed a clear understanding of the path his cultivation should take. In truth, beings of their caliber, as long as they remained diligent in their practice, relying on their innate abilities and investing time, could naturally attain the pinnacle of existence. Their origins were simply that formidable. However, such a path required a lengthy duration, representing the slowest method of growth. Rarely would anyone choose to grow so passively. Most actively sought opportunities, comprehending the great Tao to expedite their advancement. Seated beneath the five-pine tree and atop the 12-grade gold lotus, Qing Xian blended his essence with that of the world. The rhythm of the Tao flowing through him, his cultivation was unique, as was his great Tao. Qing Xian possessed self-awareness. Despite his origin as a 12th-grade transformative Qinglian, he was not inferior to the average innate divine beings. However, when compared to those with at least 24 grades of Qinglian, a substantial gap existed. Nevertheless, this was of no consequence. lacking external assistance, he could create his own. The Qinglian served as his external aid. The innate nature of the 24-grade transformative Qinglian was indeed extraordinary, particularly in its comprehension of the Great Tao. Their unique relationship allowed Qin Xian to grasp the insights of the Qinglian, making it far simpler than merely copying the homework of a top student, and he truly understood it, rather than knowing merely the surface. It was akin to possessing the innate qualities of a 24-grade being himself. Was it not? Of course, Qin Xian had never contemplated merely replicating the insights of the Qinglian. That would only amount to imitating the great Tao of the Qinglian from the outset. He had no intention of competing with the Qinglian in understanding the Tao. He could borrow the Tao of the Qinglian, yet he could not claim ownership of it. Ultimately, he needed to forge his own path. The question then became how to utilize the Qinglian's insights as a stepping stone for his own understanding. He was, in comparison to the Qinglian, rather lacking. After much contemplation, Qin Xian found his path diverging from that of the Qinglian, heading in opposite directions. If imitation was not viable, he would use the insights of the Qinglian as a reference to walk his own path, much like the interplay of yin and yang, where opposites reveal one another. If the Qinglian comprehended, he would use that as a guide to comprehend the opposite. The result, however, was unexpectedly positive, even verging on delightful, upon discovering the formation of Qin Xian's Tao. The Qinglian, using Qin Xian's path as a reference in conjunction with her extraordinary comprehension, directly formed a closed loop. Each referenced the other as Tao, yet they pursued two entirely divergent directions, yielding astonishing results, akin to exploiting a bug in a game. Saving countless hours of solitary exploration of the DAO. As time passed, their mutual exploration of the Tao became increasingly seamless and natural. Moreover, the paths they each cultivated became intertwined, akin to the two poles of the Tai Chi symbol, independent yet indistinguishable from one another, culminating in unexpected outcomes. The wisteria tree's innate Tao represented the Tao of creation, which was indeed a supreme path. Creation, transformation, these were not merely tools for healing. The Tao was capable of deconstructing and reconstructing all things, fundamentally altering the essence of existence, and could even create from nothing, giving rise to the cosmos and transforming all of the Qinglian's Tao. Was the path of cosmic creation, advancing in a macro direction, utilizing her own Tao to forge heaven and earth, birthing myriad paths and embodying countless beings within the grand scheme of existence. This also avoided any potential conflict with the predetermined celestial Saint Nuwa, a warning Qin Xian would certainly offer to the Qinglian. Their very existence bore a somewhat clandestine quality, which could be described more favorably as a variable. It would be unwise to engage in a dispute with a celestial saint over the Tao. Even if the Qinglian possessed formidable innate qualities, the likelihood of victory was uncertain. Thus it was best to remain cautious. Therefore, from the outset, the Qinglian's path of creation did not pursue mere creation but rather sought to create the cosmos. By aligning her own path with the creation of the myriad paths, she transformed all things and phenomena. Conversely, Qin Xian's approach diverged. He sought to reverse engineer the myriad phenomena to cultivate his own singular Tao. One expanded infinitely from their own Tao, transforming all, while the other condensed everything infinitely, forming their own path. Though their paths were opposite, they shared a profound connection, resulting in a perfect cycle. The Qinglian's Tao evolved toward Tai Chi, while Qin Xian's path ventured into the realm of Wuji. The primordial chaos. To carve such a path was somewhat fortuitous, yet could it not also be viewed as the result of destiny? Chapter 13, Merit and Fortune. A roar, filled with rage, reverberated throughout heaven and earth, shattering mountains and rivers, causing chaos in the spiritual energy and manifesting the laws of the great Tao. A colossal creature, possessing 2 heads and 2 tails, resembling a serpent yet boasting 6 wings, let out a skyward wail, its 100-foot frame radiating a fierce aura. Its presence exuded the essence of a mid-stage Tai Xianxian, and the overwhelming aura of ferocity heightened its imposing might. This was a ferocious beast of the Tai realm, steeped in a dense aura of malice and karmic burdens, certainly not a benign entity. Its 2 menacing heads scanned the surroundings, and figures clad in azure stood suspended in the void, their essences merging with heaven and earth. Indistinguishable from light and dust, they seemed both illusory and omnipresent, rendering it impossible to discern their true forms. Qin Xian activated his divine powers to blend with light and dust, his gaze scrutinizing the Tai beast. The creature's appearance reminded him of the Fei recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Of course, beings in the primordial realm often exhibited strikingly unique and bizarre forms. At this moment, Qing Xian wielded the high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Qingping sword, yet he had refrained from unleashing the 12th-grade gold lotus, which was comparable to an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. There was simply no need. The beast's cultivation was not far from his own, yet its intellect was woefully deficient, despite possessing an innate combat instinct. It lacked any divine abilities or magical treasures. Combat relied not solely on cultivation but also on magical artifacts and divine techniques, which constituted a vital part of strength, though it was already in existence of the Tai realm. Its ignorance rendered it akin to a mere beast, a truly lamentable state. Qing Xian shifted his gaze from the beast's blood-red eyes, filled with wrath and slaughter, to the wounds on its neck. Lamenting the missed opportunity, his strike had not achieved its full potential. Although he had severely injured the creature, he had failed to deliver a fatal blow. Despite the absence of soul perception, the beast's instincts were formidable, allowing it to react to his carefully timed lethal strike. Indeed, Qing Xian had intended to conclude the battle with a surprise attack. After all, he had come with the intent to slay it. Was there any need for a code of martial ethics? Efficiency was paramount. Shaking his head, Qing Xian felt a twinge of regret, but it ended there. In a blur of motion, Qing Xian wielded the high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Qingping sword. Striking out repeatedly, the sword light, imbued with an unparalleled sharpness, surged forth from all directions, enveloping the entire realm. With a single thought, all things became his sword. With another, nothing could escape the blade's edge. In an instant, chilling cries echoed, yet as time wore on, they quickly diminished in strength. Regardless of how the beast struggled and howled, it could neither harm Qing Xian nor escape. Qing Xian took great pride in his evasion techniques. In this regard, he believed even the Qinglian could not surpass him, having devoted considerable time to refining his skills in this domain. Although the movements of the ferocious beast in the Tai realm were swift, it could not even brush against the hem of his garment. He did not even need to summon the 12th-grade golden lotus for defense. Effortlessly dodging was sufficient when his assault struck the beast. Despite the thick malevolent aura enveloping it and a robust layer of scales diminishing the power of his swordlight, the ferocity of the Qingxian swordlight was not easily withstood. The swordlight, transformed from the path of the boundless, truly possessed the might to shatter myriad laws with a single strike. No matter your myriad techniques or profound mysteries, I shall cleave through them with a single sword. The swordlight tore through the malevolent energy and shattered the scales, leaving behind terrifying sword marks on the beast's massive body. The pervasive aura of the great Tao infiltrated its being, unable to be extinguished, rendering its wounds unable to heal, even for a creature with a notably resilient physique. Crimson blood splattered, converging into a river, while the beast's roars grew increasingly feeble, its breath waning to the brink of collapse. Unable to retaliate any longer, Qing Xian revealed himself. His aura remained steady, his gaze calm, devoid of any trace of murderous intent. Instead, he appeared as if leisurely strolling through a garden, tranquil as water. Yet, at the moment Qing Xian manifested, the seemingly powerless beast on the ground suddenly surged with ferocity, its waning energy transforming into a violent tempest, a sinister bloodlight surging around it. Its gaping serpent mouth abruptly appeared before Qing Xian. Unhesitatingly lunging to bite him, the creature's aura locked onto Qing Xian, and a torrent of formidable magical power descended, binding the void with layers of rule-based strength. Attempting to ensnare him, it was merely a futile struggle in the face of impending death. Would Qing Xian truly be caught unprepared? The struggle of a cornered beast is the most perilous. He had long recognized the beast's ferocity and held a deep appreciation for his own life. Furthermore, through previous probing, he had gained a thorough understanding of the beast's capabilities, rendering him unafraid of its desperate counterattack. The 12th-grade golden lotus manifested beneath his feet, enveloped in resplendent golden light. Impervious to all forms of assault, Qing Xian summoned the Qingping sword in his hand, forming a sword seal. The sword body of the Qingping, akin to jade, was entwined with a hazy azure light, gathering various powers of the great Tao within. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, countless Tao runes emerged, resonating with the sounds of the Tao, intertwining in a chain of order. With a gentle command from Qing Xian, the Qingping sword struck, sending forth a sword light that soared upward, subsequently cleaving horizontally, parting the heavens. As the azure sword light passed, the chains of order fell apart, and the void blossomed with azure lotuses. As the lotuses unfurled, Torrents of sword energy erupted forth, the terrifying power of destruction coalescing to its zenith, exploding forth. Without any surprise, a single strike severed the beast's two heads, the surging sword energy obliterating its primordial spirit, shattering its true essence, leading to its complete demise. Retrieving the Qingping sword and suspending it at his waist, Qing Xian gazed upon the lifeless carcass of the beast. Within his perception, strands of invisible karmic power rose and dissipated. Purified by the heavens and earth simultaneously, a thread of mysterious energy enveloped Qing Xian, signaling that the merit of the great Tao had timely been credited to him, although it remained as minimal as ever. Deemed of no use to most, for Qing Xian it was sufficient. He had never anticipated relying on such so-called merits to enhance his cultivation or refine treasures. He merely sought to prove that he was a being of the primordial, one who had contributed to its glory. After centuries of effort, he could now sense subtle changes within himself. His affinity with the great Tao of heaven and earth had markedly increased, imparting a feeling that the universe had shown him considerable favor. This was a positive development. As long as the heavens accepted him, not treating him and the Azure Lotus as anomalies, the likelihood of facing divine retribution would be greatly diminished. Additionally, Qing Xian had come to some insights regarding luck. In a certain sense, merit could indeed alter a person's fortune. From the moment beings are born, they possess a measure of luck, except for some exceptional entities, such as the innate sanctified beings nurtured by the earth. The majority of beings experience only slight variations in their fortunes, with only a select few endowed with significant luck. Luck is both ethereal and tangible, influencing the fates of all living beings. Unless one escapes the river of destiny, one cannot avoid its effects, nor can it be disregarded. Chapter 14. A visitor from Qingzhou. Qing Xian waved his hand, drawing the carcass of the ferocious beast into the self-contained space of his spiritual treasure. He surveyed his surroundings and utilized his magical power to refine the lingering malevolent aura, calming the chaotic spiritual energy before departing. The malevolent aura of this ferocious beast could, to some extent, affect spiritual energy, or one might call it pollution, indeed impacting the environment. However, if the malevolent and fierce energy within the carcass of a Tai realm beast could be refined, the remaining body would hold some value. Its purified flesh and essence could serve as sustenance for pets or as fertilizer. Were it not for Qingxuan's lack of expertise in artifact forging and alchemy, he could have derived even greater utility from it. As for consumption, regrettably, the quality of most ferocious beasts' flesh is subpar. For Qing Xian, eating was merely a matter of savoring exquisite flavors. If the taste was mediocre, there was no need to indulge. After all, the negligible effects derived from such consumption were utterly useless to an existence like his. Out of boredom, Qing Xian recorded these details, perhaps to compile a cookbook of the primordial in the future. Silently, he vanished from the location, soon appearing on another battlefield. Here, a blue spiritual umbrella floated in mid-air, cascading endless laws that separated heaven and earth, creating its own realm. Only Qing Xian could tread within this space. Anyone else would find it nearly impossible to enter, and even if they did, they would be suppressed by the power of the Qingluo umbrella. In this place, a great battle was still underway. A woman clad in a blue stood upon the void, a blue flag hovering beside her, rendering her impervious to all laws, exuding an extraordinary sanctity. Her long spear pierced forth, casting shadows that obscured the sun, leaving behind a series of translucent wounds upon the two ferocious beasts across from her, blood gushing forth. Sensing Qingxuan's arrival, Qinglian turned her head slightly to glance at him, her eyes shifting, and the ferocity of her attacks intensified. "You need not lift a finger. I can handle this myself." Qing Xian, unfazed by her words, thought to himself, "I never intended to assist you, you know. Do you really need to compete with me? Am I not allowed to acknowledge your superiority?" He casually found a stone to sit upon, observing Qinglian as she single-handedly battled the two ferocious beasts. These two beasts were no less formidable than the one he had slain. However, Qinglian's cultivation level was considerably higher than his. In contrast to Qingxuan's straightforward combat style, Qinglian's approach was far more extravagant and dazzling, while Qing Xian preferred to identify his opponent's weaknesses before delivering a decisive blow. Avoiding direct confrontation, Qinglian's style was far more domineering, unyielding and brazen, seamlessly employing various techniques. With an overwhelming display of strength, she showcased her might with every movement, exuding an aura of invincibility, her prowess evident in every action. The inherent power of the Tai spear endowed her attacks with a penetrating effect, rendering the protective malevolent aura of the beasts ineffective. They suffered full damage. Conversely, the beast's counterattacks could not breach the defensive power surrounding Qinglian. Requiring no specific effort from her to activate the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qinglian treasure flag, for protection. Despite being outnumbered 2-1, the situation was overwhelmingly in Qinglian's favor. It was merely a matter of time before she would slay the two beasts. And it likely wouldn't take long. Qingxian casually pulled out a spiritual fruit and took a bite. The fruits of the primordial realm, casually harvested, were not lacking in flavor. He often wondered what the renowned spiritual fruits, such as the Runwater peach, ginseng fruit, huangzhongli, and immortal apricot, might taste like. Given the opportunity, he would love to sample them. Having cohabited in Qingqiu for nearly a millennium, the duration was neither short nor long for them. Several centuries prior, they distinctly sensed the tremors of the great Tao of the primordial, during which the violent and chaotic energies of heaven and earth peaked. Even across vast distances, they could perceive the raging power sweeping through the realms, accompanied by the roars and clashes of formidable beings that echoed throughout the primordial. It was evident that this marked the outbreak of a great battle between the three clans and the ferocious beast clan. A conflict crucial to the stability of the primordial world, the first calamity post-creation. Yet, Qingxian understood well that the downfall of the ferocious beast clan was inevitable. Figures like Hongjun and the three clans of Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin would emerge victorious, leaving little to worry about. Qingxian and Qinglian resided to the east of Buzhou Mountain, separated by vast distances from the war raging to the west and north of the mountain. Residing in a suitable shallow water zone to benefit from the remnants of the calamity's merit, Buzhou Mountain stood at the heart of the primordial realm, entirely situated to the east, suggesting that the division between east and west was not evenly split. The eastern territories were far more expansive than those of the west. It was unclear whether this division was ordained by heaven or established by man. The lairs of the ferocious beasts lay to the north of Buzhou Mountain, while the three clans congregated to the west, at the Qilin clan's nurturing ground, Qilin Cliff, facing each other for an extended period. In addition to the formidable beings of the three clans, early leaders such as Hongjun, Luohu, and Yin Yang supplemented the top-tier combat power of the three clans. As for those formidable beings mentioned in the legends of later generations, they remain largely ensconced in the womb of their own creation. Yet to emerge into the world, individuals like Qinglian and Qingxian are rare exceptions. For them, this is not yet their era. The present primordial chaos is fraught with peril. The demise of the ferocious beast clan is an established fact, a conclusion that can be inferred from the restoration of clarity to heaven and earth. In the future, these beasts, steeped in profound karmic burdens, can be slain without incurring karmic consequences, and instead, one may even reap merits. It is likely they will swiftly vanish, and acquiring further merits will prove to be a challenge. The three clans, as the protagonists of this impending tribulation, possess formidable strength, and with the immense fortune amassed through merit, their rise to prominence is a foregone conclusion, one that none can thwart. The fortunes of sentient beings remain fundamentally constant, yet they can be divided into two parts, one that is stable and another that perpetually circulates in the cosmos. To some extent, this circulating fortune embodies the essence of variability. When fortune arrives, heaven and earth unite in strength. When it departs, heroes find themselves in bondage. This coming and going reflects the ever-changing nature of fortune, easily attained yet not so easily grasped. Of course, this is merely Qingxuan's interpretation of fortune, having sensed the subtle changes within himself and Qinglian after the accumulation of merit. As Qingxian pondered while savoring a spiritual fruit, Qinglian had already vanquished two ferocious beasts, collected their remains, and returned with the Qingluo umbrella. Making her way towards Qingxian, with the Qingluo umbrella slung behind her waist, she descended gracefully before him. Sensing her gaze upon him, Qingxian instinctively retrieved another spiritual fruit and tossed it her way before rising to his feet. Finding ferocious beasts has become increasingly difficult, and we have nearly explored the vicinity of Qingqiu, Qingxian remarked thoughtfully. Qinglian nibbled delicately on the spiritual fruit in her hand, responding, "So what?" The battle between the three clans and the ferocious beasts had concluded for several centuries, suggesting a period of relative tranquility was about to envelop the primordial chaos. We might as well see if we can see some opportunities for fortune, Qingxian continued. The practice of slaying ferocious beasts for merit is nearing its end. Even if the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans were to wage war again, igniting the second tribulation of the primordial chaos, it is unlikely to happen immediately, after all, having fought side by side for so long. The escalation of conflicts requires a process. It cannot simply erupt at this moment. Moreover, while the three clans emerged victorious in their battle against the ferocious beasts, they undoubtedly paid a heavy price and will need time to recuperate. This particular moment in the primordial chaos should, in theory, witness fewer disputes, rendering it potentially safer for Qing Xian and his companions. As for the current primordial chaos, the powerful figures like Hongjun and those from the three clans are not to be trifled with. Other beings, however, may not pose such a threat. Qing Xian, seizing this opportunity, sought to discover chances for fortune, his targets clear, those entities intricately linked to the chaotic Qinglian. Such matters would be most fitting and beneficial for both him and Qinglian. Allowing them to minimize karmic entanglements, Qing Xian meticulously considered various matters and found several possibilities worth pursuing, disregarding the god-slaying spear and the Qiankuan cauldron, both innate treasures transformed from the roots and lotus pods of the chaotic Qinglian. He recognized that they currently had owners. The god-slaying spear was originally in the hands of the god of rebellion and, barring unforeseen circumstances, should now lie with Luo Hua. The Qiankuan cauldron, on the other hand, was in the possession of the Taoist of Qiankuan. Neither of these individuals could be compared to Hongjun, who would readily bestow such treasures upon them if they were fated. Moreover, the 12-petal black lotus was also with Luo Hu, making them all beyond reach of the 12-petal golden lotus was currently in their possession, as was one of the 5 directions flags, the Qinglian Bao's flag. The whereabouts of the remaining 4 flags remained unknown to Qing Xian. In addition, there should be 2 12-petal immortal lotuses. The 12-petal karmic fire red lotus is likely ensconced in the underworld blood sea, which could be pursued. The location of the remaining one, whether it be a white lotus or a purple lotus, is still a mystery. Thus, in terms of identifiable locations and feasible pursuits, only the karmic fire red lotus in the underworld blood sea is certain. The other 4 flags of the 5 directions and the unknown colored 12-petal immortal lotus might offer a glimmer of hope for fortune. Given this, it became quite simple to decide their next destination. Initially, heading east would not only allow them to avoid the main battlefield of the ferocious beast tribulation but also pique Qingshuan's interest in the legendary 3 immortal islands, which could potentially be the most suitable paradise for seizing opportunities. However, Qing Xian felt that the likelihood of locating the 3 immortal islands at this juncture was exceedingly slim, and he held little hope. The vastness of the primordial chaos was far greater than what he had gleaned merely from myth and legend. We can cultivate for a while longer to enhance our strength, but we must not miss this opportunity. Qingshuan's words suddenly faltered as he furrowed his brow, turning to meet Qinglian's gaze. They both recognized the shared confusion in each other's eyes. Who could be visiting Qingqiu? Upon their return to Qingqiu, they encountered a figure standing outside, a young man clad in a bright yellow robe, exuding an air of nobility while embodying a demeanor of grace and refinement, with a gentle smile gracing his face. He emanated an ethereal aura, accompanied by a faintly melodious resonance that seemed to harmonize with the rhythm of the universe, yet his cultivation was not to be underestimated. He was at the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. Likely having stepped into the mid to late stages, this level of cultivation surpassed even Qinglian's, prompting both Qing Xian and Qinglian to exercise caution. They did not recognize the individual before them, leaving them puzzled about his purpose for coming. However, his presence outside Qingqiu rather than entering could be interpreted as a form of respect. The entirety of Qingqiu was indeed enveloped by a grand formation established by Qing Xian and Qinglian. Yet this outer layer was relatively common. With his cultivation level, it would not be difficult for him to force his way in. As Qing Xian and Qinglian made their appearance, the young man in the bright yellow robe turned to gaze at them, his eyes shimmering with a pale golden hue. I am Qinyo, and I have come uninvited. I hope you will forgive my intrusion, he stated. His voice, resonating with the rhythm of the cosmos, was remarkably pleasant to the ear. His words were gentle, and his smile sincere, leaving a favorable impression upon their first meeting. Qinyo. Upon hearing the visitor's name, Qing Xian felt a chill in his heart. What business could this dragon descendant have in Qingqiu? Although he had not directly interacted with the 3 clans, he had gleaned some information about them from Hongjun. According to legends, dragons give birth to 9 sons, each distinct in nature, with Qinyo being the eldest. In later tales, this dragon child was said to possess an innate fondness for music, often depicted on the heads of musical instruments. It seemed that the ancestor dragon truly indulged in a lavish lifestyle, earning a reputation for being hedonistic among the vast dragon clan, whose offspring were all half-siblings. In the current primordial chaos, such circumstances were indeed rare. After all, most beings in this era were of primordial origin. And the ancestor dragon himself was inherently divine. Logically speaking, he should possess a rich sense of morality without succumbing to worldly desires, yet, he was notably different, embodying a nature inclined towards pleasure, and the dragon clan had inherited this trait. Hence their dominance over the other two clans. It was said that Qinyo's mother was originally a cow, a divine cow of primordial lineage, elevating her status far beyond the ordinary. The same could be said for the other 9 sons. Indicating that the ancestor dragon's indulgent lifestyle was indeed extravagant. If future generations were to chronicle his tales, it would not be surprising if the ancestor dragon's romantic escapades gained considerable popularity. Qingxian returned the courtesy with a nod, introducing himself by his Dao name. "May I ask what brings you here, esteemed friend?" After the customary pleasantries, Qingxian inquired, genuinely perplexed about Qinyo's intentions. In truth, he was quite reluctant to become too entangled with the 3 clans. "I have come to visit my little sister. I apologize for any disturbance this may cause," Qinyo replied. "Little sister?" Qingxuan's mind raced. The 9th of the dragon's offspring, Qiwan, was female. That couldn't be right, regardless of whether Qiwan was male or female. He had no acquaintance with Qinyo's little sister. Why had he come to Qingqiu? Suddenly, a thought crossed Qingxuan's mind, reminiscent of a certain white-haired little girl he had caught fishing a millennium ago. Upon reaching the Taiyi realm, he had been able to consolidate the karmic ties surrounding him, allowing him to sense matters related to himself. The current perception was certainly not unfounded. He sighed internally, recalling that everything had seemed normal during their last encounter, yet now he sensed some inconsistencies. That girl was Qiwan. That didn't seem plausible. Hongjun had explicitly stated that the 9 dragon offspring were all at the Taiyi realm. Yet that little white-haired one was not even a true immortal. How could she possibly be the dragon's 9th offspring? Despite his confusion, Qingxian maintained a composed demeanor. This matter was not of his concern, and it was prudent to refrain from delving too deeply. "Have you seen my little sister?" Qinyo inquired. "There may have been a fleeting encounter. Please follow me," Qingxian replied. Casting a glance at Qinglian, he noted her serene expression, indicating her lack of intention to intervene. She was clearly leaving the matter to him. Since the visitor had come to their door and was indeed searching for someone within Qingqiu, Qingxian had no choice but to invite him inside. Fortunately, Qinyo had consistently exhibited a warm and friendly demeanor, devoid of any hostility. Legends suggested that this great dragon offspring was naturally mild-mannered and averse to bloodshed, lending some credence to the tales of later generations. As for the little white-haired girl, Qingxian had only briefly encountered her. Instinctively, he found her somewhat peculiar and did not wish to become too entangled with her, thus allowing her to remain in Qingqiu. Her presence there was a result of her own karmic connections, and if he were to forcibly expel her, he would be at a loss when her elder brother came knocking. "Thank you for your kindness." Qinyo smiled as he followed Qingxian into the grand formation. Entering Qingqiu, upon stepping into the realm of Qingqiu, Zhou was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Ah, my friend, this place is indeed extraordinary, and your skills are commendable." "I am quite amused." Qingxian chose not to elaborate, for the innate grand formation birthed from the primal azure lotus was truly remarkable, a rarity in the world, especially considering the formidable powers it harbored in nurturing the myriad creations of heaven and earth. Within Qingqiu lay a world of its own, vast and teeming with life. Occasionally, Qingxian would employ his divine perception to observe the beings inhabiting this realm, often catching glimpses of peculiar creatures that piqued his curiosity. Although he had never encountered her directly, he was aware of her wandering presence in a particular area. Given her considerably low cultivation level, she was, in essence, at the bottom of the hierarchy within Qingqiu. Qingxian had specifically instructed the beings of Qingqiu to refrain from provoking her. Residing here with the Azure Lotus over the past millennium, he had not imparted any teachings to these beings. Yet he had shared insights into the great Tao of heaven and earth. By discussing the universal principles rather than his own path, coupled with their innate power, they were naturally regarded as the lords of Qingqiu. The beings with transcendent capabilities had long since awakened their intellect and were not ferocious beasts, merely governed by their primal instincts. Thus, none of them dared to defy Qingxian's admonitions, otherwise, he might have encountered troubles. As the circumstances surrounding Qingqiu had taken him by surprise, he was aware that the Fox clan of Qingqiu would inevitably face various karmic entanglements, yet he had not anticipated meeting a member of the Dragon clan. Particularly the daughter of the ancestral dragon, that big pig's hoof. As the 3 of them traversed mountains and rivers in mere moments, they soon revealed themselves in a secluded grove deep within Qingqiu. This area was home to numerous spirit fruit trees, and atop one of these trees, a small creature adorned with horns and a tail was curled around the trunk, fast asleep, clutching a spirit fruit marked with bite marks. Xiaoniao gazed at the slumbering creature with a gentle smile, his eyes glimmering with a hint of affection. After surveying the surroundings, he bowed to Qing Xian and his companion, expressing his gratitude. My dear sister has truly been a burden to you both. It was evident that this grove was nearly devoid of other beings, almost entirely monopolized by this little one. Xiaoniao understood well that, given his sister's cultivation level, it was impossible for her to achieve such a feat alone. It was merely a result of the local inhabitants' tacit approval. Qing Xian nodded slightly, wishing to avoid any unwarranted troubles. At that moment, the little creature awakened, rubbing its eyes and gazing down with its faint golden eyes, tilting its head in confusion. However, as it attempted to rise, it accidentally dropped the spirit fruit, leading to a flurry of activity as it scrambled to retrieve it. Ultimately tumbling from the tree. Observing this, Xiaoniao swiftly moved to catch it gently, cradling it before him, his actions imbued with a tender care that revealed his genuine concern for his sister. Yet Qing Xian could not fathom why a dragon of such low cultivation existed, especially one who, as the daughter of the ancestral dragon held an esteemed status, would wander alone to this mountain in Qingqiu. Furthermore, even if one aspect pertains to the breadth of one's own great path, the wider the path encompasses, the greater its capacity to exert influence upon the cosmos, and thus its power naturally intensifies. From this perspective, the adage that space reigns as king while time reigns as emperor holds a modicum of truth, for the principles governing these two realms indeed span vast expanses. Space encompasses all within its realm. Not merely the space itself but everything contained within it, thereby bestowing its strength. Conversely, the great path of time encompasses both the ancient and the contemporary, extending its reach even further, with its power unfettered by a single dimension. However, this expansive scope also correlates with increased difficulty in cultivation, as one must grasp a multitude of principles. Moreover, to genuinely integrate these diverse principles into one's own great path is a rare achievement. How many can truly accomplish such a feat? Relatively speaking, choosing a narrower path can also be a viable option, for the second influencing factor of the strength of a great path lies in the profundity of its comprehension. This requires no elaborate explanation, as it is evident that the deeper and more transparent one's understanding of the great path, the more profound their influence upon the cosmos, thereby enhancing the potency of the great path itself. The concept of the 3,000 great paths does not refer to a literal quantity but rather signifies the multitude of paths available. Hong Jun once remarked that the term 3,000 great paths is somewhat imprecise. A more accurate description would be 3,000 paths, as these merely represent different routes toward the great path, not its terminus. The end of the path is singular, known simply as the great path, with none other following. Thus, when one path reaches its conclusion, the ability to master one principle allows for mastery of myriad principles. As one becomes accomplished, countless paths emerge, whether one chooses to broaden their own great path or to focus intently on a narrow, winding path to the ultimate truth is entirely a matter of personal choice. A broader path is not necessarily superior. If one's aptitude and fortuity are insufficient, they may instead find themselves burdened by their path. Ambition without capability, or a lofty heart with a fragile fate, ultimately renders it difficult to advance far. What suits oneself is the best. One cannot force it. Each individual interprets their own great path. The stones from other mountains can serve to polish jade. The mighty beings of the primordial age delight in discussing the great path, not out of idleness but rather from a desire for enlightenment. In this moment, the air is filled with the reverberations of path discourse, as the void blossoms with lotus flowers, and countless phenomena manifest, with intricate laws cascading down, evolving into infinite mysteries. Time in the primordial realm is unmarked, with millennia slipping away in the blink of an eye. Chapter 17. The essence of the constructed tree. In a symposium on the great path, each participant reaps their rewards, leading to a shared sense of joy. Xiaoniao's discourse on the great path encompasses not only his own path but also the path of the dragon clan. As a powerful lineage possessing multiple Deluo existences, the strength of the ancestral dragon is only slightly inferior to that of Hong Jun, and thus the path he has forged is exceptional. Xiaoniao's own great path revolves around the way of sound, utilizing music to resonate with the heavens and earth, intertwining with the principles of the great path. harnessing the forces of the universe to reach the celestial realm above and influence the netherworld below. By communicating with the heavens and earth, he manipulates their power. Xiaonyo's musical path emphasizes connectivity with the cosmos. After all, no one has yet articulated a human path in this regard, and Xiaonyo's path has yet to develop in this dimension. Additionally, Xiaonyo's great path leans towards the primordial spirit, which distinguishes it from the more common paths of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan's overarching path focuses more on condensing the great forces of the universe within oneself, merging with the might of mountains and seas to enhance one's own physical form, rendering it remarkably formidable. Not only the Dragon Clan, but the paths of the three clans share similarities in this regard. Qingxian ponders whether the inevitable conflict among the three clans is one of the contributing factors. If it were merely a matter of the so-called primordial overlord, it would seem rather trivial. The path of the Dragon Clan, or the paths of the three clans, while they may be categorized under the primordial spirit path, possess their own unique characteristics. The primordial spirit path does not imply a frail physical form. This is a misconception. With a naturally sanctified physical body, how can one speak of weakness? It is essential to recognize that practitioners of the primordial spirit path can also possess bodies as clear and flawless as crystal, impervious to harm, with their physical forms in no way inferior. Through the power of the great path, their bodies are sanctified, and through the application of principles upon themselves, they embody the great path, merging with the cosmos. With every gesture and action imbued with celestial support, Xiaonyo's path and that of the Dragon Clan have greatly benefited Qing Xian and his companion, although their discourse remained focused on the great path of the cosmos, steering clear of specific cultivation techniques. Nonetheless, Qing Xian holds great faith in Qinglian's comprehension, believing that creating a divine technique would not pose a challenge for her. Sensing Qing Xian's contemplations, Qinglian cast a sidelong glance at a certain individual who feigned ignorance. Observing Xiaonyo's departure, Qing Xian pondered deeply, feeling as though something significant had eluded his grasp. What could it be? At that moment, the person beside him nudged him, gesturing towards the rear, following their gaze. Qing Xian was instantly taken aback. "No, little lady, why are you still nibbling on that spiritual fruit? Your elder brother has abandoned you and fled on his own. How can Xiaonyo be such a brother?" "Xiaonyo has not forgotten. He likely left her behind intentionally." Qinglian spoke calmly. Qing Xian fell silent. He was not foolish. He merely hoped that Xiaonyo had genuinely overlooked her. He could even surmise a few thoughts circulating in Xiaonyo's mind. It was inappropriate to discuss the great path with him. Qing Xian sighed. The issue lay within the great paths of himself and Qinglian. During their discourse on the great path, Xiaonyo was undoubtedly aware of the intricacies of their respective paths. Their paths serve as mutual references, like two faces of a coin, independent yet naturally harmonizing into a singular entity, as if they were meant to be one from the start. Conversely, the young girl before them embodies a duality of origins, with two fundamentally opposing essences that suppress one another, which is the crux of her physical predicament. Xiaonyo seems to have set his sights on them, hoping to resolve her issues through their assistance. Observing the honest and earnest individual, it becomes evident that he is not as straightforward as he appears. Of course, the young girl's identity presents another dilemma. Her fortune and causality have been severed by the ancestral dragon, leaving her with no recognition from the Dragon Clan. Despite Xiaonyo being the foremost dragon's son, this fact remains unchanged, as it is the ancestral dragoness decree. Bringing this sister back would place him in a rather awkward position. "But what does it mean to abandon me like this?" As if to validate Qing Xian's suspicions, the reverberations of the great path resonated, and a voice directly reached the ears of Qing Xian and his companion. "Dear friends, my younger sister shares a profound bond with you both. After much contemplation, I humbly request that you temporarily take her in. I am aware that this request may be overly presumptuous, and I offer a modest token as an apology. This favor shall not go unreciprocated by Xiaonyo. If my sister could receive your guidance, Xiaonyo would be immensely grateful." Accompanying this voice, several items descended from the void. A water blue pearl exuding a primordial aura, enveloped in the essence of the fundamental source. 2 Peculiar fruits and a segment of spiritual wood. The offerings are indeed remarkable, each item far from mundane. The water blue pearl is a top-quality innate spiritual treasure, one of the 5 elemental source spirit pearls, specifically the water spirit pearl, the 2 fruits and the segment of spiritual wood, while unfamiliar to Qing Xian and the others. emanated an aura of the Great Path that instantly revealed their significance: the fruits of the supreme innate spiritual root, the constructed tree, and a segment of its branch. The constructed tree is described as resembling an ox, with a skin akin to a cord and a yellow serpent. Its leaves resemble a net, its fruit resembles a type of locust, and its wood resembles a lotus. It stands tall without branches, connecting heaven and earth, with no sound beneath it and no shadow above. It is even among the candidates for the top 10 spiritual roots selected in later generations. It is said that the constructed tree bears only 9 fruits at a time, and the Yuan Conference yields such results only once, with production akin to that of the legendary Huang Hanli. Although the water spirit pearl was not intended for them, the 2 fruits and the segment of the constructed tree are exceedingly valuable. The water spirit pearl has already floated to the side of the dragon princess, a name given by Chionyo for his sister, the princess of the dragon clan. The naming conventions in the primordial realm are often quite straightforward, allowing one to glean the essence or great path from names, though this straightforwardness applies particularly to anomalies like Qingshan.as for the common surname of the dragon clan in later generations. AO. It is worth noting that the dragon clan has yet to establish the AO surname lineage, and this dragon princess's identity is not recognized, rendering her not truly regarded as part of the dragon clan. Thus, the name is merely a figment of Chionyo's wishful thinking. Qingshan refrains from commenting on the name, for he himself is inept at naming, yet he cannot shake the feeling that it sounds strangely familiar. Upon reflecting carefully, he recalls a notable figure named Longji, the daughter of the heavenly emperor Haotian, who is indeed a tragic character. Having traversed the calamity of the investiture of the gods, she gained a husband of convenience, only to meet a fate of death and be enshrined on the divine list as the Red Luan Star Lord Dragon Princess. Longji, why does the daughter of Haotian bear the character for dragon? Hanti, the dragon clan already fallen by that time. Nevertheless, Qingshan had no interest in meddling in the affairs of others, choosing instead to remain silent. Others have their own destinies, and aside from his own matters and those of Qinglian, he is largely indifferent. As Qingshan gazes at the essence of the constructed tree and the spiritual wood before him, he furrows his brow and tosses them to the dragon princess, welcoming the gifts, which Qinglian also has no objections to. However, the next moment, he is taken aback to see the white-haired little girl, the dragon princess, curiously fiddling with the floating water spirit pearl. As the 2 fruits approach, she glanced at Qingshan and the others, hesitated momentarily, and then promptly grabbed one to place in her mouth. This is the fruit of the supreme innate spiritual root. The energy contained within it is immense, highly beneficial even for those at the Tai realm, possessing unique effects. Otherwise Chionyo would not have chosen it as a gift. This little girl isn't even a true immortal. Is she not afraid of bursting herself? Qingshan hastily intervenes, his expression darkening. Is this girl truly the legendary gluttonous dragon? Chapter 18. Chionyo's schemes. Upon the boundless azure waves, a spatial rift materializes, and a young man clad in a bright yellow robe steps forth from it. The youth exudes an air of elegance and nobility, unmistakably Chionyo, who has departed from Qingqiu Mountain. Chionyo turns to gaze upon the primordial expanse, for the distance to Qingqiu is measured in light years. It would take not only the Tai realm but even a casual Deluo considerable time to traverse such a distance. Without hesitation, he expended the means bestowed upon him by his father, the ancestral dragon, to hastily depart from Qingqiu, fearing that the 2 individuals might pursue him. He bowed solemnly in the direction of Qingqiu, his expression tinged with a hint of remorse. It was indeed unkind of me, Qingqiu, to act in such a manner. I shall undoubtedly make amends to the 2 of you in the future. Originally, upon discovering his unacknowledged younger sister, he had indeed intended to bring her back. Even if the dragon clan denied her identity, he could still care for her in private. Qingqiu was entirely at odds with his father, the ancestral dragon's approach. However, despite being the eldest son and enjoying a noble status within the dragon clan, he was merely esteemed relative to the dragons. He had long understood that his father cared little for his offspring. Those lacking sufficient value would be discarded. The reason the 9 of them were acknowledged was due to the potential they exhibited. Born from the ancestral dragon's communion with other primordial beings, the 9 dragon sons possessed innate qualities not inferior to the primordial deities. They were even favored by the dragon clan's fortune, and coupled with their early emergence, their prowess surpassed that of most current primordial deities in the vast wilderness. Qingshan had not misjudged one aspect: the ancestral dragon, with his profound Tao nature, harbored no concept of parental affection, thus lacking any tender sentiment for his offspring. Conversely, Qinyo was an anomaly. He had nurtured his 8 younger brothers to maturity, therefore, even though the second brother, Yaji, currently surpassed Qinyo in cultivation. Qinyo remained the eldest, the foremost among the 9 sons. Rising to his feet, Qinyo retracted his gaze, and in an instant his form swelled dramatically, revealing his true self, a colossal figure coiling majestically above the azure waves. Enveloped in mist, radiating auspicious energy, then, the immense body sank into the sea, for the entire ocean was now the domain of the Dragon Clan, fully under their dominion. The wilderness was boundlessly vast, but the expanse of the 4 seas surpassed even that. The terminus of the ocean remained an enigma to all. The depths of the sea were seldom trodden by any beings, and even the Dragon Clan rarely ventured into them. The so-called 4 seas merely referred to the coastal regions. After the calamity wrought by the ferocious beasts had been reckoned, the 3 clans reaped the fruits of their triumph, their fortunes flourishing, a natural consequence of the heavenly mandate in the aftermath of the great conflict. The 3 clans divided the spoils, each selecting their territories for development. The Qilin clan resided west of Buzhou Mountain upon Qilin Cliff. The Phoenix clan returned to the immortal volcano south of Buzhou Mountain. While the Dragon Clan took command of the 4 seas, the long-standing camaraderie forged through battles fostered a modicum of sentiment. Now, with each clan occupying their own territory, maintaining a respectful distance, they coexisted in relative peace. Endowed with fortune and merit, all beings belonging to the Dragon Clan found their cultivation remarkably efficient, with their advancement outpacing that of other creatures favored by the Tao, blessed with endless opportunities. As the son of the ancestral dragon, Qinyo reaped benefits surpassing those of ordinary Dragon Clan members. Regrettably, although she was also a descendant of the ancestral dragon, the Dragon Princess, severed from her ties to the Dragon Clan, could not partake in such privileges. Not only was she devoid of the Dragon Clan's fortune, but after the reckoning of the ferocious beasts, all karmic ties dissolved, and the clan's burdens were lifted. They no longer constituted a clan, and thus no racial fortune remained. It was imperative to procure 2 protective spiritual treasures for his younger sister, for merely possessing a water spirit pearl was far too perilous, and while it was of high-grade innate quality, finding a supreme innate treasure was no easy feat. As Qinyo traversed the waters, he had already formulated a plan. Since he initially intended to care for her, he had not made adequate preparations, leaving him with only 1 high-grade innate treasure. Though the Dragon Clan was immensely wealthy, unmatched in the current wilderness, the number of Dragon Clan members was equally vast. With abundance comes competition. He hoped that the 2 Dao friends would agree to accept his younger sister as a disciple, allowing her to resolve her inherent conflicts and restore her normal state. However, Qinyo dared not harbor excessive expectations. Despite having offered 2 pieces of Jianmu and a segment of Jianmu, those 2 were no ordinary primordial deities. Many primordial deities had sought refuge within the Dragon Clan, and Qinyo had encountered numerous such beings. One could not deny the extraordinary backgrounds of the primordial deities. They were anything but mundane. Yet, for beings like Qinyo, the disparity between them was negligible, and their powers were even superior. This was the age of the 3 clans. Nevertheless, upon meeting the 2 individuals from Qingqiu, he sensed something unusual. After their discourse on the Tao, he was profoundly moved. These 2 appeared to be intrinsically united, their origins rooted in the same source, their respective paths harmoniously entwined, exuding a sense of completeness. 2 distinct Taos seamlessly coalescing. Might his younger sister, with her unique dual origins, be capable of cultivating these 2 paths and thereby resolving the conflict between them? Qinyo was uncertain, yet there remained a glimmer of hope. However, he discerned that the 2 seemed reluctant to engage with the Dragon Clan. Even if his sister were not affiliated with the Dragon Clan, they might not be inclined to involve themselves. The likelihood would be greater with ordinary beings. Thus, they had departed immediately after their discussion on the Tao. He was certain that they would not proactively seek out the Dragon Clan or expel the Dragon Princess from Qingqiu, nor would they harbor any animosity towards her due to his actions. However, whether there would be the fortune to impart the Tao remained contingent upon fate. The truly challenging individual was not the seemingly aloof Qinglian but rather the Taoist Qingxian. Only with Qingshuan's assent would there be an opportunity. Some individuals appeared affable, yet Qinyo could sense that their demeanor mirrored his own Tao, extremely reserved. Yet within that restraint lay an extreme obsession. Ahead, an imposing cluster of palaces rose from the sea. Resplendent and majestic, emanating a potent and unassailable dragon aura, this was indeed a dragon palace within the East Sea. Qingyou resolved first to summon several younger brothers who were not in secluded meditation, to discreetly search for some worthy treasures to present to his sister on his next visit. In Qingqiu, amidst a valley adorned with flowering trees, by the water's edge, Qingxian, with a darkened expression, retrieved a spiritual fruit to replace the Jianmu essence that the dragon princess had directly stuffed into her mouth. Channeling the energy of the Tao through his hands to seal it, preventing the essence from dissipating, observing her pair of pale golden eyes, he couldn't help but feel that the wisdom contained within them grew increasingly profound. Was the lack of intellect among the ferocious beasts a hereditary trait ingrained in their essence? Casting a glance at one of the high-grade innate treasures, the water spirit pearl rumored to possess greater power when all 5 elemental spirit pearls were gathered, he pondered the veracity of this claim. Qinglian had previously gleaned some insights during their discussion on the Tao and had now gone into seclusion for a few days, just as Qingxian intended to inquire how Qinglian planned to handle the little girl. The latter had vanished without a trace, leaving behind the two of them, one large and one small, staring at each other in bewilderment. Qingxian half squatted, fixating on the pair of pale golden eyes, suddenly raising an eyebrow. For a fleeting moment, he thought he saw those eyes transform into an alluring blood-red hue, devoid of the clarity of wisdom, yet upon further inspection it seemed merely an illusion. Could a being of his stature, a Tai Shenxian, truly be deceived by an illusion? Chapter 19. The heartfelt wood in the vast wilderness. Nothing is truly rare. What might be considered uncommon elsewhere appears utterly mundane here. For instance, a tree that flourishes in resplendent beauty, even captivating the attention of primordial deities. Within the confines of Qingqiu Mountain, there exists such a remarkable tree, likely unique in the wilderness. After all, innate roots possess a singularity, and this tree is of the high-grade innate root variety. The heartfelt wood, towering at 100 zhang, adorned with blossoms that never wilt, exudes a dreamlike quality, imbued with surreal beauty. Different beings perceive it in varying forms, and individuals catch distinct fragrances emanating from the flowers. Every creature sees within it a perfect reflection of themselves. It is a spiritual root adept at bewitching hearts. This particular cave paradise in Qingqiu is its birthplace, after Qingxian and his companion took residence in Qingqiu. They did not seize this high-grade innate root, allowing it to remain standing majestically atop the mountain peak, still unclaimed. An innate root of such caliber is undeniably precious. Not everyone can be pursued by a throng of shameless, unreserved innate roots and spiritual treasures as Hanjun was. The heartfelt wood possesses its own extraordinary qualities and is far from ordinary. It is a primordial spiritual treasure connected to the soul and emotions, possessing the power to evoke and even manipulate the 7 emotions and 6 desires of beings, belonging to a branch of the Tao of the primordial spirit. The reason everyone perceives the heartfelt wood as embodying their heart's most beautiful form is that, under the influence of its inherent Tao power, one sees only the most perfect manifestation of their desires. The 100 zhang tree stands atop the highest peak within Qingqiu, where the flower rain drifts down to every corner of the realm, affecting nearly all living beings therein. Beneath the heartfelt wood rests an elegantly constructed palace, though it has yet to be inhabited. This palace was constructed by the beings of Qingqiu for Qingxian and his companion, but they reside in a valley some distance away. Typically a 10-tailed fox, the strongest among the indigenous beings of Qingqiu, occupies the area beneath the heartfelt wood. As the rightful heir to the treasures of heaven and earth, it certainly holds the highest moral standing. However, at this moment, the 10-tailed fox stood respectfully at the foot of the steps, while a figure clad in blue robes sat cross-legged beneath the heartfelt wood, exuding a flow of Tao rhythm that melded harmoniously with the cosmos, rendering his form seemingly suspended between reality and illusion. As the young man spoke, his voice resonated with the heavens and the great Tao, reverberating powerfully, manifesting boundless phenomena. Celestial rain fell, and golden lotuses bloomed throughout the void, embodying the most fundamental and primal principles of the Tao. From the mountaintop to the valley below, numerous beings from Qingqiu gathered here. Yet the atmosphere remained orderly. No one maintains order here, yet a natural harmony persists. No creature dares to act with impunity. To arrive in this realm signifies that one has already awakened their intellect and possesses an extraordinary essence. Having embarked upon the path of enlightenment, rather than being mere ignorant beasts, they are all aware that this is a supreme opportunity for spiritual fortune. Hearing the teachings once surpasses countless years of arduous cultivation. Although the speaker imparts no profound secrets or specific doctrines, merely elucidating the fundamental principles of the cosmos, it suffices to provide them with immense benefits. The discourse on the way continued for several centuries before it ceased. And the myriad phenomena gradually subsided. After a considerable interval, those immersed in enlightenment finally regained their senses. The being atop the mountain merely waved a hand, offering no further words. The various creatures dared not linger. Rising respectfully to express their gratitude before turning to depart, thousands of beings, hailing from diverse races, gathered here without any conflict erupting. Qing Xian casually sat in the void, resting his chin on one hand, seemingly indifferent to the multitude of creatures offering their thanks, while he absently toyed with the petals that had fallen from the acacia tree. Do not cling. While we share a connection, it is not meant to be. Such pursuits are futile, and ye shall belong to another. At that moment, Qing Xian lifted his gaze to glance at the acacia tree above him, speaking in a calm tone. Finally, he encountered a being eager to offer its innate spiritual root to him. However, Qing Xian believed himself to be a person of principles and not one to be easily swayed. While the acacia tree is undoubtedly precious, it holds little significance for him and Qinglian. It is not a necessity. Thus there is no need to acquire it. Upon hearing Qing Xuan's words, the winds in the vicinity seemed to soften, and the rain of falling petals grew sparse, the rustling sounds fading away. Qing Xian then turned to observe a pristine white creature prostrating before him, a 10-tailed fox, known as the Tianhu, whose 10 tails curled modestly, exuding a sense of restraint. Do you wish to become my disciple? Qing Xian inquired. Yes, I humbly request your grace in accepting this little fox, replied the Tianhu. Its voice as tender as a child's, revealing its youth. Despite being a male fox, it appeared that the term fox spirit was initially used to describe males. However, this was of little consequence. Qing Xian had established one of his potential sanctuaries in Qingzhou. Not for any allure of fox charms. While fox spirits are undeniably beautiful, they pale in comparison to the innate sanctity of the divine. Moreover, he was not alone in this endeavor. Qinglian accompanied him. And currently, he could not contend with her. A moment's lapse in attention would reveal his thoughts, and she was not one to be easily deceived. Qing Xian regarded the prostrate 10-tailed Tianhu, acknowledging its exceptional lineage. Rich with opportunity and innate talent, though it was not a primordial being born of the way, it was nonetheless a creature of innate essence, the first fox nurtured by heaven and earth. Having long resided beneath the superior innate spiritual root of the acacia tree, it possessed remarkable abilities, particularly in the realm of the primordial spirit. With proper cultivation, it would surely achieve great success, rivaling even the renowned disciples of future legends. Yet Qing Xian shook his head. At present, we are merely traversing the path of enlightenment. It is premature to accept disciples. He had no intention of taking the Tianhu as his student just yet. The Taiyi realm may appear unattainable for these beings, but in the vast expanse of Honghuang it was insufficient for self-preservation. The teachings he and Qinglian imparted were a virtue in themselves. Additionally, Qing Xian believed that Qingzhou, as a celestial paradise, would inevitably attract other great beings if he and Qinglian did not occupy it, thus denying the local creatures their chance for spiritual fortune. After all, the customs of Honghuang dictated that powerful entities enjoyed imparting their teachings to the flora and fauna surrounding their sanctuaries. If the two of them did nothing, it would seem as though they were unjustly depriving the local beings of their opportunities. Although this was merely a possibility, it still held merit. Furthermore, as newcomers, they had become the masters of this place. Lacking magnanimity would be unacceptable. They were merely elucidating the principles of the cosmos, not imparting their own lineage, which bore little consequence. Moreover, in the future, he hoped to engage in transactions with the beings of Qingzhou. Upon hearing Qing Xuan's response, the little fox felt a tinge of disappointment but dared not press further. As the most powerful entity among the beings of Qingzhou, it had already attained the celestial realm and, after attending a few teachings, was on the brink of perfection, eyeing the immortality of the golden immortal. Yet, it was acutely aware of the vast gulf separating it from the presence before it. Despite the fact that these two had not interfered with the beings of Qingzhou since their arrival, and the gentle demeanor of the one before it was palpable, the innate fear of the strong was etched deep within its essence. The Tianhu had originally thought that the arrival of these two would result in the acacia tree being taken away, yet that did not occur. Moreover, with their presence, the primordial aura of this realm had grown increasingly potent, becoming even more extraordinary, a change that was strikingly evident. Just as the Tianhu sighed inwardly, a voice rang out, "Although I cannot pass on my lineage to you, I can bestow upon you a technique." As Qing Xian spoke, a strand of divine consciousness entered the Tianhu's brow. This technique, known as the nine-breath method, is inscribed within the fundamental laws of the cosmos, representing the most basic breathing method and embodying the essential rules of existence. If you diligently contemplate it, you shall surely gain insight. At least, you need not worry about losing your way before reaching the Tai realm of the Tianhu. Felt an influx of information flooding its mind. And upon regaining its composure, it was overwhelmed with joy. Hastily bowing in gratitude to Qing Xian, in Qingshuan's view, the nine-breath method was a foundational technique, yet for the Tianhu, it was far from trivial. Although the 36 celestial techniques emerged from the primordial chaos and were accessible to all beings, not everyone could grasp them. The threshold was not low. Qing Xian observed how easily Qing Lian had comprehended it and thus did not regard it as significant. You may begin your practice. I shall remain here for a while longer. Without concerning himself with the Tianhu's reaction, Qing Xian directly guided it to the foot of the mountain, even though this was likely the Tianhu's dwelling. Qingshuan's figure shifted, appearing amidst the branches of the acacia tree, where he conjured a hammock woven from his spiritual energy and the laws of the cosmos. Lounging comfortably among the blossoms, this was an excellent place to rest. As beautiful sights were always a feast for the eyes, however, before long a petite figure crawled over like a caterpillar and nestled beside Qing Xian. His expression darkened, and he tossed a spiritual fruit at her to send her on her way. Only the dragon dared approach him so brazenly. Previously, while Qing Xian was delivering his teachings, Long Ji had been dozing atop the acacia tree, and shortly after the discourse ended, she awoke to in his past life. She would have undoubtedly been the type of student who vexed her instructor the most. Fortunately, he was not her teacher. Otherwise, dealing with a disciple who treated his teachings as a lullaby would surely raise his blood pressure. Additionally, Long Ji was not incapable of speech, but she preferred silence. Qing Xian sensed that her gaze retained an untainted purity, a perception not born of illusion, likely influenced by the essence of fierce beasts. He felt that something lay dormant within her being, yet he had refrained from probing. Having been left here by Qiao, Qing Xian provided her with food and shelter, which hardly constituted mistreatment. Speaking of accepting disciples, Qing Xian realized that he and Xinglian found it challenging to discover a true heir to their teachings, for their path was unique. It was not merely a matter of aptitude. Thus Qing Xian drifted into a deep slumber, truly immersing himself in contemplation, for he did not genuinely require sleep. Less than a century later, Qing Xian abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up with an air of impatience. What had awakened him was the protective array of Qingqiu. The natural formations of Qingqiu had been transformed by him and Xinglian, utilizing the superior innate spiritual root of the acacia tree as a foundation. Now quite formidable, the true sanctuary belonging to the two of them was safeguarded by another significant array. Anchored by the top-tier innate spiritual root of the five-needle pine, forming a linked formation with the external array. If the outer array were forcibly breached, the power of the acacia tree would reinforce the inner array. Merging the two arrays into one. The realm of Diluo is hard to say. At least, no Tai Golden Immortal would find it easy to gain an advantage. Now, the outer array enveloping all of Qingqiu was triggered, indicating the arrival of beings not belonging to Qingqiu. With a mere sense, Qing Xian grasped the situation, and his expression soured. How long will these rascals persist? With a wave of his hand, he summoned Long Ji, who was idly playing with three orbs not far off, lifting her into his grasp. In the next moment, his figure melded into the shimmering light and vanished. Long Ji, suddenly lifted, glanced up at Qing Xian in confusion. Seemingly afraid of falling, she instinctively wrapped her tail around his arm and resumed her focus on the three primordial spirit orbs. Yes, three primordial spirit orbs, no longer just one, not besides the water spirit orb originally gifted by Qiao. Her other two brothers had visited her, with the one named Yaji leaving behind a gold spirit orb, and Fu Shi presenting a soil spirit orb. Thus, Long Ji now possessed three primordial spirit orbs of the five elements. Three pieces of superior innate spiritual treasures. Would she truly be able to gather a complete set? Qing Xian had not anticipated such benefits from her brothers, each possessing distinct qualities. He wondered which of her brothers had come this time. Hoping they did not bring yet another primordial spirit orb. It seemed that one of the dragon's sons had found a suitable gift and had come to visit Qingqiu. The auspicious beginning brought forth by Qiao has elevated the starting point to the realm of exquisite innate spiritual treasures. Yet, as for the subsequent brethren, they lack such caliber. How could they bear to present themselves? In these times, even the offspring of dragons have succumbed to the pressures of competition when it comes to gifting. Moreover, the ancestor dragon resembles a callous creature, indifferent to kinship, and these dragon offspring, each a peculiar character, seem to feign a semblance of brotherly affection. It is truly baffling given the character of the ancestor dragon. One must question the quality of their upbringing. Could it possibly be commendable, unless, of course, they were not raised by the ancestor dragon at all? The figure of Qing Xian materialized silently outside Qingqiu, casting a disapproving glance towards the uninvited guest loitering at his doorstep. It is not as if I am well acquainted with you 9 dragon offspring, appearing every few centuries for a casual visit, once Qinglian ascends to the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. I shall ensure she teaches these fellows a lesson. These dragon offspring, with their cultivation starting at Tai Golden Immortal, provoke in Qing Xian a desire to take matters into his own hands. They do at least bring gifts when they come to visit. They seem to understand the ways of dragons, likely under Qiunyu's instruction. So, which dragon offspring has come this time? Qing Xian inquired, observing the visitor. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, yet the object coiled around his arm remained utterly still. Failing to be cast away, I am Long Lao Sen Chaofeng, and I have come to greet you, Taoist Qing Xian. After a somewhat flamboyant introduction, the young man clad in a green and red robe shifted his gaze towards Long Ji. His face lighting up with joy. Is this our little sister? Sister, come here, I am your third brother. His tone was rather flippant, much like his demeanor, giving off an air of carefree nonchalance. Qing Xian, however, was struck by the speed of this Chaofeng. Handing over Long Ji, he remarked, your brother has arrived, release me and stop clinging to my tail. Meanwhile, another figure emerged beside Qinglian as the lotus flower dissipated. Qinglian herself, who had been in seclusion, Tai Golden Immortal Realm already? Qing Xian mused internally, what, do you wish for me to strike this dragon offspring? Is he capable? We could certainly give it a try, Qinglian responded with a soft chuckle within his mind. At that moment, Chaofeng, intent on charming Long Ji into calling him brother, inexplicably felt a twinge of unease and glanced around. Could there be lurking dangers nearby? Little did he realize that 2 individuals standing before him were contemplating giving him a good thrashing due to their irritation with the constant interruptions caused by dragon offspring dropping by unannounced. After all, the eldest brother had stated that these 2 were not of malevolent intent. They must be treated with courtesy, as the issues concerning his little sister depended on them. Chapter 21, Negotiating Terms. Esteemed Taoists, I shall take my leave for now. I will convey your intentions to my elder brother, Chaofeng said, his expression one of discontent as he bowed deeply. Did not my elder brother assure me of goodwill? Yet, these 2 unexpectedly struck me from behind, leaving me subdued. Where can I seek justice for this? It was not I who visited previously. This is my first time here. He was also somewhat astonished. Just as his elder brother had suggested, these 2 possessed profound fortunes and were indeed extraordinary. If he was not mistaken, the lotus that struck him was comparable to a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. While the blue-clad woman had recently entered the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, though he was a mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal, nearing the threshold of the late stage, he found himself struggling to defend against their magical prowess. Even without a surprise attack, defeating them in a direct confrontation would prove daunting. Of course, what vexed Chaofeng most was not this aspect. These 2 had merely released their frustrations upon him without resorting to lethal force. Yet Qing Xian had even encouraged his little sister to kick him, resulting in 2 inexplicable blows to his face. Chaofeng cast a forlorn look at Long Ji, who, sensing his gaze, looked up and retreated, peeking from behind the 2 individuals. I am your elder brother. It is quite disheartening for you to step back. I went to great lengths to procure that fire spirit pearl from the Phoenix clan for you. With a sigh, Chaofeng transformed into a beam of light and departed. His conversation with Qiunyu about important matters might bring hope for Long Ji, which was a positive development. After all, his sister appeared to have suffered a significant loss of intellect and had shown no change over the past several millennia, which was a cause for concern. Upon Chaofeng's departure, Qing Xian felt a sense of relief wash over him. He was not fond of being disturbed by visitors every few days. The arrival of Qiunyu would still require some time, for the distance from the East Sea to Qingqiu was considerable. Seizing this opportunity, Qing Xian intended to enter seclusion for cultivation. He had not allowed his own progress to lag behind and had recently caught glimpses of the next realm, leading him to believe that a breakthrough would not be overly difficult. He aspired to reach the Tai Golden Immortal Realm soon, at which point he and Qinglian could embark on journeys across the wilderness. Seeking opportunities ideally before the next calamity, the Dragon and Phoenix tribulation arrived, they could both step into the Daluo realm, allowing them to wait safely for the tribulation to pass and then emerge to reap the rewards. Insufficient cultivation meant they would not even qualify to scavenge.as for participating in the tribulation itself. That would be courting disaster. The Daluo realm was not to be trifled with, based on Qingshuan's conjectures. The ancestor dragon and others were likely progressing toward the realm of Daluo perfection, or perhaps they had already attained it. Whether they had discovered a path to transcend further remained uncertain. Qingxian felt that while he and Qinglian were not destitute in terms of fortune, they still lacked certain essentials such as an innate supreme treasure. It seemed that the Taoist of Qiankuan might have perished during this tribulation. That Qiankuan Ding. Furthermore, it would be prudent to possess at least 6 pieces of innate spiritual treasures produced by Qinglian's old brand. Whether the method of severing the 3 corpses to attain enlightenment was a trap remained to be seen. But it was wise to prepare for any eventuality. Enhancing their strength and seeking opportunities was the task at hand. Of course, before that, there was still the matter of Long Ji to address. A millennium later, a figure clad in a bright yellow robe appeared outside Qingzhou. Taoist Qingxian, Taoist Qinglian Qianyo has come as invited. His voice resonated within Qingzhou. Subsequently, the grand formation enveloping Qingzhou opened a portal. And Qianyo smiled as he stepped inside. Before entering, he discreetly cast a defensive spell upon himself. He was well aware of his younger brother Chaofeng's ordeal. Qianyo was certain that the 2 individuals most eager to strike him were none other than these 2. In the valley, Qingxian stepped out of his dwelling, appearing at the pavilion by the pond, where the 5-needle pine had long been concealed deep within his abode. He extended his hand, summoning a petite figure to him. It was Long Ji. Having been summoned in this manner numerous times, she had grown weary of struggling and merely gazed up at Qingxian with her golden eyes. At this moment, Qinglian's figure appeared beside Qingxian. It was the perfect time for Qianyo to be welcomed into their midst. Esteemed Taoists, it has been a while since we last met, and I must say your cultivation has advanced remarkably. I am truly envious, Qianyo remarked upon his arrival, sensing the subtle fluctuations of energy emanating from both Qingxian and Qinglian. Qingxian offered no response, simply gesturing, "Esteemed Taoist, please." Qianyo paid no mind and took his seat. Qingxian gently placed Long Ji beside him while he and Qinglian sat across from Qianyo. Qianyo began by scrutinizing Long Ji, expressing concern, yet she remained silent, offering no response. Unperturbed, Qianyo produced a prepared gift, though it was not the remaining wood spirit pearl from the 5-element source. The 9 brothers had yet to locate the final source pearl's whereabouts. Qingxian, in turn, retrieved some tea leaves, summoning the spiritual spring to brew tea, the elegant fragrance soon enveloping the space, resonating with an enticing energy conducive to enlightenment. This tea was derived from the precious innate spiritual root known as the enlightenment tea. Far from ordinary, however, the enlightenment tea had proven less perceptive, unwilling to accompany them. Given their cultivation levels at the time, it had been challenging to compel it. Now, only a small amount of tea remained. Having required considerable 3 luminaries divine water to harvest just 3,000 leaves, Qianyo, astonished, did not pry further. As the tea entered his mouth, its bitter yet unique flavor revealed itself. With careful contemplation, he found his connection to the principles of the universe considerably clarified. His mind as clear as a mirror and his heart as tranquil as water, merging with the great Tao, a sublime state of understanding. Qingxian did not interrupt, pouring a cup for both Qinglian and himself. While Long Ji would have to settle for fruit juice, as she was not even a true immortal, offering her tea would simply waste the opportunity. The 2 of them did not become absorbed in the state of enlightenment. Although the enlightenment tea still held some efficacy for them, its effects had become rather commonplace. This tea was most potent upon first consumption, yielding the greatest rewards. After a significant time, as the Taoist aura dissipated and the essence of the great Tao receded, Qianyo opened his eyes, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. Now, it was time to discuss serious matters. Esteemed Taoists, you invited me here, indicating that there are matters to discuss. Are you willing to accept my little sister as a disciple? Qianyo inquired first. If you have any conditions, please state them. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Very well, since you are resolute in leaving Long Ji in my care here at Qingzhou. I do indeed have several matters that require your agreement beforehand. Otherwise, we need not continue this discussion, Qingxian stated. Please proceed. Qianyo's heart leapt with joy at the prospect of negotiating terms, which indicated hope, a good sign. Chapter 22, The matter of taking disciples. Qingxian pondered briefly before responding. At present, neither Qinglian nor I have yet attained the completion of our Tao, thus it is premature for us to take on disciples. Naturally, he believed that the completion of their Tao was merely a matter of time. Qinglian held great confidence in her own path as well. The Dragon Princess indeed embodies the most suitable existence to inherit our grand Tao. A matter of profound destiny, yet her identity gives me considerable pause. Otherwise, accepting her as my disciple would be entirely unobjectionable. There is no need for concern, my friend. The Dragon Princess. Qingxian raised his hand slightly, interrupting Qiunyou's discourse, and continued, to inherit my Tao, the bond of master and disciple shall be established between us. Before she formally joins my sect, I shall state my conditions, and you may then decide whether you truly wish for her to be initiated into Qingqiu. Firstly, upon joining my sect, you must ensure that she shall never return to the Dragon Clan. Currently, the Dragon Princess has indeed been cast out by her kin, severed from the very threads of fate and fortune from the outset. Cut off thoroughly by the great powers that be, the Dragon Clan would not welcome her back, and even if Qiunyou and the others wished it, her identity would not be accepted. But what of the future? When the three clans of Dragon Phoenix and Qilin face their demise, although the Dragon Clan may seem the least afflicted among them, it is merely a relative comparison to the others' misfortunes. While Qingxian lacks detailed knowledge of the Dragon Clan's specific circumstances, it is reasonable to assume that their true powerhouses have been largely decimated, and those who remain are likely under stringent restrictions. Were it not for the presence of mere small fry, the current foundation of the Dragon Clan would not be so feeble as to be unable to stage a resurgence, reduced to a mere shadow of their former glory. At that time, would the Dragon Clan still reject the Dragon Princess, who possesses the purest bloodline of the ancestral dragon? Moreover, while the Dragon Princess may currently seem quite diminished and confused, it stems from the discordance of the two origins within her. Common origins lack the stature to conflict with one another. Thus, her origins must be extraordinarily powerful. Qingxian firmly believes that once the issue with the Dragon Princess's body is resolved, and she joins his sect, she will undoubtedly rise to become a being of great powers. He does not wish for the Dragon Clan to seek his favor later, dragging him into their web of fate. The troubles associated with the Dragon Clan are numerous, and they do not possess sufficient value to warrant intervention. Qiunyou fell into silence, though his thoughts diverged from Qingxian's concerns. He remained unaware of the Dragon Clan's future fate. He simply recognized that should the Dragon Princess resolve her inherent conflicts, her talents might afford her the opportunity to gain their father, the ancestral dragoness, recognition, and reclaim her status as a princess of the Dragon Clan. However, Qingxian's intent was clear. He wished to sever any ties the Dragon Princess might have with the Dragon Clan. Qiunyou felt a flicker of confusion. It seemed that Qingxian and his companion were quite wary of any association with the Dragon Clan. To speak bluntly, the current Dragon Clan dominates the four seas. An unstoppable force, eclipsing even the Phoenix and Qilin clans, basking in unparalleled glory, teeming with powerful entities and boundless treasures. Even those with innate divine backgrounds are inclined to cultivate goodwill with them. And not necessarily would they be received favorably by the Dragon Clan, yet the two before him were entirely different. While Qiunyou pondered quietly, Qingxian disregarded his reaction and proceeded to present his second condition. I require that your Dragon Clan shall never take action against Qingqiu in any form. To be sworn upon your Dao and bloodline, Qingxian demanded that Qiunyou swear a great oath, and not merely with his own Dao but also with his bloodline, a request indeed of considerable weight. For if the oath of the Tao were to be broken, the repercussions would not only fall upon Qiunyou but also upon the possessors of the Dragon Clan's bloodline. As the offspring of the ancestral dragon, Qiunyou's bloodline holds immense significance. It is likely that only the ancestral dragon and a select few would be exempt from the bonds of such an oath. Qingxian harbored concerns about being embroiled in the tumult of the three clans' war. This oath evidently targeted the Dragon Clan prior to the impending calamity, for after such a tribulation, the Dragon Clan would pose no threat. It would be a blessing if others refrained from antagonizing the Dragon Clan, let alone the possibility of them inflicting harm upon others. Qiunyou furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Qingxian, who had already fallen silent, presenting only these two conditions, both of which required guarantees from Qiunyou. Given that both parties were beings of the Tai realm, there was no need for complex verbal games. The specifics of the conditions required no further elaboration, as they were mutually understood. For instance, the stipulation that the Dragon Clan must not act against Qingqiu naturally included the understanding that Qing Xian and his companion would not proactively contend with the Dragon Clan either. Rest assured, my friend, the Dragon Clan shall not invade Qingqiu. I can guarantee that, nor will I complicate matters for the two of you, nor shall I permit the affairs concerning the Dragon Princess to implicate you. Yet, was it not the Dragon Clan that had abandoned her from the very beginning? Qing Xian remained unmoved. To give birth and not nurture, how can they still claim the title of parent? Kin, mere blood relations are hardly enough to warrant such a claim. But if the Dragon Princess wishes to return of her own volition, we will not obstruct her. We shall simply dismiss her from our sect and sever the ties of fate. Xing Lian spoke calmly in response. Qing Xian nodded. As this was indeed his intent, Xiao Niu's expression darkened, a flicker of anger surfacing, but he quickly suppressed it, managing a bitter smile, feeling somewhat helpless as he spoke. You esteemed friends, do you harbor animosity towards my Dragon Clan? Why such wariness towards us? If there has been a misunderstanding, how about I offer an apology on behalf of the Dragon Clan? Xing Xian shook his head. You misunderstand? We have had not the slightest interaction with the Dragon Clan before this. Then why? It is simply that Qing Lian and I prefer tranquility and wish to avoid entanglements with excessive karma. Associating with the current Dragon Clan risks drawing us into the tumult of the times. The Dragon Clan's present fortunes are surely more apparent to you than to us, and we do not wish to be swept along with it. The present Dragon Clan resembles those protagonists of novels who carry an aura of mockery, inevitably drawing calamity wherever they tread. Positioned at the epicenter of the times, how could they enjoy even a moment of peace? If they were to bask in the glow of protagonist status, it would be one thing. However, this is far from guaranteed given the desire to accept the Dragon Princess into his fold. Severing all ties with the Dragon Clan is the most prudent course of action. Furthermore, Qing Xian harbors deep suspicions regarding the Dragon Clan's potential for future malevolence, seeking to secure a safeguard that would allow him to remain uninvolved and shielded from harm. The conflict among the three clans does not imply that only the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans are embroiled in turmoil. It is said that behind the scenes there lies a struggle between Dao and Demon, with figures such as Hong Jun and Luo Ho engaged in a silent contest. And even the retreat of the Dao and the emergence of the heavenly path could be implicated. Compared to the calamity of the beasts, the second great tribulation of this primordial world is far more intricate. During the first tribulation, Qing Xian merely sought to accompany Qing Lian in the shallows, focusing on participation and garnering some merit along the way, actively engaging in the fray. However, this second time, it is not a matter of seeking out the mountain. Rather, the mountain comes to you. Turning proactive enjoyment into passive endurance. It is highly likely that even if one refrains from direct involvement, they will still be swept up in the chaos. Such is the future that Qing Xian foresees based on the current evolution of the primordial landscape. Thus, it becomes imperative to devise a means of extricating oneself from this predicament, to remain uninvolved. Moreover, this time there is little merit to be gained, and the dangers are unprecedented. Of course, Qing Xian and his companion possess a fallback. They can retreat to the haven of Buzhou Mountain, where they should remain unaffected, as the current inhabitants of the primordial realm cannot tread there, deterred by the overwhelming aura of Pangu that envelopes Buzhou Mountain. Qing Xian articulated his thoughts clearly, not wishing to inadvertently incur the Dragon Clan's ire. Despite the impression that Xiao Niu might not act in such a manner, it is unwise to hold excessively high expectations of others. As it is perilous, the stance must be clear. It is not that we are adversarial towards the Dragon Clan, rather, we prefer seclusion and wish to avoid entanglements. The root of the issue lies not with you, but within ourselves. Qing Xian harbored many suspicions but deemed it unwise to voice them, fearing that any slip of the tongue might inadvertently reveal some cosmic secret, risking the wrath of the heavens, which might bestow upon him a divine punishment. Xiao Niu remained silent, hesitating, while Qing Xian and his companion showed no urgency. For them, success in this endeavor would be ideal, yet failure would incur no loss. If all else fails, they could simply relocate and return after the calamity of the Dragon and Phoenix. Among them, a figure remained the most composed, embodying a true detachment, seemingly oblivious to the discussions at hand. Despite being the very center of the discourse, the Dragon Princess lay sprawled upon the table, soundly asleep, her ears unhearing of the world around her. Chapter 23, Half of a Yuan Assembly with the Call of Master. A new disciple was joyfully acquired. Xiaonyo ultimately acquiesced, and having come to terms, the two conditions no longer seemed burdensome. It was undoubtedly a good fortune that his little sister might resolve the conflict of her origins. The somewhat dazed girl respectfully knelt to perform the rite of apprenticeship. As beings of the Tai realm, both Qing Xian and Qing Lian could sense a thread of karma connecting them. At this juncture, Qing Xian recalled a matter. It seemed he had nothing suitable to present as a token of initiation, which felt quite awkward, although he possessed the 12th grade Golden Lotus and the Qingping sword. While Qing Lian held the Qing Lian treasure flag, the Tai spear, and the Qing Luo umbrella, none of these were appropriate for gifting. It wasn't that they lacked other spiritual treasures or roots. They still had a dozen or so low to mid-grade spiritual treasures and roots, all scavenged from Buzhou Mountain. However, their newly initiated disciple was toting 4 high-grade innate spiritual pearls as mere toys. Anything less than high-grade innate treasures seemed inadequate. Such a wretched sense of comparison. What troubled him further was the question of how to manage future disciples. Ultimately, Qing Xian gifted her a zither crafted from the heartwood of the acacia tree, which stirred Xiaonyo's interest immensely. The properties of the high-grade innate spiritual root acacia wood were indeed suitable for crafting such a magical instrument. Qing Lian then presented a set of 5-element needles forged from the needles of the 5-pine tree. Both artifacts were of postnatal origin, yet their materials were undeniably genuine innate substances imbued with the essence of primordial energy. The rite of apprenticeship was uncomplicated, and thereafter, as Qing Xian probed into the dragon princess's origins, he was taken aback by the astonishing strength of her essence, which far exceeded his expectations. Prior to this, he had never truly delved into the depths of the dragon princess's origins, only aware of her exceptional potential. 2 primordial sources exist. One embodies the vastness of an endless ocean, while the other harbors the essence of ultimate, ferocious destruction. They are in stark opposition, mutually suppressing one another, making it exceedingly difficult for either to truly take form, as both aspire to devour the other. Consequently, the dragon princess has remained in a state of confusion for millennia, showing little sign of growth. It is fortunate that she has not been dominated by that violent primordial force. Qing Xian has also noticed that he occasionally sees the dragon princess's golden eyes transform into a blood-red hue, a direct consequence of this primordial influence, with her true spirit not sufficiently robust and her consciousness lacking stability. She is unable to harness the ferocity of that primordial source and is instead easily swayed by it. The dragon princess's fondness for napping on the acacia tree may also be connected to this. As the acacia itself is a congenital spiritual treasure that affects the soul, however, to resolve the core issue, it is essential to foster a harmonious coexistence between the 2 primordial sources. Undeniably, the dragon princess is indeed suited to inherit the great Tao shared by him and Qing Lian. It is unlikely that anyone else could be more fitting. This suitability has even caused Qing Xian to harbor doubts, fearing that it might be a scheme by others, in the realm of Tai. He is already capable of consolidating his causal threads and has begun to glimpse the trajectory of fate. His understanding of the so-called predetermined destiny has deepened over the years, yet, despite all this time passing, Qing Xian has gained nothing. As if it were merely a series of coincidental occurrences, it is futile to evade. It is better to act in accordance with one's true heart. He once pondered whether his existence as a transmigrant constituted a deviation from the great Tao. However, beneath the heavenly way, there still exist deviations, while beneath the great Tao, such deviations do not exist. Thus, he need not regard himself as particularly special. How could his so-called deviations not be part of the predetermined trajectory all along? Therefore, after numerous calculations with Qing Lian, they decided to impart their great Tao. Subsequently, Xiaonyo spent some time in Qingqiu before returning to the Eastern Sea, ushering in a period of explosive growth for the dragon clan. And as the eldest son of the ancestral dragon, he was far from idle. Qing Xian and Qing Lian transmitted the dragon princess's great Tao, allowing her to cultivate Qingshuan's path through the source of ferocious beasts, transforming into the boundless, and to cultivate Qinglian's path through the ancestral dragon's source, embodying the Tai Chi.As. The 2 great Tao paths developed independently yet cohesively. The conflicting primordial sources converged into a singular unified great Tao within this realm. Mastering both sources, the reality unfolded as smoothly as predicted, even exceeding expectations. After the 2 primordial sources crystallized into their respective great Tao paths, the earlier conflicts and suppressions ceased, and the once naive little creature began to exhibit astonishing talent in her cultivation. Her intelligence gradually shedding its earlier bewilderment, Qing Xian had initially feared encountering the unpleasant situation of his teachings being dismissed as mere lullabies, but fortunately that was not the case, leading to his growing satisfaction with this disciple. Teaching proved to be quite engaging. Witnessing his disciple's growth filled him with an unexpected sense of achievement. With the Dragon Princess as a disciple, he seemed less concerned about acquiring another. Besides, the little fox was genuinely earnest, making it hard to refuse. Thus, after the eldest disciple, they welcomed another young disciple beneath their tutelage, the ten-tailed celestial fox, although this new disciple was not as well aligned with their great Tao as the Dragon Princess, and could not cultivate both paths simultaneously. Focusing on one path was still permissible. Qinglian, finding it troublesome, left the task of teaching to Qing Xian, and naturally, the path imparted was also aligned with his own, making her his disciple in essence. While the external situation in the primordial world continually shifted, within Qingqiu, everything remained unchanged. Engaged in closed-door enlightenment and teachings, it seemed as though time flowed differently within Qingqiu, with time stagnating here while the external currents surged rapidly. Tens of thousands of years slipped by in an instant, and half a yuanhui had passed since the calamity of the ferocious beasts. The tranquility of the primordial world had persisted for several millennia, a period of rapid development during which powerful beings emerged in droves among the three clans, each like mushrooms sprouting after a rain. With even the existence of Diluo becoming increasingly common, this was undeniably the era of the three clans, the undisputed protagonists of the primordial world, most innate sanctities, born of the same heavenly creations, were still in the process of taking shape. Lacking any competitive edge, every innate sanctity bore immense fortune to eye in the current primordial world. Aside from the mutual wariness among the three clans, only the few Diluo beings like Hongjun could instill some caution in them. Nevertheless, whether it was the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, or the king of the Qilin clan, they all firmly believed that they could outpace those few, for those beings were, without exception, solitary figures, devoid of any clan companions. Though they had accrued considerable merits and fortunes during the battle against the ferocious beasts, how could they possibly compare to those who had the backing of their clans, gathering the vast energies of mountains and rivers? In the half yuanhui since the calamity, those five figures seemed to have vanished completely, not revealing themselves before the myriad beings of the primordial world. High above the nine heavens, a palace floated in the void, exuding the essence of the Tao, suffused with an enigmatic aura. A Taoist clad in white robes was enveloped in a pure energy, with a jade disc above his head cascading endless laws. At this moment, the Taoist furrowed his brow, gazing at the results of his calculations, letting out a soft sigh. Remaining silent atop Mount Shumi, a figure in black observed the void with icy eyes, taking in the vast panorama of the primordial world. Ha! The figure in black let out a light laugh, brimming with unrestrained mockery and disdain. In a certain inexplicable space, a Taoist with an ethereal visage lazily reclined beneath a willow tree, half-closed eyes drifting into a nap. Chapter 24. Tai Golden Immortal. The 12-grade golden lotus took root in the void, drawing upon the power of the great Tao, its rhythm flowing, divine light dazzling, permeating the essence of immortality, impervious to all laws and indestructible by all calamities. A figure in green robes sat cross-legged upon the lotus pedestal, their breath merging with the heavens, seeming both substantial and insubstantial, a harmonious blend of the real and the ethereal, each breath resonating with the cosmos, exuding an air of transcendence and grace. A hazy great Tao unfurled behind them, half hidden in the chaotic mists, its end obscured and elusive. As time flowed, the hazy Tao became clearer, the ethereal coalescing into substance. The surrounding heavens and earth manifested countless laws, which were subsequently extracted and refined into the essence of the great Tao, merging into the forming path. What was astonishing was that this Tao, refined within the heavens and earth, seemed to encompass all phenomena, bearing the weight of myriad paths, yet, all the powers of the various Tao laws were influenced by this singular Taoist might. Transforming into the purest and most ultimate force, all myriad paths returned to one, achieving the boundless. Thus, this realm instantaneously formed an independent domain of the great Tao, where all paths were transmuted into a more essential and pure power, shedding complexity to reveal the authentic essence. For ordinary beings, being within this domain would feel as if the world were undergoing a reverse evolution, simplifying the complex into the simple, transforming existence into non-existence. As all mystical arts and profound principles returned to a state of decay. At a certain moment, the figure in green robes emitted an unanticipated aura, and the great Taoist phantom behind them burst forth with radiant divine light. Then, a pair of calm, unyielding eyes opened, and the surging aura instantly subsided, the waves of magical power dissipating in tandem. Once everything returned to normal, Qingxian stood in the void, summoning forth the 12-grade golden lotus, which then vanished into his palm. Tai Golden Immortal, Qingxian mused, for he had finally reached the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. Die in the Tai realm, one cultivates their own path and refines their true self. And thus he had approached completion. Qingxian could distinctly feel the energy propelling him toward perfection, awaiting the moment when the great Tao would be fully realized. When that happens, he would witness the manifestation of the great Luo Dao fruit. However, he was still on the path to fulfillment, and the essence of immortality within the great Tao had merely begun to coalesce. It was still too early to contemplate the great Luo. At the initial stage of Tai Golden Immortal, this was the current level of Qingxuan's cultivation. For ordinary individuals, accumulating Dao merit was far easier than comprehending the Dao, with bottlenecks primarily occurring at the level of understanding the great Dao. However, Qingxian was different. Currently, Qinglian's cultivation surpassed his own and was ahead on the path, while Qingxuan's grasp of the great Dao exceeded his own cultivation level. Conversely, his accumulation of magical power lagged behind. As his great Tao understanding was greater than his Tao merit, after consuming the essence of the world tree that Xiongnu had given him, his Tao merit accumulation reached a bottleneck, thus propelling him to break through into the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Qingxian squeezed the essence of the world tree in his hand. It indeed lived up to its reputation as a top-tier innate spiritual root, for not only did it imbue him with vibrant life force, but it also significantly enhanced the resilience of his physical body, containing a power far greater than before. Unfortunately, the seeds of the 12-grade golden lotus had yet to mature. It seemed that, being of the same top-tier innate spiritual root, the products of the Qinglian lineage would not disappoint. Once the seeds of the 12-grade golden lotus were harvested, along with the 5-pine needle, he and Qinglian would no longer be shackled by Tao merit. With an understanding of the great Tao, they could break through, thus saving considerable effort. With a single step, his figure merged into the light and dust of the cosmos, silently disappearing from the location. In the next moment, Qingxian reappeared outside his cave dwelling. Simultaneously, a gaze from a nearby pavilion turned towards him. Scanning his figure, Qingxian smiled and nodded slightly. "I've broken through." Qinglian responded calmly, seemingly unsurprised. However, Qinglian soon furrowed his brow slightly. But after casting a glance, he withdrew his gaze. Just outside the valley, a streak of light flashed by, and a figure hurtled through the air towards Qingxian with unrelenting momentum. Naturally, Qingxian detected the incoming light, and with a hand raised, he grasped the void. An intricate rhythm of the great Tao emanating, as Tao runes flowed in his palm, laws cascading down. Instantly, the incoming light seemed to be drawn in, pausing abruptly mid-air before landing in Qingxuan's hand, which he lifted to his eyes. With cascading silvery locks and a pair of resplendent jade horns adorning her forehead, her golden eyes shimmered with an ethereal glow. Her petite form was accentuated by a tail, adorned with shimmering silver scales, that swayed restlessly behind her, now curling affectionately around his arm, as her pair of golden orbs gazed longingly at him. "Master," Qingxian playfully shook the dragon maiden, observing that after tens of millennia, she seemed hardly to have matured, though her cultivation had ascended to the realm of celestial immortals. As her essence stabilized and her consciousness emerged from ignorance, her once wise-looking eyes sparkled with newfound intelligence, while the faint crimson hue deep within her golden gaze lent her an enigmatic aura. With a casual flick, he produced a spirit fruit and held it to her lips, setting her down gently before ruffling her head, playfully flicking her crystalline dragon horn, the sound resonating like precious jade. Do not use your horns to strike your master. These horns, formidable as any treasured artifact, though not capable of harming him severely, could still inflict considerable pain upon impact. "Master, I wish to learn the divine art you just employed. The technique is called the dragon capture hand. Do you truly wish to learn it?" Qingxian inquired with a chuckle. "Yes." The dragon maiden, cheeks bulging with the spirit fruit, nodded enthusiastically. "You, a dragon, intend to capture yourself with this technique?" Qingxian replied, momentarily at a loss for words. "While not particularly potent, this technique was specifically crafted to target the essence of dragonkind, or perhaps it came into being as a convenient method for Qingxian to subdue her." Disregarding the dragon maiden, Qingxian turned his gaze to another figure approaching. Unlike the dragon maiden's exuberant demeanor, the newcomer halted at a respectful distance, bowing deeply and greetings, Master Qing Xian. It was his second disciple Tianhu, who at this moment had transformed into a youthful-looking boy of around 10 years. A 10-tailed celestial fox. One could not help but admire her transformation. Indeed, she was a fox spirit of remarkable potential, having refined the high-quality innate spirit root, the wisteria wood. With Qing Xian's aid, her lips were a vibrant red. Her teeth pearly white, making it difficult to discern her gender. Quite impressive. Perhaps in the future she might charm others' cabbages, Qing Xian mused, nodding as he assessed her cultivation level, which had reached the early stage of golden immortal, a commendable pace. Considering that higher realms generally slow the progression of cultivation, entering the cool pavilion, Qing Xian seated himself across from Qing Lian and poured himself a cup from the wine jug before him. Unsurprisingly, this exquisite wine was of his own crafting, derived from materials harvested from innate spirit roots, a veritable celestial brew. After all, Qing Xian was a connoisseur of life's pleasures, never one to deprive himself. "Are you ready?" Qing Lian inquired. Qing Xian nodded. "Yes, it is time." Chapter 25. Between void and reality. Upon stepping into the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, Qing Xian intended to journey alongside Qing Lian through the vast expanse of the Honghuang. In search of certain treasures, the current state of the Honghuang was relatively tranquil, flourishing with vitality, yet Qing Xian sensed that this serenity was as fragile as glass. Naturally, he would not take his two disciples along. Despite the dragon maiden's eager demeanor, Tianhu, however, exhibited great maturity, providing instructions to the denizens of Qingqiu, imparting knowledge for hundreds of years before quietly departing the realm. This journey was expected to consume a significant amount of time. With their return shrouded in uncertainty, even for Qing Xian and his companions, their objective was clear. The 12th grade infernal flame Red Lotus. Qing Xian knew it lay within the depths of the blood sea of the underworld. Yet the entrance to this abyss remained unknown to him, as did the circumstances within. Estimating the time required was an impossible task. There was little cause for concern regarding Qingqiu, for the powerful formation he and Qing Lian had established would safeguard the realm. Utilizing the supreme innate spirit root, Phi Pine, and the high-quality innate spirit root, Wisteria Wood, as the foundation, even a Tai Golden Immortal would find it challenging to breach. As for the Deluo, it was surmised they would lack the means to penetrate. Though Deluo beings were not yet ubiquitous in the Honghuang, having refined the Wisteria Wood, Tianhu could, to some extent, manipulate the grand formation, ensuring their safety was well within reach. In truth, the greatest threat stemmed from the Dragon Clan. But with the Dragon Maiden's presence and the oath of the Qiao, their safety was assured. After imparting his instructions to his two disciples and arranging their subsequent training, Qing Xian and Qing Lian set forth from Qingqiu. Heading northward, Qingqiu lay to the east of the Buzhou mountain, close to the southeastern region. Their destination, however, resided in the west. After much contemplation, Qing Xian surmised that the entrance to the blood sea of the underworld was most likely located at the westernmost edge. Yet, they intended to take a detour to the northern area of Buzhou Mountain before proceeding westward. The south of Buzhou Mountain was the territory of the Phoenix clan, while to the west lay under the dominion of the Qilin clan. Presently, the eastern expanse lacked a definitive ruler, although both the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan harbored ambitions to extend their influence, while the Qilin clan, separated by Buzhou Mountain, had refrained from encroaching. Conversely, the northern region of Buzhou Mountain remained the least regarded by the three clans. This neglect stemmed from its history as the former nesting ground of ferocious beasts, now heavily ravaged, with the vast majority of its paradisiacal caverns destroyed, and the innate spiritual energy severely degraded, rendering it the most barren land of the present. Qing Xian wished to avoid conflict with the three clans. Although the path was longer, it was indeed the safest route. The vastness of the Honghuang was daunting, even for Qing Xian and Qing Lian, who had ascended to the Tai realm, making predictions nearly impossible. Even if they could briefly traverse space, merely traveling from the southern to the northern regions would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Moreover, as they walked and contemplated the Tao, their journey would be prolonged even further. Yet Qing Xian never found this journey monotonous. Rather, he reveled in it. The beauty of the cosmos spoke without words for those born in the Honghuang. It might seem unremarkable, but to Qing Xian, the mountains and waters of this realm were suffused with the extraordinary, surpassing even the most renowned five scenic spots of his previous life, with majestic landscapes and serene waters surrounding him. Accompanied by a companion, even if she lacked an appreciation for romance, it was still quite delightful. At this moment, Qing Xian transformed his azure attire into a regal purple robe and, employing the divine power of transformation, concealed his true appearance and aura. Even those who could peer into the essence would find it challenging to discern his origin. Only those with extraordinary abilities, or beings far beyond their reach, could bypass his concealment. At the pinnacle of the mountains, amidst the clouds, the rising sun broke through the boundless sea of clouds, casting a radiant glow across the heavens, a strand of purple aura mingling with the essence of new beginnings. Cascading across the earth, intrigued, Qing Xian gently combed Xing Lian's long hair, his purple robes billowing gracefully, his demeanor tranquil and serene, each movement emanating a natural elegance, as if he were enveloped in the flow of Tao. With a profound connection to the universe, his heart resonated with the heavens, as if he were in communion with the celestial realm. Xing Lian continued to toy with the jade flute in her hands. Seated at the edge of the cliff, her feet resting upon the clouds as the flute produced a melancholic melody, sensing something unusual behind her, she cast a fleeting glance over her shoulder before returning her gaze. A hint of surprise flickering within her. Throughout their journey, Qing Xian occasionally found himself enveloped in a state of enlightenment, yet even with their hearts intertwined, she could not fully comprehend what had stirred his Tao heart. She sensed that his inner tranquility radiated clarity, devoid of desires or attachments, embodying the essence of the Tao, pure and untainted. However, this ethereal quality differed from her own absolute clarity during enlightenment. It seemed empty yet exuded a profound sense of fulfillment. A concept she struggled to grasp. A subtle intuition tugged at Qing Lian's heart, suggesting that within this emptiness lay something she lacked, not a deficiency in the Tao, but rather a transformation of her essence. Unable to decipher the enigma, Qing Lian did not press herself, recalling Qing Xian's frequent advice to let things unfold naturally, which indeed held a kernel of truth. As Qing Xian deftly combed through her long locks, his gaze flickered between reality and illusion, memories flooding his mind. These memories belonged to a past life, and as they continued their journey, he gradually gained insights, often triggering recollections from his former existence. The Tai path involved self-cultivation, a consolidation of all that one was, embodying one's own Tao. Unlike other beings of the Honghuang, his origins lay at the tail end of the river of time. He had never relinquished his past life. Could one truly be considered oneself after shedding all that came before? A complete self must embrace all facets of existence, and any absence rendered one incomplete. The span of time spent in the Honghuang undoubtedly eclipsed that of his previous life, yet the memories of this realm remain monotonous, lacking the rich tapestry of experiences that characterized his fleeting 25 or 26 years. The past was tumultuous, contrasting sharply with the tranquility of this life. A flicker of understanding settled in his heart, as the causative threads of his existence began to weave together, merging with his own Tao. Further enhancing his presence, after a moment, clarity returned to his gaze, and his Tao experienced a subtle augmentation. Shaking his head, he continued to fashion her hair into an elegant bun, a task that could easily be accomplished with a spell, but Qing Xian relished the act of doing things himself. The process, to him, held greater significance than the outcome. It provided a sense of existence, a reminder of his tangible reality. Perhaps due to the nature of the Tao, he often felt a disorienting sense of emptiness. As if all things were ephemeral and insubstantial. He recognized that this sensation stemmed from the cusp of his Tao, teetering between existence and non-existence. A single misstep could lead to the dissolution of his very being into the void. His path traversed extremes, yet, once his Tao reached complete fulfillment, this phase of influence would dissipate. Stowing away the wooden comb, Qing Xian settled beside Qing Lian, casting a sidelong glance at her. At that moment, Qing Lian, with a serious expression, was engrossed in mastering the jade flute, her brow slightly furrowed. Undoubtedly, Qing Lian possessed an extraordinary aptitude, learning with remarkable speed. Her flute-playing technique was impeccable, devoid of any flaws. The music flowed beautifully, resonating with an enchanting allure. However, it was merely pure skill, devoid of any trace of emotion, as Qing Xian remarked with a smile. Thus, it lacked any compelling power, failing to create a profound atmosphere. For Qing Lian, the path of vocal art was unexpectedly difficult to comprehend. A realization that Qing Xian had not anticipated, though upon reflection it was not entirely surprising. Innate beings, particularly those of divine origin, possess an abundance of Tao nature yet exhibit a certain emotional detachment, which is entirely reasonable. Qing Lian remained silent, her displeasure evident. Qing Xian took the jade flute from his hands, placing it to his lips. the notes flowed gently, the same melody yet evoking an entirely different sensation. A unique manifestation emerged. An emotion permeating the air, stirring the feelings of living beings and resonating with them, crafting an atmosphere of its own. Vocal art, in essence, should serve to convey messages and express desires, otherwise, it is merely sound. Devoid of musicality, yet, for Qin Xian, this path was merely a pastime, a form of entertainment. While Qinglian insisted on engaging with it was likely that her usual encounters with various paths had made her complacent. And when faced with something she could not grasp, she became obstinate. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that Qinglian seemed to be searching for something lacking in her own Tao, hoping for a further transformation of it. Suddenly, Qin Xian halted his actions, squinting as he gazed downward, his sight piercing through the roiling sea of clouds beneath him to rest upon a certain point. An innate divine being, whose cultivation had only just entered the Taiyi realm, had also caught Qinglian's attention. As she spoke, she took the jade flute from Qingxuan's grasp and tucked it away, her gaze turned toward him, filled with inquiry. Qin Xian nodded. "Let us go greet them." Innate divine beings are rare to encounter in this vast wilderness, making this meeting quite fortuitous. The key is that their cultivation is significantly lower than ours, posing no threat whatsoever. Chapter 26, Fortuity in the Wilds. The three engaged in profound discourse for a century, observing the departing figure of the innate divine being. Qingxuan's expression turned slightly peculiar. It was uncertain whether it was sheer luck or misfortune for him and Qinglian. Aside from the Mount Buzhou, they had only encountered two true innate divine beings, the prominent Hongjun and the recently departed Mu Gong. The Qinyo brothers were descendants of the ancestral dragon. Although they were innate beings, they were not innate divine beings. Naturally, he had heard of Hongjun, and Mu Gong was likely a mythical figure whose name he recognized. If his conjecture was correct, this individual was the renowned Dong Wang Gong. However, at this time, Hongjun had yet to embark on his Tao, and the Zishao Palace had not yet been established. The male immortal chosen by the Tao ancestor as the foremost among them was still merely Mu Gong. Legends tell of Mu Gong, the embodiment of the primordial energy of Qingyang, the progenitor of all things, adorned in the crown of the three dimensions, clad in the robes of 9-colored clouds, residing in the vast eastern wilderness, where a mountain of jade served as his abode, extending deep and wide for several miles. When mortals ascend to immortality, they bow to the Golden Mother and pay their respects to Mu Gong. A figure of absolute renown, albeit one whose fate in the myths of the wilderness was tumultuous. Of course, Qin Xian was not particularly concerned with his deeds, as they bore no relation to him. However, there was an undeniable thread of causality at play, not stemming from the two of them, but from their disciple, Long Ji. Long Ji currently possessed 4 of the 5 elemental origin spirit pearls, all of which were gathered and gifted to her by her brothers. The Earth Spirit Pearl was exchanged from the Qilin tribe, while the Fire Spirit Pearl was acquired through trade with the Chaofeng and the Phoenix clan. Only the Wood Spirit Pearl remained elusive. Qin Xian had not anticipated that this Wood Spirit Pearl would be in the possession of Mu Gong. The 5 elemental origin spirit pearls were inherently a unified entity, thus carrying a measure of causality. Certainly, given the cultivation strength of Qin Xian and his companion, seizing it would not pose a challenge. Yet, they were ultimately unwilling to engage in such actions. Qin Xian calculated briefly. This connection was not urgent, as the timing was not yet ripe. Engaging in discourse with him would forge a fittingly beneficial bond. Given the cultivation realms of himself and Qinglian, Mu Gong would undoubtedly gain the greater advantage in this exchange. Yet, affairs in this world often hinge upon a principle of balance. Gains and losses are intertwined. Whether one incurred a deficit or achieved a profit is difficult to ascertain. Subsequently, the two continued their journey northward. Encountering no further innate divine beings along the way, they observed numerous figures of the dragon clan traversing the mountains and vast waters, consolidating the momentum of the mountains and rivers, gathering the fortune of heaven and earth. Qin Xian and his companion merely glimpsed them from afar and chose to avoid any entanglements. For over 1,000 years, they had traversed areas enveloped by innate great formations, where creation was undoubtedly conceiving. Yet it was beyond their reach, and they did not press the issue, as it was unnecessary at first. What they sought was not among those treasures. The ordinary magical artifacts and spiritual roots were not lacking for them. Second, the quality of those items was generally mediocre, and accruing causality without merit was not worth the trouble. If the wilderness and heavens possess their own predetermined order, then an individual's fortune and blessings are similarly bound by such limits. Accumulating too much is not necessarily advantageous. it must eventually be repaid, especially when forcibly obtained. Great opportunities are worth contending for, provided there are sufficient returns. However, items that merely serve as collectibles waste one's fortune and constitute a clear loss. While passing through a place called Shashan, the two lingered for several centuries, mining copper there. The famed copper at Shashan is a premier innate spiritual mine. Having encountered it, they had no reason to let it slip away. As it was excellent material for crafting magical artifacts, after gathering a portion of the Shashan copper, they made no further stops in the eastern regions and traveled northward, their journey taking over 10,000 years. By this time, Qinglian's cultivation had reached the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal, while Qingshuan's cultivation had stabilized at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. The apparent gap between their realms seemed to have narrowed considerably. Yet the disparity between their levels was still significantly greater. Without altering his appearance or aura, Qingshan, clad in purple, did not traverse by means of escaping light but walked upon the earth, his essence ethereal. He melded with the light and dust, each step creating an illusion. Traversing mountains and rivers spanning billions of miles, perched upon his shoulder was a girl in a green dress, idly competing with a jade flute. The impact on this northern region was unexpectedly severe, beyond what was anticipated, although it was known that the area north of Mount Buzhou had been adversely affected by the beast tribe. Suffering significant degradation, with the essence of creation dissipating, the innate spiritual energy declining, and the blessed lands and caverns being destroyed, life was desolate. However, the reality was even graver than what had been heard. Compared to other regions of the wilderness, it was not merely a little barren. Though situated in the extreme north of the wilderness, this place was unlike the Blue Star where he had lived in his past life. As the climate distribution did not adhere to those rules, thus, the desolation of this northern region had little to do with the climate. Rather, the formation of the climate was influenced by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. What lay before his eyes was predominantly desolate, the barren land lacking the beauty of mountains and rivers, and even more desolate, with little life activity. It might require some time before vitality could be restored and creation could flourish. "There is an opportunity here," Qinglian suddenly spoke, her gaze directed toward a certain direction. Upon hearing this, Qingshuan's heart stirred. It seemed that even in this impoverished north, they could still gain something. The last time Qinglian experienced such a sensation was at Mount Buzhou, where she discovered one of the 5 colored flags transformed from the chaos Qinglian lotus leaves. He wondered what it was this time that could provoke her response. Could it be another of the 5 colored flags? The remaining 12th grade immortal lotus should not be located in this northern region. The possibilities for the remaining 5 colored flags were indeed limited, as 3 of them had already been accounted for. The Bao's flag was in their possession, the Liuwa flag was held by the Phoenix clan, and the Wujixing Huang flag had fallen to the Qilin tribe. The treasures possessed by these 3 clans were indeed numerous, including the 5 elemental origin spirit pearls and the 5 colored flags, which could all be linked to them. It was likely that the legacy following the Great Calamity would be exceedingly substantial. Yet it had not been mentioned in the original legends, leading to suspicion that those items ultimately fell into the hands of the victors, taken by Hongjun. "Let us see." Qinglian shook her head, tugging at Qingshuan's hair, pointing in a certain direction. In that direction, the distance should be quite far, and the sensation felt somewhat vague. Qingshan nodded and proceeded northward. If the distance mentioned by Qinglian was indeed considerable, then it was genuinely far. It was impressive that she could sense its speed of escape. It took nearly a year of travel before they reached the shores of the Ming Sea. Gazing at the boundless ocean before him, Qingshan fell into a contemplative silence. "We must go deeper. I feel we are close," Qinglian remarked. "A month ago, you said we were close." Qingshan retorted. "Really, you said that last time." Tooth bang! Someone, flustered and humiliated, retaliated with a punch. Qingshan shook his head, activating the harmony of light and dust, his form flickering as he stepped directly into the depths of the North Ming Sea. They delved deeper. Qingshan gradually began to sense a faint response. Half a month later, Qingshan halted at a certain location, gently placing Qinglian down, surveying their surroundings before finally gazing down at the pitch-black, profound waters below. In the sea. Chapter 27, Heavy Water. Upon confirming that the sensation originated from the depths of the sea beneath them, Qingshan and Qinglian hesitated not, vanishing beneath the water's surface. The Dragon Clan, having dominion over the 4 seas, naturally included the North Ming Sea. The entire region north of Mount Buzhou had suffered calamity due to the Beast Tribe's onslaught, and the North Ming Sea was no exception. However, it was considerably better off than the land. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, one could not be easily drowned by ordinary water, yet this did not imply a complete lack of impact. The environment in the water was entirely different from that on land, and it was clear that the fierce beasts preferred not to linger in the water. Qing Xian and his companion were not significantly affected. Their essence naturally melded with the surrounding environment, allowing them to traverse the seemingly boundless sea with ease. Upon descending to a certain depth, light was entirely blocked out, and below was pure darkness, which accounted for the black appearance of the North Ming Sea. The waters of the North Sea are imbued with a natural chill, rendering them inhospitable for ordinary beings to gestate, and as a result, life is remarkably scarce. The profound darkness at the seabed fails to exert any influence on Qing Xian and his companion. With their keen eyesight, they perceive everything within the water with utmost clarity. However, the depth of the sea surpasses their expectations. Having descended several tens of thousands of meters, it is evident that such profound oceans are characteristic of the primordial chaos. Surrounding them is an oppressive silence, a heavy atmosphere weighing down upon them. Notably, as they delve deeper, the spiritual energy appears to thin out significantly, while the frigid aura intensifies, becoming pervasive to the extent that even a typical golden immortal would find it unbearable. Qing Xian summoned the 12-petal golden lotus, its radiant divine light enveloping both of them, rendering them impervious to myriad laws. As malevolent forces recoiled, as the golden lotus swayed, it scattered sacred celestial light, intertwining the power of the Tao with heaven and earth. At this juncture, Qing Xian unleashed a flag, the exquisite primal innate spiritual treasure known as the Qinglianbao's flag. Without any need for her manipulation, the flag emitted a gentle glow, seemingly resonating with something, autonomously flying toward a specific direction to lead the way. Indeed, it was related to the treasure transformed from the chaos Qinglian, and with the 12-petal golden lotus showing no significant reaction, it was highly probable that it was the Wufang flag. Which one could it be? The Shenyuan water control flag, the Susei cloud realm flag? Qing Xian felt no inclination to speculate. After all, they would soon discover the truth. After some time, Qing Xian and his companion descended to the bottom of a marine trench. Guided by the Qinglianbao's flag, without needing further direction from the flag, upon entering this locale, they immediately sensed its peculiarities. The water here seemed extraordinarily dense, imbued with a palpable aura of destruction, possessing a formidable corrosive capability that could even taint magical power and erode the essence of laws. Heavy water. Both Qing Xian and Qinglian swiftly recognized the origins of this substance, a rare innate material that rivaled even the famed copper of Shoshan. Exceedingly difficult to find in the world. To their astonishment, such an abundance of heavy water was gathered in this place. The brilliance of the 12-petal golden lotus intensified, shielding them from the encroaching heavy water that flowed along a specific trajectory. Remaining untainted, they boldly ventured into the area saturated with heavy water, advancing toward its core. Upon traversing the accumulation of heavy water, they beheld an innate grand formation nestled within. The heart of the formation, a black flag swayed, emanating an aura of primal essence, which was precisely their target, the Shenyuan water control flag. It truly was this object. Despite his earlier suspicions, Qing Xian had not been entirely certain until he laid eyes upon the flag. In numerous mythological accounts known to him, there were tales suggesting that among the Wufang flags, the Shenyuan water control flag belonged to the Elder of the Nether River, with some legends even claiming it to be a companion spiritual treasure. Although Qing Xian was somewhat skeptical of such assertions, after all, if true, the Elder of the Nether River must have been excessively favored. Possessing a companion of a supreme innate spiritual treasure, he should not be overlooked. He was also accompanied by a pair of swords, not merely superior but at least of high quality, the Mankind Slayer Yuan II and the Abyssal Sword. It was a rare occurrence for one to possess three superior innate spiritual treasures as companions. Such an accumulation would surely attract divine retribution, yet here, they had indeed discovered the Shenyuan water control flag, suggesting that the notion of it being a companion spiritual treasure was likely unfounded. Qing Xian surveyed the grand formation, drawing forth the Qingping sword, and with a swift motion he struck at the formation. However, this probing attack left him rather disheartened. The sword's light not only failed to cause the slightest tremor within the formation but was also rebounded back without alteration. This innate grand formation exhibited not only astonishing defensive capabilities but also the ability to reflect attacks. Qing Xian flicked two fingers to catch the rebounding sword light, shattering it into fragments, yet he refrained from launching another assault. The outcome of his initial test was already evident. With the combined strength of himself and Qinglian, forcibly breaching this innate formation was not beyond their capabilities, but it would require considerable effort. In light of this, perhaps opting for an alternative method to dismantle the formation would prove to be more efficient. There are generally two methods to breach a formation. One is through sheer brute force, a violent assault; the other involves comprehending the formation, analyzing its intricacies, and deciphering its operational dynamics to dismantle it according to the principles of its movement. If this innate formation were to be commanded by someone, unlocking it would necessitate profound insight. However, if it were functioning autonomously, it would differ significantly. Qing Xian naturally turned his gaze toward Qinglian, placing a hand upon her shoulder, the unspoken message clear: "I entrust this to you." Qinglian cast a sidelong glance at Qing Xian, brushing his hand away with a hint of disdain, yet she offered no further comment. The Qinglian Bao's flag shielded her, while she summoned the exquisite primal innate spiritual treasure, the Qingluo umbrella, which hovered above the grand formation, cascading an infinite array of Dao laws that extended into the depths of the formation. Qinglian sat cross-legged beneath the Qingluo umbrella, her eyes reflecting the transformations of day and night. The laws of the Tao swirling like constellations, permeating the atmosphere. Qing Xian smiled gently, leaving the Qingping sword suspended at his waist, while the 12-petal golden lotus anchored in the void, allowing him to stand upon the lotus platform. Safeguarding Qinglian, Qinglian excelled in deciphering these matters, for her Tao encompassed all realms. In contrast to Qingxuan's path, which pursued the ultimate peak, he was more adept at forceful dismantling. If one sword could not resolve the issue, then a myriad of swords would suffice. Of course, while guarding, Qing Xian did not remain idle. He began to gather the abundant heavy water accumulating here, for such a precious resource should certainly be taken along for future endeavors. His senior brother, Longji, had several lavishly generous siblings, so he lacked no spiritual treasures, yet his second disciple, the Tianhu, required a few reliable artifacts for protection. Additionally, the heavy water could sever his soul perception, making it prudent to collect it promptly. For cultivators like them, being deprived of perception was far more discomforting than being blinded. Continuously accumulating heavy water, his magical power surged to preliminarily refine it before storing it within the inner space of the 12-petal golden lotus. One was engrossed in deciphering the grand formation to seek its dismantling, while the other collected heavy water, maintaining vigilance over their surroundings. Qing Xian devoted several decades to depleting the heavy water in this locale, while Qinglian was still a step away from fully dismantling the innate formation. Indeed, this grand formation was extraordinary. After a century passed, Qing Xian, stationed not far away, sensed fluctuations in the atmosphere, a surge of elation filling his heart. In a flash, he appeared beside Qinglian, who simultaneously rose, winking at Qing Xian with an expression tinged with satisfaction. Did it succeed? What else could it be? Let us dismantle it. Qinglian nodded, her gaze fixated on the grand formation beneath her. As the power of the Tao flowed around her. Chapter 28, The Fish of the North Sea. Although Qinglian was the one deciphering the method to dismantle the formation, the act of dismantling naturally required both of their efforts. They entered the formation from different angles, and as they did so, the aura of the formation surged, as if a slumbering beast were awakening, a dangerous presence swelling instantaneously. Qing Xian wielded the 12-petal golden lotus for protection. Following Qinglian's guidance to navigate into the formation's self-contained space, identifying various nodes and systematically dismantling them in a specific sequence, the formation remained largely undisturbed, and with the destruction of each node, they could clearly sense the dissipating momentum of the formation. Once more, Qing Xian transformed a strand of Law's power into sword light, embedding it into the void. As the sword light erupted, he successfully shattered the final node on his side. Due to their mental connection, he was able to accurately gauge Qinglian's progress. In fact, it was precisely because of this connection that for every node Qing Xian dismantled, Qinglian correspondingly dismantled a node in perfect synchrony, facilitating the dismantling of the formation. As Qinglian had previously focused on deciphering the dismantling method rather than mastering the formation itself, mastery would demand a lengthier period of contemplation, which was ultimately unnecessary. The various bases of this grand formation were intricately interconnected, mutually generated, and capable of rapid self-repair. However, simultaneous destruction of the interconnected nodes by Qing Xian and Qinglian rendered it temporarily incapable of self-restoration. Break, Qing Xian uttered softly, his sword technique shifting. The previously embedded sword light within the formation erupted simultaneously, releasing torrents of sword energy. With a gentle sound, the grand formation, akin to exquisite glass, shattered, the primordial array cascading outward in all directions. The formation was breached. At this moment, the two were positioned at opposite ends of the formation, separated by several miles. Naturally, such a distance was trivial for them. A mere step away, however, neither Qing Xian nor Qing Lian anticipated that at this very moment someone would dare to seize the opportunity. As the formation crumbled, the Shenyuan water control flag emerged, slowly ascending, only to abruptly vanish the next moment. The intruder moved with astonishing speed, employing remarkable concealment techniques, which also contributed to the oversight of Qing Xian and Qing Lian within the formation. Yet, the individual's aura had entirely melded with the waters of the North Sea, rendering them undetectable at first glance. This was indeed a skill. However, did they truly perceive Qing Xian and Qing Lian as easy prey? With an icy demeanor, Qing Lian stepped forward, her lotus blossoms dissipating at her feet, her figure vanishing in an instant. Seeing Qing Lian pursue, Qing Xian did not immediately follow. Instead, he conducted a thorough sweep of the area they had just vacated. After all, this was the nurturing ground for the exquisite primal innate spiritual treasure, the Shenyuan water control flag, a rare place of fortune. Accompanied by numerous innate spiritual materials. As for Qing Lian, he held no concerns. Although fleeting, both sensed clearly that it was a large black fish, exuding an aura comparable to that of an early-stage Taiyi true immortal. Yet its speed far surpassed its own realm, likely due to an innate divine ability. However, the other party had underestimated Qing Xian and Qing Lian. Their cultivation levels resided firmly within the Taiyi golden immortal realm, surpassing their adversary by 2 significant levels. Furthermore, Qing Xian was exceptionally well-versed in escape techniques. With the breath locked in place, did that fellow think he could escape? A mere dream. Qing Xian had specifically instructed Qing Lian to hold back, to avoid killing him outright. Personally slaying a primordial divine being is no small matter, and the opponent's identity was another reason for caution. Although it was merely a fleeting glance, it was sufficient for Qing Xian to ascertain his identity. In Biming, there exists a fish known as Kuan. The size of Kuan is such that it cannot be contained in a single pot, the only individual besides Kuanping, the infamous lackey of the Primordial Era, that Qing Xian could think of was no one else. While Qing Xian leisurely gathered heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the tranquil waters of Biming stirred with commotion. A massive black fish, nearly indistinguishable from the sea, flashed through the dark waters, its immense form in no way hindering its astonishing speed. With a flick of its tail, it seemed to traverse space itself, and not only that, but the disturbances it caused were remarkably subtle. Entirely at odds with its colossal stature, taking advantage of the currents, it vanished without a trace across billions of miles. Kuanping was quite exhilarated at this moment, feeling the primordial spiritual treasure that he had forcibly devoured and suppressed within himself. The gains from this venture were monumental. He had not anticipated that within the barren expanse of Biming's ocean, such a treasure would exist. Acquiring a top-tier primordial spiritual treasure was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity for him. Kuanping, although the two individuals appeared rather extraordinary, all were primordial divine beings. Who among them could truly be deemed superior? Even if their cultivation realms were slightly higher than his, it likely wouldn't be by much. Kuanping held sufficient confidence in his speed, especially in the Biming SEA. As long as he did not provoke the Dragon Clan, no one here could pose a threat to him. Once he refined the precious primordial treasure he had obtained, he would no longer fear anyone. At this moment, Kuanping inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. A profound sense of danger surged within him, as if he had caught a whiff of death. Kuanping knew this was not a good sign, yet before he could react, a phantom lotus flower suddenly formed above him, only to dissipate in an instant. In the place where the lotus bloomed, a figure clad in azure garments appeared, gazing down at him expressionlessly, a terrifying aura pressing down upon him. How could she be this powerful? Kuanping's heart trembled, realizing that her cultivation realm far exceeded his expectations. That dreadful aura seemed to freeze the surrounding waters of Biming, rendering him nearly immobile. Fellow Taoist, Kuanping attempted to say something, but the newcomer wasted no time, raising her hand and delivering a slap that left him reeling. With that strike, the power of the Tao surged forth, an endless chain of order swirling around, countless laws cascading down. It was as if within that single slap a world was born only to be annihilated. An aura of creation and destruction that was utterly terrifying. Boom! Despite Kunping's utmost efforts to evade, the world of birth and death enveloped him, leaving no avenue for escape. With a thunderous crash, an overwhelming force erupted upon his massive body. As if a realm had descended upon him, with his colossal form, he was unable to withstand this power, and without resistance, he was slapped down to the seabed, creating a vast canyon upon impact. Bones shattered, tendons snapped, skin split, and blood gushed forth, saturating the waters of Biming with a vivid crimson hue. Kunping's heart shattered. The casual slap nearly ended his life as the terrifying power of the laws relentlessly tore at his Dao body, eliciting wails of anguish. In the next moment, the azure-clad figure reappeared beside him, her narrowed eyes glinting with danger, and without uttering a word, she raised her palm once more to deliver another slap. This time, Kunping, who had just extricated himself from the seabed, was unable to react and was sent flying once again. His massive form broke through the water, propelled from the depths to the surface, creating a massive pit in the Biming Sea that extended straight down to the seabed. The surrounding waters still unable to fill the void. Witnessing this, Kunping's heart unexpectedly leaped with joy. An opportunity to escape had presented itself. However, Qinglian, having seen through Kunping's thoughts, merely scoffed, leisurely pursuing him while actually slowing her pace. Meanwhile, Qingxian stood in the void, watching with great interest as the enormous creature soared from the depths. Out of the corner of his eye, he marveled at the abyss that reached tens of thousands of meters below. Realizing just how furious Qinglian truly was, her sheer violence had significantly alleviated his own anger. Chapter 29. The universe in the palm. The humanoid Dao body is regarded as the primordial Dao body, as it resembles the form of Pangu, the great god of creation, at the moment of the world's inception, harmonizing with the primordial heavens and earth's great Dao. Thus, many beings of the primordial world take on the form of a primordial Dao body. However, the primordial realm is a world rich in biological diversity, and the appearances of its beings often exhibit uniqueness. Primordial divine beings are no exception. Most possess their own divine forms in addition to the primordial Dao body. Among them, Kunping stands out as a unique entity, for his divine form possesses two distinct shapes, a trait not found in other primordial divine beings. From this perspective, Kunping can be considered exceptionally fortunate, as he is indeed extraordinary. The massive black fish broke through the ocean's surface and soared into the air, yet it did not descend. Instead, enveloped in a radiant glow, it vanished from sight, with a roar that shook the heavens and earth. The black fish transformed into a colossal bird, its wings spanning 1,000 miles, golden feathers adorned with black patterns, radiating the essence of yin and yang, with a single flap of its wings. It ascended rapidly, disappearing into the distance. Kunping, fully aware that he had kicked a hornet's nest and provoked an entity beyond his means, found himself in a dire predicament, even if he wished to beg for mercy. His assailants wasted no time, delivering two slaps that nearly claimed his life. Recognizing the gravity of his situation, Kunping had no choice but to flee, concealing the fact that his true form possessed a second shape. He transformed from Kun into Pang, seeking to escape. Despite harboring resentment, he could only postpone settling the score for another day. Remaining here would mean certain death, seeing that the azure-clad woman did not pursue him. Kunping exhaled a silent sigh of relief, yet, just as he was about to rejoice, his heart plummeted once more. In Biming, there exists a fish known as Kun. When it flies, it transforms into a bird named Pang. It is said that this Kunping possesses unparalleled speed, truly exceptional. This is no empty claim. The voice that echoed in his ear was not that of a woman, but a clear, resonant male voice. The tone was casual, even gentle, yet it sent a chill down Kunping's spine that he had not noticed when a young man clad in purple appeared beside him, observing him with curious eyes. It was none other than Qingxian, who had altered his appearance. However, fellow Daoist, you must provide an explanation for seizing the opportunity we discovered, Qingxian stated calmly. With a flicker of divine power, Qingshuan's figure appeared before Kunping, raising a finger to unleash a strike. Gold, silver, and purple energies swirling and coalescing into a blade of light that descended. It was the three lights divine technique, capable of obliterating flesh, extinguishing souls, and annihilating true spirits, a supreme technique of slaughter. A single finger pierced through Kunping's wing, creating a gaping hole, causing him to plummet once more into the void, crashing towards the sea below. Qingxian had held back. Had he not, that finger would have either killed Kunping outright or severely wounded him. Meanwhile, Qinglian stood upon the ocean's surface, watching the shadow descending from the sky. Raising her pristine hand, she unleashed another strike. However, unlike her previous actions aimed at venting her frustrations upon Kunping, this time she wielded her divine powers. Kunping felt both fear and regret. He had been overly confident in his speed, momentarily unable to control his greed, provoking two terrifying foes. Their cultivation was exceedingly high, and their techniques were profoundly mysterious. Rendering his once proud speed utterly futile, was he destined to perish here today? The bitterness in Kunping's heart was palpable. His wing bore serious injuries, hindering his ability to circulate his power, leaving him helplessly descending from the clouds. Yet, from below came a terrifying wave of power, an overwhelming force that pressed down upon him, compressing his colossal form until he was trapped within a palm imprint. Within the imprint, a universe was formed, isolating him from the world, forcibly suppressing the Tao power within him, rendering him incapable of struggle. This was Qinglian's divine technique. The universe in the palm, her path of creation, followed the road of Genesis. Using her own Tao to manifest myriad paths, with Qingxuan's guidance and her own exceptional comprehension, crafting a technique suited to herself was no challenge for her. This technique was not a direct offensive one. Rather, it leaned towards sealing and suppressing, creating a universe within her palm and imprisoning all within, isolating them from the world. As Qingxian approached Qinglian, he noticed her turning a translucent pearl in her hand, within which a great bird was suspended, resembling amber. This was the seal formed by Qinglian's divine powers, containing the once mighty Kunping within. With a slight mental command from Qinglian, a black flag materialized in her other hand, the supreme primordial spiritual treasure, the Xianyuan water control flag. After examining it thoroughly, she casually tossed the flag to Qingxian. You keep the Xianyuan water control flag. It pairs well with the Qinglian treasure flag you possess. Qingxian remarked, observing the exquisite flag. After all, having one or two makes little difference if you can't gather all five. Qinglian shot him a sidelong glance. Just return it to me when I need it. Qingxian said little, merely nodding his head as he took the Xianyuan water-controlling banner into his hands. The convergence of the five-colored flags would undoubtedly bring about a qualitative change in their power. Yet the likelihood of gathering them all seemed exceedingly slim. Even acquiring just two of them was a rare fortune, let alone the thought of uniting them all. Let us depart from this place, he suggested, for attracting the attention of the Dragon Clan would surely bring complications. Qingxian stowed away the Xianyuan water-controlling banner, knowing that its refinement required a different location, though the skirmish had been brief. It had certainly stirred the air. The creatures of the North Sea were sparse, and even the Dragon Clan paid little heed to it, with only a handful of formidable beings lingering here. Nonetheless, such disturbances could likely draw the attention of other powerful entities, making it prudent to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Qinglian expressed no objections, collecting the orb transformed by her divine ability, the universe in hand, and placing it within her Qing Luo umbrella for safekeeping. After surveying the surroundings, she chose a direction and vanished from sight. Qingxian waved his sleeve, erasing the residual energy of this place, calming the chaotic spiritual essence of heaven and earth before stepping forward to leave. Shortly thereafter, the two found a small island in the North Sea to settle upon. After establishing a grand formation to sever the heavenly secrets, Qingxian began his seclusion, intent on refining the Xianyuan water-controlling banner first. While Qingxian immersed himself in the refinement process, Qinglian retrieved a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, a small cauldron, which she had previously acquired from Buzhou mountain. She placed a large black fish inside and kindly ignited a divine flame beneath the cauldron. As the cold, stagnant waters of the North Sea were not conducive to the recovery of the wounded, Qingxian had warned against genuinely harming its essence. Moreover, the transformations of the Kun and Pang were rather intricate. Their forms shifted, seemingly altering their essence and the aura of the great Tao, resonating with a unique sense of creation, making it quite fascinating. She was eager to study it further. Thus, when the gradually awakening Kunping opened its eyes, it was nearly frightened out of its wits, wondering if this person intended to stew it like a fish. Chapter 30, News of the Kunping. Adjusting the erroneous chapter sequence, Qingxian spent a considerable amount of time initially refining the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Xianyuan water-controlling banner. Fortunately for beings of their stature, a century or two was but a fleeting moment. Upon emerging from his temporary retreat, Qingxian beheld Qinglian, who was deep in thought before a large innate spiritual cauldron not far away. Transform, Qingxian heard Qinglian softly utter, and immediately witnessed a black fish leap from the spirit cauldron, transforming into a great pine. At her calm pronouncement of the word transform, it plummeted back into the water. Reverting to its original form, however, within Qinglian's clear eyes danced flickering lights of spirituality, depicting myriad phenomena. and a subtle aura of the Tao enveloped her. Upon sensing Qingshuan's emergence, the extraordinary manifestations in Qinglian's eyes faded, and the aura of the Tao dissipated. "How goes it?" Qingxian inquired as he approached her side, curiously observing the diminutive Kunpeng within the cauldron. "It is somewhat mysterious. I have gleaned a few insights," Qinglian casually replied. Qingxian nodded, saying little more, inspecting the Kunpeng's form, its essence intact, and the injuries it had sustained had fully healed. It was merely suppressed by Qinglian's power and confined within the spirit cauldron. At this moment, the dignified innate divine being gazed at Qingxian with eyes that conveyed a pitiable sentiment. Surely Qinglian had not tormented it. Had she was suddenly realizing the precariousness of their situation, Qingxian thought it prudent to engage in some persuasion with the Kunpeng. After all, the Xianyuan water-controlling banner had been reclaimed, and while it seemed unwise to simply release this creature, it could harbor resentment, posing a potential threat later on. Therefore, it was essential to work towards a mutual understanding. Though both he and Qinglian had altered their appearances and auras, they were not presenting their true selves. However, it appeared that Qinglian was ill-suited for the task of negotiation, leaving it to him. He soon discovered that Qinglian had not only confined the Kunpeng but had also rendered it mute, preventing it from vocalizing or communicating through spiritual transmission. In the ensuing time, Qingxian began his efforts to persuade the Kunpeng, his heartfelt words eliciting an eye roll from Qinglian, who found the endeavor rather tedious and chose to pursue her own path of enlightenment. When Qinglian eventually emerged from her meditative state, she observed Qingxian approaching with a golden-robed man, the first time she had seen him in human form, yet his aura unmistakably signified that he was the Kunpeng. Upon meeting Qinglian's gaze, the Kunpeng instinctively took a half-step back, positioning himself behind Qingxian. Noticing this, Qingxian discreetly gave a thumbs up to Qinglian, who remained perplexed by his gesture. To Qingshuan's surprise, the Kunpeng was utterly terrified, completely devoid of any defiance, making the persuasion process remarkably easy due to its extraordinary compliance. Although legends portrayed the Kunpeng as an astute being, he found it somewhat unexpected. As soon as Qingxian lifted its confinement, the Kunpeng wasted no time in offering apologies and reparations, his words imbued with a sincerity that seemed to surpass his own. What Qingxian did not realize was that during the century-long process of refining the Xianyuan water-controlling banner, the Kunpeng had been living in a state of trepidation. The woman named Qinglian was genuinely terrifying. Her strength needed no elaboration. She had already ascended to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal, and her Tao emanated an overwhelming presence. When under the scrutiny of her gaze, the Kunpeng felt as though its very essence was laid bare before her. A most fearsome sensation. This feeling was what instilled the greatest fear in him. His essence, his Tao fruits, his innate abilities, all appeared to hold no secrets from her discerning eyes. The laws and paths she casually demonstrated seemed to bear a palpable threat to his very existence. She could indeed obliterate him without a trace, leaving even his true spirit unable to escape. The Kunpeng was genuinely frightened, devoid of any murderous intent, yet he felt as though he could be dissected at any moment. After Qingxian completed his persuasive efforts with the Kunpeng, he casually gifted him the low-grade innate spiritual treasure cauldron as a memento. The expression on the Kunpeng's face was somewhat complex as he accepted the cauldron. "Kunpeng, my friend, this North Sea is your domain. Henceforth, I shall trouble you to guide us," Qingxian said with a smile. "My friend, you jest. My humble abode is merely a corner of the North Sea, while the Dragon Clan reigns supreme here." The Kunpeng quickly shook his head. However, he was well acquainted with the area and willingly offered to serve as a guide for the two of them. Before long, the trio departed from that place, with the Kunpeng leading the way while Qingxian and Qinglian followed leisurely behind. Qingxian felt no concern that the Kunpeng would attempt any treachery, as the disparity in their strengths was indeed considerable. The reason he allowed the Kunpeng to take the lead was that it had claimed knowledge of the location of the lairs of past ferocious beasts, which piqued Qingshuan's interest, prompting him to wish to investigate. He and Qinglian had traversed the North Sea not in search of treasure, but to circumvent the three clans and journey towards the western lands in search of the entrance to the underworld Blood Sea. The Xianyuan water-controlling banner was merely an unexpected gain. Additionally, the Kunpeng mentioned something that intrigued him greatly. According to its account, the lair of the ferocious beasts had been thoroughly breached by the combined efforts of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, ultimately being forcibly banished into the void by one of the four great ferocious generals through immense magical prowess. The Kunpeng had stumbled upon its location purely by chance. However, he was not the first to discover it. Rather, he had traced the movements of an innate divine being. Yet, this innate divine being was exceptionally formidable, exuding an aura that was intensely sharp and radiating a palpable sense of danger. Wielding a notable innate spiritual treasure that the Kunpeng dared not provoke. As he recounted this, the Kunpeng could not help but sigh internally, realizing that this enigmatic innate divine being was someone he simply could not afford to offend, a character that exuded an unmistakable air of menace. Yet here, before him, were two individuals who appeared serene, yet were evidently even more formidable. Why had he been foolish enough to contemplate seizing their spiritual treasures, while Qing Xian paid no heed to the Kunpeng's inner thoughts? The mention of the innate divine being piqued his interest. From the Kunpeng's description, this figure donned a blood-colored Taoist robe, their path suffused with the aura of slaughter, with an indistinct manifestation of an infinite blood sea behind them and two fearsome killing swords floating nearby. Could this be the river of the underworld? Numerous legends surrounded this innate divine being, most suggesting that he busied himself within the underworld blood sea, seemingly rarely participating in events occurring on the vast expanse of the primordial land. In fact, aside from his attendance at the Zhixiao Palace for teachings, there were scarcely any accounts of his activities upon the primordial earth. He was a recluse of millennia. What could have brought him to the North Sea at this juncture? A sudden thought struck Qing Xian regarding the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner. Had this entity secretly traversed the primordial land at an earlier time? Regardless of whether this was the case, a visit would reveal the truth. If it were indeed the river of the underworld, it might very well save them considerable effort, facilitating their entry into the realm of the underworld. Chapter 31, The Battlefield Ruins in an Inconspicuous Valley. An innate formation enveloped the area. Anyone discerning enough to recognize this fact would understand that opportunities for fortune awaited within. Kunpeng, my friend, this innate grand formation has already collapsed. You may enter freely to seize your fortune. And I wish you good luck, Qing Xian remarked with a smile at the Kunpeng, dressed in a golden robe adorned with black patterns. The Kunpeng, possessing an exceptional demeanor, hesitated slightly as he looked at Qinglian and Qing Xian. My friends, the treasures within this place are not meant for the likes of us. There is no need for you to worry. With a determined resolve, the Kunpeng bowed respectfully to both Qing Xian and Qinglian. Expressing his gratitude before stepping into the formation. It was not merely a matter of a potential mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Even a low-grade innate spiritual treasure was an exceedingly precious opportunity. Otherwise, he would not have accepted the inferior innate spirit cauldron, which brought him beautiful memories. With tears in his eyes, initially, when he discovered the opportunity here, his heart was filled with regret, having passed through this place several times without noticing any clues. It was truly a pity that he was now leading others, yet they discerned the profound mysteries at a glance. Little did he expect that these two individuals not only comprehended the transformation that was being nurtured within but also showed no intention of claiming it for themselves. Is there truly anyone in this world who despises innate spiritual treasures? Surely one cannot look down on an item of moderate quality, can they? In fact, the two, Qing Xian and Qinglian, were rather unimpressed and felt no need to hoard unnecessary items. Qing Xian leaned back slightly, treating the person behind him as a cushion, and sat down on the bluestone. Qinglian furrowed her brow and shifted her position, but the fellow behind her seemed oblivious, so she paid him no further mind. Are you attempting to win over this Kunpeng? Qinglian suddenly inquired, with his eyes half closed and a content expression. Qing Xian lazily replied, It's not so much about winning him over. One must offer some reward for leading the way. It is merely an item of moderate quality, and besides, it was never ours to begin with. Kunpeng accepting unclaimed items while remembering us with gratitude is not a loss. This karmic connection may prove useful in the future. After all, Kunpeng would become one of the prominent figures in the primordial world, significantly intertwined with the affairs of the celestial court led by Emperor Jun. Qinglian nodded slightly and fell silent. Resuming her meditation. In a brief span of mere months, Kunpeng emerged from the valley shrouded in the innate formation, his face beaming with joy. The innate great formation had previously been dismantled by Qing Xian. Compared to the Grand Yuan water-controlling Banneress formation, it was far inferior and required little effort to unravel. With Kunpeng retrieving the treasure nurtured within, the formation completely disintegrated and vanished. Observing the two individuals seated together on the bluestone, Kunpeng solemnly bowed and expressed his gratitude. Qing Xian glanced at the smiling Kunpeng, nodded, and offered his congratulations before rising and stretching. Since our friend Kunpeng has obtained the treasure, let us continue our journey, Qing Xian stated, reaching out to pull Qinglian up. Naturally, Kunpeng had no objections. In fact, having acquired a moderate quality innate spirit treasure made him far more amenable to the idea of leading them. Even growing somewhat eager, what if he encountered such an opportunity again? Initially, his willingness to guide was born out of necessity, a lack of choice. Circumstances were beyond his control. He truly feared that the woman in the blue attire might dissect him. And the man who called himself Zishuan was no better. Having asked him whether the two forms of essence differed in texture, was that even a question a person should ask, referring to it as texture. What was this fellow contemplating? Kunpeng dared not dwell on it for long. After all, that individual spent his time writing a book, cataloging various spiritual beasts and flora. While that was innocuous enough, many entries concluded with a note, edible. To his dismay, Kunpeng's name had also been included. It was too brutal to contemplate. Thankfully, the journey had been uneventful, and the two occasionally exchanged insights on cultivation, proving immensely beneficial to him, coupled with the acquisition of two innate spiritual treasures. It was undoubtedly a tremendous stroke of fortune. The resentment from having been beaten and suppressed previously had dissipated entirely. After all, they had offered him far too much. If enduring a beating could yield such opportunities, Kunpeng mused, he would gladly endure again. After nearly a century returning from the depths of the North Sea to the primordial land, and spending nearly 200 years collecting spiritual treasures, they continued their journey for several hundred more years. One day, under Kunpeng's guidance, Qingxian and his companions arrived in a vast, seemingly endless mountain range. Standing atop the cliff, they could faintly sense the ominous aura erupting from the abyss below. Though some blockage seemed to obscure the malice somewhat, it remained impossible to ignore. This sprawling mountain range was a desolate land. Not a single living being, let alone ordinary flowers and grasses, could be found. The view was dominated by barren rocks, lifeless and devoid of vitality, with innate spiritual energy dissipating, and no signs of creation to be seen. Qingxian summoned his magical power to peer into the depths of the abyss. But the dense malevolent energy obscured his vision, rendering it impossible to see through it. Judging by the aura, it was highly probable that this was indeed the lair of a once dreadful beast tribe. And the ceiling contained the essence of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans. However, the seal bore a gap, the cause of which remained unknown. Whether it was due to external interference or inherent damage, Qingxian had no doubts that this was the work of an entity resembling the river Styx. The innate being lacked sufficient strength. According to Kunpeng, this innate being's cultivation was roughly on par with his own, standing at the level of a true immortal of the Tai realm. Even if Qingxian utilized all his spiritual treasures to the fullest, he could not be certain of shaking the seal. The aura of the spatial Tao, Qinglian remarked, turning to observe. The damage to the seal retained subtle traces of spatial Tao power. It was not that the individual who intervened could not erase their own marks, but rather that the residual power formed a barrier, creating a hole while simultaneously installing a door. Who could have done this? It carried a rather secretive aura, suggesting it was not the work of the three clans, yet demonstrated considerable ability. The power left behind had been there for at least several millennia, Qinglian added. Qingxian nodded, indicating a high likelihood that whoever had departed, with a decision made in his heart. Qinglian did not oppose. As for Kunpeng, he likely held no objections either. The three descended from the cliff, stepping into the unfathomable abyss. Pure darkness enveloped the interior of the abyss, not merely a lack of light but also a force that suppressed the power of the soul, disrupting spiritual perception. Simultaneously, the chaotic energy swirling within exuded a palpable sense of danger, as if it sought to rend them apart. However, the two of Qinglian were shielded by the flowing power of the Tao, keeping all disruptive influences at bay, thus suffering little impact. Kunpeng, having summoned the moderately refined innate spirit treasure, though not as untroubled as Qingxian and Qinglian, managed to withstand the incursion. Here, time and space were chaotic and disorderly, forming a turbulent flow of time and space, obscuring both the path ahead and the way back. A single Tao extended across this realm, traversing the tumultuous currents of time and space, guiding them unwaveringly toward their destination. It felt as though they had walked for an eternity, yet it also seemed but a fleeting moment. In the next instant, the trio found themselves in another realm, with surging malice and the stench of blood crashing upon them like waves. Countless ominous phenomena illuminating the heavens and earth, as the scent of destruction permeated the air, sending shivers down their spines. This was a terrifying battlefield with no visible end, where corpses rose like mountains, remaining uncorrupted for millennia, blood transformed into seas, and spirits undying, malice, lifelessness, and the essence of destruction. Various chaotic and violent energies intertwined, forming a forbidden zone for living beings. Chapter 32. chaos and resentment towering corpses akin to mountains stood erect, belonging to both the Dread Beast tribe and the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans, most of which had revealed their true forms, often towering tens of thousands of feet. Qing Xian had considered the cataclysmic battle of the past to be extraordinarily brutal. Yet witnessing the remnants of this battlefield still made his heart tremble. The thick killing intent lingered for millennia, the echoes of furious roars reverberating through time and space without cease. The countless beings that had perished here were beyond measure. And each corpse had once possessed the cultivation of an undying golden immortal. At the very least, upon closer inspection, the majority were at the golden immortal and profound immortal realms, with not a few having fallen from the Tai realm. He could hardly fathom what the next calamity would entail when the three clans clashed again. Having interacted with Zhonyo and others, even without direct inquiry, he had a rough understanding of the overall strength of the Dragon Clan. Blessed by the great fortune of heaven and earth, they had developed at an extraordinary pace during their millennia of recuperation, with countless Tai realm experts within their ranks. This was the current strength of the Primordial Dragon Clan. Though he had not encountered the Phoenix and Qilin clans and was less informed about them, he surmised that while any clan might fall short of the Dragon Clan, the disparity would not be vast. As for how many Deluo existences there were among the three clans, Qing Xian found it difficult to estimate. If a real battle were to ensue, would there still be a place for peace in the primordial realm? Suddenly Qing Xian turned sharply, his expression shifting slightly. A force enveloped the area, making entry easy but exit exceedingly difficult. Qinglian also sensed this, while only Kunping, whose cultivation was insufficient, remained unaware, observing the reactions of Qing Xian and Qinglian. He realized the situation was dire and hurriedly summoned his spiritual treasure for protection. Qing Xian and Qinglian did not dare to be careless, each invoking their spiritual treasures for defense, scanning their surroundings. They did not have to wait long before an alarming incident occurred. An attack shattered the space in an instant, bringing with it a torrent of malevolent energy. Seeing this, Qing Xian kicked Kunping behind him, sending him flying, while simultaneously casting a defensive spell with Qinglian. Qinglian's precious color banner and the Grand Yuan water controlling banner swelled in response to the wind, encircling the two and shielding their forms with divine light. Warding off all evils and preventing any harm, the sudden assault struck the protective divine light but failed to shatter it. However, it sent the two flying billions of miles away, crashing into the earth below. Since their emergence, it was the first time they found themselves in such a predicament. Rising from the deep crater, Qing Xian felt his breath slightly unsteady, thanks to the protection of the Grand Yuan water controlling banner. He had not suffered any real injuries, but the power of that strike was not to be underestimated. A perfected Tai Golden Immortal. No, it was the essence of Deluo. The assailant had already grasped a fragment of Deluo's true essence. A mere Tai Golden Immortal, even if perfectly realized, could not have directly repelled Qing Xian, whose initial Tai Golden Immortal cultivation, coupled with Qinglian's mid-level Tai Golden Immortal cultivation and two defensive top-grade innate spiritual treasures in hand, should have sufficed to withstand the blow. Between the realm of Tai and the domain of Deluo lies an insurmountable chasm, a disparity in power so vast that even with the aid of spiritual treasures, they can merely withstand its might. The figure of Qinglian appeared beside Qing Xian, her expression equally grave, wielding the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Tai spear, her gaze fixed intently in one direction. The Qingping sword manifested in Qingshuan's hand. As the Dao unfurled, sword qi swirling around him, within their line of sight a dense blood-colored fog rolled ominously from the horizon, resembling a tidal wave that swept forth, exuding an oppressive aura that stifled the breath. A vague shadow coalesced within the crimson haze, taking the form of a towering figure, as tall as the heavens, with distinct characteristics, a rotund form, both ethereal and substantial, possessing 6 legs and 4 wings. Its face obscured, eyes glowing like embers. It was at this moment that a foreign soul transmission entered the ears of Qing Xian and Qinglian. Fellow Taoists, flee, this is but a remnant of the chaos. The foremost among the 4 fierce generals of the Beast Clan, a wisp of vengeful thought that has coalesced here in this land of endless bloodshed, while it may not possess the strength it had in life. It is still a being of half-stepped Luo, beyond our capacity to confront. A blood-colored figure formed in a pool of blood not far from them, taking on the appearance of a Taoist. Clad in a crimson robe, with eyes that gleamed with blood like. I am Mingyi, you too. Well, never mind, prioritize your own survival first. We shall discuss cooperation later. I shall take my leave. With that, Mingyi's form erupted violently. His aura vanishing in an instant. Though his cultivation was not high, his method of concealment was profound, harmonizing seamlessly with the environment. Half-step Diluo. Thankfully, it is not truly the realm of Diluo. Although the two of them considered their evasion techniques on par with Mingi, they instinctively sought to conceal their essence within the remnants of blood in this place. For Mingi, this was akin to returning to his own home. A matter of fundamental nature, beyond mere mystical abilities. What shall we do? Qinglian inquired. Qing Xian, with a hint of resignation, replied, "What can we do? Either we defeat this creature or we are defeated by it. Impossible, let us fight first. And if we cannot prevail, we shall find a way to escape. Who would wish to clash with a creature that has already died once?" Qinglian nodded, standing firm in the void, the Qinglian treasure flag shielding her. The Tai spear in hand, the rhythm of the Tao flowing, a blue lotus rising behind her, reaching for the heavens. Qing Xian glanced at the already vanished Kuanping, retracting his gaze, channeling his mana into the Qingping sword. The essence of his Tao unfurling, transforming his previously calm demeanor into an aura of unparalleled sharpness. "You trespass upon my clan's sacred ground, you shall die." The roar seemed to resonate with the very heavens, carrying an intense killing intent. As a blood-colored light morphed into the shadow of a spear aimed at Qing Xian and Qinglian, this strike was far more potent than the previous one, imbued with a ferocious spirit capable of corrupting the soul, eroding mana, and dismantling the laws of power, proving to be quite troublesome. Qing Xian unleashed 9 sword strikes, merging them into one, managing to shatter the attack, yet he was once again knocked back. At the same time, as Qing Xian defended against the assault, a blue spear shadow pierced through the blood-colored barrier, striking the foe and blooming into a blue lotus. However, the level of offense from the Tai spear yielded minimal results. The adversary's skin was tougher than expected. While it seemed successful, the power of the laws embedded in the wound was swiftly extinguished, and the injury healed instantaneously, yet neither of them felt particularly surprised by this. A wisp of Diluo's true intent indicated a qualitative gap, even though the presence before them was not the true chaos, the foremost among the 4 fierce generals, nor could it be considered a living being. It was merely a wisp of Diluo's vengeful thought, coalescing from blood and slaughter, devoid of intelligence save for the purest desire for destruction, intent on eradicating any intruders. Otherwise, even if Mingi's concealment methods were exquisite, how could he have hidden here for so long under the will of Diluo? After engaging with the bloodthirsty form of chaos several times, Qinglian and Qing Xian found themselves somewhat reassured. Though they could not yet find a way to overcome their opponent, both possessed supreme innate spiritual treasures for protection, along with other hidden cards enabling them to stall for a while. A half-step Diluo as a sparring partner, how rare! In the realm of Tai, they could already glimpse the path to their respective Tao's perfection, yet how to step into the realm of Diluo remained elusive, especially for Qing Xian. This actual encounter with the essence of Diluo presented an opportunity. Thus, the 3 figures engaged in a tumultuous battle in this space, various mystical techniques erupting in brilliant celestial radiance, countless corpses reduced to ash in the aftermath. The violent fluctuations of mana shattered the void, causing the river of time to shimmer, rippling gently as the chains of order descended, the power of the Tao thrown into chaos. Only within this exiled space could they avoid attracting countless prying eyes. Qing Xian and Qinglian no longer clashed head-on with their opponent but instead relied on their profound evasion techniques to dodge attacks, seeking the right moment to counter due to the adversary's muddled consciousness. Despite the presence of Diluo's true intent, it could not fully lock onto their energies. While its power might surpass that of a genuine half-step Diluo, its combat awareness depended solely on instinct. This was their chance. The bloodthirsty light surged forth, sword light resembling a river of stars, spear shadows blooming like blue lotuses, as they exchanged blows for a considerable time, yet neither could inflict a wound upon the other. Of course, the bloodthirsty form of chaos did not hold back. While Qing Xian and Qinglian had reservations, they were indeed intent on eliminating the foe. Their battle was no mere performance, however. After numerous attempts, they had yet to discover an opportunity to truly wound it. Chapter 33, Some engage in battle, while others observe in the distance. The battle raged, stirring the heavens and the earth. A Taoist clad in golden robes concealed himself in the farthest corner of this realm. Cautiously observing the battlefield, seeing that Qinglian and Qing Xian had not been defeated, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, if those two could not escape, how could he hope to survive? It was only then that he noticed the youth who had introduced himself as Zixuan had now donned a blue robe, his appearance and essence having changed. Good heavens, so this is their true form. What happened to the basic trust between individuals? Furthermore, it was only at this moment that he gained a clear understanding of the formidable strength of Qing Xian and Qinglian. Previously, he had only known they were powerful, their cultivation levels far surpassing his own, making it hard to gauge their depths. After all, neither Qinglian nor Qing Xian had used their full strength when they had previously subdued him, but he felt no unjust humiliation. Had he known their cultivation had reached such heights, he wouldn't have dared to covet their treasures. Moreover, the innate spiritual treasures they possess left him astounded. Aside from the Xian Yuan water-controlling flag, they held 3 other treasures of exceptionally high rank, truly a stout leg to lean on. Kuanping's understanding was exceedingly clear. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm surged through Kuanping as he turned to the blood pool beside him. Channeling his mana into his spiritual treasure, his gaze filled with caution. "Fellow Taoist, hold your hand. I am Mingyi. I have met you before." The figure of Mingyi, clad in a blood robe, coalesced, bowing in greeting. Kuanping was momentarily taken aback. "Mingyi, an innate divine being? This is the very individual I followed previously. That was thousands of years ago, wasn't it? This unfortunate soul has been trapped here all this time. I am Kuanping. I have met you." Taoist Mingyi. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, yet his expression remained impassive as Kuanping returned the gesture. The two, who could only remain spectators, soon found common ground, and had the timing been different, they might have engaged in a traditional debate of the wilderness. Their cultivation levels were not vastly different, given that everyone was now relying on their own exploration and unwilling to seek refuge among the 3 clans. The path of cultivation was anything but smooth. Although they were both innate divine beings with innate roots, and possessed a wealth of shared learning materials provided by some kind-hearted individuals, each of their paths remained shrouded in darkness. And referencing each other's paths would undoubtedly yield great benefits. These 2 Taoists are truly extraordinary. Could they be connected to the 3 clans? Mingyi furrowed his brow, but then shook his head. It should not be. Their Tao is entirely different from that of the 3 clans, and they bear no trace of the 3 clans' fortune. Then Mingyi cast a sidelong glance at Kuanping. "Speaking of which, Taoist, those 2 are engaged in battle ahead. Is it not inappropriate for us to remain mere spectators?" Kuanping nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is inappropriate. The bloodthirsty form of chaos is our common enemy, and Taoist Mingyi ought to lend a hand." Mingyi's expression darkened. "What do you mean I ought to lend a hand? Oh, are you not in the same company as those 2? "Indeed," Kuanping affirmed, "as a matter of course, we are companions, hence your side should also contribute." "Is there a problem with that?" Mingyi suddenly felt that this individual was somewhat shameless, yet he also made a fair point. Given the current situation, it was not wrong to categorize the 3 of them into one camp, while he was in another. Since someone from the opposing camp had stepped up, he should. Ridiculous. It was clear that this fellow was too timid to act and was trying to incite him to charge forth. Glancing at the distant battlefield, after a moment of deliberation, Mingyi rationally chose not to add to the chaos. It was not out of cowardice, he simply did not wish to be a burden, which showed self-awareness. He would not even mention the idea of helping out. For the battle there was not something a mere Tai true immortal in the late stage could intervene in. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to escape through the hands of these 2. Mingyi mused to himself. He cultivated the path of slaughter, and this grand battlefield was undoubtedly a chance for him. Thus, he followed the lingering aura of slaughter to this place, yet upon entering, he nearly met his end at the hands of the chaotic blood fiend, who could have struck him dead with a mere slap. Had it not been for the unique nature of his cultivation path, which harmonized perfectly with the environment here, coupled with the apparent lack of intelligence on the foe's part, he would not have escaped with his life. Instead, choosing to linger in this place to quietly develop his power. Indeed, even if he were to perish here, he would not truly face complete annihilation. In terms of survival skills, he possessed considerable confidence. He had preliminarily cultivated the blood god clone and relied on the essence of the nether blood sea, making it no easy task to kill him. However, should he die here, the 2 accompanying spiritual treasures would be left behind, which he could not bear to part with. Moreover, this location was undeniably a sacred ground for his cultivation. Over the course of millennia, he had secretly elevated his cultivation from mid to late stage Tai true immortal. At worst, he could remain here for several epochs, and in due time, he might even attempt to confront the chaotic blood fiend directly upon discovering that new innate sanctities had entered this realm. He naturally hoped to ally with them. thereby increasing their chances of escape. Yet unexpectedly, among the three newcomers, two were exceedingly fierce, showing no inclination to hide, and directly engaged in a back-and-forth battle with the chaotic blood fiend at the half-step de Luo level. The two chose to observe quietly, fearful that their presence would attract the attention of the chaotic blood fiend amidst the fierce conflict. Meanwhile, Qing Xian and his companion paid them no heed. Instead, they fought while comprehending the profound meaning of de Luo interwoven into each other's strikes. Although Qinglian had severed half of her original essence, leaving her with only the 12th grade chaotic Qinglian form, her true spirit was a genuine 24th grade Qinglian, her inherent nature still astonishingly exceptional compared to typical innate sanctities. After comparing, Qing Xian realized that his understanding of the Great Tao was not inferior to that of the original innate sanctities. With the exception of Qinglian. As the battle progressed, Qinglian's clear eyes grew increasingly radiant, her aura continuously shifting, and the myriad techniques at her disposal flowed effortlessly from her fingertips, manifesting countless worlds and myriad phenomena with each gesture. Any technique in her hands could transform decay into the miraculous. Countless worlds born of the power of the Great Tao circled around her as a cascade of flower rain, each blossom representing a world utterly authentic. With a single palm strike, myriad realms could be born and extinguished within, perpetually transforming between creation and destruction, yielding an unparalleled offensive force. In stark contrast, Qingshuan's attacks were far more unadorned, all myriad paths condensed into pure power. With a single strike, the Great Tao simplified, returning to its source. Becoming ethereal, aside from the sword light growing ever sharper, no other transformations were apparent in him. He found it impossible to comprehend the Tao amidst battle, an endeavor more befitting the protagonist of an exhilarating tale. The sword techniques in his hands shifted, and the Qingping sword soared into the air, instantly multiplying into millions, obscuring the heavens and blocking out the sun as the sword rain poured down, severing flesh. Gods and the Tao. Chapter 34, Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Qingqiu. Beneath the East Sea, a magnificent crystal palace stood firm on the ocean floor, exuding an overwhelming dragon might, and without the Dragon Clan's permission. No outsider dared to approach. The Dragon Clan ruled the four seas, yet the vastness of the seas rivaled even the primordial lands. Even the coastal waters were boundless. The Dragon Clan's presence was felt throughout the four seas. Yet their distribution varied. For instance, in the Northern Sea, the number of Dragon Clan experts residing there was considerably fewer, particularly in the Western Sea, located at the farthest edge of the primordial lands. Conversely, the Eastern Sea could be regarded as the primary stronghold of the Dragon Clan, with the ancestral dragon's nest situated within its waters, holding more than half of the clan's foundational strength. This was not without reason. The Dragon Clan's focus on the Eastern Sea was evident to the Phoenix and Qilin clans, as the Dragon Clan viewed the territories east of Mount Buzhou as their own domain. The presence of the Phoenix clan to the south hindered expansion, while the north had previously suffered from rampant feral beasts, rendering it desolate. As for the west, it was home to Mount Shumi, the domain of Rahu. Apart from the three clans, 5 other powerful entities had participated in the calamity of the feral beasts, some even surpassing the ancestral dragon and the leaders of the three clans in strength. Unlike the other 4, Rahu was far more domineering and violent, claiming the western lands, and at this moment, the three clans were unwilling to provoke him. Additionally, the east was considerably more expansive than the west, nearly 4 times its size, with the center of the heavens, Mount Buzhou, entirely situated within the eastern territories. Thus, the three clans had no need to provoke a top-tier de Luo sanctity within the East Sea. In the Crystal Dragon Palace, 8 figures awaited before a cave, engaged in light-hearted conversation. All 8 exuded an aura akin to the sea, manifesting extraordinary phenomena, embodying innate nobility. They were the sons of the ancestral dragon. Aside from the third dragon, Chaofeng, who was currently in seclusion within the cave, the remaining 8 siblings were present, including Qinyo, Yaji, and Fushi, whom Qing Xian had previously encountered. Dressed in a bright yellow robe, Qinyo emanated a calm and refined demeanor. Observing his younger brothers playfully bickering, his eyes twinkling with mirth, the third brother should be able to break through to the de Luo realm this time, right? The 5th brother isn't far behind. Just a step away, while the 9th brother is progressing slowly but has reached the pinnacle of Taiyide. It won't be long before all 9 of us brothers attain de Luo status. A youth with a stern expression stood beside Qinyo, radiating a sharp aura, his demeanor entirely contrasting with Qinyo's. He was the 2nd dragon, Yaji. Among the 9 dragon sons, 2 had already attained de Luo status. with Yaji even stepping into the Deluo realm before Qingyou, making him the strongest among the dragon sons. Qingyou nodded, having successfully entered the Deluo realm 10,000 years ago. Now that our dragon clan is thriving, favored by the great Tao, our cultivation progresses rapidly, and the effects of this fortune will become increasingly pronounced as our clan grows stronger. The number of powerful beings in our clan will surely multiply. Qingyou remarked. Yaji turned to Qingyou, eldest brother, are you troubled? Are you worried about our younger sister? Qingyou smiled but did not respond. Yaji, seeing this, shook his head in resignation. Our younger sister's fortune has completely severed from the dragon clan, and she cannot benefit from our clan's fortune. She has lost her blessings. Once her original issue is resolved, her talent may even surpass ours. Surely even our father would recognize her, and there is a possibility for her return to the dragon clan. However, the eldest brother has promised those two from Qingqiu that our younger sister cannot return to the dragon clan. It is indeed a pity. Not only he, but anyone would find it unreasonable for Qin Xian to propose such a condition. If the dragon princess were to return to the dragon clan, she would be the daughter of the ancestral dragon, the sole little princess of the dragon clan. As the master of the dragon princess, she would naturally hold a revered status within the clan. Furthermore, the dragon clan's profound foundation, coupled with its overwhelming fortune, constituted tangible benefits that many beings yearn for yet cannot attain, while here was someone who would rather avoid it. Our younger sister can resolve her original issue, thanks to the unique great Tao of those two friends. They are her benefactors. The second brother must not act disrespectfully towards them. Friends Qing Xian and Qinglian are not ordinary figures. Their actions surely have their reasons, and we need not speak further. Qingyou smiled. I do not blame those two. They are indeed our younger sister's benefactors, but I find it somewhat perplexing. Yaji replied, not one to confuse gratitude with grievance. Rather, among the 9 dragon sons, he was the most concerned with matters of gratitude and resentment. One must repay kindness, and the same goes for enmity. The second brother must remember not to visit Qingqiu for the time being. Remember, no matter what happens in the dragon clan, it must not involve our younger sister in the slightest. Her matters should not be mentioned to anyone. We must not allow others to know of her existence. Qingyou suddenly spoke. Yaji furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Why is that, eldest brother? Have you sensed something? Qingyou shook his head, unable to articulate it clearly, but as the situation in the primordial world developed, he often recalled the attitude of those two from Qingqiu, who seemed fearful of any connection with him. Is it true that prosperity leads to decline, extremes lead to reversal? One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, and one path cannot harbor 2 deities. Qingyou recalled some words that Qing Xian had casually mentioned during their discussions about the Tao. Although they pertained to insights of the great Tao, they seemed to imply more than just the Tao. It was not that Qingyou was overthinking. Rather, the primordial world was already rife with undercurrents. Upon ascending to the Deluo realm, his comprehension of the great Tao had reached new heights, allowing him to perceive more. Although the 3 clans appeared to coexist peacefully on the surface, the tensions and conflicts among them had escalated significantly. Even the fortunes of the 3 clans seemed intertwined, no longer as tranquil as before, subtly hinting at a competitive dynamic. Furthermore, it seemed that some other changes were brewing within the heavens and earth, yet he could not discern them clearly. The higher one stood, the more one felt a sense of awe. Realizing the insignificance of oneself being within the grand scheme, even Deluo beings found themselves unable to escape, unable to transcend. Before long, within the cave not far away, a phenomenon illuminated the heavens, golden lotuses blossoming throughout the void as the world rejoiced, and myriad paths resonated in unison. A figure stepped forth from within, standing in the void, clad in a blue and red Tao robe, exuding an inscrutable aura. Ha! I have succeeded. Today, I, Chaofeng, have also attained the Deluo realm. Chaofeng wore an expression of triumph, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. However, at that moment, a cold voice rang out from below. Third brother has achieved Deluo. How delightful! But how long do you intend to remain up there? Do you require your elder brother to personally invite you down? Yaji's eyes glinted with displeasure as he gazed at Chaofeng, who had been hovering in midair for far too long, flaunting his Deluo aura. Testing Yaji's patience, cough, second brother, you jest. I shall come down. Chaofeng, who had been relishing in his Deluo prestige, instantly stiffened upon seeing Yaji's unfriendly expression, hastily retracting his aura and descending. Congratulations, third brother, on attaining the Deluo Dao fruit. Qingyou was the first to approach, smiling as he offered his congratulations. Subsequently, the other dragon sons stepped forward in succession to offer their congratulations, and the expression of Yaji softened considerably. After the exchange of felicitations, Xiaofeng began to recount his own path to the great Tao to a few of his brothers, thus initiating a profound discourse on the Dao in the realm of Qingqiu. Qing Xian and the others had departed for over 10,000 years, yet the surroundings remained largely unchanged, as if time itself had come to a standstill, the absence of the figure clad in blue, who had once imparted teachings beneath the wishing tree, left the beings of Qingqiu with a palpable sense of regret. The superior innate spiritual roots stood tall upon the mountain peak, showered by a cascade of blossoms that seemed like a dream. Scattering throughout Qingqiu, a youth of striking beauty, whose features were indistinguishable between male and female, sat in quiet contemplation beneath the tree, his aura subtly intertwining with that of the wishing tree. Behind him loomed the ethereal silhouette of a 10-tailed white fox, exhaling the essence of heaven and earth, exuding an extraordinary holiness. At that moment, a spiritual fruit fell from above, striking him on the head and rousing him from his meditative state. The celestial fox looked up to find his senior sister soundly asleep atop the wishing tree, her arms cradling the spiritual fruits that tumbled down one by one. 10,000 years had passed, yet his senior sister had shown no signs of change. Indeed, she had even become shorter than him. Since their master's departure, she had grown increasingly lax in her cultivation, often succumbing to slumber for millennia without waking. It vexed the celestial fox that, despite Dragon Princess often falling into deep sleep for thousands of years as well, her progress in cultivation surpassed his own at a remarkable pace, nearly catching up to him. Rising, he shifted to a different position and gazed towards a nearby valley, shaking his head after a while, pondering when their two masters might return. His senior sister's condition seemed somewhat unusual. Her golden eyes had increasingly transformed into a resplendent crimson, and he hoped that no misfortune would befall her. With a sigh, he concluded that excessive worrying was futile. Diligent cultivation was the key to swiftly enhancing his own power, thus ensuring the protection of Qingqiu until their master's return. Their master had specifically instructed him to guard the cave abode, a promise he made that he could not afford to disappoint. Chapter 35. Life emerges from death in the Forsaken Realm, where the lair of the ferocious beasts lay. Qing Xian and his companion had battled the chaotic blood fiend for a century, yet neither had managed to gain the upper hand. However, they had gleaned a considerable understanding of the blood fiend's nature, recognizing that its complete annihilation was no simple task. Ultimately, it was merely a wisp of resentment coalesced from boundless blood fiendish energy, devoid of true spirit, complete soul, or even a physical form, rendering it incapable of being classified as a living being. It existed solely by drawing upon the residual bloodthirst and malevolence of the battlefield. Nearly immortal and indestructible, at least, this was true for Qing Xian and his companion. Nevertheless, they were not entirely incapable of erasing it, but the timing was not propitious. Exchanging a glance, they needed no words to comprehend each other's thoughts. Qing Xian stood in the void, and behind him, the silhouette of a grand Tao unfurled, manifesting all manner of principles of the universe, which were then subsumed under Qing Xuan's dominion, transforming into pure Tao power that he commanded. A vast expanse of sword aura surged forth like a great ocean, obliterating all other Tao forces, returning everything to its source. With a mere thought, the ocean of sword energy surged upwards towards the heavens, enveloping the firmament. Subsequently, as Qing Xuan's sword technique transformed, it coalesced into a colossal sword descending from above, cleaving through the chaotic energies, severing all that lay before it. With a single stroke, it sought to split heaven and earth in twain, slicing through the very fabric of the Dao. At the same time, Qinglian radiated a brilliant celestial light, a shadow of a green lotus rising majestically, harmonizing with myriad pathways. Petals floated around her as she raised a hand to press down upon the void. A hand, seemingly forged from jade, materialized in the emptiness, intertwining with chains of order, descending with myriad principles. The world within her grasp unfolded, enveloping the might of a realm that descended with overwhelming force. As Qing Xuan's sword light struck the blood fiend's massive form, driving it deep into the earth, concurrently, the ever-unfolding power of the world connected with the void, temporarily suppressing it and rendering it immobile. While the colossal sword shadow pierced through its body, pinning it in place. A terrifying roar, imbued with boundless resentment and fury, erupted, upending the earth, as torrents of blood-fiendish energy transformed into crimson flames that consumed the void. Yet those blood-red eyes, brimming with murderous intent, shone like twin suns. Yet the enemy had already vanished from sight, leaving the blood fiend in a frenzy, desperately seeking the whereabouts of its foes. As for Qing Xian and his companion, They had long since concealed their forms and auras, understanding that while their strike could inflict harm, it was insufficient for total extermination. The Qingluo umbrella was summoned by Qinglian, shrouding the area and isolating the heavenly secrets, creating a space of its own that concealed all within it. Meanwhile, the Kunping and the River of Underworld were directly drawn into this space, without Qing Xian and his companion to distract it. The Kunping would undoubtedly have been torn apart by the chaotic blood fiend holding the Qingluo umbrella. Qinglian observed the external scene with clarity, witnessing the enemy's impotent rage, yet unable to detect the concealed Qingluo umbrella. She felt a sense of relief. She then glanced at Qing Xian before retreating to a side for secluded cultivation, leaving Qing Xian to wield the Qingluo umbrella. Qing Xian said nothing. He recognized that Qinglian had likely made significant progress in her cultivation, potentially on the verge of a breakthrough. Although her accumulation of Dao was still insufficient for a breakthrough, once her understanding of the Dao reached that level, the accumulation of Dao would become relatively easier for them. The seed of the Jianmu gifted by Chonyo still remained unconsumed by Qinglian, and they also possessed some fruits from the top-tier innate spiritual root, the five-needle pine. If that were not enough, they could even take a few seeds from the 12th grade golden lotus. Though the effects would be greatly diminished if they were not fully matured, it would not be a significant loss compared to allowing Qinglian to reach the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Setting up restraints around Qinglian, Qingshuan's gaze turned towards the other two who had been drawn into the Qingluo umbrella. I am Qing Xian, honored to meet you, friend of the River of Underworld. He offered a respectful bow. Isn't that Zishuan? Someone muttered softly. However, upon receiving Qingshuan's amiable gaze, they prudently fell silent. Qing Xian mused, "Isn't it evident that my disguise has been breached? Reporting a false title is now meaningless. Do you think I relish revealing my true name?" It was common knowledge in the primordial realm to don a disguise when venturing out. "Greetings, friend Qing Xian." The River of Underworld reciprocated politely. After the customary pleasantries, Qing Xian produced a limited supply of enlightenment tea to serve the two. He was not particularly fond of social niceties. In fact, he was rather inept at them. For the River of Underworld, this figure before them was a formidable Tai Golden Immortal, far surpassing their own cultivation level. And with another Tai Golden Immortal by his side, faced with Qingshuan's goodwill, there was no reason to refuse. As for the Kunping, he had become considerably more relaxed. He possessed a keen perception, seemingly endowed with an innate ability to read the atmosphere. The River of Underworld and his companion were tasting enlightenment tea for the first time and soon fell into a state of comprehension. Qing Xian himself was in the midst of recovering from the toll of battle. Although he had the protection of the top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the Xianyuan water-controlling banner, and his opponent was somewhat dull-witted, he still experienced some depletion. Moreover, while he had not touched upon the brink of a breakthrough as Qinglian had, he too had many insights to digest. For a time, the space fell into silence, suffused with the resonance of the Dao years past in the blink of an eye. Qing Xian, holding the Qingluo umbrella, remained vigilant of the external circumstances and did not enter a meditative state. Through his observations, he noted that the chaotic blood fiend had been in a terrible fury, rampaging for an entire year before finally settling down, its form dissipating into the blood fiendish energy of the world. The barrier isolating this realm remained intact, and he could often sense a watchful gaze scanning the heavens, as if waiting for them to reveal themselves. Subsequently, Qing Xian engaged in a discussion on the Dao with the River of Underworld, while also discreetly gathering information from him. Primarily, he sought news of this realm, as the River of Underworld had entered it several hundred to 1,000 years prior, although he had spent the entirety of that time lurking in concealment. He was bound to know more than they did. Additionally, Qing Xian sought information regarding the Underworld Blood Sea. While he did not directly inquire, he subtly guided the conversation to glean insights. Unfortunately, the River of Underworld was quite guarded, and he had not revealed his own origins or background. If Qing Xian were to expose his lineage, it would likely provoke even greater wariness. Probing into someone's background was a grave taboo, unless one was utterly fearless or simply foolish. It was best to tread lightly. Furthermore, Qing Xian could not openly declare his intention to visit the Underworld Blood Sea. Information about the Underworld Blood Sea would need to be gathered gradually and indirectly. However, the lair of the ferocious beasts proved to be a source of intriguing information. The River of Underworld speculated that something might be gestating deep within the lair, once a domain belonging to the beast sovereign. It was shrouded by a terrifying formation, yet there lingered a hint of life in this desolate place. It was difficult to fathom how vitality could emerge in such an atmosphere of death and destruction. What manner of life could take form in this realm? Surely, it could not be that the beast sovereign had not perished completely, or that some powerful remnants of the beast race remained. Yet Chunyo had stated that all beings of the Diluo realm from the beast race had been utterly extinguished, a conclusion confirmed by the likes of the ancestral dragon in Hongjun. Leaving no room for error, the reckoning of the beast race had concluded, their fate sealed, and their tribe dissolved. Regrettably, the river of Underworld had only managed a distant glimpse and was unaware of the specifics within. Merely by peering from afar, he had nearly attracted the attention of the chaotic blood fiend, paying a considerable price. Naturally, Qing Xian was curious about what lay within. More importantly, he and Xinglian were not like the river of Underworld. For the chaotic blood fiend could not hinder them. However, at this juncture, it is prudent to await the emergence of Qinglian from her seclusion, especially considering that this place once harbored formidable Diluo beings. And not merely ordinary ones, but several in number. Thus one must exercise utmost caution. Chapter 36. The transformation from death to life. Qinglian's cultivation has spanned over a millennium, and Qing Xian and his companions have remained within the space formed by the Qingluo umbrella. Never departing, Qing Xian is tasked with wielding the Qingluo umbrella to protect Qinglian, making it inconvenient for him to leave. Meanwhile, Kuanping and Mingyi feel that staying close to Qing Xian offers them greater safety. Thus they are reluctant to depart. As expected, after refining the essence of the Jianmu, Qinglian has compensated for her prior deficiencies in cultivation and seamlessly stepped into the late stage of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm. Currently, with the heavenly Tao not yet manifest, and as they are innate sanctities favored by the universe, they face no tribulations in their transformation. In contrast to the diligence of the heavenly Tao. The great Tao tends to be rather remiss, seldom striking with lightning. However, if one were to catch its attention, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. The thunder of the great Tao does not serve as a trial but rather obliterates without mercy. Subsequently, Qing Xian and the others did not linger any longer in the space formed by the Qingluo umbrella, and naturally, Kuanping and the others were expelled alongside them. The energy sustaining the Qingluo umbrella also demands the consumption of magical power. Allowing Kuanping and the others to fend for themselves, Qing Xian then proceeded with Qinglian towards the depths of this battlefield, the true lair of ferocious beasts, although he inquired whether they wished to accompany him. Both Kuanping and Mingyi ultimately shook their heads in refusal after some hesitation. One was pragmatic, while the other was cautious, both unwilling to take risks. While Qing Xian and his companion are secure, it remains uncertain whether they can protect others. It is needless to say that the core region is even more perilous. Mingyi, having traversed it once, is most acutely aware. Hiding in the outer regions greatly increases one's chances of survival, as evidenced by Mingyi's own prolonged existence here for several millennia. Furthermore, this battlefield simultaneously serves as a land of opportunities and transformations for them, not to mention that Mingyi is a divine being whose essence and origin resonate with this place. Kuanping too stands to gain from it. This locale is a grave for countless powerful beings from the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, as well as ferocious beasts, with the Taiyi realm represented in the thousands. Although they have perished, their Taoist resonance lingers here. And many of their physical embodiments remain standing, providing exemplary references for observing the great Tao and validating their own paths. The benefits are self-evident, especially since Mingyi has previously mentioned that numerous powerful beings perished here under a terrifying soul attack. Their primordial spirits shattered in an instant, obliterating their true essences, while their physical forms remained entirely intact. Mingyi suspects that these powerful beings were silently exterminated by a Diluo being vanishing without a trace. Most of whom were Taiyi realm cultivators. Merely witnessing that scene is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Two figures clad in azure traverse through the cosmos silently, their auras perfectly blending into the surrounding space. Assimilating with everything around them, like fragments of light scattered across the world, ethereal and inconspicuous. Upon entering this realm, they were warmly welcomed, merging with the surroundings. Qing Xian and his companion had yet to carefully scrutinize this forsaken land. Though their battlefield is exceedingly vast, it is merely the tip of the iceberg of this ancient battleground. As they delve deeper into the central region, Qing Xian and his companions can distinctly sense the increasingly chaotic and violent aura in the atmosphere. With the number of fallen powerful beings from the Taiyi realm rising steadily. At last, Qing Xian and Qinglian stepped into the territory that Mingyi described, a terrifying battlefield seemingly wrought by the hands of a Diluo. As they set foot in this area, they immediately felt the eternal, unyielding aura, unmistakably emanating from the Deluo realm, and unlike any ordinary Deluo, compared to other regions, this area appears remarkably intact and devoid of the gruesomeness found elsewhere. Nearly all the fallen beings retain their corporeal forms, with even their wounds scarcely visible. In the vicinity, 2 Dragon Clan beings exude the aura of Tai Golden Immortals, while 5 Qilin Clan Golden Immortals and over 10 Tai Shen Immortals are discernible. The sheer density of Tai realm powerful beings that have perished here is significantly greater than in the outer regions, with more than 20 Tai Golden Immortals sensed nearby. Those whose cultivation levels are comparable to Qingxian and Qinglian were silently struck down in an instant. Completely annihilated. In the eyes of the assailant, whether Tai Shen Immortal or Tai Golden Immortal, they hold no distinction from ordinary Golden Immortals or Shen Immortals. The desolate battlefield they have created is far more terrifying than one littered with dismembered bodies and bloodshed. As there are no traces of resistance whatsoever, perhaps they did not even realize how they perished. The murderous intent of the Deluo continues to loom over this area. Even the mere presence of its aura compels Qingxian and his companion to tread cautiously, shielding their primordial spirits with spiritual treasures to avoid being tainted by this chilling hostility. The Deluo's intervention encompasses time, space, causality, and fate. Though their understanding of the Deluo remains vague, they have begun to speculate about this realm. The Tai realm cultivates the singularity of self, consolidating all aspects of oneself to gain clarity of the true self and to master all that they are. The very nomenclature of the Deluo signifies boundlessness. Encompassing all, it is the manifestation of its essence. The Deluo exists throughout all time and space, and for them, once validated, it is eternally validated, with no distinction between past and future, residing within immeasurable time and space, wielding control over all possibilities. Of course, this omnipotence and omnipresence are relative. While they possess no past or future, the order of the primordial universe inherently includes such distinctions. They remain ensconced within the temporal river of the primordial universe. Not having transcended it, all their power is still reliant on the great Tao of the primordial universe. When the Deluo strikes, it extinguishes all future possibilities for the powerful beings entering this realm in the blink of an eye, rendering them utterly powerless to resist. Their true essence is annihilated. The palpable display of Deluo's might instills a profound sense of crisis within Qingxian. It is an entirely different realm of power. Fortunately, that remnant of chaotic blood malevolence is merely a lingering wisp of resentment. Otherwise, neither he nor Qinglian would stand a chance, let alone hope to contend with it. They do not head directly towards the core region. Instead, they walk through this area, absorbing the lingering Taoist principles of the Deluo. Whether due to Hongjun ceasing to disseminate learning materials or for other reasons, they have been unable to find methods of cultivation pertaining to the Deluo realm. They can only rely on their innate Deluo nature as innate sanctities to explore the path ahead and carve their own Tao. Without a doubt, their current cultivation outstrips many innate sanctities. This is evident from their encounters with other innate beings, whether it be the Mugong they met in the east or the Kuanping and Mingi here. They remain at the Tai true immortal realm, 2 major realms beneath Qingxian and his companion. Yet, this is not enough to bring them solace, especially as they aspire to seize opportunities within. Qingxian senses that his comprehension of the great Tao is nearing the threshold of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. After all, he cultivates by referencing Qinglian's pathway, which is inherently a clever approach. Even if his foundation is on par with that of an ordinary innate sanctity, the effectiveness of his cultivation is unparalleled. Otherwise, why would cultivation emphasize the importance of law, wealth, companions, and environment? The primordial universe, having not exhausted the benefits of its genesis, offers a cultivation environment unimaginable to later generations. While the circumstances may vary, the disparity is not overly significant. Having a genuine companion of the great Tao greatly enhances the cultivation experience. A glance at the primordial universe confirms this. Those born with siblings to cultivate alongside are invariably legendary figures of immense prowess. A natural advantage. After several centuries, Qingxian and his companion emerged from the desolate lands wrought by the hands of the Deluo, drawing near to the miraculous place that Mingdi spoke of. Teeming with vitality, their journey bore substantial fruit. They gained valuable insights into the great Tao, observed numerous Tai pathways, and felt the essence of the Deluo, thereby validating their own paths and continuously refining their Tao fruits. With their cultivation ever advancing, a terrifying formation envelopes the path ahead, akin to a chasm that selects its prey. threatening to devour all of the primordial essences of the fallen powerful beings coalesce, creating an absolute dead zone infused with death and malice. Yet, in accordance with the principle that extremes lead to reversals, amidst the pinnacle of death and destruction, a vast vitality emerges, nurturing life from death, even drawing sustenance from the very essence of death itself. Qing Xian and his companion halt at a distance, refraining from approaching recklessly. If this existence is merely a serendipitous manifestation, it may be acceptable. However, they dread the possibility of it being a deliberate trap set by someone such as Shen Ni. Chapter 37. An egg. Qing Xian and his companion lingered outside the terrifying formation for several centuries, discovering nothing unusual apart from a remnant of chaotic resentment lingering above. After careful consideration, they resolved to enter the formation to discern what lay within. However, before doing so, they needed to resolve a particular issue, their gazes fixed on the blood-red mist swirling above the formation. This mist is the residual resentment of chaos, the foremost of the four great fiends, lying dormant until it senses intruding foreign energies, at which point it would awaken. Qing Xian and his companion possess hidden powers of concealment, combined with the protection of innate spiritual treasures, and thus far, they have remained undetected. In silence, a phantom lotus blooms and withers, and suddenly Qinglian's figure materializes in mid-air, her body shielded by the Qinglian precious color banner. Holding not the Tai spear, but the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Qingluo umbrella. It is you, to dare to reveal yourself here, prepare to meet your demise, in the fleeting moment of the azure lotus's emergence. The chaotic resentment that loomed over the great formation resonated with an intrinsic awareness. Amidst the tumultuous swirl of blood clouds, the malevolent aura clashed and dissipated, as an echoing roar, imbued with boundless murderous intent, reverberated throughout the cosmos. An overwhelming tide of bloodthirsty energy surged from all directions of the battlefield, akin to rivers converging into the sea, with the bloodthirsty entity on the verge of materializing once more. However, at that juncture, a golden lotus flower darted forth from the void, unleashing a divine and resplendent golden radiance that descended to suppress all, impervious to myriad laws and banishing all evils. The golden divine light illuminated the endless malevolence, akin to boiling water splashed onto accumulated snow, subtly exhibiting a restraining effect that caused the encroaching bloodthirsty energy to dissolve and weaken. Seizing this opportunity, the azure lotus summoned the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Qingluo umbrella. From her grasp, underneath its canopy, a realm was birthed, enveloping the chaotic resentment, aiming to ensnare it within. Naturally, the opponent would not remain idle, as a torrent of magical power surged forth to counter the might of the Qingluo umbrella, an instinct warning him of the peril should he be captured within. At that moment, the azure lotus had already ascended to the late stage of the Tai golden immortal realm, significantly stronger than during their previous encounter. The sudden ambush left the bloodthirsty entity unable to fully coalesce, rendering it weaker than before. With this ebb and flow of strength, and bolstered by the power of the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the azure lotus managed to temporarily suppress it alone. Meanwhile, Qing Xian did not remain idle either. He summoned the 12th rank golden lotus to dominate the area, refusing to relent. With a mere gesture, a small black triangular flag surged in size, revealing itself as the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Xian Yuan water-controlling flag, which circled the area, isolating the frenzied onslaught of malevolence. Following their last confrontation, he and the azure lotus had devised strategies to counter each other, with the paramount objective being to sever the boundless connection between their adversary and the ever-flowing bloodthirsty energy. Otherwise, regardless of their efforts, they would be unable to subdue their opponent, who possessed an inexhaustible source of power, nearly immortal in nature. During their last encounter, neither Qing Xian's 12th rank golden lotus nor the azure lotus's Qingluo umbrella had been utilized, as they had intentionally conserved their strength, both the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Qinglian Baosei flag, and the Xian Yuan water-controlling flag possessed the ability to restrain the bloodthirsty energy, with the 12th rank golden lotus proving even more effective in this regard. Qing Xian unleashed his full might, simultaneously activating both treasures to unleash terrifying power, further diminishing their foe, thus aiding the azure lotus. Eventually, after a prolonged stalemate, the azure lotus successfully ensnared the chaotic bloodthirsty entity within the Qingluo umbrella for suppression. In the next moment, the figures of Qing Xian and the azure lotus vanished from the outside world, materializing within the inner space of the Qingluo umbrella. The Qingluo umbrella isolated the atmospheric essence, creating its own realm, complemented by the Xianyuan water-controlling flag left by Qing Xian, successfully sealing off the bloodthirsty energy from the outside. Qing Xian stood atop the 12th rank Lotus platform. Observing the chaotic bloodthirsty entity contained within, nodding in satisfaction, engaging in direct confrontation paled in comparison to the swift pleasure of an ambush. Qing Xian gestured to his companion, indicating, "Did you see that? If you can ambush, do not entertain the notion of a head-on battle." The Azure Lotus cast him a sidelong glance, choosing to disregard him. With a mere thought, the laws of myriad paths materialized within this space. Evolving fire, earth, wind, and water, with countless worlds continually being born and perishing within, the powers of creation and termination cycling endlessly, transforming into a formidable force that surged towards the blood-red mass, seeking to obliterate and refine it. The force of termination shattered the enemy's path, while the force of rebirth replaced it, perpetually eroding the adversary's path in the interplay of creation and destruction. Observing the Azure Lotus's indifference, Qing Xian shook his head in disinterest. He had been endeavoring to guide her towards appreciating the joy of stealthy tactics, yet she remained oblivious. How could one fail to grasp the joy of cunning? The 12th rank Golden Lotus erupted with divine celestial light once more. As Qing Xian's path unfurled behind him, directly taking over part of the Azure Lotus's offensive, utilizing his own path to manifest the power of destruction and termination, allowing the Azure Lotus to concentrate on creation and rebirth. The fusion of their two paths instantaneously amplified their might, rendering the power more pure and potent. Qing Xian assimilated and dismantled the opposing path's energies with his own, returning all intricacies to their fundamental essence, transforming them into an ethereal chaotic state, obliterating everything. Meanwhile, the Azure Lotus's path enabled Qing Xian's dissipated power to reformulate into the profound mysteries of the path, absorbing the nutrients of creation and rebirth, unleashing even greater strength. This cycle of turnover continued, relentlessly stripping away the opposing path's power, deprived of the continuous influx of bloodthirsty energy from the outside, combined with the suppression from the Qing Luo umbrella and the 12th rank Golden Lotus. The situation shifted overwhelmingly in their favor, starkly contrasting with the previous battle's dynamics. This encounter was brief. The blood-red malevolence was swiftly eroded, revealing the chaotic entity with 6 legs and 4 wings. Now devoid of sustaining power, its blood-red eyes brimmed with resentment, lacking any clarity, only embodying chaos and savagery. Certainly, it could not be considered intelligent. Ultimately, with a reluctant roar, the chaotic silhouette was obliterated by the combined strength of Qing Xian and the Azure Lotus, dissolving into nothingness. Yet, a trace of the path's power lingered, emanating from the remnants of the chaotic entity's true essence. The Azure Lotus extended a hand, the celestial power within her grasp enveloping it, directly sealing it into a fist-sized orb. After scrutinizing the orb for some time, she tossed it directly to Qing Xian. "This chaotic power seems to share some commonality with your path. See if you can refine and absorb it to elevate your cultivation." Her placid tone conveyed an underlying message: "Your cultivation is too low, do not hinder my progress." Qing Xian accepted the orb, sealing it within the 12th rank Golden Lotus, acknowledging the truth of her statement. Indeed, there were numerous parallels between his path and that of Chaos. Chaos was both its name and its path. The routes taken and the emphases diverged. Despite both being related to chaos, the path of each encompassed distinct powers, leading to vastly different destinations. However, as a reference, it held significant value for Qing Xian. Subsequently, the two emerged from the Qing Luo umbrella, reappearing in the outer world. With the obstacles resolved, they could now investigate what lay hidden within. Both possessed considerable strength and wielded formidable innate spiritual treasures. Despite the exertion required, their efforts yielded no surprises, and they successfully entered the grand formation. What lay before them was an egg. Qing Xian regarded the object with uncertainty. It was an oval shape, standing taller than a person, unmistakably an egg. The pitch-black shell bore mysterious golden patterns, exuding an innate aura, intertwining sacredness and ferocity, a convergence of death and vitality, with a surging blood essence contained within. Distinctly remarkable in appearance. Chapter 38, Six-Soul Banner. Xiong Qing Xian and the Azure Lotus gazed at the black shell egg adorned with golden patterns, both astonished. It had seemingly nurtured life amidst the endless death energy of the battlefield, birthing an innate being. A glint of brilliance flickered in Qing Xian's eyes as he pierced through the eggshell, revealing the true form of the creature within. It was a curled-up little beast, bearing antler-like horns akin to a deer, a head resembling a camel, ears like a cat, eyes akin to shrimp, a mouth like a donkey, fur reminiscent of a lion, a neck resembling a snake, a belly like a mythical beast, scales akin to a carp, front claws resembling an eagle, and hind claws like a tiger. To describe it was to convey a fierce beauty, exuding an imposing presence, though yet to emerge into the world. Its aura already radiated the realm of the golden immortal, nearly rivaling their innate divinity. Was this a xiong? Qing Xian pondered, slightly uncertain. From the insights gleaned, this little creature was indeed named Xiong in later legends. This being was quite renowned, and upon comparing the descriptions with the small creature before him, he found an astonishing alignment. The Xiong, colloquially known as the skywatching Xiong or the heavenly Xiong, was rumored to be a relative of the howling celestial hound, also referred to as the ascending dragon. Furthermore, later tales suggested that the Xiong was a nemesis of the dragon clan known for feasting on dragon brains, with accounts stating that one Xiong could contend against 3 dragons or 2 serpents. Of course, there was another legend that claimed this ancient Xiong was the progenitor of zombies, one of the 4 great ancient deities, yet, in this instance, the Xiong appeared to be a formidable beast of considerable origin. Indeed, it was a fierce beast. With Qing Xian's cultivation level, he easily discerned its entire essence. The little creature's origin was that of a pure fierce beast, with incomplete intelligence, existing between divinity and beastliness. Leaning more towards pure beastly instincts, spiritual beasts could be enlightened to embark on the path of transformation and cultivation, but fierce beasts could not be enlightened nor easily transformed. The stronger the origin of the fierce beast, the more pronounced this trait. Naturally, fierce beasts also did not necessarily desire to transform into innate corporeal forms. Qing Xian's disciple, Long Ji, still bore horns and a tail, didn't she? The difficulty of complete transformation was not only due to the constraints of their origins but also stemmed from their own reluctance to change. Qing Xian had once whimsically speculated whether the Fierce Beast clan was a hidden harbinger of fortune. Perhaps sensing Qing Xian's probing, the curled figure opened its eyes, which gleamed like emeralds, and let out a youthful roar. Though small, it possessed a fierce temper, cracking the black eggshell with a series of fissures. As the cracking sound echoed, a small black beast leaped forth, warily eyeing Qing Xian and the azure lotus. Crouching low while emitting a growl filled with menace. The little creature is rather fierce, Qing Xian chuckled, reaching out a hand. The newly emerged Xiong was transformed into a size of about a foot and cradled in his palm. Upon being cradled, the creature ceased its roaring, letting out soft whimpers as it lowered its head, akin to a small puppy, nudging Qing Xian's hand in a show of friendliness. Qing Xian found this amusing. Yet at that moment, the azure lotus poked him with her hand. He puzzled. Qing Xian turned to look, but the azure lotus was not gazing at him. Her attention was fixed ahead, her expression tinged with seriousness. Following the gaze of the azure lotus, Qing Xian was taken aback, for he beheld the shattered egg that was supposed to nurture the hound, beneath which lay something entirely different. It was a banner. Triangular in shape, with 6 flag tails that fluttered in the absence of wind, exuding an aura of supreme innate spiritual treasure. At this moment, the endless malevolent and deathly energies converged, all consumed by it, rendering this banner like innate spiritual treasure imbued with a sinister quality that evoked an overwhelming sense of danger. The essence birthed from the deathly and malevolent energies of the entire battlefield was not merely this hound. No, this banner was not a product of this place either. The formation here was not of innate origin. Qing Xian's expression darkened, realizing that this hound was merely an accidental byproduct, and this was not a place for the nurturing of creation. Nor was it a product of the innate. They could sense that the birthplace of the banner was not here, but had been intentionally placed by someone. It goes without saying that the so-called innate formation in their eyes was also crafted by someone using profound supernatural means. As for the purpose, it was evident: to refine the nearly infinite deathly and malevolent energies within this battlefield. The supreme innate spiritual treasure in the form of a banner was simply a vessel for absorbing these energies. This was a possession of someone. Moreover, the owner of this banner must undoubtedly be a being of great luo, for had it not been so, Qing Xian and his companions would not have only just now begun to perceive the underlying clues. Who was it? What was the purpose of these actions? Gazing at the fluttering flag tails, Qing Xian's heart stirred, suddenly recalling what this was: the 6 souls banner, in the legends of the future, during the desperate plight of the led by the Saint Tongtian, they sought to make a final stand and set up the 10,000 Immortals formation. At that time, the saint of aimed to use a spiritual treasure to simultaneously ambush the 4 saints. Ta Chang. Yu Qing Jiayin and Zhuan Ti, along with Jiang Zia and King Wuji F8, however, due to the betrayal of his disciple, the long-earing Ding Guang Immortal, the plan was foiled before it could be executed. The treasure that Tong Tian relied upon to ambush the four saints was none other than the Six Souls banner. It is said that as long as one writes the enemy's name on the flagtail, and after performing the necessary rituals, shaking the banner on the day of worship would bring about their demise. Even saints were not exempt from this terrifying fate, although in the end, the four saints retrieved the Six Souls banner for experimentation. And after shaking it, they were unable to harm it in the slightest. Qing Xian never anticipated that he would encounter this ominous banner at this moment, regardless of whether the saints could withstand it. He, as merely a Tai golden immortal, would certainly not be able to. In truth, he only knew that this object was a treasure granted by Hongjun to Tong Tian after a sermon at the Zhixiao Palace. He had no idea where it originated or who wielded it in the past. Now he understood, this thing belonged to the demon ancestor Luo. It was not that Qing Xian's deductive powers were exceptional, but rather that Luo, who was indeed domineering and formidable. It was as if he had placed this object here, with his name boldly inscribed upon it. This is Luo whose possession. Who dares to touch it? Indeed, aside from this great figure, who would have the leisure to collect malevolent and deathly energies, a sense of dread enveloped him, as if a terrifying figure loomed before him. Gazing down across the fabric of time and space, looking at the small beast in his hand, Qing Xian unceremoniously tossed it away. He had initially considered taking this ancient hound as a mount, for it bore a majestic and imposing appearance and would not transform to him. It seemed far more impressive than riding a talking dragon or phoenix, yet now, he dared not entertain such thoughts. Who would dare take anything belonging to Luo? Although this ancient hound did not bear Luo's mark like the Six Souls banner, it was highly likely an unintended creature born from the circumstances. Just as Qing Xian tossed the ancient hound away, it leaped back, its beastly face filled with terror as it gazed at the Six Souls banner, emitting pitiful whimpers. How could it be afraid? You have been lying beneath this Six Souls banner for countless years. Why are you frightened now? Were you not fierce, daring to roar at me upon your emergence? What a coward, though he thought this. Qing Xian did not dare to linger any longer. He was consumed by a singular thought, to put as much distance as possible from this place. With a kick, he sent the hound, which had leapt to cling to his pant leg, flying away, and he swiftly pulled the azure lotus by his side, transforming into a wisp of light and dust to vanish from the area. Simultaneously, he erased all traces of his presence. Fortunately, he and the azure lotus had been concealing their auras with innate spiritual treasures, and the Qing Luo umbrella had the function of obscuring heavenly secrets and calculations. From the moment Hongjun bestowed the 12-petal golden lotus upon Qing Xian instead of the azure lotus, it was evident that the umbrella's ability to conceal heavenly secrets was somewhat effective against beings of that level. Otherwise, Hongjun should have recognized that the one most fated was not Qing Xian, but rather the azure lotus, who was the true embodiment of the creation. Azure lotus, little creature, I warn you to let go of your grip. Qing Xian tugged at the ancient hound, which had clung tightly to his leg, refusing to release its hold. It moved with astonishing speed, even penetrating through his protective divine light, unable to pry it off. Qing Xian raised his hand and flicked it on the forehead, intending to stun it. Killing it was a thought he dared not entertain at this moment, though it was merely a flick. Qing Xian was confident that even a Kuanping would succumb to a gentle nudge, falling into a peaceful slumber for thousands of years. Bang! Yet this ancient hound, possessing an extraordinarily peculiar physique at the golden immortal level, merely shook its head at Qing Xian's flick and did not faint, still clinging to him, desperately gazing at him with a pitiful expression, and whimpering towards the azure lotus a few times. After its emergence, the vitality born from the extreme death energy had already dissipated, the delicate balance was shattered, the shell that nurtured it had broken, and it was left without protection, facing certain death. The azure lotus cast a calm glance at the ancient hound and spoke. I merely looked at it for a moment. It ran out on its own, so it is not my fault. What the azure lotus discerned was something Qing Xian had also noticed. We have been here. If there is a cause, it has already been established. Whether you choose to discard it or not makes no difference. Although you have a point, very well, you are right. Qing Xian pondered for a moment and realized that, given that being's domineering nature, it was indeed as the azure lotus had said. He reached into the void and, upon withdrawing his hand, found himself holding a pile of eggshells, casually erasing the traces left by the ancient hound. Afterwards, the two returned to the fringes, where the pressing matter was to leave this place. If they were trapped here, there would be nowhere to flee. However, entering the Honghuang realm was different. With the concealment of heavenly secrets, they would not be easily discerned, and one could assume that even a great Luo would not be able to locate them within the Honghuang. Yet, as they prepared to depart this realm, Qing Xian and his companion discovered a problem. The barrier that isolated this realm, allowing entry but forbidding exit, was initially thought to be the result of lingering resentment from the chaos. But this was not the case, for the remnants of chaotic resentment and even that strand of Great Luo's true intent had been resolved by Qing Xian and his companions, yet the power sealing this realm remained intact. Unaffected in the slightest, this power was clearly left behind by Luo Hu. Chapter 39. You can absolutely trust me, Mingyi Dao friend, Kuanping Dao friend, let us part ways here. Should fate allow, we shall seek you both again for further discourse. With this, Qing Xian took the azure lotus by the hand and transformed into light and dust to depart. In truth, he felt a sense of panic rising within him, although they had escaped the exile battlefield and had not fallen into a trap. Seemingly extricating themselves from danger, this very escape heightened Qing Xian's anxiety, for upon unraveling the threads of the situation, he suddenly realized that it involved two formidable figures, both extraordinary beings of Great Luo. The claim that the three clans had united to exile the battlefield was utterly false. It was Luo who had cast this battlefield into the void, severing it from the world. Initially, upon seeing the corpses of the three clans within the battlefield, Qing Xian had assumed that innate beings were inherently indifferent, lacking the custom of gathering their kin's remains, yet the truth was evidently otherwise. And the countless powerful remains were indeed a treasure trove, the seal set by Luo, who was not a mere trap of entry and exit, for he had no need to do so. The passage through which Qing Xian and his companions entered was forcibly excavated by another great Luo existence, capable of such a feat and daring to do so. There were few beings in the current Honghuang capable of such audacity. Qing Xian even suspected that the lingering strand of chaotic resentment had been secretly placed by this great figure, entirely devoid of coincidence. As for the purpose, it was undoubtedly to disrupt Luo Hu's scheme. That strand of chaotic resentment stirred up turmoil, absorbing a vast amount of blood and malevolent energy, which would significantly hinder Luo Hu's progress in refining deathly and malevolent energies. Why not simply take the Six Souls banner and completely thwart Luo Hu's plans? Such matters were beyond Qing Xian's capacity to guess. He had no interest in speculating. He only knew that the game between the two top great Luo figures had been unexpectedly disrupted by them. And it was quite possible they would be noted down in the little black book of these two monstrous beings. After all, he and the Azure Lotus had engaged in fierce combat with the chaotic blood and malevolent entity and had directly claimed the remnants of chaotic true intent, thereby impacting both sides of the arrangement. That Great Luo was undoubtedly an unscrupulous scoundrel intentionally playing tricks. Qing Xian harbored much resentment. That fellow had been able to stealthily dig a hole in Luo Hu's arrangement. Had he not deliberately left traces of that opening, how could Qing Xian and his companions, given their level, have found the location of this battlefield? As for Mingyi, there was no need to mention. Naturally, none of these events would have transpired, and if that passage was not intentionally left behind, regardless of what others believed, Qing Xian would never accept it as truth. As for who had done such a thing, Qing Xian had his suspicions. After all, when it came to the Tao of space, at this juncture in Honghuang, there was almost no one else to think of. Yang Mei. It is highly likely that two watchful gazes are frequently cast upon this place. Can it truly be a sanctuary for long? The utmost priority is to make haste and flee. The reason for parting ways with Mingyi is twofold. First, being with them is of no benefit, rather a burden. Second, there may be a slim chance to divert attention, though I harbor no expectations regarding this. At this moment, Qing Xian senses someone approaching from their direction. It is Kuanping. Qing Xian furrows his brow, contemplating briefly before easing his pace. As it appears Kuanping has something to discuss with them. Fellow Taoists, please hold your steps. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian nearly retaliated with a slap. With an unfriendly expression, he gazes at the approaching Kuanping and inquires, "Did you summon us for a reason?" Kuanping, sensing the fleeting aura that had just vanished, is somewhat puzzled. He merely spoke a single sentence and seemingly uttered nothing amiss. Why did he feel that this Qing Xian Taoist was inclined to take action against him? It must be an illusion. Certainly, it is an illusion. Qing Xian Taoist cannot possibly possess such a foul temper. Dismissing the thought, Kuanping bows respectfully and begins. Kuanping has come to convey a matter to both Taoists.
My discussions with Taoist Mingyi have proven immensely beneficial, yet you too have departed in haste, leaving us unable to repay your kindness. Therefore, I am here to inform you of the location of the Taoist sanctum belonging to myself and Taoist Mingyi. Should you find the time, you are most welcome to visit us. Qing Xian is taken aback, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinizes Kunping before smiling and asking, did Mingyi express a similar sentiment? Kunping's expression remains unchanged as he asserts confidently. Though Taoist Mingyi did not voice it directly, he must certainly hold gratitude in his heart for your kindness, and it is hoped that you would come to visit. In Kunping's view, Taoist Mingyi is not the sort to be ungrateful. Very well, should the opportunity arise, I shall make a visit, Qing Xian replies with a nod, subsequently transmitting a thought to Kunping. Your innate divine ability is indeed extraordinary. This is a form of escape technique that may enhance your innate powers. Kunping accepts Qing Xuan's transmitted thought with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unguarded. He knows that if these two truly intended to act against him, resistance would be futile, vigilance would serve no purpose. Upon reviewing what Qing Xian had shared, Kunping's heart leaps with joy, albeit tinged with astonishment, for this so-called comprehension of divine powers is nothing less than an escape technique entirely aligned with his essence. No, it should be said it is crafted upon the foundation of his very essence. Capable of amplifying his innate swiftness several-fold, his own speed is already formidable. With this perfectly aligned technique, Kunping feels he could claim unparalleled swiftness against others of similar cultivation. Kunping refrains from glancing at the perpetually cold-faced woman. Instinctively aware that this technique must have been developed by her, the very individual who nearly dissected him, there is no time to linger here. This place is fraught with danger. Indeed, the wilderness may soon be unsettled as well. Qing Xian remarks, making no further delay. Qinglian casts a glance at Kunping but utters no word as she departs alongside Qing Xian. Kunping breathes a sigh of relief. He harbors a certain dread of the woman named Qinglian. A psychological shadow looms over him as her innate talents evoke fear. Recalling Qing Xuan's final words, Kunping gazes skyward. Is chaos in the wilderness imminent? The dark fish sinks into the depths of the North Sea. And Kunping resolves to emulate Mingyi, retreating to his own lair. The outside world is far too perilous. Moreover, this journey has yielded two innate spiritual treasures, and his comprehension of the great Tao has significantly advanced. A thorough digestion of these gains will surely facilitate further progress. 2 Figures clad in azure traverse mountains and rivers with the grace of light and dust, merging seamlessly with the world. Even the wandering breeze is not disturbed in the slightest. Did Kunping intentionally reveal the spatial coordinates of Mingyi's sanctum to us? Qinglian inquires, turning to Qing Xian. Indeed, Qing Xian affirms with a nod. Does he know we are searching for the abyss of Yam? Qinglian wonders, perplexed, as neither she nor Qing Xian had directly mentioned this matter, leaving no trace of suspicion that he is merely guessing. In any case, there are no downsides to being correct. Qing Xian replies, I must admit, Kunping is quite the talent. Astute and adaptable. Astute, a natural sycophant. Qinglian chuckles softly. Her impression of Kunping is far from favorable. She perceives him as lacking the pride and dignity one would expect from an innate divine being. The quest for treasures indeed incites frustration, yet it is a normal occurrence. Kunping's predicament stems from encountering the two of them, coupled with his own inadequacies. However, after Qing Xian liberated him from suppression, he is transformed into something akin to a lackey. Never once mentioning the beating she had given him, nor displaying any inclination to reclaim lost face, his words replete with obsequiousness. After Qing Xian granted him a modicum of favor, his behavior became even more pronounced. Moreover, his actions often lack integrity. Mingyi is wary, as Qing Xuan's attempts to extract information previously yielded no results, a fact Qinglian is aware of. Thus, the likelihood that Mingyi would voluntarily disclose the location of his sanctum is minimal. It is far more plausible that Kunping acquired this information through cunning, with the clear intention of exchanging favors. Observing Qinglian's expression, Qing Xian need not speculate. He understands her thoughts instinctively. He reaches out to pat the head of the person beside him, only to be met with a disapproving glare, prompting him to retract his hand with a sigh. Qinglian, you must recognize that individuals like Kunping pose the greatest danger as adversaries. Do not underestimate such people. Whether ordinary beings or innate divine entities, we all pursue profit, albeit with varying interests. You need not place your trust in Kunping, but you can rely on the pursuit of mutual benefit. Such relationships can often prove more stable and reliable.
For few beings will betray their interests. In his previous life, although Qingxian was not particularly adept at navigating social intricacies, he grasped many truths. It is the absolute strength within the wilderness that dictates all. Otherwise, individuals like Kuanping would undoubtedly thrive even more. Are you the same? Qinglian suddenly asks, her clear eyes fixed on him, her tone calm. Qingxian pauses, then responds earnestly, you can trust me absolutely, rest assured. Qinglian nods in acknowledgement. Qingxian smiles. He considers himself merely an ordinary individual in his past life, feeling immensely fortunate for all he possesses now. Deep within, he harbors gratitude towards Qinglian for sparing his life and for the opportunity for rebirth. Without her intervention, even if he were not annihilated, survival in the wilderness would be exceedingly difficult, and he would not have attained the status akin to an innate divine being. One must understand the importance of gratitude. Those who repay kindness with malice often use their circumstances as an excuse. Even when cohabitating with beasts, one should merely master the means to handle them rather than devolving into a brute. The two do not linger in the northern region, heading directly west. 3,000 years later, the trio has completely departed from this northern expanse. Chapter 40. Individual pathways. In the farthest western reaches of the wilderness lies a majestic mountain of immeasurable height and breadth. Encircled by the myriad worlds, known as Mount Buzhou, this place stands as a celestial realm on par with the Kunlun Mountain of the east, second only to the Buzhou Mountain. The master of Mount Buzhou is none other than the renowned Luo Hu, one of the foremost Luo beings in the present wilderness. Within the depths of Mount Buzhou, above an unfathomable abyss, a black lotus flower takes root in the void, upon which sits a figure clad in black. His countenance is cold as ice, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. At this moment, behind Luohu, a peculiar shadow of a black demonic tree emerges, possessing 7 branches, each bearing a fruit that hovers between reality and illusion. At a certain moment, the entire demonic tree ignites in flames, subsequently transforming into ashes within the blaze. The fruits hanging from the branches absorb the last remnants of nourishment, ripening completely, transforming into the primordial energy of the great Tao, which Luohu absorbs back into his being. In that instant, Luohu's aura surges dramatically, manifesting countless principles of the great Tao, a mysterious and profound energy permeating the heavens and the earth. This power shatters certain limits, seemingly paving the path to transcendence. Luohu opens his eyes, his black pupils glinting like cold stars, yet a hint of a smile graces his sharply defined features. Indeed, the Luo realm signifies the perfection of the Tao fruit. Yet it is not the end of the Dao.My heart's method of cultivating demonic energy has already glimpsed a path toward transcendence, as one of the mightiest beings in the wilderness. Luohu's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of De Luo several millennia ago. Not only he, but figures such as Hongjun, Yin Yang, Qian Kuan, Yang Mei, and even the leaders of the 3 clans, such as the ancestral dragon, are similarly situated. The perfection of De Luo equates to the completeness of one's own Tao fruit. Upon experiencing this state of completeness, they suddenly realize a crucial truth: the path ahead is blocked. Completeness signifies the end, with no further ascension possible, yet they are acutely aware that the perfection of their Tao fruit does not equate to the end of the great Tao. The subsequent journey requires transcending this so-called completeness of the Tao fruit. Otherwise, they shall remain confined within the confines of their own great Tao. After closing himself off for thousands of years, Luohu finally devised this method of cultivating demonic energy, clearly perceiving the path to transcendence. His own completeness is being shaken, dismantled, thereby stepping toward a new level. De Luo is indeed complete, yet it is merely the completeness within the great Tao, not the end, the method of cultivating the heart's demonic energy. The demonic heart gives rise to the Tao. Luohu nourishes his own Tao with this energy, seeking to achieve a transformation of his Tao fruit, breaking free from the shackles of his essence to attain transcendence. My path has never been erroneous, yet the heavens of this wilderness are far too low, limiting the height of our great Tao. It seems preparation is necessary. As Luohu mused to himself, shattering his own completeness and glimpsing a thread of transcendence, he sensed a formidable force of suppression looming above him, obstructing his path to liberation. He harbored doubts that he would ultimately achieve transcendence. Yet it was not a matter of his own Tao, but rather an issue pertaining to the primordial world itself. The ordinary path appeared fraught with difficulty. Suddenly, a flicker of realization stirred within Luohu.
He raised his hand to calculate, and his expression instantly turned icy. The petty, scheming underlings, resorting to such underhanded tactics, dared to thwart my grand endeavors. This time I shall make them pay dearly. Luo Ho rose and cast his gaze toward the east. Without a moment's hesitation, in the next instant, his figure vanished alongside the 12-petal black lotus, heading directly out of Mount Buzhou towards the northern expanse of Buzhou Mountain. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, a Taoist shrouded in ethereal energy returned once more, gazing upon the towering pillar that supported the heavens. Hong Jun fell into contemplation before continuing his ascent into Buzhou Mountain. This was not his first visit. Like him, several others had previously ventured to investigate this enigmatic locale. It was the most mysterious place in the primordial world, imbued with the residual might of Pangu's Tao. Buzhou Mountain was not merely a support for the heavens. It also suppressed the entire temporal river of the primordial realm, maintaining the stability of the cosmos. Were it not for the restraint exerted by Buzhou Mountain, De Luo could roam freely through the river of time, even altering its course with a mere thought, causing time to flow backward. Such a place would not escape anyone's scrutiny. Both openly and covertly, many had sought to explore it, yet none had truly entered Buzhou Mountain. Even beings of De Luo stature could not breach its overwhelming aura of oppression. Buzhou Mountain rejected their entrance, for the time had not yet come for the beings of the primordial realm to be welcomed within. Only those born from Buzhou Mountain could traverse freely unaffected by its oppressive aura. Thus, being born within Buzhou Mountain itself was an unparalleled blessing. This fact remained unknown to both Qing Xian and Chenglian. After all, they had never witnessed Hong Jun being turned away from the mountain's gates, nor could they perceive any anomalies while traversing its paths. Upon stepping into Buzhou Mountain, Hong Jun summoned his innate powers. Yet his form remained uncontrollably weighed down by the terrifying pressure that bore down upon him. There was nowhere to hide, no means of evasion, only the option to endure. As he ascended beneath the oppressive might of Buzhou Mountain, he sought to comprehend the resounding Tao that permeated the air. The path of the Tao was obscured, and he hoped to find a breakthrough amidst his struggles. Step by step, he climbed the mountain, bearing the immense weight of pressure. At long last, after enduring for countless eons, Hong Jun halted midway up the mountain, for beyond lay the absolute forbidden zone delineated by Pangu. Standing still for a lengthy moment, Hong Jun opened his tightly shut eyes, and within his gaze, myriad Tao and endless principles unfolded, resonating harmoniously with the world around him. With a soft exclamation, cut, a figure clad in black, a manifestation of Hong Jun himself, was severed from within. He forcibly shattered a portion of his own completeness, creating both a gap and an opening for transcendence. In that moment, a trace of transcendent aura enveloped Hong Jun, elevating his cultivation beyond the realm of De Luo's completeness. Entering into a profound and extraordinary state, severing the three corpses, I affirm my transcendence. If there is no path ahead, I shall carve my own. However, Hong Jun soon furrowed his brow, for, like Luo Ho, as he truly embarked on his path of transcendence, he too sensed the shackles that lay ahead on the Tao's journey. In the depths of the East Sea, within the Dragon Palace, a majestic figure fused with heaven and earth, embodying the essence of the cosmos as if he were the very embodiment of the universe itself. His aura merging seamlessly with the boundless ocean. Though not transcended, he had refined the power of the endless sea into his being, and his aura had undeniably surpassed the completeness of De Luo. South of Buzhou Mountain, an iridescent phoenix hovered in the sky, embodying the essence of the stars, its aura transcending the Luo. The west of Buzhou Mountain, at Qilin Cliff, a towering Qilin stood upon the earth, its breath causing the ground to undulate, its aura also surpassing De Luo. If one were to observe closely, they would discover an intriguing phenomenon. The paths chosen by the ancestral dragon and his companions were remarkably similar, the only distinction being the elemental powers they had refined. The ancestral dragon melded with the infinite ocean, the primordial phoenix absorbed the vast cosmos, and the primordial Qilin anchored itself to the expansive earth. The Tao encompasses 50, the heavens evolve into 49, and humanity eludes 1. Beneath the celestial Tao, variables persist. Within the great Tao, there are no anomalies, all is predetermined. Chapter 41, Bodhi Tree, Bitter Bamboo, Ginseng Fruit Tree. A fearsome black beast, exuding a regal aura, traversed the void with incredible speed, covering billions of miles in an instant. Upon its back sat two figures clad in azure, one male and one female, Qing Xian and Chenglian. Having departed from the North Sea, the beast beneath them was none other than the ferocious beast known as Huang, born from the life force of the Deadland, which had clung to Qing Xian and followed them from the forsaken battlefield.
Now serving as Qin Xian's steed, though merely at the golden immortal stage, its physical form bore an indestructible essence, resilient beyond measure, and its speed was astonishing, with a potent origin that was truly awe-inspiring. Yet, such formidable origins came at a cost. Its overwhelming ferocity dulled its intellect and obscured its Tao nature. Qin Xian reclined upon Huang's back, gazing eastward, his brow slightly furrowed. Had the primordial world begun to stir uneasily? The three clans were surely preparing to make their move. The subtle fluctuations in the energies of heaven and earth had become increasingly apparent during their journey. They had long since departed from the North Sea, and now found themselves in the western regions. Having traversed Kunlun, the information imparted by Kunping indicated that an entrance to the underworld Blood Sea lay in this far western expanse, and Qin Xian and his companion were making their way toward that very entrance. Their avoidance of encounters with either Luo Ho or Yang Mei brought a sense of relief to Qin Xian, allowing him to gradually ease his worries, after refining a trace of the primordial true essence. Qin Xian experienced a significant surge in his cultivation, now reaching the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal, and even faintly touching upon the threshold of the late stage. Of course, this advancement required considerable resources, and he had exhausted the 5 needle pine fruits he had brought, having consumed 6 of the lotus seeds produced by the 12-petal golden lotus. To elevate one's cultivation level, one must accumulate Tao merits and comprehend the great Tao. Typically, the bottleneck arises from the understanding of the Tao, while the accumulation of Tao merits is a matter of time and effort. However, having refined that trace of true essence, and with Qin Lian's Tao as a reference, Qin Xian's comprehension of the Tao surpassed the level of his accumulated merits. Thus, after expending the innate spiritual roots fruits to save time on merit accumulation, Qin Xian's cultivation soared directly to the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Yet, it seemed that the calamity of the dragon and phoenix was about to commence. Merely being at the Tai Golden Immortal level would not suffice. Qin Xian sighed, instinctively leaning backward. Qin Lian, engaged in her own Tao comprehension, turned to glare at him, but Qin Xian feigned ignorance, preoccupied with a small section of jade bamboo in his hands, intent on refining it into a bamboo flute. This was no ordinary material. It was a top-tier innate spiritual root, bitter bamboo. As Qin Xian and his companion passed through Kunlun, they were unable to enter, missing the chance to meet the destined 3 saints of the future or witness the wonders of the Kunlun Yaoqi. A source of regret for Qin Xian, his curiosity about the West Queen Mother was purely innocent, devoid of ulterior motives. Moreover, his interest in the Yaoqi was even greater, for it was said to be the primordial world's foremost spiritual spring, an unparalleled choice for brewing tea or bathing. If possible, Qin Xian wished to uncover the mysteries of the Yaoqi water and see if it could be replicated or exchanged for a portion. Additionally, he was eager to see if one of the 10 great spiritual roots, the Runwater peach tree, grew in the West Kunlun Yaoqi. To possibly taste its flavor. He resolved to seek such an opportunity in the future. Upon entering the western regions, Qin Xian and his companion unexpectedly encountered the renowned duo of the West, Jiayin and Zhuanti. While it was said that these two were impoverished, were they truly destitute? Zhuanti held in his possession the supreme innate spiritual root, the Bodhi tree, an extraordinary treasure that made even Qin Xian envious. Likewise, Jiayin possessed a perfect innate spiritual root, bitter bamboo. Though neither possessed other spiritual treasures, the worth of these 2 supreme innate spiritual roots was undeniable. In contrast, Kunpeng truly epitomized poverty. Encountering these two, Qin Xian felt a peculiar sensation. Nevertheless, he bore no prejudice against them. Rather, he did not subscribe to the legends. He believed in the truth of what he could see with his own eyes. He would not allow others to scheme against him. Yet he had no great interest in plotting against others either. Naturally, he would not hastily regard certain individuals as enemies. Both Jiayin and Zhuanti were of the Tai true immortal realm, comparable to Kunpeng and the river of the underworld. Qin Xian and his companion engaged in discussions with them for millennia, though it was evident that such dialogues typically favored those of lower realms. Thus, when Qin Xian proposed to exchange a young branch of the Bodhi tree and a section of bitter bamboo, the two, after some hesitation, did not refuse. In total, Qin Xian expended 4 out of 12 golden lotus seeds in this transaction, leaving him with merely 2 remaining, while the next batch of lotus seeds was still far from maturity. This exchange did not place Qin Xian at a disadvantage. He sought an equitable trade. Simultaneously, he gleaned much information about the West from Jiayin and Zhuanti, sparing him and Qin Lian from unnecessary detours. What Qin Xian held in his hands was the bitter bamboo he had acquired through this exchange, measuring just over a foot in length. perfectly suited for crafting into a bamboo flute. The characteristics of this bitter bamboo are exceptionally suited for being refined into a musical instrument. Its qualities are difficult to surpass. When Qing Xian first encountered the exquisite innate spiritual root, the acacia wood, in the realm of Qingqiu, he had already begun to contemplate the potential of this bitter bamboo. These two innate spiritual roots share notable similarities, both intrinsically linked to the desires of sentient beings. However, it is evident that the acacia wood is significantly restrained by the bitter bamboo. The latter possesses the ability to purify the heart and mind, each capable of severing the six senses with its formidable power. And it is classified as a supreme grade, rendering it capable of completely overpowering the acacia wood. Although Qing Xian merely intended to use this as a pastime and had no genuine intention of treating it as a magical treasure after all, he lacked nothing in the realm of supreme innate spiritual treasures. After conducting a ritual refinement, he produced a prototype of a flute. Placing it to his lips, the melodious notes flowed forth, soothing the spirit and calming the mind, leading one to a state of ethereal tranquility, where the heart of Tao became clear, and the spirit platform was purified, drawing one into the realm of enlightenment. This phenomenon was attributed not only to the inherent power of the bitter bamboo but also to the essence of the melody itself. As Qing Xian played, manifestations of the bitter bamboo appeared, accompanied by the gentle swaying of the blue lotus and the dancing shadows of the trees. This was a realization that Qing Xian had derived from the Bodhi tree, which he had transformed into a musical divine art. The piece was titled Bodhi's Tranquil Heart Melody, serving to assist others in calming their minds and focusing their spirits, devoid of any offensive power. However, an ill-mannered beast, lacking in taste and refinement, roared, abruptly silencing the music and shattering the serene ambience. Qing Xuan's fist tightened. His elegant playing of the transverse flute, a moment of tranquil beauty, was interrupted by this raucous interruption. Was it a deliberate attempt to sabotage his performance? This place possesses a unique aura, brimming with creation, likely the Taoist sanctuary of a certain esteemed friend. Wait, Wanshou Mountain. That name seems familiar. Just as Qing Xian was considering reprimanding the uncouth ancient beast, he noticed the extraordinary atmosphere of the mountain ahead. And upon further investigation, the name rang a bell. Indeed, Wanshou Mountain Wuzhuang Temple, and the ginseng fruit. Unexpectedly, he had arrived at this renowned location, the Taoist sanctuary of the illustrious Zhen Yuanzi, the ancestor of Earth immortals. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Xian decided to pay a visit to ginseng fruit, a supreme innate spiritual root, renowned and just as esteemed as the rainwater Bodhi tree. He anticipated its delightful taste, having missed the rainwater peach tree. He wondered if he could trade for a few ginseng fruits to savor. Moreover, he harbored some doubts regarding the ginseng fruit's classification as a supreme innate treasure. Surely, it could not be merely for prolonging life. Additionally, Zhen Yuanzi is known to be a person of great integrity in various legends, thus worth meeting. If that were the case, it would be beneficial to cultivate a friendship. Furthermore, there was another reason. It was said that Zhen Yuanzi possessed the Earth Book. Perhaps one day he could borrow it if necessary, though Qing Xian felt it was highly improbable, as he preferred to avoid unnecessary risks. Chapter 42, Wanshou Mountain Wuzhuang Temple, the abode of immortal beings living in harmony with the heavens. However, the current Wuzhuang Temple did not yet boast such a majestic couplet. Nevertheless, the atmosphere surrounding Wuzhuang Temple was extraordinary. Esteemed friends from afar, forgive my lack of hospitality. I am Zhen Yuanzi, and it is an honor to meet you both. As the grand doors of Wuzhuang Temple swung open, two figures emerged. The speaker, clad in a yellow Taoist robe, appeared to be a middle-aged man, his forehead broad and his features round, radiating an aura of fortune and a profound Taoist essence. The other figure, dressed in a red robe, exuded a relaxed demeanor, contrasting sharply with the composed Zhen Yuanzi. In comparison to Zhen Yuanzi, this individual seemed ethereal, even while casually munching on a spiritual fruit. Upon seeing this person, Qing Xian immediately recognized him. It could only be Hong Yun, reputed to be the first manifestation of a red cloud in the world, explaining the ethereal impression he gave off. I am Qing Xian, passing through this blessed land and inadvertently intruding. I hope my friend will not take offense. Qing Xian bowed in greeting, and Qinglian followed suit. Not at all, esteemed friends. It is a privilege to welcome you both. Your presence brings brilliance to my humble Wuzhuang Temple. If you do not mind, please step inside for a discussion on our respective paths, Zhen Yuanzi said, casting a gaze over Qing Xian and Qinglian before returning the bow and extending the invitation. Then we shall impose upon you. Please, after you. Qing Xian and Qing Lian followed Zhen Yuanzi into the temple, and after exchanging pleasantries, they began discussing the Tao of cultivation. After all, the discourse of the Tao was the common thread that united them. Leaving little room for idle chatter, it would be quite impolite not to engage in such a discussion upon meeting. Moreover, forging connections through the Tao was an opportunity for each to affirm their own paths, to refine their own understanding through the insights of others, and to mutually enhance their cultivation. The mighty beings of the primordial age reveled in visiting friends not out of idleness, but rather for the myriad benefits that arose from centuries of philosophical discourse. Old friend, since our esteemed guests have arrived, why not serve them some ginseng fruit as a treat? At the conclusion of their discourse, Hongyun suddenly suggested with a smile. Zhen Yuanzi shot him a glare but did not refuse. Nodding in agreement, that seems appropriate. Please wait a moment, I shall procure some. With that, Zhen Yuanzi departed deeper into Wuzhuang Temple. Even under the cover of the innate great formation, Qing Xian and the others could sense the vibrant life force saturating the area. Imbued with a unique Taoist resonance, likely the tree bearing the supreme innate spiritual ginseng fruit. Qing Xian, allow me to tell you, my old friend, that ginseng fruit is truly a remarkable treasure. After tens of thousands of years, only 30 fruits are produced. These fruits fall when they encounter gold, scorch when they meet fire, dissolve in water, wither in wood, and sink into earth. Each element interacts uniquely, creating a flavor that is exquisite. As Zhen Yuanzi left, Hongyun spoke enthusiastically to Qing Xian and Qing Lian about the ginseng fruit tree, extolling its mysteries and flavors with little reserve. Qing Xian discerned that the bond between Hongyun and Zhen Yuanzi was exceptionally close. While not as deeply rooted as the Three Pure Ones or the siblings of the Sun Star, their relationship was nonetheless profound. Not brothers by blood, yet closer than kin, this aligned with the legends. And it seemed that Hongyun had a particular penchant for culinary delights, often taking out spiritual fruits to nibble on, reminiscent of his own disciple, Longji. Shortly thereafter, Zhen Yuanzi returned with 12 ginseng fruits, resembling tender white baby fruits, brimming with vibrant life force and innate spiritual energy, emanating a unique Taoist essence. Please, both of you, do taste these. I assure you the flavor of the ginseng fruit will not disappoint. Hongyun was the first to pick up a ginseng fruit and began to eat it. Inviting Qing Xian and Qing Lian to join, Zhen Yuanzi shot Hongyun an exasperated look. Do you think everyone is like you, only concerned with their appetites? In your mouth, the greatest virtue of the ginseng fruit has become merely a delicacy. With a chuckle, Hongyun grinned, prompting Zhen Yuanzi to shake his head in resignation. Curiously, Qing Xian was eager to discover the taste of the ginseng fruit. He did not hesitate, taking a ginseng fruit to inspect before indulging. Hongyun was quite right. The ginseng fruit was indeed delectable, far surpassing ordinary spiritual fruits in its crisp, juicy, sweet, and fragrant essence. Upon finishing one ginseng fruit, Qing Xian understood the true effect of this supreme innate spiritual root. The so-called prolonging of life was merely a superficial aspect. After all, the beings of their caliber had no notion of lifespan. If it were merely to extend life, it would not be worthy of being treasured by an innate divine being. Nor would it merit the title of a supreme innate spiritual root. The abundant vitality and pure spiritual energy were indeed accompanying benefits, but not particularly rare. The true nobility of the ginseng fruit lay in its ability to assist individuals in breaking through their fated limitations and shackles. Although it offered only a fleeting chance, a mere thread of possibility, it was astonishing enough. When Qing Xian opened his eyes once more, he felt a subtle shift in his aura. Though slight, it was tangible. Unfortunately, like most innate spiritual fruits, the ginseng fruit only exhibited its maximum efficacy upon first consumption. Subsequent uses would yield significantly diminished effects. Qing Xian and Qing Lian remained in Wuzhuang Temple for over 2,000 years before taking their leave. Departing with 5 ginseng fruits each. In exchange, he presented the last 2 lotus seeds from the 12th grade golden lotus and some Dao tea leaves to Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun, ensuring a mutual exchange of courtesy. Having consumed 6 fruits while departing with 10, a total of 16, even if their discussions had afforded them greater benefits, Qing Xian did not intend to take advantage. Outside Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun watched the departing figures with a sense of profound reflection. Though both hailed from the same innate divine origins, the disparity in cultivation levels between them and Qing Xian was stark. I never imagined that Qing Xian would possess such remarkable culinary skills, indeed, a kindred spirit. The two resolved to intensify their efforts in Dao cultivation, recognizing the need to avoid complacency. An opportunity must be sought to test the culinary insights imparted by Qing Xian, so they could discuss them further upon their next encounter. Zhen Yuanzi shot a dark look at his friend. Could you not cooperate with me, while I am discussing the profound matters of cultivation? You bring up food. Yet, understanding his old friend's nature, Zhen Yuanzi sighed in resignation. Producing a golden lotus seed to hand to Hongyun, these esteemed friends are truly fortunate. If we refine this lotus seed, combined with our insights from our discussions, our cultivation will surely advance further. Initially, he had harbored some wariness towards the two unexpected visitors. However, as they approached, intentionally radiating their auras to reveal their intentions, it became evident they did not harbor ill will upon meeting one another. He discovered that these two individuals possessed hidden virtues, exuding a serene and natural aura, devoid of any trace of malice. Their willingness to present a generous offering of ginseng fruit was a testament to their recognition. However, what Jin Yuanzi had not anticipated was that these two were not only profoundly skilled in their Tao, but also exceptionally fortunate. The enlightenment tea they offered was a product of the finest innate spiritual roots. While the water Qingxian used to brew the tea was no ordinary liquid, but rather the divine water of the three lights. As they prepared to depart, they bestowed upon their hosts equally extraordinary lotus seeds. Although the quantity paled in comparison to the ginseng fruit he had given, their intrinsic value was undeniably significant. Particularly noteworthy was that both the enlightenment tea and the lotus seeds were the first of their kind that he and Hongyun had ever utilized. After leaving Wuzhuangguan, Qingxian and his companions rode the ancient beast, continuing their journey westward. After 8,000 years, they finally arrived at the location indicated by Kunping. Chapter 43, the Blood Sea of the Underworld before them. A thick black mist enveloped the surroundings, severing even the perception of one's soul, as an entirely different aura faintly emanated from the other side. The realms of the underworld and the primordial earth represent the duality of yin and yang. Hence the distinction between the realms of the dead and the living. It is important to note that while later generations refer to the underworld as the Yin Chao Difu, the realm of the underworld is not buried beneath the primordial earth. Even if one were to dig through the primordial earth, they would not gain entry into the underworld. In truth, the underworld exists as a complete interface that is mutually dependent on the primordial earth. Forming a distinct world. Upon reaching this place, Qingxian understood that they had indeed found their destination. Standing before the black mist, he gazed eastward, reflecting on the fact that it had been over 30,000 years since he and Qinglian had left Qingzhou. If all went as expected, their journey to the Blood Sea of the underworld would take considerable time, for the Blood Sea was no mere pond. Finding the fiery red lotus of karma amidst its depths would not be an easy endeavor. He could only hope that their innate abilities would allow Qinglian's essence to resonate with it. Moreover, aside from the 12th grade fiery red lotus, Qingxian also wished to search for traces of a certain existence within the Blood Sea. Conservatively estimating, their return to the primordial earth would likely take several tens of thousands of years, and the increasingly chaotic energies in the world indicated that upheaval might soon be upon them. Regarding the impending calamity, Qingxian felt little concern, but he did worry about his two disciples remaining in Qingzhou. After all, they had formally taken him as their master, and he felt somewhat remiss in his duties as a teacher. Yet Qingxian understood that he had no better means to secure Longji and Tianhu, nor could he bring them along on his journey through the primordial world, as his own strength did not permit such ease. He hoped that his two disciples would remain unscathed by the impending disaster. They had been relatively obedient, so he trusted they would stay put in Qingzhou. Within Qingzhou, there existed the grand formation he and Qinglian had established. Along with the natural arrangement of the cave paradise, fortified by the superior innate spiritual root, the wishing wood, and the finest innate spiritual root, the five-pine tree, which served as a foundation for protection. Tianhu, possessing the wishing wood, could exercise a degree of control over the grand formation, and as long as the De Luo did not intervene, Qingzhou would remain secure, given Longji's status and the protection of her brothers. Combined with the vow of Qingyou to Qingxian, he believed Qingyou would not allow the Dragon Clan to encroach upon Qingzhou, which was sufficient. After all, the greatest threat to Qingzhou came from the Dragon Clan. Let us proceed. Each individual has their own destiny and fortune. My worries are of no consequence. Qingxian withdrew his gaze, briefly lingering on the Mount Shumi before turning to Qinglian and stepping into the black mist. Unbeknownst to them, the entity they were concerned about, Rahu, was not within his abode on Mount Shumi, but instead was located in the northern darkness. Qinglian said nothing, sitting sideways on the back of the ancient beast. and subsequently entered the black mist, vanishing from sight. This black mist possessed a disorienting power, capable of corroding flesh and bone, suffused with a chilling aura and dense with the essence of death. Furthermore, this place marked the intersection of yin and yang, where the laws of both realms intertwined, creating a chaotic and disorderly expanse that affected Qing Xian and his companions' progress, yet, it was merely an influence and not a true danger. Their cultivation levels were formidable, and the innate spiritual treasures in their possession had specific efficacy against such effects. As they traversed through the black mist, they walked for millennia, during which they encountered no signs of life within this region. Instead, they discovered numerous fragmented souls drifting here, remnants of departed beings that had not yet fully dissipated. At this time, the primordial world had not yet revealed the heavenly Tao, let alone the earthly Tao and the cycle of reincarnation. Although the 6 paths of reincarnation had not yet been established in later generations, it did not imply the absence of reincarnation in the primordial world. The universe inherently possessed a grand cycle, and all within it perpetually circulated through cycles of life and death. However, this reincarnation was merely a cold and absolute rule. With all beings treated as mere fodder, the deceased would dissipate into the cosmos. With no promise of rebirth, with a single step, they crossed an unseen threshold, finding themselves in another realm. They had entered the underworld, now standing upon a lifeless, pitch-black expanse, where their gaze met an endless crimson ocean, the Blood Sea. Standing at the edge of the Blood Sea, Qing Xian and his companion did not immediately venture into its depths, but instead lingered for a considerable time, deeply contemplating the unique laws that differed from those of the primordial earth. Seeking to decipher the special regulations that flowed within the Blood Sea, only after a millennium did they guide the ancient beast deeper into the Blood Sea, aiming to locate their primary objective. The 12th Great Fiery Red Lotus. Regrettably, neither Qing Xian nor Qinglian felt any resonance. Whether it was due to the vast distance or the haughty nature of the 12th Great Fiery Red Lotus, its presence remained elusive. Year after year, they continued to search in vain for the 12th Great Fiery Red Lotus. Looking back, they beheld the infinite Blood Sea, devoid of boundaries. Within the vast expanse of the Blood Sea, not a trace of life could be found. Only a profound silence. It was said that this Blood Sea was formed from the blood of the Pangu deity's navel, infused with the malice of creation and the utmost filth of the world. Even an immortal golden immortal would be tainted by its power, corrupting their Tao body and obscuring their primordial spirit, leading to a state of ignorance. As Tai golden immortals, Qing Xian and his companion were completely unaffected. Qing Xian found this place to be exceedingly monotonous and far from pleasant. Their mount, the ancient beast, though only at the level of a golden immortal, possessed a peculiar physique that exuded an indestructible quality, rendering it entirely impervious to the corrosive forces of the Blood Sea, frolicking freely within. As for the pollution of the primordial spirit and the obscuring of the true spirit, this creature was a ferocious beast, not particularly known for its intellect. As long as it remained simple-minded, who could possibly lower its intelligence? Finally, after thousands of years, Qing Xian and his companions sensed the presence of life within the Blood Sea for the first time. Greatly uplifting Qingxuan's spirits, rising from the back of the ancient beast, he signaled to Qinglian before swiftly heading in a specific direction, his form transforming into a wisp of light and vanishing into the cosmos. Qinglian glanced at the direction in which Qing Xian had disappeared before closing her eyes to continue her cultivation. Without needing her command, the ancient beast eagerly followed the trail Qing Xian had intentionally left behind. Qing Xian traversed billions of miles, standing in the void. Naturally, they still remained within the confines of the Blood Sea. With a gaze that gathered the power of the great Tao, Qing Xian activated his divine sight and looked down into the Blood Sea. His eyes piercing through its obstacles, landing upon a blood-colored bubble floating within. Inside, a tiny mosquito, no larger than a palm, curled up, possessing semi-transparent blood-red wings and a body cloaked in darkness, adorned with crimson patterns that exuded an ominous aura. It was none other than the blood-winged black mosquito. The mosquito Taoist rumors suggested that it was a remnant of the primordial ferocious beasts, born from the most tainted regions of the primordial world. Inherently one of the most malevolent existences, Qing Xian produced a bamboo flute crafted from bitter bamboo, placing it to his lips as he began to play a haunting melody. However, for those enveloped by the sound, it was as if their 6 senses had been stripped away in an instant, rendering them unable to perceive the slightest aspect of the external world. In a sudden motion, Qing Xian extended his hand, Grasping at the void, where the power of the great Tao surged between his fingers, with a divine ability, he manifested the universe in his palm, directly extracting the blood bubbles nurturing the blood-winged black mosquito from the sea of blood and sealing them with suppression. At the moment of action, Qing Xian deliberately concealed his aura, and legends say the blood-winged black mosquito remained oblivious to the identity of its assailant. Once stripped of its 6 senses, it fell into a tranquil slumber. Its consciousness sealed by Qingshuan's methods. Observing the sealed blood-winged black mosquito, Qingshuan's eyes sparkled with various powers of the great Tao, desiring to see through its essence entirely. At that moment, Guhong arrived, carrying Qinglian, who immediately turned her gaze towards the being sealed in Qingshuan's hand, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Qingxian tossed the suppressed blood-winged black mosquito towards her, stating, "This creature possesses greater exploratory value than the Kuanpun. Utilize your great Tao to see if you can comprehend its ability to consume the essence of innate spiritual roots. If successful, it may open up a new path for you in the future." Qinglian nodded in agreement. "If it truly possesses such remarkable abilities, your idea may very well come to fruition. Just be careful not to harm its essence. I am uncertain whether its powers are innate or acquired. It would be best if they were innate, as any acquired abilities would need to be addressed later." Qing Xian cautioned. He genuinely valued the mosquito's ability to devour innate spiritual roots. If they could harness such power, it would be advantageous. As for the potential karmic ties that might arise from their interaction with the blood-winged black mosquito, Qing Xian felt little concern. The method of dealing with it would be determined after Qinglian's exploration clarified the situation. Reflecting on his connections with fierce beasts, he noted the dragon princess as his disciple and the pure-blooded beast Guhong as his steed, with the blood-winged black mosquito also qualifying as a fierce beast, albeit an unusual one. Subsequently, Qing Xian and Qinglian ventured deeper into the Blood Sea, searching for the 12th grade fiery red lotus of karma that was said to grow there. Qinglian was diligently attempting to explore the origins of the blood-winged black mosquito, as her path was that of creation, making her well-suited for such endeavors. Although Qinglian's journey was not one of creation but rather of cosmic genesis, her ability to dissect the essence of things, deconstructing and reconstructing from the roots, was a significant aspect of the power of creation. Qing Xian possessed a profound understanding of the path of creation as well, leading him to a firm conclusion: those who cultivate the path of creation are certainly not mere nurturers but must possess formidable strength. Mastery in creation implies a profound understanding of the roots and essence of things, making such abilities invaluable in combat. If all goes as expected, one of the destined saints, Nuwa, who walks the path of creation, is not to be underestimated in the future. Legends suggest that Nuwa is not particularly adept in combat, ranking low among the saints, with few glorious achievements, yet, despite never having witnessed her prowess firsthand, Qing Xian sensed an underlying mystery. It was implausible that someone skilled in the path of creation would be lacking in combat ability. Qinglian's comprehension was unparalleled, and she was now well acquainted with analyzing the essence of things. The blood-winged black mosquito was merely at the level of a golden immortal, on the brink of entering the Tai realm, which was impressive but paled in comparison to Qinglian's prowess. Upon probing its essence, Qinglian made a significant discovery. The innate great Tao and divine abilities of the blood-winged black mosquito were indeed formidable. Though it was currently weak, if it were to grow, it could potentially acquire the legendary power to consume innate spiritual roots. This was closely tied to the unique essence of the blood-winged black mosquito, born from the extreme pollution of the world, capable of corrupting even the spiritual light of innate spiritual entities. Such innate divine abilities, reliant on its essence, were exceedingly difficult for others to learn, practically impossible. However, for Qinglian, the possibility was not entirely out of reach. Qing Xian sought a place to temporarily pause, allowing Qinglian to focus on analyzing the power of the blood-winged black mosquito and attempt to develop a method for their use. Meanwhile, he continued his search for the 12th grade fiery red lotus of karma. After countless years, Qing Xian finally felt a surge of perception, filling him with immense joy without any unforeseen complications. Guided by this sensation, they discovered the 12th grade fiery red lotus of karma growing amidst the vast blood sea. Its vivid hue resembled fresh blood, enveloped in a layer of ethereal flames, exuding an otherworldly allure as it swayed. Its unique resonance of the great Tao permeating the surroundings. However, the fiery red lotus seemed not yet fully mature, making it unsuitable for immediate extraction, as it required the unique powers of the blood sea for its development. It appears we must remain here for a while, Qinglian remarked. The primordial chaos is likely to undergo a tremendous upheaval, while this realm of the underworld remains relatively undisturbed. Qinglian had no objections. And together they set various formations to create a temporary sanctuary. Qingxian also planted the 12th grade golden lotus in this location, and they commenced a prolonged period of secluded cultivation, waiting for the complete maturation of the 12th grade fiery red lotus. Though the realm of the underworld was vast, it differed from the primordial chaos, devoid of any life, a desolate expanse, the blood sea, serving as a gathering place for the endless filth of the primordial world. Was even more so, the only innate divine entity birthed within it, the dark river of the underworld, currently lacked the power to control the entire blood sea upon their return from the underworld blood sea to the primordial land. Qingxian and his companion sensed an unsettling chaos in the laws of the universe, leading Qingxian to believe they had missed the second calamity, the dragon and phoenix calamity, following the opening of the primordial world. During their time in the underworld blood sea, they had remained in seclusion, guiding the maturation of the 12th grade fiery red lotus while simultaneously cultivating their understanding of the Tao. This period of seclusion lasted for a considerable duration. Marking Qingxuan's first extended retreat, Qinglian suggested that it would be best for them to ascend to the Deluo realm simultaneously, otherwise it could disrupt the balance of their shared Tao fruits. The one who ascended later might find their path blocked, unable to step onto their true path, becoming inadvertently influenced by the other's great Tao. The gap between the Tai and Deluo realms was immense. Like the separation of heaven and earth, their unique circumstances, even more intertwined than those of shared origins, meant that their connection and influence on each other were profound. It was evident that if this continued, Qinglian would inevitably be the first to enter the Deluo realm. Even though Qingxian had significantly improved his cultivation by refining a fragment of the chaotic Deluo essence, he still lagged behind Qinglian by a considerable margin. His cultivation speed was not slow, but his foundational essence matured later than Qinglian's, and his innate qualities could not compare to the true creation of the 24th grade Qinglian. His rapid cultivation was largely due to the support he received from Qinglian, allowing him, a pseudo-innate divine being, to progress faster than a true innate divine being. Qinglian's willingness to consider him brought joy to Qingxian, and he had no complaints about being pulled into seclusion. As a genuine innate being born for the Tao, seeking the path was instinctual, driven by an insatiable thirst for the great Tao, obsessive and profound. Thus Qinglian's decision to pause her own journey to wait for him was quite surprising to Qingxian. After a prolonged period, Qinglian reached the pinnacle of the late Tai Golden Immortal stage, while with Qinglian's full assistance, Qingxian, who trailed her by 10,000 years, reached the completion of the Tai Golden Immortal stage during the 11,000 years of their retreat. As for the fiery red lotus, it fully matured 8,000 years into their seclusion, and the accumulation of their Tao practices was greatly aided by the seeds of the fiery red lotus. Afterward, they ventured across the blood sea into the deeper realms of the underworld, hoping to discover some fated innate treasures or roots, as well as to further perceive different laws of the great Tao in search of an opportunity for breakthrough into the Deluo realm. Unfortunately, despite the vastness of the underworld, they found little of significance, encountering only the high-grade innate treasure, the 9 nether map, birthed within the 9 springs. Other than that, their search yielded no further results. After collecting the 9 nether map and some waters from the 9 springs, they began their journey back to the primordial land. After a passage of several tens of thousands of years, the changes in the primordial realm were immense. The atmosphere of the laws of the universe had once again grown chaotic and obscure. With the heavenly mechanisms obscured and calamity energy permeating the world, the 3 clans had begun to clash, claiming it was for the supremacy of the primordial realm. This seemed implausible to Qingxian. The ancestral dragons and primal phoenixes were authentic innate divine beings, among the most favored of the innate divine beings. Would they truly descend to the level of mortals, fighting mindlessly for dominance and turning the primordial realm into a chaotic mess? Had they lost their minds, power and influence held no allure for them, and at the very least, it would not drive them to insanity. The only plausible explanation for such turmoil was a struggle over the great Tao. Were the 3 parties vying for the opportunity to attain sainthood? Were there other unseen machinations at play? Qingxian could not ascertain, as he had only interacted with a few dragon offspring like Qinyo among the 3 clans. Gaining only a limited understanding of the dragon clan's path, while remaining ignorant of the others, yet he paid it little mind. the primordial realm could not be destroyed, and if the heavens fell, there would still be someone tall enough to restore order. The priority remained to attain the Luo Dao fruit, as meddling in the affairs of the three clans would yield no benefits, and would only invite trouble, an endeavor foolish enough for any wise individual to undertake. However, as soon as they stepped onto the primordial land, both Qing Xian and Qinglian felt a subtle shift in their cultivation bottlenecks, as if an unseen force was guiding them towards something. There lay their opportunity for ascension to the Luo realm. Their gazes turned towards the east, across an endless distance, fixating on the Yunzu pillar, the Yunzu mountain. Could that be where their opportunity for attaining Luo resided? Exchanging knowing glances, they realized their perceptions had not been mistaken. With their level of cultivation and the state of their realms at completion, they were highly sensitive to such Dao fluctuations. I in the realm of Tai, I, a seeker of truth, gather all aspects of my being. Mastering my destiny, all entities intertwined with my existence, unless obscured by malevolent intentions, will inevitably resonate with my heart. The two individuals proceed directly towards Mount Buzhou, not pausing anywhere along the way. Their speed surpassing even that of their initial escape from the North Sea, each stride crossing mountains and seas, a testament to their significant cultivation advancement. The ancient beast, Gu Huan, now slumbers within the internal space of a primordial treasure. Having been nourished by 2 ginseng fruits and a red lotus seed, showing signs of impending transformation. As for the blood-winged black mosquito, it was carelessly cast back into the blood sea by Qing Xian. Never taken along, after all, the mosquito was oblivious to the identity of its assailant from the very beginning, remaining in a tranquil slumber throughout the ordeal, so deeply asleep that even the loss of its kidneys would not awaken it. During this time, the two individuals kept it close for study, benefiting from the nurturing of the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus and the golden lotus, thus gaining a fortuitous opportunity, a form of karmic compensation. The blood-winged black mosquito's gestation finds its best environment within the blood sea. Qing Xian had no desire to interfere, and this creature itself was quite a nuisance. As they journeyed towards Mount Buzhou, the western lands appeared relatively calm, yet, upon entering the eastern territories, the scenery was utterly transformed from the past. The three clans were not only waging war against one another in chaos but also scouring the land for primordial deities. Seizing blessed lands, causing numerous displaced primordial beings to embark on a path of escape, the three clans, in their struggle for supremacy, tacitly expelled other primordial beings, seeking to appropriate their fortunes, after all, being nurtured by heaven and earth. They were inherently endowed with extraordinary fortunes. However, such actions would undoubtedly lead to karmic repercussions, resulting in future reckoning. Reflecting on it, the decline of these three clans in later generations, with many reduced to mere mounts for powerful beings, might indeed be considered a cycle of karma. Qing Xian and his companion paid no heed to these matters, focusing solely on their journey. Soon, they uncovered a startling fact: powerful entities were actively guiding the fleeing primordial beings towards Mount Buzhou, even whisking away large numbers of beings from the three clans, employing skillful and organized methods. What were these individuals up to? Who was orchestrating this? Furthermore, Qing Xian and his companion noticed that these beings seemed to face considerable difficulty in ascending Mount Buzhou, only able to traverse a specific path to reach its summit. This was the first time they learned that the overwhelming pressure of Mount Buzhou could impede beings from entering. After all, they themselves had strolled about the mountain without any hindrance. It was likely due to their gestation site being within Mount Buzhou, thus being recognized by the mountain the moment they were born. Standing in the void outside Mount Buzhou, gazing at the pillar that supports heaven and earth, it was their first return since their departure. The chaotic expanse of the primordial world remained untouched here. Firmly suppressed, unshakable, a steadfastness akin to a rock, providing an inexplicable sense of peace. Hongjun, Qing Xian sensed the aura left behind along the specific path and immediately recognized the identity of the one who had opened this route. It was Hongjun, using immense magical power to create the ascent path. For now, Qing Xian did not wish to encounter Hongjun, as meeting him at this juncture might not bode well. This calamity was primarily centered around Hongjun, and beneath the conflict of the three clans, another battle between Dao and demons might well be brewing. Unlike others, Qing Xian and his companion did not need to rely on Hongjun's strength to withstand the pressure of Mount Buzhou. They effortlessly circumvented others and ascended the mountain. While the outside world was in turmoil, time seemed to stand still here, with little change since their initial departure, having traveled back from the west. They had spent over 8,000 years finally arriving at the mountainside of Mount Buzhou, where the site of the Azure Lotus's gestation lay. Before they could approach, they sensed the familiar aura guarding their doorstep. Qin Xian felt an urge to turn back, yet realizing that the other party would sense them even sooner, he hesitated. A Taoist clad in ethereal robes, surrounded by a swirl of pure energy, smiled across the vast distance. Indeed, esteemed friends, our fates are intertwined. After nearly 2 epochs, I find myself meeting you once more. Who else could this be but Hongjun? Qin Xian was at a loss for words. Was this truly fate? You are merely waiting at my doorstep. Are you certain this is what fate entails? Chapter 46, The Depth of Fortunes. Although internally he was grumbling, his exterior revealed nothing. After their mutual sensing, Qin Xian and his companion confirmed that Hongjun merely lingered outside, never having entered. They did not doubt Hongjun's ability to forcibly breach the formidable primordial array enveloping this place. While the array was indeed extraordinary, Hongjun was not to be underestimated either. Upon their first glance at Hongjun, they discerned an unusual aura surrounding him, markedly different from their previous encounter. This aura carried a hint of transcendence, profound and enigmatic, leaving even those who had reached the perfection of the Tai Golden Immortal stage, such as themselves, feeling as if they were gazing through a fog. Unable to grasp its essence, the last time they had met Hongjun, although his aura was unfathomable, it did not exude this particular essence. Was this the aura of a quasi-saint? Qin Xian pondered. Unaware that the concept of quasi-saints and saints had ceased to exist, the nomenclature of realms had stopped at the Great Luo. Currently, Hongjun's realm was referred to as the Path of Transcendence, a state they had yet to achieve, hence it was labeled as half-transcendent. The two of them respectfully greeted Hongjun, recognizing him as a benefactor without enmity. Qin Xian's desire to avoid Hongjun stemmed purely from a wish to remain uninvolved in the current calamity. Being too close to this pivotal figure would bring both great fortune and great peril. Your fortunes run exceptionally deep, far beyond my expectations. I never imagined your Taoist sanctuary would be situated atop this sacred mountain. Even for me, reaching this place is no simple feat, Hongjun remarked, gazing at Qin Xian and his companion, his words tinged with a sense of wonder. Some may spend their entire lives unable to ascend Mount Buzhou, while others are born upon its slopes. Even with his perfected Great Luo cultivation, he had to endure tremendous pressure to reach this place, while these two seemed to traverse it as if strolling through their own backyard. With Hongjun's keen insight, he could easily discern that the cultivation levels of these two had already attained the perfection of the Tai realm, mere moments away from achieving the Great Luo Dao fruit. Qin Xian chose not to respond, as it was his first realization that Mount Buzhou was exclusionary. Having taken it for granted, they had initially overlooked the profound Panga Dao pressure enveloping the mountain. This sudden awareness allowed them to grasp a fleeting insight, stirring their understanding of the Dao. Mount Buzhou, it seemed, was indeed the opportunity for them to attain the Great Luo Dao fruit. Yet, the presence of Hongjun was unexpected. I perceive that both of you have made significant progress in your cultivation. Shall we engage in a discussion on the Dao? Hongjun continued. Qin Xian hesitated at first. What could two perfected Tai beings possibly discuss with an existence at the Great Luo level, or perhaps even a quasi-saint? This felt more like guidance than discourse. However, the moment of doubt passed swiftly, and Qin Xian consented, clasping his hands in respect, then activating the primordial array to invite Hongjun inside. Although they had already removed nearly everything of value, leaving little behind, he was still apprehensive. His hesitation stemmed from the understanding that guidance carried a weight of gratitude and was inescapably tied to karma. Yet, upon reflection, had they not already woven threads of karma long ago? Not to mention, the 12th grade golden lotus in Qin Xian's possession was originally obtained from Hongjun. Furthermore, during their previous journey together, they had received considerable guidance, contributing to their rapid progress. Additionally, Hongjun was virtually destined to become the Dao ancestor. In the path of cultivation, it was only natural that the accomplished service teachers in the primordial realm, who could truly avoid forming connections with Hongjun. Ultimately, Qin Xian concluded that he could not evade this fate. The forthcoming teachings at the Zixia Palace would be unavoidable. Perhaps he had read about other traversers in novels who had little regard for such teachings, but those stories typically featured protagonists endowed with extraordinary advantages, not requiring guidance on their paths. Qin Xian, however, did not belong to that category. He had no such advantages and could only explore through the teachings of others. The latter's difficulties were self-evident, and their speed would inevitably suffer. This batch of beings was destined to be unable to rival Hong Jun and those of his ilk. Overthinking was futile, not all karma bore ill intent, there were both good and evil fruits. Not only they but all beings who received teachings from Hong Jun benefited from a shared grace before the discourse. Moreover, the myriad primordial beings gathering at the lower depths of Mount Buzhou seeking refuge had their paths opened by Hong Jun's immense magical prowess. Setting aside other matters, Qing Xin quickly regained his composure, understanding everything had fallen into place, and his reservations dissipated. If we are to discuss the Tao, then I shall take it seriously. This is a mutual discourse, not a one-sided teaching. A multitude of thoughts flickered through Qing Xian's mind, while compared to him, Qing Lian remained remarkably serene. Casting a subtle glance in his direction, she found it curious how he could ponder so many matters at once. While his own path remained focused, his thoughts seemed to scatter endlessly. His heart was far from pure. Too many distractions lingered. The three settled into the void, Qing Xian and his companion having grasped that fleeting insight, reaping substantial understanding from the Pango Dao pressure of Mount Buzhou, augmented by Hong Jun's discourse. In just a millennium, both entered a deep meditation. Immersed in their comprehension of the Tao, Hong Jun observed the two as they engaged in their meditative state, finding their existence somewhat unique, rendering him unable to fully comprehend them. The origins of the two individuals are exceedingly peculiar. Even the siblings Fuxi and Niwa, who are born of the same root, do not share the same profound connection as these two do. It is as if they were inherently one. With a shared essence and a mutual understanding of the Great Way, they reflect and complement each other. A rarity indeed. With a light chuckle, Hong Jun's figure vanished from the realm, quietly departing from this place. He turned to glance at the primordial great formation that closed behind him, and with a wave of his hand, he erased all traces of energy from this location, concealing everything. This place is Buzhou Mountain, where remnants of Pangu's Tao resonance linger, and with his intervention to obscure it, even those of the same realm as him would be unable to pry into its secrets. A deep blessing is indeed a fortunate thing, but the heavens place great emphasis on balance. The more one receives, the more one must endure, lest they suffer the consequences. Given the profound blessings of these two Tao friends, a calamity is undoubtedly necessary to restore equilibrium. It seems they have long since come to this realization. If they are so, then how could I, a humble Taoist, be any different? However, it is merely a transient tribulation. Nothing to fear. Withdrawing his gaze from the heavens, Hong Jun transformed into a radiant light and descended towards the base of Buzhou Mountain. Upon reaching this mountain, not even he could traverse the void at will. The spacetime here has been solidified by the mountain's immense pressure. Shortly thereafter, Hong Jun arrived at a concealed cave dwelling lower on Buzhou Mountain, where hundreds of primordial sanctified beings had gathered, alongside countless living souls. As Hong Jun made his entrance, the hundreds of primordial sanctified beings felt an instinctive response, their hearts filled with joy as divine light converged upon them. Were Qing Xian present, he would behold some of the legendary great beings whose names he had only heard in tales, yet had never encountered. Among them, one or two familiar faces he had seen before were also present. Soon, extraordinary phenomena unfolded. The earth erupted with golden springs, lotuses emerged from the void, and the sounds of the Tao roared, evolving into myriad manifestations. A platform of the Tao soared in the void, expounding on the path of cultivation, while the hundreds of primordial sanctified beings sat in rapt attention below. The great Tao that Hong Jun spoke of at this moment was the path of cultivation of the Tai realm. The primordial sanctified beings, being born of the Tao of the Great Luo, inherently possessed the essence of the Tao. With just a slight nudge, they could comprehend their own great Tao, even without any specific cultivation techniques. The great Tao has always existed for these beings. Hong Jun's teachings merely served to clear the mists obscuring their paths, allowing them to discover their own great Tao sooner and embark on their journeys more swiftly. Thus, in Hong Jun's view, this cannot be considered imparting the Tao, for he merely points them in the right direction. Their cultivation remains centered on their own great Tao, not on Hong Jun's path. As for why he chooses to do this, as he himself stated, to enjoy profound blessings, one must also make sacrifices, for only then is there balance. To incessantly take without giving will inevitably lead to backlash. How can one achieve transcendence in such a manner? While Qing Xian and his companion undoubtedly possess considerable blessings, how could Hong Jun's be any less? Just look at the primordial spiritual treasures and roots fervently gravitating towards him, and everything becomes self-evident. In the entirety of the Honghuang realm, how many can truly discuss the depth of blessings with Hong Jun? Chapter 47. The fruits of the Great Luo. The Great Luo signifies vastness, while Luo denotes a net.
the great Luo is boundless. Encompassing all that exists, the heavens soar 36-fold, with the highest being the great Luo heaven. Attaining the fruits of the great Luo grants one longevity equal to the heavens, reflecting boundless time and space. For oneself, there is no past and no future, an eternal realization and enduring achievement. Only those who attain the fruits of the great Luo are truly worthy of the term enlightenment. They may traverse the chaos unscathed, drifting through the river of time without falling. Their very being embodies the Tao. Upon the mountainside of Buzhou, beneath the shroud of the primordial great formation, two figures in azure robes sat back to back. Their energies intertwined, the resonance of the Tao flowing ceaselessly. Wisps of chaotic aura swirled around them, and a pure, immaculate azure lotus rose to the sky, blooming in duality, its Tao resonance permeating the air, causing the void to tremble. Myriad laws cascading down, life and death in a cycle, the great Tao manifesting. A river, existing between reality and illusion, silently emerged, boundless and infinite, its origin unknown, its end unseen, a grand momentum surging forth. The auras of Qing Xian and his companion were rapidly evolving, swelling with the essence of the great Luo, until a moment arrived when both opened their eyes simultaneously, rising to their feet and stepping upon the manifested river of time. At that instant, their great Taos simultaneously revealed themselves, intersecting yet remaining independent, tracing upstream and extending downstream along the river of time. One appeared as if it were void itself, gathering all mysteries into unity, reversing chaos, returning to essence, elusive yet tangible, hidden below. The other, however, unfurled the mysteries, transforming endlessly, embodying myriad lives, creating boundless wonders, as if it were the very act of creation. The two reflected upon each other, achieving mutual fulfillment, subtly giving rise to an even more magnificent and grand path, encompassing all within, forming a closed loop of evolution that flowed unceasingly. Azure lotuses unfurled across the river of time, instantaneously blanketing the entirety of it. Infinite possibilities unfolded within, all converging into the great Tao. Atop, 3 flowers bloomed, 5 energies coalesced within. The great Tao manifested myriad phenomena, the fruits of the Tao reflecting upon the river of time. The great Luo attained. The power of the great Luo was now sufficient to stir the currents of time, instigating disturbances in spacetime. In that moment, all who attained the great Luo would feel an instinctive response, sensing the anomalies within the river of time. Yet, as Qing Xian and his companion attained the fruits of the great Luo upon Buzhou Mountain, the mountain's suppression of the Honghuang spacetime firmly quelled all disturbances, leaving not even a ripple upon the river of time. Moreover, the energies of the great Luo's attainment were nearly entirely concealed beneath the pango pressure of Buzhou Mountain. Just then, the 3 tribes erupted into conflict. The heavens shook, the heavenly mysteries became chaotic, and the great Tao was thrown into disarray. Coupled with Hongzhuan's efforts to obscure it, no other great Luo beings perceived the emergence of 2 newly ascended great Luo entities within the realm. As the river of time dissipated and the myriad phenomena receded, Qing Xian let out a sigh of relief. The Tao has been accomplished. From this day forth, he Qing Xian is also a being of the great Luo. Upon entering the great Luo, the world around him felt entirely different. While in the Tai realm, he felt he could gradually master everything about himself. Yet upon entering the great Luo, he sensed a power to command the very heavens and earth. It was as if everything within the realm lay within his grasp. Whatever he could conceive, he could achieve. Of course, this was but an illusion. The Honghuang realm is born of Pango's Tao fruits, and its fundamental will is that of Pango. Within its Tao, one is indeed omnipotent. However, to act against Pango's great Tao is to invite retribution from the Tao. Moreover, the Honghuang realm is under the suppression of Pango's Tao fruits, along with other great Luo and even higher existences. To claim omnipotence is mere folly. Qing Xian quickly reined in his thoughts. In this moment, he was far from being unrestrained in the Honghuang realm. Furthermore, as a newly ascended great Luo, he was hardly comparable to the established great Luo entities. Only by truly entering this realm could one comprehend the essence of the great Luo. The great Luo realm is akin to an ocean whose far shore remains unseen, rendering one utterly unaware of where the threshold to the next realm lies. The disparities between great Luo beings are akin to chasms, defying generalization. Even among those within the same realm, this remains true. The accumulation of great Luo Tao practice, the heights of Tao comprehension, and the breadth of the Tao encompassed all exhibit significant divergence. Some tread narrow paths, seeking to delve deeply into the mysteries,
while others forge expansive thoroughfares, encompassing multitudes. Undoubtedly both Qingxuan's Dao and Qinglian's Dao belong to the latter category, deserving of the description all-encompassing. Their great Dao's vastness is indisputable, for they progress along a particular force of law. Engaging in the cultivation of myriad great Daos, despite differing methods of practice. A path constructed primarily upon a singular force of law ultimately has its limits and breadth. The greater the extent of the Dao encompassed, the wider its interference with the heavens and earth. Thus, under equal heights, the strength is inevitably greater, largely independent of specific mastery of certain laws. Likewise, the broader the scope of practice, the higher the difficulty, leading to slower cultivation, which is only natural. This is because the laws of the heavens and earth one seeks to comprehend are more numerous, and one must integrate all insights into their own great Tao genuinely. Whether to pursue the expansive thoroughfare or to seek the narrow path for swifter progress ultimately depends on one's own assessment and choice. The myriad great Taos are merely countless pathways leading to the great Tao. Despite their differing routes, they converge at the same destination. The Tao is simply the Tao. If not, one is still on the journey, yet to reach the end, their retreat lasted not long, merely a span of 10,000 years. The accumulation of their Tao practices and the insights into the great Tao were substantial, and upon discovering that sliver of opportunity, a breakthrough was but a natural consequence. Hong Jun is formidable. When they first met, he must have been close to the pinnacle of the great Luo. Reflecting on the scene of their initial encounter, Qingxian mused inwardly. At the same time, he became increasingly convinced that the current Hong Jun was far from a mere existence of the great Luo. That aura was simply not something a great Luo could possess. When he was in the Tai realm, he found it obscure and difficult to fathom. Upon entering the great Luo, he felt a sense of dread. Perhaps this was the essence of ignorance and fearlessness. Truly, he is the most formidable being in the Hongwang. Aside from a few others of the same caliber who could contend with him, do they possess the strength and qualifications to do so? I hope Hong Jun is a good person, otherwise, who could resist him? If not, I'd rather surrender and serve as a subordinate. We shall walk our own paths, irrespective of others. Beside him, Qinglian spoke nonchalantly. Hearing this, Qingxian nodded in agreement. Indeed, he was ultimately too influenced by the memories of his past life, viewing these powerful figures of the Hongwang as nothing but cunning old foxes, each one a schemer, filled with excessive concerns. It is unavoidable, in his era myths and legends were dominated by conspiracy theories. Although Qingxian endeavored to avoid being swayed by preconceived notions, attempting to judge everything through his own eyes, his inherent vigilance never truly waned. Acting without basis to proactively create enemies and calculating the so-called potential conspirators can only lead to such an extent. It is only after the calamity of the dragon and phoenix that a stage is set for us. The innate sacred beings, matters concerning Hong Jun are best left aside, as they cannot alter anything and will only lead to unnecessary troubles. It would be wiser to contemplate how to derive tangible benefits following this great tribulation and further consolidate our advantageous position. As I recall, the grand meeting of the innate sacred beings is currently being held at Buzhou Mountain. Qingxian feels a surge of interest and decides to drag Qinglian along to join the festivities. Curious about how many acquaintances he might encounter there, Fuxi and Niwa, the three pure ones, Dong Wangdong and Shi Wangmu, Emperor Jun and Tai, surely at least one or two of them must be present. Chapter 48, Qingxuan's doubts. After attaining the Great Tao, Qingxian intends to return to Qingzhou to check on his two disciples, who remain there. However, before that, he wishes to witness the grand gathering of the innate sacred beings. Having already waded through a multiverse gathering, he is in no rush to return to Qingzhou just yet. Additionally, his Tao tea has been consumed, and he plans to engage in conversation with the ancient tree once more. Although this tea holds little effect for him and Qinglian, it remains suitable for entertaining guests or gifting to juniors, though Qinglian does not share much enthusiasm for meeting other innate sacred beings. She does not refuse Qingxuan's invitation. Previously, the two had discovered a hidden space but had not entered. Now, seeking it out is not overly difficult. As the foremost divine mountain, Buzhou Mountain harbors numerous paradisiacal realms, its internal expanse far exceeding what is visible from the outside. Without expending much time, the two arrive at their destination and locate the entrance. The concealed and sealing formations at the entrance pose no significant challenge for them, and they quietly enter. While the number of beings birthed within Buzhou Mountain is not large, stepping into this place brings forth a vibrant life force, with a surprising abundance of beings detected through their divine senses. Furthermore, the presence of hundreds of innate sacred beings shines like the full moon, distinctly apparent amidst the throng. With a slight probe, Qingxian gains an approximate understanding of the cultivation levels of this group of innate beings. Discovering that most have reached the threshold of Tai Golden Immortal, this surpasses Qingxuan's initial expectations, considering that the figures he previously encountered, Magong, Kuanping, and Mengyi, were merely at the stage of Tai True Immortal. However, upon sensing the residual auras in this place, Qingxian is not surprised. Hongjun must have imparted teachings to these innate sacred beings, with guidance pointing the way forward, and coupled with their own extraordinary nature. It seems quite normal for a gathering of this magnitude to span a significant realm within the Tai stage. After all, compared to Qingxian and his companions, they are not lacking either. It merely takes them longer to reach perfection from Tai Golden Immortal. Adjusting their own auras to that of Tai Golden Immortal, who among them, save for Hongjun, could discern their true cultivation, the two opt not to ride the clouds directly but rather stroll leisurely. Taking in the myriad of peculiar beings within Honghuang, finding it quite entertaining, Qingxian, what does that person behind us intend to do? As Qingxian sits atop a mountain peak observing the tribes below, Qinglian inquires through her thoughts. I do not know, let us observe further, Qingxian replies. He too finds it puzzling, as a figure has been stealthily following them. The method of concealing their aura is quite sophisticated. However, Qingxian and Qinglian are not mere Tai. They are bona fide great Daos, and the furtive actions of the latter are plainly visible to them. Yet, Qingxian chooses to remain indifferent, curious to see what this innate sacred being aims to accomplish. The aura of the Tao emanating from her carries the power of creation power. Qingxian is somewhat taken aback. He finds himself less sensitive to the powers of the Tao of creation than Qinglian. The power of creation is rare among those innate sacred beings who cultivate the Tao of creation. Could it be? Qingxian subtly scans the concealed female innate sacred being behind him. There is no need to discuss her appearance. As an innate sacred being, she is naturally endowed with the beauty of the Tao, her body unmarred, with a youthful visage, clad in simple garments, her large, lively eyes impart a sense of vivacity. Such an impulsive character cannot possibly be the revered mother of humanity. Can she? At a certain moment, Qingxian suddenly turns around, smiling at the innate sacred being behind him. Dear friend, what are you up to? Yet, there is little mirth in his gaze, as he subtly locks onto her aura. The female sacred being freezes for a moment, blinking, before swiftly retracting her right hand, which she had raised in a flurry, hiding it behind her back, her face adorned with an innocuous smile. I see that you two appear to be newcomers. And unfamiliar with this place. I thought I'd come to guide you. Are you trying to fool me? Scanning her aura reveals that the right hand she conceals holds a lamp resembling a lotus flower carved from white jade. Emanating the unmistakable aura of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, Qingxian fixes his gaze upon her, refraining from commenting on her words but ultimately chooses not to strike. May I inquire your name? Dear friend. After a moment, Qingxian finally speaks. The woman rolls her eyes, then performs a mock bow. This humble Taoist is Niwa. Pleased to meet you both. Niwa, very well, it truly is her, yet this image is entirely inconsistent with his prior impressions. She exudes an aura of frivolity and unreliability. Radiating the essence of a trickster, Qingxian scrutinizes the so-called Niwa before him, raising an eyebrow. Do you also go by the name of Niwa, and do you have a brother named Fushi? At this moment, Niwa feels a pang of anxiety. What is happening? Have I become so well known? These two are undoubtedly newcomers, yet they have revealed my name outright. This is quite peculiar if you should know my true name. Fushi once mentioned that Honghuang is fraught with danger. One must be exceedingly cautious while traversing the world, and one must not casually expose their true essence. If asked for a name, one should provide a false one. Who is Niwa? I have never heard of her. I am Niwa, but I do not know of any Niwa. Is she quite famous? Niwa decides to feign ignorance, adamantly denying her identity as Niwa. The one who struck others on the head is Niwa. And it has nothing to do with Niwa. Previously, she failed to notice that both of these figures possess the cultivation of Tai Golden Immortal, surpassing her own prowess. However, their lack of immediate aggression allows her to breathe a sigh of relief. Fushi's incessant warnings, while often verbose, do carry some merit. After all, the more one speaks, the more likely they are to say something true. One cannot walk along the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. She has stumbled this time, despite this being only her third such encounter. Whether it was by Zhe or Shang Yang, she had swiftly subdued them with her lotus lamp, only Kuanping appearing rather shifty. had fled before she could act. She wonders if she has been discovered, yet she is unperturbed. Kunping cannot best her, however. At this moment, it seems she cannot contend with the two before her. What to do? Call for Fushi. Nuwa immediately resolves to summon Fushi, for he insists on acting as the elder brother, claiming to have been born first, despite them being conceived simultaneously. Now is the time for her elder brother to step in. Qing Xian observes Nuwa's act of feigned ignorance with a sense of bemusement, having specifically checked for any lurking creatures behind her, yet finding none. He wonders why Nuwa has misunderstood. Is this Fushi's doing? Would there be any issues with Fushi? Qing Xian feels a twinge of uncertainty. However, he soon senses an elusive aura rapidly approaching. Under his great Dao divine sense, few can evade his perception within this self-contained space. Indeed, they arrive promptly. Whether there are issues or not, they can ascertain upon meeting the arrival, which he is certain to be Fushi. Chapter 49. Fushi within a cave. A figure clad in white sits upon a platform, exuding an ethereal presence, with a fluctuating aura that is both mighty and unpredictable. The observer of heavenly secrets, one who gazes upon the cosmos, peers into fate, and grasps the great trends, is most adept at discerning the opportune moments. Those of shallow cultivation may possess a slight understanding of heavenly numbers, acting in accordance with the flow, yet those of profound cultivation command the great trend, becoming one with it. An innate sacred being specializing in this path. Fushi undoubtedly belongs to the latter. Fushi, danger, come quickly. Suddenly, a message resonates within Fushi's mind, rousing him from his meditation, causing his expression to darken slightly. Fushi, never stand beneath a precarious wall. I have always been cautious and safe. Not in danger. He feels a headache coming on, wondering what trouble his sister Nuwa has stirred up this time. He hopes the situation is not too severe, otherwise, they might truly find themselves without a home to return to. He is aware that Nuwa's actions are driven by her desire to cultivate her own path of creation. Her approach to the Tao of creation involves studying the myriad phenomena of the world. As her practice entails deciphering the origins and comprehending the fundamentals, thereby enabling her to create and alter things from their very roots, this is the essence of creation. However, while it is acceptable for her to capture ordinary innate beings for research, as long as she does not harm their lives and unnecessarily accumulate karmic burdens, it becomes troublesome when she targets innate sacred beings. The last time Nuwa knocked out Bai Zhe to extract a trace of his essence, she compensated him with a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. The time before that, when she subdued Shang Yang, Fushi had to apologize multiple times and offer a low-grade innate spiritual treasure as recompense. Although the siblings had made some modest gains, having found several innate treasures, they truly lacked sufficient resources to offer as compensation. Moreover, it was the first time Nuwa had communicated with him in such a manner, which led him to sense that matters had become complicated. Without daring to hesitate, Fushi promptly exited his cave abode and summoned his escape light, hastening towards Nuwa's location. In a brief moment, he sensed three distinct auras in the distance. Besides his sister Nuwa, there were two other extraordinary presences. The good news was that no conflict had yet erupted, and Nuwa remained unharmed. The bad news was that the two opposing auras were evidently of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, and he suspected that he and his sister would not stand a chance in a confrontation. Then, he beheld the true forms of his adversaries, a pair of figures clad in azure garments. As he arrived, the azure-clad woman merely turned her head to cast a curious glance at him before returning her gaze, seemingly indifferent as she sat to the side. In contrast, the azure-clad man wore a smile that suggested he was far from benevolent. Not only did he scrutinize his sister with a gaze that roamed up and down, but he also regarded Fushi with an oddly peculiar look, causing a shiver to run down Fushi's spine. Secretly invoking the Tao of heavenly mechanisms to observe the pair, he found himself ensnared in a fog of uncertainty, unable to see clearly, realizing the futility of his attempts to peer into their secrets. He abandoned the endeavor, concluding that they were either exceptionally skilled in divine arts or possessed treasures capable of obscuring the heavenly mechanisms. In either case, they seemed quite formidable and best left unexamined. Greetings, I am Fushi, and it is a pleasure to meet you both. If my sister has inadvertently caused any offense, I kindly ask for your understanding. We shall endeavor to compensate you for any losses incurred. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Fushi lowered his posture, demonstrating sincere humility. Of the azure-clad man, Qing Xian, regarded him with an even more peculiar expression, smiling as he glanced at Nuwa, who had retreated behind Fushi. Did you not assert that you are not Nuwa and do not know her? Yet here stands this self-proclaimed Fushi, your elder brother. Niwa averted her gaze, discreetly kicking Fushi's heel, her expression innocent and harmless, her eyes wandering. I am Qingxian, and it is a pleasure to meet you, Fushi. Qingxian returned the bow. His gaze no longer lingering on Niwa, although Niwa appeared slightly different from his recollection, casting doubt on whether she had physically changed. Fushi matched the image he had envisioned, exuding an air of celestial grace, embodying the demeanor befitting a sage in stark contrast to Niwa's seemingly erratic nature, instead radiating a sense of stability, logically, given that Fushi and Niwa were born from the primordial yin and yang. One would expect Fushi, representing the yang, to be more exuberant and dynamic. Conversely, Niwa, often revered as the mother of earth in later tales, should possess a more composed and solemn demeanor. After all, primordial beings are intrinsically influenced by the paths they cultivate. Upon hearing Qingxian mention that Niwa had yet to act against them, Fushi silently exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, after this encounter, he resolved to keep Niwa confined, ensuring she remained calm and refrained from reckless actions. How could she dare to consider provoking two Tai golden immortals? What audacity granted her such courage? Perhaps Pangu himself. Qingxian, however, did not dwell excessively on these matters. After meeting Niwa, he found himself increasingly intrigued by Fushi. A question loomed in his mind: why was Niwa recognized as a predetermined saint while Fushi was not? Given that the two siblings shared the same origin, one would presume that Fushi, as the elder brother, would possess greater fortune and strength than Niwa. Was it a matter of the paths they had chosen? Presently, he could not grasp the full picture and refrained from drawing any conclusions. However, he had no intention of addressing this karmic relationship at the moment, as the timing was not right. Before that could unfold, forging a connection with this sibling pair seemed advantageous, even if Niwa appeared prone to causing trouble. She was still a predetermined saint and might very well be the first among the 6 saints of heaven to attain such status. If Fushi led Qingxian to their cave dwelling, explaining the circumstances surrounding the location and the various primordial beings gathered there. Most of these beings hailed from the west and south of Buzhou Mountain, with only a few originating from the east. In the wake of a multi-faction assembly, the 3 clans had begun a massive campaign to expel the primordial beings, refining the mountains and rivers to consolidate their power and seize the fortunes of heaven and earth. Those primordial beings and tribes unwilling to submit faced severe oppression from the 3 clans. The power of the 3 clans was overwhelming. Who could stand against them? Many were left with nowhere to flee in the vast wilderness, a humiliation for the proud primordial beings to be reduced to such a state. At that time, Hongjun emerged, rescuing numerous primordial beings and establishing a haven upon Buzhou Mountain. Under his support, these primordial beings began to recruit others who had been persecuted while also sheltering countless sentient beings. To date, over 500 primordial beings had gathered there, and the number of ordinary sentient beings was incalculable. Nonetheless, they remained confined to this refuge, lacking the strength to confront the 3 clans. Buzhou Mountain was shrouded in the oppressive aura of Pangu, making it difficult for anyone but the strongest from the 3 clans to ascend. Thus, for the time being, this was a sanctuary, and amid the fierce conflicts between the 3 clans, the plight of these exiled primordial beings was largely disregarded. Reflecting on this situation, Fushi could only shake his head and smile ruefully. They were primordial beings, born from heaven and earth, yet they faced such oppression from the 3 clans. How could they bear it? Qingxian observed this with keen eyes but held no strong opinions. The 3 clans' tyrannical actions would inevitably lead to their downfall. When the gods rise, the tragic fate of the 3 clans would come as no surprise. Qingxian had initially intended to meet some of the significant figures from the post-Tonghuang era, but he found himself somewhat disappointed. The 2 most prominent figures were Niwa and Fushi, whom he had encountered right away. The other individuals present were mostly names he had never heard of. The 3 pure ones were absent, nor was the female immortal from the western Kunlunya pool. The twin brothers from the Sun Star and the sisters from the Moon Star were also not present. However, Kuanping and Dongmu were there, but having already met them, he had no desire to engage further. In addition, there were a few individuals whose names rang a bell, though he felt no need to cultivate friendships with them. Figures such as Shangyang, Qin Yuan, and Ghostkar were here, along with a few of the 10 great demon leaders of the future demon court. Indeed, Kuanping and Baize were present. Among them, Baize piqued Qingxuan's curiosity. However, he was taken aback to learn that Baize had been struck down by Niwa. It was unexpected. Wasn't Baize, the auspicious beast, supposed to possess an innate understanding of all things, knowing the affairs of gods and spirits? Particularly adept at discerning fortune from misfortune, How could he fall victim to such an attack? What Qing Xian did not realize was that Bei's downfall stemmed from his own innate abilities upon encountering Nuwa. He felt an inexplicable connection, sensing a bond between them, which diminished his wariness. He intended to approach her and extend greetings, only to be met with a sudden strike from Nuwa's lotus lamp, knocking him unconscious. As it turned out, Fushi had warned her that those who smiled upon meeting her were often up to no good, particularly those with a sly grin. In such moments, it was imperative to act decisively. Poor Bais, merely wishing to offer a polite smile, was misjudged as harboring ill intentions and swiftly brought down by Nuwa's lamp. I was only being courteous with a smile. How did it become so disreputable? After wandering around and finding little of interest, Qing Xian accepted Fushi's invitation to their sibling cave. Following this, discussions of the Tao ensued, as Qing Xian was quite intrigued by Fushi's understanding of the Tao of heavenly mechanisms. Although Fushi was not a predetermined saint and had not attained the saintly fruit position, his extraordinary nature was in no way diminished. Beyond the Tao of heavenly mechanisms, Fushi also excelled in the art of formation. Having delved deeply into this discipline, truly Fushi resembled a seasoned general upon the stage, adorned with banners. He had mastered both the Tao of heavenly mechanisms and the art of formations. Both paths in the Hongguang realm seemed to carry an air of curse. For those skilled in these arts often found themselves on the road to calamity. Even the future Tongtian saint was not exempt through their exchange. Both Qing Xian and Fushi gained insights, yet the discourse between Qinglian and Nuwa proved even more beneficial. Both of them practiced the Tao of creation, albeit with entirely different approaches. Nuwa focused on creation, while Qinglian pursued the path of genesis. However, as they both traversed the Tao of creation, their shared language was undoubtedly more abundant. Noticing that the discussion between Qinglian and Nuwa had yet to conclude, Qing Xian took his leave. Leaving Qinglian alone here did not cause him much concern, for Qinglian's cultivation had reached the Great Luo realm. Even if it were merely the initial stage of Great Luo, it was still incomparable to the Taiyi realm. The only being capable of posing a threat to them in this Buzhou mountain was Hongjun. Upon returning to Buzhou mountain, Qing Xian began to wander around, for this place was renowned as the foremost treasure trove of the primordial chaos. Previously he and Qinglian had made modest gains on Buzhou mountain. Yet at that time, their cultivation levels were too low to access many of the places rich in fortune. Now that Qing Xian had attained the Great Luo realm, the circumstances would naturally differ. Ordinary innate formations could not hinder him. However, even so, Qing Xian refrained from engaging in reckless plundering, for he had little use for common innate treasures. Rather, he was more intrigued by innate spiritual roots and collected several specimens. The few innate treasures he encountered were merely of low or mid-grade quality, and he had not seen a single high-grade innate treasure. Was it not said that the map of mountains and rivers was nurtured in Buzhou mountain? It seemed that fate had indeed eluded him. Nonetheless, he harbored no obsession regarding this matter. After several centuries, Qing Xian paused before a hill, his gaze directed forward with a smile upon his face. The area, once shrouded in hazy clouds, appeared to sense his arrival. As the mist shifted, the innate formation of the place responded. Qing Xian, unfazed, allowed the brilliance in his eyes to shine forth, his divine sight piercing through the void. Breaking through the formation's concealment to gaze within and upon a seemingly unremarkable small hill stood a tea tree exceeding 9 zhang in height. While this height was not insignificant, it paled in comparison to most innate spiritual roots. The tree's branches twisted and turned, and the cracked bark resembled scattered dragon scales, with each leaf inscribed with distinct traces of the Tao. The rhythm of the Tao flowed, and as the branches and leaves swayed, they resonated with the heavens and the earth. Merely observing this tree instilled a sense of clarity in the heart and tranquility in the spirit. The exquisite innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree, was Qingxuan's primary objective for this visit. Last time, he and Qinglian had indeed located this tree, but they struggled to breach the outer formation, let alone take it away, although this tea tree lacked complete sentience. Its spiritual essence was not weak. In the end, they had exchanged a considerable amount of 3 light divine water for the tree's enlightenment tea leaves. Now, nearly 2 yuanhui later, the once bare branches had once again sprouted an abundance of leaves. Quietly awaiting his return without having departed, was this not serendipitous? Indeed, this tree must be destined to be connected to him. Qing Xian felt elated. Stepping into the formation, the clouds and mist surged forth, engulfing him. However, as the power of the Tao circulated around Qing Xian, his own Tao unfurled through the void, creating a pathway that extended directly into the depths of the mist. All the approaching forces of the laws were influenced by Qingxuan's Tao. dissolving all mysteries and returning to simplicity, transforming under his Tao's guidance, the extraordinary became mundane, all reverted to their essence, becoming ethereal. They had been here before, and Qinglian had even deduced the formation's intricacies afterward. Now, with Qingxuan's great Luo cultivation and his understanding of the formation, unraveling it was hardly a daunting task. Without expending too much time, Qingxian directly traversed through the mist created by the innate formation. Landing upon the small hill of this hill, though seemingly unremarkable, was indeed a prime spiritual soil, only slightly inferior to the nurturing soil of Qinglian. Yet, Qingxuan's expression stiffened as he found that the Enlightenment tea tree was still resisting his attempts to take it. How curious! Had he wronged it by inviting it to join him? Had he ever heard that the Enlightenment tea tree had a predestined master? Qingxian narrowed his eyes slightly. He sought not to covet useless things. But this exquisite innate spiritual root was undoubtedly valuable. The last time he was unable to take it was due to his insufficient cultivation, which prevented him from entering this formation. Their fated connection had not yet arrived. But now the situation was different. They were indeed destined. Seemingly aware of Qingxuan's intentions, the Enlightenment tea tree attempted to burrow into the earth and escape, yet, with a mere gesture, Qingxian fixed it in place, rendering it unable to flee into the earth's veins. The next moment, Qingxuan's lips twitched in astonishment as he beheld the towering ancient tree uproot itself from the ground and make a frantic dash. A scene most abstract. Could it be that this tree had gained sentience? Was it merely the innate spiritual root's essence that could provoke such a response? Doubts aside, Qingxuan's movements did not falter. He raised a hand to grasp the air, summoning a faint dragon silhouette, a technique he typically employed to capture his own disciple. The void solidified, the power of the Tao stagnated, and the Enlightenment tea tree was rendered immobile by Qingxuan's force. An illusory dragon entwining around it like a binding rope, sealing it away. Soon after, the tree's leaves drooped, making a rustling sound akin to weeping. Have I wronged you in any way? If you are unwilling, I shall leave your roots here and take only your trunk and leaves. Afterward, I will not return. How does that sound? Qingxian spoke with a hint of annoyance. Subsequently, no further resistance was detected, and the tree's defiance dissipated. Qingxian smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, even when fate had arrived, one must still exhibit noble virtue. Those destined shall attain it, and those with virtue shall reside. It remained essential to win hearts through virtue. In high spirits, Qingxian excavated the Enlightenment tea tree along with the entire mound of spiritual soil, placing them within his innate treasures. No longer would he have to worry about a scarcity of tea leaves. The source of tea was assured. Furthermore, the grand formation of Qingxiu could also be enhanced. Compared to the exquisite innate spiritual root, the Wuzhen pine, the acacia tree, though also of high quality, was somewhat lacking, making the formation less than perfect. Moreover, the acacia tree now belonged to his second disciple, the Tianhu, and it was not ideal for it to be consumed within the formation as a foundational element. The Enlightenment tea tree, being another exquisite innate spiritual root, served as a fitting substitute. A formation established with two exquisite innate spiritual roots as its foundation would undoubtedly possess formidable power. Chapter 51. The invitation of Hongjun. After Qingxian had won over the Enlightenment tea tree with virtue, he did not return immediately, but instead ventured to another location. This place was situated at an elevation almost equivalent to that of the nurturing ground of the Qinglian, albeit in a different direction. It was one of the few scattered treasures in the primordial realm, the innate gourd vine. The last time Qingxian had visited, the 7 gourds were merely in their nascent forms. This time, they appeared unchanged. However, there was a slight transformation, as one of the gourds faintly resembled Hongjun's shape. Without a doubt, Hongjun had been here, wandering about. This gourd, it seemed, was destined for him. Yet, as for Qingxian, there was truly no fate between them. Never mind, this gourd could only serve as a vessel for wine, merely an exquisite innate treasure, not particularly coveted. Qingxian turned to leave, deciding that he would no longer pay visits to this entity, for even repeated visits would yield no benefit. Upon his return, he found Qinglian just concluding a discussion with Nuwa. This was not mere coincidence. Qingxian had timed his return accordingly. However, Nuwa's sudden familiarity with Qinglian, addressing her as sister, left Qingxian speechless. I merely stepped out for a brief stroll. What transpired to strengthen your bond so? It was purely Nuwa's exuberant nature that led Qingxian to perceive a hint of helplessness in Qinglian's demeanor. Unbeknownst to Qingxian, someone nearby wore a complex expression, as his sister had always addressed him as Fushi. Never had she referred to him as her elder brother. Well, perhaps when she sought his assistance, She might have. After bidding farewell, Qing Xian learned that the heavyweight figures of the future had yet to appear, leaving him with little desire to linger. However, before they could depart Buzhou Mountain, they were halted by someone. It went without saying that only Hongjun could summon them. In an independent space, the three sat facing one another. Qing Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation, remaining silent. Fellow Taoists have already attained the great Luo Dao fruit. With your profound natures, I believe you have long grasped the essence of this matter. Both of you possess extraordinary backgrounds and deep fortunes, yet this also means that you are destined to encounter calamities to maintain balance. Though I have caught a glimpse of some clues, I remain unaware of where your calamities may arise. However, from my perspective, actively confronting calamities is superior to passively succumbing to them. Calamities, dear Taoists, you need not harbor concerns. For in the future, your path to transcendence will be less hindered by karmic ties. Of course, I believe this to be a moment of choice for you both. This is merely one of the reasons. My selfish desire is to borrow your strength, which is why I have invited you here. Hongjuan's tone was calm, as if recounting everyday matters, yet Qing Xian dared not take it lightly. He understood the reasoning behind Hongjuan's words, and he had comprehended it early on. It was precisely for this reason that he hesitated to make a hasty decision. Can we refuse? After a moment, Qing Xian inquired, his gaze fixed on Hongjun. Certainly. As I mentioned, this is a request I make to both of you. How you choose is a matter for you alone, and there is no need to concern yourselves with me, Hongjun replied with a nod. Qing Xian could glean no insight from Hongjun's expression. The disparity in their cultivation levels precluded any deductions, leaving him with the impression that Hongjun's words were genuine, yet Qing Xian could not bring himself to trust Hongjun entirely. While he hoped that this future Dao ancestor would be a good person, he dared not harbor expectations for anyone beyond Qinglian. Hongjun sought to invite them into the impending conflict, yet how could Qing Xian easily decide? He was well aware that he and Qinglian were destined to face a calamity, and they were currently accumulating merit to avert it. Furthermore, Hongjun's assertion that this was an opportune moment for them to make a choice should not be disregarded. It might indeed offer a chance to eliminate future concerns. However, the risks were equally substantial, and a moment of carelessness could lead to death and obliteration. It is imperative to note that although both individuals are at the Great Luo level and perceive themselves as beings beyond mere combat units, they are still but newly ascended to this realm. The Great Luo realm is stratified into 36 layers, and they find themselves at the very bottom of this hierarchy. The delineation of tiers within the Great Luo realm has yet to manifest, which is why Hongjun and others resort to a crude classification of 36 layers. Qing Xian, however, is aware that in the future, the Great Luo realm will see a more nuanced subdivision, akin to the distinctions made within the Taiyi realm, which is categorized into Taiyi True Immortals, Taiyi Mysterious Immortals, and Taiyi Golden Immortals, each further divided into early, mid, late, and perfected stages. If the Taiyi realm exhibits such complexity, it stands to reason that the Great Luo realm, being even more expansive, will not lack in its classifications. In other words, regardless of whether the tiers are explicitly defined, Qing Xian and his companions are undoubtedly at the nascent stage of the Great Luo. The ensuing battleground will reveal the decisive forces of the perfected Great Luo, or even those who transcend it. Their current strength necessitates that they remain on the sidelines, better suited to cheer from a distance rather than plunge heedlessly into the fray, which would entail significant risks. As for the potential benefits, Qing Xian is acutely aware that for them, the stakes are disproportionately high. This calamity is intertwined with the emergence of the Tao of Heaven. This is akin to a new emperor ascending the throne. Any distinction made at this juncture could equate to meritorious deeds of considerable worth, perhaps even granting them a golden seal of exemption from death. Qing Xian himself has some plans in place. He is not overly audacious and wishes to avoid unnecessary risks, focusing instead on Zenyuan Zizi, or rather, on the Earthbook in his possession in the battle against Luohu. The western lands were nearly obliterated by Luohu's desperate counterattack. Should he manage to retrieve the Earthbook from Zenyuan Zizi alongside Qinglian and endeavor to safeguard some of the western ley lines, it would constitute an unparalleled merit. Protecting even a fragment is still a form of success. He need not force the issue. As long as he can avoid fault, he may withdraw if matters become untenable, thus maintaining manageable risks. With a rapport established with Zenyuan Zizi, should the situation arise, he could even use his own spiritual treasures as collateral, making the borrowing of the Earthbook a plausible endeavor. After all, for Zenyuan Zizi, this would be an opportunity to accrue merit effortlessly. Once the task is accomplished, both Qing Xian and his companion would gain substantial merits, and Zenyuan Zizi, as the owner of the Earth Book, would likewise benefit. This is a mutually advantageous arrangement, and he has no reason to refuse. The synergy between Xingxuan's capabilities and Zenyuan Zizi's treasures would maximize their respective benefits. As for further involvement, Qing Xian is not particularly keen. Speaking of which, does Hongjun possess knowledge of the Tao of Heaven's affairs at this moment, or has he already become entangled in them? Is this the guidance of the Tao of Heaven? With a sense of resignation, Qing Xian inquired, "What are your intentions, my friend?" Upon hearing Xingxuan's inquiry, Hongjun did not conceal anything. He directly articulated the current situation in the Honghuang and shared his speculations. He discerned a hidden hand behind the three clans' conflict. Suspecting Luohu's involvement, as he had detected the Black Lotus mark within the primordial spirits of several powerful beings from the three clans, a manifestation of a certain divine ability, the delicate equilibrium among the three clans was shattered before a grand assembly, igniting fierce hostilities, with the immediate catalyst being the sudden demise of 4 members of the Phoenix clan, including 2 great Luo entities. This rupture shattered the tranquility of Honghuang, compounded by the inherent Grand Tao disputes among the ancestral figures of the three clans, leading to an uncontrollable escalation of the conflict that has now engulfed countless beings across Honghuang. Additionally, Hongjun noted that Luohu was harnessing the death and malevolent energies from the battlefield, although he was unsure of the purpose. He sensed that Luohu was orchestrating something significant. None of this surprised Qing Xian, for he had encountered Luohu's 6-soul banner in the northern underworld, which was employed to capture the malevolent energies and deathly auras from the battlefields of ferocious beasts. Qing Xian even had a rough understanding of Luohu's motives for collecting such energies, which were intrinsically linked to the Zhanxian sword array. In the vast expanse of Honghuang, Qing Xian and Qinglian departed from Buzhou Mountain. Journeying eastward, regarding Hongjuan's invitation, Qing Xian neither fully accepted nor outright declined. It was necessary to contemplate whether Hongjun was scheming against them and to weigh the risks of their involvement. Logically, it should not require their participation for Hongjun to achieve victory. Their strength alone could not alter the grand scheme of things. Of course, Hongjun himself recognized this. What he sought from Qing Xian and his companions was to restrain those powerful beings congregating around Luohu, or rather, those who had become puppets under Luohu's control. Amidst the chaos among the three clans, the primary battleground lay in the east, while the west remained relatively peaceful, allowing many innate divine beings and moderately powerful entities to flee westward, with a significant number converging upon Mount Buzhou under Luohu's protection. The divine ability employed by Luohu on the strong from the three clans evidently possessed the power to manipulate their hearts and minds, even capable of exerting direct control over them to a certain extent. A careless great Luo might unknowingly fall victim to such machinations. This implies that among the beings gathered at Mount Buzhou, many may be directly under Luohu's manipulation. Hongjun believed that the root of the turmoil lay with Luohu, and thus he sought assistance to ensure that these potential puppets could be subdued at a critical juncture, while simultaneously harboring concerns that Luohu might deploy strategies to thwart them. Although Qing Xian and his companions were vastly outmatched by Luohu and other top-tier beings, they still maintained a significant advantage over the remaining powerful figures outside the three clans. However, this would necessitate a direct confrontation with Luohu, and their intervention would likely occur at the onset of the great conflict. Qing Xian had initially intended to wait until the dust settled at the end of the battle. At that point, with Luohu preoccupied, they would be less likely to attract his attention, significantly reducing the risks associated with confronting him directly. From what Qing Xian understood, while Hongjun emerged victorious in his confrontation with Luohu, it was far from an effortless triumph. He had lost 2 out of 3 allies, with the remaining 1 fleeing into chaos. This was not a scenario of overwhelming dominance, nor even a favorable situation. Should Hongjun and his allies fail to contain Luohu, allowing him to unleash a devastating counterattack, they would be faced with dire consequences. It is crucial to acknowledge that Luohu wields the Zhanxian sword array, which, according to later accounts, can only be countered by the simultaneous intervention of the 4 saints. Each encounter has fortuitously involved 4 formidable beings. Luohu faced Hongjun, Yangmei, and others, while Tongtian contended with his 2 brothers and the 2 saints of the west. Moreover, Luohu also possesses the formidable Shirgod weapon, the god-slaying spear, whose danger is not inferior to that of the Zhanxian sword array, with its single-target assault capabilities rivaling those of the array. Who among them would wish to be struck by either of these formidable artifacts? Yet, one aspect that puzzles Qing Xian is whether Hong Jun has indeed embarked on the path of severing the three corpses. It is said that the combat power of the severed corpses is equivalent to that of the true self. Given his status, he should possess ample top-tier spiritual treasures to support the three corpses. Thus, it would seem that Hong Jun should not find himself at a loss against the Zhanxian sword array. Yet, in such circumstances, even when joined by three others, he finds himself in a precarious position, leading Qing Xian to question just how formidable Luohu truly is, or whether there are ulterior motives at play. With so many uncertainties, Qing Xian hesitates to acquiesce hastily. Ultimately, whether it be Hong Jun, Luohu, or the other three prominent figures, Qing Xian cannot claim to possess a deep understanding of any of them. Qing Xian remarked that he does not hail from the chaos. And neither he nor the entity from Mount Shumi is a reincarnation of a chaotic demon god. What do you make of this? The Tai can traverse the void over short distances. Though it cannot be done at will, the great Luo, however, is different. Traversing the void is as effortless as strolling through a garden. At this moment, as Qing Xian pondered, he traversed the void en route, for Honghuang is vast. Even for those at the great Luo level, while time and space hold no significance for the great Luo itself, they must still adhere to the rules and order of Honghuang. Meanwhile, an individual devoid of any awareness of walking sat upon Qingshuan's shoulder, propping his hand upon his head. I am unclear about such matters. Have I not stated this before? Legends are not to be taken at face value. I lack the ability to discern truth from falsehood, and can only consider them as references. Remaining unaware of the veracity of his claims, Qing Xian replied, shaking his head, the hand resting above him remaining unaffected. The individual Qinglian referred to was, of course, Hong Jun. Regarding this matter, Qing Xian expressed, as for the truth of it, I genuinely do not know. The origins of Hong Jun, I fear, are only known to those of his caliber. It is said that Hong Jun is a reincarnation of a chaotic demon god, and there are claims that he is one of the most powerful 12 chaotic demon gods reborn. Others suggest that his previous incarnation was a weak chaotic demon god, surviving solely due to his feebleness. Moreover, there are even rumors that the Hong Jun of Honghuang is, in fact, a true cicada in his original form. In contrast, Luohu's origins are similarly enigmatic. The assertion that Hong Jun's true form is a cicada raises some skepticism in Qing Xian, who feels it belittles the esteemed Dao ancestor. However, he is inclined to believe that he is indeed a reincarnation of a chaotic demon god. Otherwise, how could he wield such extraordinary power? Yet, in a recent conversation, Hong Jun himself spoke of his origins, denying the status of a chaotic demon god reincarnation. He claimed to be born from the first breath of pure energy that Pangu expelled when he opened the chaos, being one of the earliest beings to emerge in Honghuang, even before Pangu transformed into myriad entities. He clarified that he was not the sole being, as Luohu was born in opposition to him, emerging from the first breath of murky energy at the dawn of the heavens and earth. One is pure, and the other is turbid. One resides in the heavens, while the other dwells upon the earth. Their foundation lies in the primordial chaos of the universe, rather than in disorder. According to their accounts, they were even fortunate enough to have witnessed the living Pangu. As for the other three, Hong Jun has not disclosed their origins, and the implication is quite evident. He does not deny the fact that they are reincarnations of chaotic demon gods. However, this contradicts the legends known to Qing Xian. Hong Jun, as an embodiment of the innate primordial qi, is seldom heard of. Whether he is capable of deceit remains uncertain. When discussing the encounter with Pangu, Hong Jun's expression bore a rare hint of self-satisfaction, which did not appear to be feigned, leaving Qing Xian perplexed. Did Pangu truly meet them without casually bestowing upon them a blow from his axe? Surely he could not have been too occupied to extend a hand. After all, it is undeniably clear that they do not belong to the category of beings transformed by Pangu. They are among the few primordial beings who lack a direct connection to him. Akin to half-outsiders or a son-in-law, would they truly be welcomed? Such thoughts are perplexing. One might as well say it is so, for it bears little practical significance, whether it is the reincarnation of chaotic demon gods, the birth of pure qi, or the transformation of the Tsusan. He is still Hong Jun, a fact that cannot be altered. Should we acquiesce to Hong Jun's wishes? Qing Xian inquired of Qing Lian. You decide. After all, you have a penchant for whimsical thoughts. Qinglian replied casually, adding, "Besides, you are comparatively weaker, so dealing with such trifles suits you better. Leave the combat to me. It's all about reasonable division of labor. Who are you calling weaker?" Qingxian retorted, "I in the past. It was only natural that you were stronger due to your higher cultivation. Now that we are on the same level, have you forgotten? Strength is not always evident. What, do you have any objections?" Qinglian leaned forward, looking down at him and softly inquired, "No, you do have a point," Qingxian responded thoughtfully. "A point? Well, you make a compelling argument." Not wishing to dwell on it, he pondered the futility of rivalry. It was not as if he could truly engage Qinglian in a duel. Victory or defeat would yield no benefits. Moreover, the one who makes decisions is the leader. What use is strength in the tumultuous primordial realm? Making the right choices at critical moments is paramount. There is no shortage of powerful beings. Take Luowu for instance. Was he not formidable? Yet he ultimately failed to surpass Hongjun and met his demise. Did the ancestral dragons, the primordial phoenixes, and the divine Qilin possess strength? In the end, were they not left in a state of near ruin? Did the 12 ancestral witches, Emperor Jun and Taiyi, hold power? What about the Sage of the Heavens? What was their fate? Thus, intellect is of utmost importance. Since Qinglian has deemed him the leader, why should he continue to contest with her? Qingxian felt a sudden clarity, straightened his posture, and felt capable of bearing the weight of the sun and moon. Do not move recklessly. In the blink of an eye, a millennium had passed. Beyond Qingqiu, the void shimmered as two figures clad in azure stepped forth from within. Chapter 53, The Current State of the Three Clans. At last, we have returned, for the nurturing grounds atop Mount Buzhou had long since been vacated, and Qingqiu was regarded by Qingxian as his own dojo to a greater extent. Having been away for some time, the tumultuous state of the primordial realm had unsettled the southeastern territories of Mount Buzhou, prompting even the Wood Sovereign to retreat to its heights. Fortunately, all was well in Qingqiu, and no sign of the dragon clan had been observed nearby, likely due to some connection with Zhou Niu and his fellow dragon offspring. Upon manifesting outside Qingqiu, Qingxian immediately sensed a presence lingering nearby, a Diluo. Simultaneously, the other party detected the arrival of Qingxian and his companion. Casting their gaze from a distance, Qingxian furrowed his brow. The aura emanating from Zhou Niu appeared somewhat altered from what he had previously encountered. Although he wished to avoid entanglements with the dragon clan, he consciously maintained distance from the dragon offspring. However, in his heart, he felt that Zhou Niu was rather amiable, gentle in nature, possessing a commendable temperament, exuding an air of refinement. Were it not for his identity, he would not mind being friends. Yet, the Zhou Niu he now beheld bore an aura tinged with gloom, his presence no longer exuding the same tranquility as before. Now laced with a hint of ferocity, Qingxian reached up to pat the figure perched upon his shoulder, who then gracefully descended to stand beside him, her clear eyes narrowing slightly though she uttered no words. Whatever Qingxian could sense, she could naturally perceive as well. "Esteemed friends, it is a pleasure to see you again," Zhou Niu greeted, the earlier shadows of gloom dissipating from his brow as he spoke with a smile. Immediately, Zhou Niu sensed the peculiarities in the auras of Qingxian and his companion, his brow twitching slightly. "May I congratulate you both on your advancements in the Tao?" Qingxian regarded Zhou Niu for a moment but did not inquire further about the earlier anomalies. Exchanging pleasantries instead. To be honest, Qingxian felt a tinge of surprised by Zhou Niu's cultivation level. Previously, Zhou Niu's prowess had surpassed that of Qingxian and his companions, yet the gap was not insurmountable. Qingxian had assumed that his and Qinglian's recent endeavors would yield considerable rewards, and given the various opportunities encountered, he believed they had made significant progress. At this juncture, entering the Diluo realm should have narrowed the gap between them and the ancestral dragons. However, he was taken aback to find that the distance had increased significantly. According to the standards of the 36 heavens of Diluo, Zhou Niu's realm surpassed theirs by 1 or 2 levels. This was a considerable disparity among those in the Diluo realm. It was not that Qingxuan's cultivation speed had slowed, rather, it was that Zhou Niu and the others had advanced rapidly. After all, Zhou Niu, born of 2 primordial divine sources, possessed innate qualities that rivaled those of ordinary primordial beings. Moreover, the dragon clan's dominance over the seas rendered them the preeminent clan of the primordial realm. Occupying countless resources, how could they lack opportunities? The greater reason lay in the legacy of the path forged by the ancestral dragon, which spared them the need for arduous exploration, coupled with the immense cosmic fortune bestowed upon the dragon clan. Their cultivation speed was naturally extraordinary. Qing Xian had underestimated the situation. Furthermore, at this particular juncture it was said that when fortune smiles upon one, all forces of nature align, despite slight variations in the states of the three clans. Qing Xian invited Qiu Niu to join him, yet Qiu Niu shook his head in refusal, bearing a hint of bitterness and resignation in his expression. I shall refrain from entering, lest I disturb the purity of Qingqiu's waters and mountains. Qing Xian was taken aback. Could Qiu Niu truly perceive the changes within himself? Was it not said that amidst great calamities, those marked by misfortune would either succumb to madness or be ensnared by the light of diminished intellect? Yet, Qiu Niu appeared remarkably lucid, seemingly reading Qing Xuan's thoughts. Qiu Niu spoke. It appears you harbor some misconceptions, my friend. We are all fully aware of our actions. We exist for the Tao, live for the Tao, and die for the Tao. Beyond this, all is void. The Tao represents the highest significance of our existence, and for it we would spare no effort. Thus, these are choices we have made for ourselves. At this point, Qiu Niu cast a thoughtful glance at Qing Xian and then at Qinglian, smiling as he remarked, "Yet you seem to differ from us in some respects." Of course I do. My life goals are not so lofty. I cannot live solely for the Tao or die for it. Hear the Tao in the morning and die by evening. What a pity. For me, beyond seeking the Tao, I have other pursuits. And as long as one is alive, the Tao can travel further. Why tread a path that leads to injury and bloodshed? Is it truly worth it? Qing Xian was aware that his understanding of the quest for the Tao diverged significantly from that of these genuine primordial beings. Even Qinglian, who had been greatly influenced by him, held different views in this regard. Qinglian's heart for the Tao was far purer than his own. These individuals regarded the pursuit of the Tao as their objective. However, for Qing Xian, the quest for the Tao resembled a means to attain power. There lay an essential difference between the two. He could not commit to dying for the Tao. Qing Xian fell silent, refraining from further dialogue. It was likely that this matter touched upon the core secrets of the three clans, making it inappropriate for him to probe further. I have awaited your return for several millennia. At long last, the two of you have arrived. Might I inquire if you have the time to spare? Qiu Niu did not linger on this issue but continued to speak. Qing Xian had no objections, since Qiu Niu was evidently aware of everything. He sensed that Qiu Niu's purpose for waiting here was to discuss matters with them. He felt an inkling that whatever Qiu Niu wished to discuss would pertain to the Dragon Princess, his cherished younger sister. As Qiu Niu declined to enter Qingqiu, Qing Xian did not press the issue further. They were both De Luo beings, after all, and such formalities were unnecessary. Outside Qingqiu, they casually sought a suitable spot. Qiu Niu employed his abilities to conceal their auras, while Qing Xian conjured a stone table and chairs, brewing fresh Tao tea with the three light divine water. Seated opposite each other, they indulged in tea before commencing their formal discussion. Qiu Niu spoke first. I trust you have sensed the aura emanating from me. In truth, I have also become acutely aware of it. I believe I am more familiar with this aura than either of you. I was personally involved in the battle against the ferocious beasts. As they were now well acquainted, their conversation flowed more freely, even omitting formal titles. Reflecting on the past, Qiu Niu began to grasp why Qing Xian had insisted on him swearing not to allow the Dragon Princess to return to the Dragon Clan. Did Qing Xian foresee something back then? Qing Xian shook his head in denial. I did not foresee anything. I merely prefer tranquility and wish to avoid entanglement in chaotic affairs. Qiu Niu did not contest this. In fact, he could not ascertain whether Qing Xuan's choice was mere coincidence. Given the current state of the primordial realm, it was unlikely that anyone could have foreseen today's circumstances. The trajectory of events was not even discernible back then, and it had not yet taken shape. Qiu Niu did not press further, continuing instead, the war among the three clans has reached a point where none can extricate themselves. Alas, this realization has come a tad too late. No, even if one had comprehended these matters earlier, one would still find it impossible to evade the inevitable tide of events. When the three clans embarked upon a similar path, everything was destined, merely a question of time. Qing Xian listened in silence, refraining from interjecting. He understood that the contention among the three clans for supremacy over the vast primordial realm was fundamentally driven by the opportunity to attain sanctity. He was also aware that behind this struggle, there was likely the hand of Luo Ho at work. However, the specifics eluded his full comprehension, and he felt a sense of bewilderment, especially after encountering Qinai Yudai in the past. He assumed that the three clans, fighting like madmen, were under the influence of calamity, forcibly diminished in intellect, driven to madness. Otherwise, how could they have annihilated their strongest members without restraint? Moreover, figures like the ancestor dragon were no fools. they had endured countless eons. Surviving the great calamity, and if they were truly lacking in wisdom, they would have been outmaneuvered long ago. Be utilized like mere puppets and remain oblivious until their demise was indeed a matter of disgrace. Yet, it now appeared that there were deeper intrigues at play. Qing Xian genuinely wished to understand, but he remained silent, believing that Qinyo's character would prevent him from withholding pertinent information. What could not be spoken of would yield no benefit from inquiry, as it would only reveal his own lack of discernment. Paying no heed to Qingshuan's silence, Qinyo continued, "Do you believe that the complete attainment of the great Tao signifies the end of the path?" Upon hearing Qinyo's words, Qing Xian was perplexed. Why would you pose such a question? The great Tao is merely a stepping stone. How could it represent the culmination of the path? Moreover, the Chaos Demons, who were vanquished by Pango during the Primordial Era, could not possibly have begun at the level of the Great Tao. Those of the Great Tao do not even qualify to perish beneath the heaven-splitting axe. Thus, Qinyo's question struck Qing Xian as somewhat absurd. Unbeknownst to him, this was a manifestation of his own cognitive limitations, a divergence in perception from other primordial beings. So from the very outset, he had been certain that the Great Tao was not the terminus. There existed realms beyond it. Noticing a subtle shift in Qingshuan's gaze, Qinyo smiled. It appears that you do not consider the Great Tao to be the ultimate destination, and we share a similar conviction. Qinyo hesitated, casting a cautious glance at Qing Xian and his companion. Seemingly contemplating, however, he quickly dismissed his concerns, recognizing that these two were exceptional and would not easily waver in their convictions due to his words. Without further hesitation, Qinyo declared, "Yet, with the completion of the Great Tao, our fruits of the path become complete as well. Beyond this, there is no further path, although it is known that this is not the end of the Tao. And higher realms exist, they remain merely a distant aspiration. No one knows how to navigate the road ahead, aware that there should be a path, yet enveloped in a fog, one finds it utterly unreachable." Such a revelation was indeed a first for Qing Xian. Qinglian's gaze flickered as she glanced at Qing Xian deep in thought. Upon ascending to the realm of the Great Tao, one would naturally recognize that this state represented the culmination of their path. Completion signifies an endpoint, yet Qingshuan's preconceived notions directly influenced both him and Qinglian. Completion? What completion? It is not existent. Is there not the realm of the saints? Completion is merely a means to transcend, and behind it lies the path of the primordial unity. How could it possibly be the endpoint? Transcendence is the true path. A temporary endpoint is merely the beginning of a new realm. With such subconscious influences at play, they had never experienced the helplessness and despair of knowing there was a way forward. Yet being utterly blocked from proceeding, they could not fathom the mindset of the ancestor dragon and the others at that time. He had forgotten that the path of the saints was established by Hongjun, while the path of the primordial unity, the chaos demons were born into that realm. The levels beneath it were their blind spots. How could there be a path? Even the chaos demons themselves did not know how to ascend from the realms below primordial unity. There was no way. Everyone was also experiencing this for the first time, lacking experience, compounded by the laws of the primordial realm, which differed from the chaos. Qing Xian had been overly presumptuous in this matter. "Has your father discovered the path to transcendence?" Qing Xian inquired. Qinyo nodded. "Indeed, not only my father but also the one from the Phoenix clan and the elder of the Qilin clan have each found their own paths, almost simultaneously discovering a similar route. How fortuitous, so coincidental that it raises suspicion." Qing Xian mused. "The method my father found involves harnessing the heavenly fortune of our dragon clan as a medium to connect with the cosmos, refining the four seas, thereby transcending the limits of our own path and ascending to a higher realm. This is not merely a path for my father alone. Once successful, it will become the path of transcendence for our entire dragon clan." Qing Xian was taken aback. "Isn't this considered a secret of your dragon clan? You reveal it so readily." Qinyo smiled lightly, unfazed. "What I speak of is merely a direction, not some unspeakable secret. Moreover, whether it can truly be traversed remains to be seen." At this point, Qinyo looked at Qing Xian. "Additionally, I am certain that you, my friend, will neither choose nor be able to walk this path. Such a route, aside from our three clans, no one else can attempt. Especially someone like you who favors tranquility. This is a path belonging to the clan, not the individual. Furthermore, even if you now possess this knowledge, it bears no consequence. Although both of you are exceptional, your current cultivation level is still far from reaching that realm. You will not keep pace. Before you can, this path will yield a definitive outcome. Should the outcome favor my dragon clan, I would not hesitate to invite you to borrow the path from us." As for the possibility of defeat, that is not something I need to concern myself with, is it? Qing Xian nodded. He certainly would not attempt the path that Qinyo described, refining the cosmos, that did not align with his pursuits. Moreover, he felt a nagging sense that this path could very well be a trap, and indeed, it seemed that the underlying reasons for the conflict among the three clans lay therein. It appears you have guessed correctly. Indeed, the reason the three clans have reached this point is fundamentally rooted here. My Dragon Clan refines the four seas, the Phoenix Clan dwells in the heavens, and the Qilin Clan merges with the earth. Though they appear distinct, they are, in fact, treading the same path. Qinyo lifted his teacup, then set it down with a sigh. Consequently, after embarking upon this path, my father discovered that, given the current state of our Dragon Clan, success was utterly unattainable. Despite the immense fortune of our clan, it still fell short. Merely refining the four seas is insufficient for transcending one's own path, would merging the fortunes of the three clans into one. Refining the seas, heavens, and earth, not present a possibility for success, Qing Xian asked. Indeed, that was the conclusion my father reached, and I believe the other two also recognized this, and so you began to fight it. Qinyo shook his head. Not at all. In fact, at that time, all three clans were hesitant. Although my Dragon Clan held a slight advantage in overall strength, the outcome of a war among the three clans was uncertain, and the consequences were burdens no one wished to bear. However, at that moment, someone providentially nudged them, igniting the flames of conflict, shattering the silence. Qing Xian had already gleaned some information about this from Hongjun, and it did not significantly differ from what Qinyo had just recounted. As the battlefield expanded, by the time we realized what was happening, it was already beyond our control. Qinyo lamented. Why is that? For the three clans, could there be such an indelible grudge that they would wager their entire lineage's future? Qing Xian found this hard to believe. He felt that figures like the ancestor dragon and the Yuanfeng were not inclined to act in such a manner. In his view, they were cold-blooded beings, prioritizing the greater good over all else, and there was nothing that could not be discussed amicably. The situation is not so simple, Qinyo explained. The great conflict led to the fortunes of the three clans devouring one another, intertwining completely, forming a vortex that ensnared all three clans, from which no one could easily extricate themselves. The current scenario dictates that one victor must emerge, the vanquished will fade, while the victor shall ascend. The tide has been set, the contest of the great paths allows for no retreat. No one can halt their steps, stagnation equates to defeat. This means that the three clans all aspire to seize each other's fortunes. Yet the fortunes have become so intertwined that retreating would equate to sacrificing one's own clan's fortune, effectively severing the path to greatness. It truly resembles a hopeless gladiatorial arena, Qing Xian silently reflected. When Hongjun stated that the tide had been set and it was too late, it was not mere evasion but a stark reality. Hongjun's invitation to him and Qinglian was primarily aimed at addressing the potential disruptions that Luo Ho might instigate, without ever mentioning the affairs of the three clans. Thus, Qing Xian posed the question to Hongjun: if it is indeed a conflict among the three clans, why not seek a method to quell the chaos? Xingxuan's inquiry also stemmed from a desire to gauge Hongjun's stance. Was the conflict among the three clans truly solely instigated by Luo Ho? Hongjun had replied then, stating that no one could halt the unfolding events. The struggle for survival among the three clans had become an established fact, irreparable. The reasons behind this, however, were not elaborated upon, and it was only now, from Qinyo's account, that Qing Xian discerned the underlying cause. The ancestors of the three clans coincidentally walked the same path. The narrow road of encounter. Was it mere coincidence or a predetermined fate, aware of the challenges that lay ahead yet having no retreat? They were compelled to tread a path that led only into darkness. It was not that the ancestor dragon and others had been rendered foolish or deluded, rather, they found themselves ensnared, unable to extricate themselves. Failing to contend was tantamount to awaiting death. In their pursuit of the Tao, they ultimately became entangled in their own paths, a situation that elicited no laughter. If one were to delve deeper into conspiracy theories, it would become even more unsettling. Xiao No elucidated the doubts lingering in Qing Xian's heart, and within the space, an encompassing silence ensued, with no one daring to speak. Chapter 55, A Wealthy Fortune. Xiao No did not linger here for long. His arrival was indeed for the sake of Long Jis. For the other brothers, as the elder brother, he could manage to look after them to some extent. Yet this youngest sister had unfortunately found herself adrift. Therefore, esteemed friends, Xiao shall take his leave, and I entrust my sister Long Ji to your care. Xiao bowed respectfully. Will you not bid her farewell? Qing Xian inquired. Zhou Niu shook his head but then produced 2 fruits and a tender branch of jianmu, still imbued with vibrant life. Upon seeing the fruits of jianmu, Qing Xian was taken aback. Zhou Niu, have you nearly stripped the jianmu bare? You have gifted 4 or 5 fruits already. Does the dragon clan possess an abundance of these? That should not be the case. The yield of innate spiritual roots is not high. And a jianmu only produces a few fruits in a yuan meeting. Qing Xian declined the offerings extended by Zhou Niu, stating, since Long Ji has taken me as her master, I will safeguard her well. This matter does not concern you greatly, and there is no need for such gestures. With this, Qing Xian smiled, revealing a hint of pride. Moreover, Long Ji is far closer to me as her master than to you as her brother. Zhou Niu, upon hearing this, displayed no signs of displeasure, but rather nodded in approval. That is well, indeed. Truly the best. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the items hovering before him transformed into streaks of light. Shooting towards Qing Qiu. Do not misunderstand, my friends, these are gifts prepared for my sister. Even if you are her master, you cannot refuse her gifts, can you? As for how she chooses to handle them afterward, that is entirely her decision. Qing Xian furrowed his brow but ultimately did not impede the offerings as they landed within Qing Qiu. With Zhou Niu having stated his intentions, it was difficult for him to voice any objections. Esteemed friends, Zhou Niu takes his leave. Qing Xian saw him off with a polite gesture, saying little more. I hope to visit Qing Qiu again one day. As Zhou Niu's voice faded, his figure vanished. Many matters need not be explicitly stated. All parties were well aware Zhou Niu would not return to Qing Qiu anytime soon, at least not until the disputes among the 3 clans reached a resolution. Whether he would have the chance to return remained uncertain to others, yet Qing Xian was acutely aware. One might surmise that Zhou Niu himself held some understanding of this as well. They had not been blinded by the atmosphere of conflict. Zhou Niu remained quite clear-headed. It was precisely for this reason that Qing Xian said nothing, for any words would be futile. The momentum had been established, and there was no retreat. Observing Zhou Niu's departure, Qing Xian felt a fleeting pang of melancholy, though it quickly dissipated, returning to a state of tranquility. Let us return and see, he instructed those beside him. While Zhou Niu had made a favorable impression on him, it was merely that Qing Lian nodded, and as Qing Xian turned, she reached out to pat his head. Qing Xian, casting a sidelong glance behind him, he stepped forward and entered Qing Qiu. Greetings, master. Upon entering Qing Qiu, a youthful figure with red lips and white teeth approached, respectfully bowing to Qing Xian and his companion. It was Tianhu, Qing Xian's second disciple. Qing Xian appraised Tianhu before him. Over the span of a yuan meeting, Tianhu's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage, with 1 foot nearly crossing the threshold into the Tai realm. When he had departed with Qing Lian, Tianhu had only been at the early stages of the golden immortal. His progress had been slower than anticipated, yet it seemed that the responsibility of being a master weighed heavily upon him. Physically, he had grown from a small child into the youthful figure before him. Looking around, Qing Xian noted the absence of Long Ji. A sweep of his divine sense confirmed his suspicions. That girl had not changed one bit over the years. Save for swapping her bed from Xiang Siwa to Wuzhen Pine, currently sprawled upon it, sound asleep. Zhou Niu, too, seemed to fear waking her, having placed the items he brought nearby, before Qing Xian could act. Qing Lian reached into the void and effortlessly lifted her. With her silvery white hair, 2 horns sprouting from her forehead, and a small tail swaying behind her, she had not grown at all, yet the aura emanating from Long Ji caught Qing Xian's attention. She had already reached the late stages of the golden immortal realm, nearly matching Tianhu. Furthermore, he sensed an exceptionally vigorous wave of blood energy from her. Though she appeared diminutive, her physical strength was extraordinary. Although Long Ji had entered the sect before, her starting point had been lower than Tianhu's, hadn't it? When they departed, she had merely been at the celestial immortal stage, and now her cultivation was nearly on par with Tianhu. An astonishingly rapid advancement suddenly lifted. Long Ji instinctively wrapped her tail around Qing Lian's arm, only to receive a playful flick on the forehead, the sound crisp and melodious. Scroggily, she opened her golden eyes, blinking at Qing Lian and then at Qing Xian, reaching up to touch the spot on her forehead that had been struck, before joyfully calling out, "Master!" Such cultivation, and yet her reactions were rather slow. Qing Xian raised his hand and ruffled her hair to help her wake up, saying nothing. Although much time had passed, Qing Qiu had not changed much, save for the influx of numerous new beings. Among them were creatures born within Qing Qiu, as well as those who had fled here from outside. The turmoil among the 3 clans had unsettled the wilderness, forcing even the innate deities to flee. While these ordinary beings found themselves unable to escape, Qingqiu had remained unaffected, allowing many beings to flow in. Fortunately, chaos had not erupted. Tian, who managed the situation well, and with the great formation left by Qing Xian and the others, coupled with his own strength, they could suppress the common beings. Moreover, due to the nourishment of the great formation, the already extraordinary land of Qingqiu had become even more infused with the power of creation, overflowing with innate spiritual energy, further enhancing its uniqueness. After their return, Qing Xian and his companions did not pay much attention to these ordinary beings, as they were not of particular concern. The ginseng fruits obtained from Jinyuanzi were still in surplus, and they intended to distribute them to their 2 disciples. However, before that, they spent several hundred years imparting teachings and guiding their disciples in cultivation. Following this, Tian, who began his seclusion, preparing for his formal advancement into the Taiyi realm. As for Long Ji, she too had consumed the ginseng fruit, yet it appeared to have little effect. It was uncertain whether this was due to having consumed too many high-quality spiritual root products, resulting in minimal impact. After all, her several brothers had continuously gifted her items for a considerable time, only to discover that bestowing spiritual treasures paled in comparison to offering spiritual fruits, which ultimately led Long Lao Jiu, the Chiwen, to be the first to earn her affection by eliciting her to call him brother. Chiwen reveled in this triumph before his siblings for quite some time, until he was subsequently drawn into discussions and sparring with the others, at which point the matter was no longer mentioned. Afterward, Qing Xian also took time to impart teachings to the beings of Qingqiu, while Cheng Lian focused on enhancing the great formation of Qingqiu, replacing the mid-grade innate spiritual root Xiang Siwood with the top-tier innate spiritual root Wu Dao Tea Tree as the foundation of the formation. The current formation should not face difficulties in repelling ordinary Deluo beings. While assessing his own wealth, Qing Xian suddenly realized that he seemed rather affluent, having amassed a considerable amount of items, all of high quality. There were 4 top-tier innate spiritual roots, including the Wu Dao Tea Tree, Wuzhen Pine, 12-petal Golden Lotus, and 12-petal Red Lotus. As for the exceptional innate spiritual treasures, aside from the Qing Luo umbrella formed from their accompanying lotus leaves, there were 2 additional items, the Qing Lian Baos banner and the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner. Regarding the superior innate spiritual treasures, they still possessed only their accompanying Taiyi spear and Qingping sword, having not acquired any other spiritual treasures, despite having encountered several. The sole superior spiritual treasure they had collected, the Jiuyu too, had already been bestowed upon their second disciple, Tian, who throughout their journeys in the wilderness, they had encountered an array of innate spiritual treasures and roots, numbering no less than 100. Yet what they had collected comprised less than 1/3 of that. To encounter such a multitude of innate spiritual items, indeed, one might say their fortunes were considerable, though they could not compare to those who could effortlessly attract innate spiritual treasures and roots. Engaging in cultivation and imparting teachings to their disciples, they had not neglected to remain vigilant regarding the state of the wilderness, simultaneously preparing for various matters, for many objectives could not be achieved easily. Chapter 56. Under the name of Slaying Immortals, within Mount Shumi, Luoho, clad in black, sat cross-legged in the void, with an unfathomable abyss beneath him. The supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Six Souls flag, hovered in the air, spilling forth boundless malevolent and deathly energy that sank into the abyss. A resonant clang of swords echoed from the depths below, a suffocating aura of murderous intent swirling, its energy bearing the sharpness to obliterate all. Luoho's calm gaze pierced through the abyss, penetrating all barriers to gaze upon what lay within there, for sword embryos, brimming with chilling killing intent, were gestating, yet they had not fully formed. These 4 swords, once completed, would undoubtedly be 4 supreme innate spiritual treasures. Moreover, when arrayed together, their might was unimaginable. Yet, Luoho was unsatisfied. He sought to forge the foremost weapon of slaughter within the wilderness, yet these 4 swords, in his view, still possessed greater potential for growth. Thus, the current 4 swords, while innate, were forcibly interfered with before their complete formation, leading to alterations in their gestation process. Suddenly, Luoho lifted his head, directing his gaze beyond Mount Shumi. Hongjun, since you have arrived, why conceal yourself, or do you underestimate me? As his words fell, Luoho had already emerged from Mount Shumi, standing upon the 12th grade Black Lotus, poised in the void. Eye in the line of Luoho's sight, a figure materialized silently, clad in a plain Taoist robe, surrounded by a flow of clear energy, the creation jade dish suspended beside him. It was none other than Hongjun. I greet you, Dao friend Luoho. Hong Jun said, appearing composed as he offered a courteous bow. However, Luo Ho merely snorted coldly in response, neglecting to return the gesture. He was not one for such formalities and directly inquired, Hong Jun, "Why have you come at this moment? Do you wish to ally with me, or do you intend to be my adversary?" Hong Jun remained silent, his gaze directed towards the Shumi mountain behind Luo Ho. His expression tinged with gravity. The severity of the situation had exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated that Luo Ho would act with such extremity, although he could not discern the nature of what was being nurtured within. The ominous aura that subtly permeated the air conveyed an unfathomable peril. This sensation was unprecedented, even surpassing the sense of crisis he had felt when confronting the Beast Emperor Shen and. The overwhelming malevolence and deathly energy had escalated to a level that could provoke the wrath of the heavens. So it was, the calamity that had befallen the three clans had its roots in the seeds you had long sown. Luo Ho, are you intent on destroying the primordial world? Hong Jun sighed, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Though he sensed something amiss with the affairs of the three clans, it was not merely Luo Ho's instigation that troubled him, it was the fact that the ancestors of the Zulong, Yuan Feng, and the others had embarked upon a path of no return. Once they set foot on that road, certain events had already been sealed, now becoming an inextricable knot. In the past, they had all existed on the same level, unable to extrapolate anything from one another, and his primary focus had been on the other three individuals. In Hong Jun's view, both he and Luo Ho were among the primordial beings birthed from the heavens and earth. Despite their divergent paths, they ought to share a common stance compared to the remnants of the bygone era. Even during the impending conflict of the three clans, Hong Jun's original intention was merely to obstruct Luo Ho, urging him to refrain from further meddling in the affairs of the three clans, lest the situation spiral further out of control. Yet, he had underestimated Luo Ho's ambitions had it not been for an inexplicable feeling that compelled him to take the risk of investigating. He might have continued to underestimate Luo Ho. This was Luo Ho's domain, and Hong Jun understood his temperament well. Moreover, the two had always been at odds. To rashly enter here would be akin to tearing off the mask of civility between them, which was why he had refrained from truly setting foot in this place until now. Yet now to destroy the primordial world? At Hong Jun's inquiry, Luo Ho scoffed. Hong Jun, do you truly fail to comprehend? Or are you merely deceiving yourself and playing the fool? This primordial world, from the moment of its inception, has been destined for a path of destruction, the cycle of existence, stability, decline, and void, birth and obliteration of myriad beings, is both the beginning and the end. A self-contained cycle representative of completeness. Do you not grasp the implications of this? Do you not know why the primordial world was born? It is not I, Luo Ho, who seeks to annihilate the primordial world. Rather, the primordial world is fated to meet its end. I am merely facilitating an earlier arrival of that fate. What difference does it make? Hong Jun shook his head and replied softly, you are aware that the heavens have preserved a glimmer of hope, granting the primordial world a chance, yet now you are intent on severing that slender thread of possibility. Completely absurd. A glimmer of hope? What currently obstructs our path? Or do you, Hong Jun, willingly wish to halt your own great path? The Chen Kuan Yin Yang and Yang may still have alternative paths to choose from, but what about us? Do we have a choice? Luo Ho's expression turned cold, for their foundations lay within the primordial world, which had now become a shackle not just between him and Hong Jun, but the Zulong Yuan Feng and the Shi Qilin. All beings birthed from the primordial world, without exception, were ensnared. Their great paths lay devoid of avenues ahead. Hong Jun fell silent. He had now achieved a state of half-transcendence. Even if he were to forge a new path, progress would be elusive. The heavens of the primordial world were too oppressive, stifling them. Hong Jun, I ask you this once, why have you come? Is it for transcendence, or to oppose me? Luo Ho fixed his gaze upon Hong Jun, his aura subtly shifting. Hong Jun remained silent, ultimately shaking his head. Seeing this, Luo Ho's expression turned frigid. A pitch-black spear materialized in his hand, and he stood upon a black lotus, spear in hand. In that case, there is no need for further words. As he spoke, a streak of black spear light shot towards Hong Jun, annihilating all in its path, the pure force of destruction extinguishing every trace of vitality. Hong Jun raised his hand, summoning a banner entwined with chaotic energy. The Pango banner swept through, countering the assault of the god-slaying spear, both forces obliterating one another. Yet, the ominous foreboding in Hong Jun's heart intensified. Within the Shumi mountain, it felt as if some unparalleled malevolent entity was awakening. Stirring unease within him. No longer hesitating, Hong Jun raised his hand and summoned a bolt of purple sky divine thunder, while he himself used the Pango banner to tear open a space, vanishing from sight. Just as Hong Jun's figure disappeared, a beam of sword light shot forth from within Shumi Mountain, piercing the very spot where Hong Jun had stood, exuding a murderous intent, accompanied by a sinister aura, even more alarming. This sword light provoked the dispersing calamity energy across the heavens. Luo Ho, witnessing Hong Jun's retreat, remained unfazed. The four swords had yet to fully take shape, and the time was not ripe once the four swords were completely formed. What could Hong Jun do? If he were to find the Chaos Bell and forge it into the opening heaven axe, perhaps he could pose a threat. Alas, that was impossible. The opening heaven axe would not materialize. And Hong Jun was destined never to find the Chaos Bell. Since you are determined to recklessly obstruct my path, do not blame others. Perfectly, my four swords are yet unnamed. You, who pride yourself as the pioneer of the celestial path, shall serve as the sacrificial figure for my sword array, aptly named the extermination of immortals. Luo Ho lifted his head to gaze at the sky, then withdrew his gaze, turning back towards Shumi Mountain to continue refining the newly named extermination sword. Endless distances away, a figure emerged from the void. Hong Jun turned to face the Shumi Mountain in the west, his expression grave. He raised his hand and calculated for a long while before letting out a soft sigh. Transcendence, Luo Ho, how can you be so certain that you tread the path of transcendence, rather than seeking your own demise? You remember why the primordial world was born, yet you forget the reason it continues to exist. I firmly believe that the one who has preserved a glimmer of hope for the myriad beings of the primordial world, annihilation and termination are not their true intent. This slender thread of hope should not be severed by you. Luo Ho, in your quest for personal enlightenment, the sentient beings are utterly innocent. The primordial world deserves a future. Chapter 57, Borrowing Treasure. Hong Jun's expedition to Shumi Mountain for investigation was unbeknownst to Qing Xian and the others. As he had spent nearly 10 millennia in Qingqiu with Qinglian, and the Dragon Sons had not returned, although residing in Qingqiu, they were keenly aware of the fluctuations in the energies of heaven and earth. The grand conflict among the three clans, even from a distance, struck fear into the hearts of many. The scale of this battle far surpassed the previous confrontation with the Beast Clan, as the current strength of the three clans, even when considered individually, rivaled that of the former beasts. The cultivation levels of the ancestors of the three clans surpassed that of Shen Ai, who was merely at the pinnacle of Daluo. They had already transcended the Daluo realm, and each clan possessed not just one or two formidable Daluo-level experts. The Dragon Clan, for instance, had all 9 offspring of the dragon, now also at the Daluo realm. As for those at the Taiyi realm, they were beyond counting, occupying the vast primordial world, enjoying boundless resources, and benefiting from immense heavenly fortune. The foundation of the three clans was extraordinarily robust. Qing Xian sat casually in the void above Qingqiu, his gaze distant and lost. The chaotic energies in the heavens and earth were displeasing, and the provoked calamity energy made one wary of even slight contact. The current primordial world could accurately be described as shrouded in smoke and miasma. Fortunately, the Anzhou mountain remained reliable, capable of maintaining order. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine what the state of the primordial world would be. All beings in the primordial realm, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, could sense the extraordinary fluctuations in the energies of heaven and earth, leaving them in a state of unease. However, there were exceptions, those who were carefree. Qing Xian turned his gaze and saw Long Ji playfully chasing Guhong around. Long Ji appeared quite delighted, while Guhong clearly was not as pleased, visibly disliking Long Ji yet utterly helpless. When Guhong approached Qing Xian, he disdainfully kicked it away, causing it to roll several times in the void before Long Ji seized its tail and dragged it off, finally bringing about some peace. Amidst the ephemeral illusion of lotus flowers, a figure appeared beside Qing Xian, gazing at him with a somewhat amicable expression. Is it complete? Qing Xian inquired, showing no awareness of the implications. Qinglian narrowed her eyes, staring at Qing Xian for a while. Before tossing him a small box, Qing Xian caught it and opened it to find a palm-sized container filled with various seeds. He picked up a seed. Examining it with satisfaction, Qinglian remained as dependable as ever. The preparatory work was essentially complete. It was important to note that these seeds had been transformed through Qinglian's own path of creation, qualifying them as a product of a divine ability, as well as a consumable extraordinary treasure. Moreover, the quantity was substantial, having consumed Qinglian's time for over a millennium. Qing Xian was taken aback. Turning to look at Qinglian, she quietly regarded him, her expression impassive. "Thank you for your hard work. I will handle the next steps," he said, producing a bottle of self-brewed celestial wine and some homemade pastries to offer her. Qing Xian was well aware that Qinglian was not like Long Ji's disciple, easily placated by random offerings. Fortunately, Qinglian glanced at him, silently accepting the jade flask, and casually settled down beside him. Qing Xian was not merely trying to shirk his responsibilities by offloading everything onto Qinglian. Her great path was indeed more suited for refining these Dao seeds. While he could borrow her power, his application of it was still inferior to hers. Moreover, this divine ability was originally conceived by Qinglian. Known as the Seed Dao technique, "When shall we depart?" Qinglian inquired. Qing Xian did not hesitate in his response. "The sooner, the better, and now that we are prepared, we shall set out in the coming days to seek Xin Yuanzi at Wanshou Mountain." He was utterly oblivious to when Hongjun and Luoho might engage in conflict, lacking any clear timeline. To attempt to deduce or predict such an event would be unrealistic, thus, it would be wise to make preparations sooner rather than later. Allowing time to await the opportune moment. Central to this situation is the Lingbao Dizzy held by Zhen Yuanzi. Without it, Qing Xian would not dare to take any action. Luoho had entrenched himself in the west for countless ages, rendering that territory nearly his own domain. If the legends hold true, and Luoho has tampered with the ley lines, Qing Xian would not dare to enter the earth veins without the Dizzy. Merely possessing ordinary Lingbao would provide him no sense of security. Although they had several supreme innate Lingbao, none were of the ultimate innate treasure caliber. Both had witnessed Hongjuan's formidable power, a presence beyond that of the Diluo. As for Luoho, even though they had yet to encounter him, using Hongjun as a baseline for comparison was certainly prudent. A single misstep could draw Luoho's attention, leaving them devoid of any means to resist. Qinglian said nothing in response, merely nodding in acknowledgement before falling silent. Days later, after conferring with the disciples Long Ji and Tianhu, Qing Xian and his companion departed from Qingqiu. Presently, Qingqiu was not a source of great concern for them. Despite the turmoil among the three clans, this place remained largely unaffected. With a grand formation established upon two top-tier innate roots, they could withstand the threat of an ordinary Diluo even in their absence. Guhan was also left behind with Qing Xian. Although the steed possessed a rather striking appearance, its current strength was somewhat lacking. Long Ji seemed quite fond of the creature, having previously bestowed upon Tianhu an exquisite innate Lingbao. The Zhouyu too, yet she had received nothing in return, so it was best to let her amuse herself with Guhan. Nearly a millennium later, the two quietly entered the western territories. Nearly exhausting their efforts in haste as they frequently crossed through space to maintain their speed, they arrived at the outskirts of Wanshou Mountain, locating Zhen Yuanzi's Wuzhuang Temple. Upon releasing their aura, they were detected, and the temple doors swung open, revealing the same two figures from before. Their auras had notably strengthened, hinting at their nearing the threshold of Tai Golden Immortal, only slightly inferior to the likes of Niuhua and Fuxi encountered at Buzhou Mountain. After exchanging pleasantries, Qing Xian directly stated their purpose. "Zhen Yuanzi, my companion, and I have come to borrow an item from you. Oh, what do you wish to borrow, esteemed friends?" Zhen Yuanzi inquired. "The Dizzy," Qing Xian replied candidly, deeming it unnecessary to beat around the bush. Zhen Yuanzi furrowed his brow, wearing an expression of hesitation. This was to be expected, given that the Dizzy was his companion treasure, second only to the ginseng fruit tree in its significance. My companion and I wish to undertake a matter that cannot succeed without the assistance of the Dizzy. You need not worry, the Dizzy is your companion Lingbao, and we harbor no covetous intentions. It is essential for our endeavor, and allow me to elaborate further. Qing Xian shared pertinent information with Zhen Yuanzi, outlining the stakes involved, and even offered to use some of their own Lingbao as collateral to ease his concerns. "Esteemed friends, there is no need for collateral. If what you say is true, then I would indeed be fortunate to benefit from your presence. Please, take the Dizzy for your use. I trust you both," Zhen Yuanzi replied, observing the items Qing Xian produced with astonishment. Ultimately, he shook his head and spoke again. He discerned that the two before him were of extraordinary pedigree, possessing supreme innate Lingbao and top-tier innate roots. If they sought to deceive him for the Dizzy, it would hardly be worth the effort. While treasures are valuable, their worth is contingent upon their resonance with one's own path. In another's possession, the Dizzy, though still remarkable, could not rival a top-tier innate root that aligned with one's own essence. The sincerity of the two was evident, and they bore no semblance to those who would scheme for the Dizzy. More critically, their cultivation levels far surpassed his and Hongyun's. Should they harbor ill intent, it would be far more efficient to seize rather than deceive him. Naturally, as Zhen Yuanzi's companion treasure, the dizzy had been refined by him and would not be easily taken. Shortly thereafter, Qing Xian and his companion departed from Wuzhuang Temple, venturing into the depths of the earth's veins with the dizzy in hand. In the depths of the earth, two figures were enveloped in the radiance of the dizzy, their auras seamlessly merging with the ley lines as they traversed silently. The dizzy, a defensive treasure, possessed an unusual grade. It appeared akin to a supreme innate lingbao, yet could not be simply categorized as such. When positioned upon the vast expanse of the primordial earth, it could summon boundless ley line energy, boasting defensive capabilities that rivaled those of innate ultimate treasures. Holding this object, one could stand upon the earth nearly invulnerable, as the distinction in realms would render breaking through the dizzy's defenses virtually impossible. However, for Qing Xian and his companion, their primary concern was not its formidable defensive prowess, but rather its ability to link and manipulate the ley lines. Possessing the capacity to obscure celestial secrets, it felt akin to returning home within the ley lines, yielding exceptionally favorable results. Even Luoho, seemingly trapped at the threshold of sainthood, would likely struggle to detect Qing Xian and his companion traversing the ley lines. Although the area of the west is considerably smaller than that of the east, roughly equating to a quarter of eastern territory, it remains a vast expanse in its own right. The roots of the eastern ley lines do not lie beneath Buzhou Mountain but reside in Kunlun, the ancestral root of myriad veins and the source of the ley lines. Conversely, the convergence of the western ley lines is located at the site of the demon ancestor Luoho's domain, Mount Buzhou. In terms of creation, Mount Buzhou is comparable to Kunlun, thus it is no trifling matter for Luoho to manipulate the ley lines throughout the west, as he can directly intervene at the most critical convergence points. Although Qing Xian and his companion possessed the dizzy, they dared not approach Mount Buzhou, maintaining a respectful distance, even though they recognized that the ley lines beneath Mount Buzhou were of utmost importance. They would not dare to venture near, even if endowed with the audacity of Pangu. Faced with this predicament, Qing Xian felt a sense of helplessness. Ultimately, it was not yet their era to contend with innate deities. They could only engage in minor activities at the periphery, gleaning what they could from the remnants. The extent to which the western ley lines could offer protection remained uncertain in Qing Xian's mind, and he could not definitively say whether their actions bore any fruit. For the most critical areas, they were powerless, relegated to manipulating the finer details. Within the ley lines, Qing Xian and his companion indeed perceived certain elements, dark black lotus marks concealed deep within the ley lines, unmistakably the handiwork of Luoho. Had they not possessed the dizzy and the ability to harness its power, along with their own essence resonating with the 12-petal black lotus that left these marks, they would likely have struggled to detect their existence. As Qing Xian knew, if Luoho intended to intervene with the western ley lines, they would scatter various refined seeds throughout the ley lines, utilizing the dizzy to summon and conceal the ley line's power around them. These seeds appeared unremarkable, mere ordinary plant seeds, comprising both those with spiritual roots and common plant seeds. Their inherent power was so feeble that it was nearly negligible. After all, in the current primordial realm, even a wild grass seed found by the roadside would contain some measure of power, as the dense innate spiritual energy and innate creative force rendered true mundane objects virtually non-existent. Countless seeds were scattered by the two into the ley lines, which, through their natural flow, spread outward to more expansive regions. The creation of this seed path technique had occupied Qinglian, who had already ascended to the realm of Diluo. For a considerable length of time, the IT drew upon both Qing Xian's great path and Qinglian's own power. Moreover, it incorporated insights gleaned from the innate abilities of the blood-winged black mosquito and techniques from Niuai's creative path. While both paths pertained to creation, Qinglian's primary cultivation focus did not lie in crafting beings, but rather in a broader, more macrocosmic direction. Lacking Niuai's detailed exploration of creation, that figure, in her pursuit of the path of creation, had undoubtedly struck down countless beings. Even the innate deities were not spared from her dark hand. Previously, Qinglian had engaged in discourse with her, even though Niuai's cultivation level was somewhat lower. Qinglian had still gleaned valuable insights, her innate talents surpassing those of the innate deities. The technique birthed from the amalgamation of these diverse powers was naturally distinct, especially when employing the seeds of innate spiritual roots as a medium for its execution. It took over 20,000 years to complete this endeavor, and once they confirmed that everything was in order, the two ceased their efforts, awaiting the ley line's power to further disseminate the inconspicuous seeds. and for the opportune moment to arise for them to take effect. Beyond waiting, they found little else to occupy their time. As for Hongjun, Qing Xian did not intend to provide him with a definitive response, opting instead for a direct disappearance. After all, promising Hongjun would be inappropriate, and declining also bore its own concerns. Who could predict whether acquiescing to Hongjun would entangle them in a greater web of karma? The tribulations facing the West were merely a matter of outcome, yet Hongjun undoubtedly played a part in this narrative should they be deemed as allies of Hongjun, thus sharing in the karmic burden. They would find themselves indebted to the West, leaving them with no recourse to lament. While personal karmic ties may allow for some discretion, the karmic ties of the heavens were not so easily navigated. There were whispers suggesting that Hongjun might grant the positions of saints to Jain and Zhuandi, aiming to repay this karmic debt. By that time, Hongjun would have already ascended to the level of the Tao ancestor, a veritable saint of the heavenly path, yet still he would be bound to settle debts. If such a fate befell them, it would be an unprofitable endeavor, entirely misaligned with their intentions and motivations. Afterwards, Qing Xian and his companions returned to Wuzhuan Temple for a period, engaging in profound discussions with Zhen Yuanzi and the others, thereby bestowing upon them certain benefits. In truth, such actions also rendered Zhen Yuanzi indebted to them, ensuring that they themselves remained unencumbered, a scenario rife with advantages and devoid of drawbacks. Naturally, Qing Xian and his companions did not neglect their own cultivation. However, both were confronted with a significant dilemma. The once ever enthusiastic Hongjun, who had been keen on sharing learning materials, had ceased to play the benevolent benefactor. The reasons behind this shift remained elusive, leaving them to navigate their paths forward solely through their own efforts, inevitably hindering their progress. Yet, as innate divine beings, they were born with a touch of the great Tao, inherently endowed with a fragment of the Tao of the great Luo, making them natural seeds of the great Luo Tao. This fragment of the great Luo Tao could serve as a guiding light on their journey. With time devoted to exploration and comprehension, they could uncover their own paths, akin to holding a bright lantern amidst a vast, foggy expanse, illuminating the way beneath their feet. This advantage was unparalleled compared to other beings who lacked such innate divinity, for those without guidance would find it arduous to attain enlightenment on their own. It remained uncertain when that individual would take action. The calamity permeating the heavens and earth had grown exceedingly dense. Could he afford to wait any longer? Qing Xian gazed towards the east, where the pervasive calamity even enabled beings of their caliber to sense its ominous presence. An oppressive sensation emanating from the level of the great Tao that was decidedly unwelcome. Conversely, the impact on Zhen Yuanzi and his companions, who were at lower cultivation levels, was noticeably diminished, their awareness less acute. The chaos stirred by the three clans had already spread throughout the vast wilderness. Had it not been for the battlefield situated in the east and the towering Buzhou mountain serving as a formidable pillar, forcefully suppressing everything, the world might have been turned upside down long ago. Qing Xian harbored no doubt that the clash among the three clans could shatter the vast wilderness. Even now, despite Qing Xuan's knowledge that the wilderness should not be obliterated in this cataclysm, he could not shake the feeling that the very fabric of the wilderness was on the verge of collapse, a mere illusion, perhaps. Yet, even if the wilderness were to shatter, he and Qinglian would still be able to safeguard themselves. Although he had yet to traverse the chaos, he was certain that upon ascending to the realm of the great Luo, he had acquired the strength to navigate through it. Qing Xian felt a tinge of impatience. Though not excessively so, however, there were those who were far more anxious. Upon witnessing the actions of Luo, Hongjun realized that the longer they delayed, the harder it would be to avert disaster. Yet, in the face of the formidable entity birthed within Mount Sumeru, he felt uncertain, for Luo, whose power was undeniably formidable, a Luo who was biding his time, waiting for the Zhuxian sword to fully take shape, for the calamity in the heavens and earth to intensify, and for the three clans to shake the very foundations of the vast wilderness. Merely a whisper of such a shift would suffice. Qing Xian was also waiting, anticipating the clash between Hongjun and Luo. As for Hongjun, he was not idle, rather, he was actively taking measures. Chapter 59, Unexpected Developments. Would these beings truly bring about the destruction of the wilderness? Why did the wilderness seem even more fragile than anticipated? Qing Xian, holding the azure umbrella, stood outside Mount Wanshou alongside Qinglian, his gaze sweeping across both the eastern and western horizons. The umbrella was not raised to shield from the rain, but to insulate them from the unsettling aura of destruction permeating the world. The east, terrifying phenomena were unmistakable. the waters of the four seas cascaded downwards, the heavens pressed down, and the earth was overturned, a veritable doomsday tableau. While merely manifestations of the great Tao, the energy emanating was profoundly alarming. Meanwhile, in the west, the source of the western Earth's veins, Mount Buzhou, radiated waves of destruction that were equally imposing. The sensation that the wilderness was on the brink of disintegration loomed heavily in their hearts. An impression that could not simply be dismissed as an illusion. Buzhou Mountain, the backbone of the Pango great god, must hold firm. Qingxian silently hoped. Simultaneously, he pondered why the wilderness felt more fragile than expected. Presently, there were merely 8 beings of quasi-saint level engaged in conflict, yet it felt as though the wilderness was teetering on the edge of annihilation. Clearly, the future wars between the Wu and the Lich merely fractured the wilderness's terrain. Far from leading to its destruction. In terms of scale, the battles between the 12 ancestral witches and the heavenly court of the demon race should surpass the current conflict, with quasi-saint level powers likely exceeding 20. Yet, the current sentiment left Qingxian unable to convince himself that it was merely an illusion, casting a shadow over his heart. The circumstances within the 2 battlefields were unknown to both him and Qinglian. Their insufficient power forbade them from peering into the fray. In contrast, Qinglian appeared largely unconcerned, her gaze cool and serene, displaying little worry. As a being of the great Luo, even if the wilderness were to be obliterated, they still possessed an avenue for retreat. Her clear eyes observed the boundless divine mountains of the far west, sensing the surging energies of the heavens and earth as she furrowed her brow. There was a force there that seemed to draw on the endless malevolence generated by the 3 clans' conflict, along with the stirred calamity. Surely, this must be the Zhujian sword formation you mentioned. Far more perilous than anticipated. After all, it was a being comparable to innate treasures, crafted solely for the purpose of slaughter. Yet, the most alarming aspect was not merely its formidable lethality, but rather the fact that it could incite calamity itself. Do you truly remain unaware of the implications? Qinglian shook her head, glancing at Qingxian, her eyes narrowing slightly, igniting within him a sense of being underestimated, inciting calamity. Qingxian mused. Qinglian implied that this was far more alarming than the sword formation's terrifying lethality. The more turbulent the wilderness, the denser the calamity would become, and the greater the might of the Zhujian sword formation, which merely represented its lower limits. Under the current circumstances, its power exceeded far beyond that. Qinglian paused momentarily before continuing. Perhaps it may even transcend a certain limit of the wilderness. I have this feeling. Moreover, the battle between Hongjun and Luo will inherently exacerbate the chaos in the heavens and earth, intensifying the calamity. Should this persist too long, it is entirely possible that the wilderness may indeed be shattered. Hongjun, you must rally together and swiftly suppress the disruptors with righteous force. At that moment, the innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, hovering beside him, emitted an unusual fluctuation, causing Qingxuan's expression to shift. Why now? This was entirely inconsistent with the legends. Where was the promised final counterattack? Damn it, Luowu, could it be that you have been intent on the complete annihilation of the wilderness from the very beginning? Qingxian felt a surge of exasperation, the situation providing them with an unexpected shock. No, merely shock, devoid of any joy, leaving him somewhat unprepared. Before Qingxian and his companions could react, calamity struck in quick succession, rendering Qingxian numb. Suddenly, an indescribable aura pervaded the heavens and earth, subtle yet monumental, akin to a dusty pearl being cleansed of its impurities, radiating boundless light, piercing through mountains and seas. Of this aura could only be sensed by those of the great Luo realm. Its awareness emerged solely from the level of the great Dao. In a faint manner, it seemed as though the oppressive energy enveloping the entire wilderness was being dispelled, allowing for a momentary breath of relief. The heavenly Tao, the emergence of the heavenly Tao. Qingxian wore a complex expression, a mixture of shock and confusion evident on his face. Instinctively casting a glance towards Qinglian, she returned a look that seemed to say, "Don't ask me. I don't know either. How could this be? Where had the problem arisen? Should they intervene now or choose to withdraw and observe from the sidelines?" Qingxian remained grounded, while Qinglian gazed calmly at him, showing no inclination to reach a decision. As that ineffable aura spread across the heavens and earth, Qingxian and his companions sensed it, and naturally, other great Luo beings were no exception. The powerful entities of the 3 clans felt it too, as did Hongjun and Luo, who indeed, even for them, this unexpected occurrence lay beyond their calculations. However, their emotional responses varied. Some scoffed, others remained calm, while still others were enveloped in despair. Why was this happening? Why, the path of the Tao severed, No, it was all wrong, haha, everything was wrong. What we fought for turned out to be nothing but an empty pursuit, how ironically absurd, unwilling, yet, what could be done? Corpses lay strewn across the battlefield, the earth shattered. With a gruesome atmosphere permeating the air, thick with the scent of blood, the once cacophonous battlefield, resonating with incessant roars, suddenly fell into a profound silence at its very core, as if time itself had come to a halt. Only those driven mad by bloodlust, oblivious to this eerie stillness, continued to fight desperately. However, they soon became aware of the strange phenomenon unfolding at the heart of the battlefield. It was unclear what had transpired to cause the pinnacle beings of the three clans to cease their combat simultaneously. But gradually, the battlefield returned to silence. In truth, the first to halt were none other than the ancestors of the three clans, the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and the beginning Qilin. They were the most despairing, for they alone could grasp the gravity of the situation. Originally, they had each infused their essence into the seas, the heavens, and the earth, allowing them to preliminarily substitute their own Tao fruits for the cosmic order. If they could take just one more step, they would gain absolute dominion over the heavens and earth, embodying the Tao of a realm. However, at the moment that ineffable aura manifested, their infused Tao fruits were forcibly severed, causing their power to swiftly diminish. That inexplicable force had severed their paths of the Tao, as if it were the preordained ruler of the heavens and earth, while their previous actions appeared as acts of rebellion. Now, they faced retribution for their insurrection, forcibly ousted from the heavens and earth, their Tao fruits expelled, accompanied by an overwhelming force of karmic retribution descending upon them, as if to pass judgment on their transgressions. A malevolent aura, a deathly stillness, calamity-laden energies, and karmic burdens converge upon them, causing the celestial fortunes they had gathered to dissipate in an instant. No matter their myriad strategies, they find themselves utterly incapable of suppressing the flowing fortunes.
In this moment, they grasped the profound truth. Their path was never destined to be traversed successfully. The primordial cosmos would never permit them to fully integrate the heavens and the earth. To substitute their own path for that of the universe, this is a road that the very fabric of the primordial realm forbids. From the very beginning, they had erred, unless they could contend with the surge of energy that now manifested before them. Chapter 60, The Choice. At this juncture, Qing Xian and Qinglian both raised their gazes to the heavens, though in truth, nothing was visible. The Tao is formless, they could only sense its existence through their own attunement to the Tao's energies. This above was not merely a spatial orientation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the cosmos, an unfathomable malevolence erupting from some western locale, soaring skyward. Qing Xian and the others instinctively turned towards the source. The ominous presence was impossible to ignore, while it did not possess the inscrutable depth of Hongjuan's aura. It was nonetheless immensely more powerful than their own. The energy emanated a sense of completeness. If they were not mistaken, it was likely a being of the great Luo perfected realm. In an instant, a figure expanded dramatically, towering to an immense height, its feet grounded on the earth while its form breached the heavens. The overwhelming aura spread forth, imbued with boundless ferocity, chaotic and violent, and burdened with vast karmic debts. As if it were inherently forsaken by the universe, its shape resembled that of a goat, yet bore the visage of a man, with eyes sprouting from its armpits, human claws and tiger-like teeth, and a gaping maw that was particularly striking. Standing defiantly, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a swirling vortex of darkness, intent on devouring all in its path. Its target was evidently the nascent essence that had just materialized in the world. Eager to consume it whole, was it a Taotai, one of the four great fiends? How could it still be alive? Qing Xian was left speechless. How had Hongjun and the others managed it, slaying Shen'an yet allowing a Taotai to escape undetected, only to surface now to wreak havoc? Would Shen'an one day also rise from the dead? Could they not have been a bit more reliable? How could they have let this Taotai slip away? Unlike the chaotic remnants they had encountered in the battlefield of exile in the northern underworld, which were merely a wisp of lingering thought infused with a hint of great Luo's true essence, not even a lingering soul, let alone a living being, the Taotai now emerging was an entirely different matter. This creature was undeniably alive, despite being ensnared by karmic burdens and rejected by the heavens. What was to be done? After painstakingly ascending to the great Luo realm, although he had mentally prepared himself to merely observe from the sidelines, the prospect of being rendered powerless to intervene in any unforeseen events was profoundly disheartening. It felt far worse than being among those who lacked even the right to watch. After all, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Those who know little are free from worry. Who could possibly intervene to stop the Taotai?
Xingxian sensed that the newly born essence was indeed being affected, as boundless malevolent energies and deep calamities assailed its existence. Fortunately, at that moment, a commanding voice resonated from the heavens, channeling the boundless power of the Tao. Abomination, seeking death. In response, endless pure energy converged in the sky, manifesting as a hand formed from purple lightning, descending with overwhelming force, shrouding the world in darkness, obliterating all of the towering Tao Tai was forcibly pressed back to the ground beneath this palm. Its form shattering instantaneously. By the time it struck the ground, the imprint of the palm had expanded to hundreds of feet in size. The Tao Tai, once a formidable entity from the great Luo perfected realm, was rendered powerless and subdued in that instant. Even as its ferocity surged and it thrashed about in a frenzy, it proved futile. Its corporeal form was shattered, its essence nearly dispersed, and its true spirit damaged. Upon witnessing the purple celestial thunder, Xingxian immediately recognized the hand that had struck. After all, it was a signature move of Hongjun. He is not dead, Qinglian remarked. The purple lightning imprint dissipated, yet there was no follow-up assault from the direction of Mount Buzhou. It appeared that Hongjun lacked the energy to strike again. The Tao Tai, hidden in the west, had emerged at this moment. To claim it had no connection to Luoho was utterly implausible. The disturbances within the Earth's veins erupted at this moment. Through the resonance of the Earth Scroll, Xingxian and the others discerned that the power left behind by Luoho within the Earth's veins was being activated. This revelation caught Xingxian off guard. Where was the anticipated last-ditch effort? Why was it detonating the Earth's veins right from the outset, defying the expected narrative? To intervene now would invoke Luoho's ire. If they did not act, all their preparations would be in vain, relegating them to mere spectators. What then could be done? Qingxuan's hand hovered over the Earth Scroll, hesitating. He hesitated to take risks, for this was not merely a matter of his own fate. Qinglian would be ensnared as well. If it were solely his own fate, Xingxian would find it far easier to make a decision whether to act or to withdraw. In truth, from his perspective of the Tao, he understood that Xingxian was inherently a stubborn individual, not one to be trifled with. He despised gambling, yet when he chose to do so, he would go to extremes. It was Qinglian's presence that consistently guided him to a more prudent course, steering him away from recklessness. In the midst of Qingxuan's indecision, Qinglian grasped his hand and pressed it against the Earth Scroll, her own Daoic power flowing into it without hesitation. You clearly do not wish to withdraw here, and your hesitance makes it seem as though I am the burden. Who do you think you are looking down upon? She said with calm confidence, her eyes clear and a slight smile gracing her lips. Xingxian cast her a glance, and with that, his doubts vanished. He too channeled his power into the Earth Scroll. Who says I am incapable? He thought, feeling a surge of defiance. Xingxian was unwilling to relinquish his aspirations after countless millennia of arduous preparation, only to see it all amount to nothing. How could he accept such an outcome? Moreover, this was their prime opportunity to secure a certificate of legitimacy in the primordial cosmos, freeing them from all worries and allowing them to soar as high as they wished. Once the calamity of the dragon and phoenix passed, with those who ascended to the heavens and those who returned to the earth, and the three clans exiting the stage of history, it would herald their era. Upon reflection, as long as Hongjun remained absent and the heavenly Tao did not target them, Xingxian and Qinglian could navigate the primordial realm with ease, free from the trepidation that plagued them now. Xingxian firmly believed that with Qinglian's innate potential she could achieve what Hongjun could. If given time, she too would carve out her own path, even if they were excluded from the ranks of the so-called ordained saints. Qinglian would forge a path that belonged to them. This was their confidence. They were already ahead of others, and if they could not surpass Hongjuan's cohort of early arrivals, how could they not outpace those who came later? With this resolution, they acted without hesitation. As their powers flowed into the Earth Scroll, it radiated a hazy glow, and a profound aura enveloped the space, an infinite cascade of laws descending, intertwining with the Earth. Their Daoic energies spread from the Earth Scroll through the veins, reaching into the vast expanse, reminiscent of a spring thunder awakening dormant life, as seeds buried in the ground took root and blossomed in an instant. Simultaneously, the auras of Qingxian and Qinglian vanished from that place. Chapter 61, Luoho's scheme upon Mount Buzhou. For swords of slaughter hovered at the cardinal points, drawing upon the boundless malevolent and calamity-laden energies that permeated the cosmos, transforming them into an unparalleled force of annihilation enveloping the area. Under the shroud of the formation, a unique space was forged, filled with ceaseless, deadly sword energies. Several figures stood within, their auras terrifying. Hongjun, clad in a simple Taoist robe, was surrounded by pure energy, yet his aura wavered slightly, his expression grave. Dare you distract yourself while contending with me, Luoho? Do you truly underestimate me? Luoho, donned in a black robe and standing upon a 12-petaled black lotus, appeared before Hongjun, wielding the divine weapon, the slaughtering god spear, whose dark shaft was entwined with the essence of utter destruction. Trapped within my extermination sword formation, you still dare to strike outward. Impressive indeed. But do you not underestimate the might of my formation? During the prior campaign against Shen and I, the Taotai had seized the opportunity to escape, and I had yet to uncover its whereabouts, only to discover that it had fallen into your hands. Indeed, it seems you were already plotting this from that time, though Hongjun had been wounded by Luoho's opportunistic strike while trying to engage the Taotai. His demeanor remained composed. Indeed, Shen Ni's actions opened my eyes to many matters. As a precaution, I laid the groundwork for an alternative path. Had the original path been viable, there would have been no need for such measures. So you subtly guided the ancestor dragon and the others down a misguided path, inciting the war among the three clans and setting the stage for the calamity, exploiting the endless calamity energies for your own gain? Luoho chuckled lightly. A misguided path? No, had the primordial realm not birthed the heavenly Tao, their path could have succeeded. In that case, they themselves would become the heavenly Tao, would they not, provided the primordial realm still existed at that time? Luoho did not deny this. For him, such matters were inconsequential. Everyone sought the Tao, and in the grand contest of the Tao, all was permissible. Hongjun ceased his discourse. The extermination sword formation was indeed rather formidable, its power exceeding his expectations, particularly as it could draw upon boundless calamity energies. Even he, at this level and wielding a divine treasure, did not dare to taint himself with it lightly. At this moment, the primordial cosmos was saturated with boundless calamity energies. The already fearsome might of this killing formation was further amplified to a terrifying degree. Moreover, Luoho established his formation at the base of Mount Buzhou, drawing upon the vast geomantic energies of the entire western region to sustain the operation of the sword array, thus compensating for his own consumption and allowing the grand formation to endure for an extended period. Fellow Taoists, if we do not suppress Luoho first, allowing him to ravage the primordial world, it will be too late for any of you to harbor thoughts of resistance. I implore you all to cease your reservations and assist me in dismantling this malevolent array. The transmission from Hongjun directly reached the ears of several others within the grand formation, individuals he had expended considerable effort to invite. Your words hold merit, my friend. In that case, let us take action and shatter this sword array of annihilation. Let us see how long Luoho can remain arrogant. A slender, long-browed Taoist chuckled. This formation is based on 4 killing swords, forming 4 portals to dominate the 4 directions. Each of us will take responsibility for one direction. And once we subdue the 4 swords, the array will dissolve. The elder Taoist with the heaven and earth cauldron suspended above his head spoke calmly. Break the array, the last individual replied succinctly. At that moment, the 4 of them struck simultaneously, intent on dismantling the sword array of annihilation. Luoho, however, remained unfazed. What could 4 united individuals accomplish? The more chaotic the primordial world became, the more potent the sword array grew. Furthermore, could those 4 truly unite in purpose? Perhaps some among them harbored intentions akin to his own, opportunistically seeking to break the shackles of the primordial realm. As for the recently awakened force known as the Heavenly Tao, Luoho regarded it with little concern. The nascent Heavenly Tao could not stabilize the current primordial world, nor could it suppress the surging tide of endless calamity. It was merely a decorative presence, incapable even of maintaining its own stability. Moreover, there were still the 3 clans targeting the newly birthed Heavenly Tao, requiring none of his effort. After all, the emergence of the Heavenly Tao signified the severance of the paths for the ancestral dragons. Would they simply sit idly by? As one of the first beings to emerge in the primordial realm, his understanding of it surpassed that of anyone else, including the remnants of the bygone era. Additionally, he could further sow chaos within the primordial realm, exhausting the Heavenly Tao and leaving it unable to attend to other matters. With this thought, Luoho focused his intent to trigger the backup plan he had left embedded in the geomantic energies. The sword array of annihilation relied on the power of the Earth's veins for sustenance, yet the geomantic energies of the entire western region were immensely vast. He only needed to retain a portion to maintain the array. In the next moment, however, Luoho's expression turned cold and fierce, an inexorable killing intent surging within his gaze. Who dares to meddle in my affairs? Luoho's eyes scanned the primordial land. piercing through the void as he searched in all directions, furrowing his brow when he could not immediately locate the audacious rodent that dared to disrupt his plans. However, he soon observed numerous spiritual roots rapidly sprouting within the Earth's veins. Emanating an exceedingly strange power, the original forces were not particularly formidable, and those seeds appeared utterly unremarkable, their aura so weak that they bore no distinction from ordinary plant seeds, merging seamlessly into the Earth's veins. Eluding his prior detection, yet now they blossomed across a vast expanse, clearly a scheme long prepared by someone who has discerned his arrangements. Moreover, judging by the nature of the technique employed, the one who acted did not possess great strength. Though the technique bore some intricacy, its most exquisite aspect lay in its reliance on the Earth's veins, rather than on the practitioner's own power. This must be an existence of a low realm of Great Luo. However, no such figure existed in Luoho's recollection. When a Great Luo attained enlightenment, their presence would inevitably reverberate through the river of time, causing ripples. Thus, any newly ascended Great Luo ought to have elicited some awareness in him. Yet now he sensed an unfamiliar aura of Great Luo Hongjun. Could this be your hidden contingency? Luoho frowned. When a Great Luo ascends, regardless of their prowess, they cannot conceal the force that disrupts the river of time from others. Only those outside the ordinary Great Luo could achieve such a feat. Therefore, Luoho immediately suspected Hongjun, believing the one who acted to be a pawn secretly nurtured by him. Such suspicion was not unfounded. Yet it was slightly askew. However, in terms of outcomes, it seemed that right or wrong mattered little. Regrettably, Luoho himself could not spare the strength to seek out the troublemaker below. He needed to devote all his energy to maintaining the operation of the sword array of annihilation. None among Hongjun's group were easy opponents. Previously, Hongjun had suffered considerable consequences for forcibly acting against Tao Tai, and he did not share Hongjun's multitude of concerns. Once he dealt with Hongjun and the others, he would no longer need to worry. The other beings of the primordial realm were not to be feared. Even the ancestors of the three clans remained so. Chapter 62. Assisting their liberation using Mount Buzhou as the source of myriad veins. A geomantic network extended to encompass the entire western region. Within the depths of the Earth's veins surrounding Mount Buzhou, countless black lotus flower marks subtly emerged, seeking to unleash the destructive power of the dormant geomantic energies. Simultaneously, a subtle wave of Tao power transmitted through the Earth's veins, continuously expanding and encompassing an even broader area. This power was not particularly strong, as it merely served as a precursor. The true technique had already been completed prior. The Seed Tao technique differed from typical offensive techniques in that its greatest feature was that it did not require the practitioner to maintain it with their own strength. The IT was both a technique and bore some characteristics of spiritual roots. Once the seed was planted, it could draw energy from the surrounding environment to grow autonomously. After being refined by the Blue Lotus's Tao power, it perfectly combined its own Tao power, the Tao power of Qingxian, and retained and enhanced certain inherent traits of the seed. Utilizing Qingxian's Tao power as the foundation, when the seed was activated, its power would draw upon the various energies surrounding it, returning to their essence and transforming into the most fundamental and pure energy. Even the fire attribute Tao power, which typically restrains plants, would be stripped of its attributes, leaving only the purest Tao power for the seed to absorb and convert into its own strength. With Qingxian's current level of Tao attainment, he could easily return ordinary powers to their essence. Moreover, the original growth characteristics of the seed, as the vessel of power, were significantly enhanced by the Blue Lotus's power. Even drawing heavily from the innate abilities of the blood-winged black mosquito in energy absorption and transformation of Tao power originally inconspicuous, the seed, once catalyzed, absorbed surrounding energies as nutrients at an astonishing rate, rapidly evolving into a technique of great Luo-level power. Although the plant grown in this manner possessed only a fleeting strength and could not be sustained for long, the sheer number of great Luo and divine powers unleashed simultaneously was terrifying enough. The key point was that it did not require the inherent power of Qingxian and the others to sustain it, resulting in minimal consumption on their part. Otherwise, in the face of such a floral spectacle across the western region, even if they were great Luo, they would not possess sufficient magical power to execute it. Even if they were drained dry, various plants rapidly took form, devouring the black lotus marks, their roots and stems embedding into the Earth's veins, stabilizing and suppressing the geomantic energies to prevent them from going berserk. The chaotic energies, at the moment of their eruption, were immediately returned to their essence, absorbed and transformed, in turn becoming the force that suppressed the turmoil within the Earth's veins. Utilizing the enemy's power as nourishment to cultivate their own offensive strength, they borrowed from heaven and earth. In truth, Qing Xian and the others' powers could not directly target the Black Lotus marks laid by Luoho due to the vast disparity in their Dao realms. However, the power left by Luoho was merely a precursor. He sought to trigger a geomantic upheaval, not relying on his own strength, but rather to incite chaos through the Earth's own energies. His power was merely the fuse. Thus, the strength he left behind was not particularly formidable, which allowed Qing Xian and the others' technique to take effect. The seed Dao technique itself also relied on the seeds as vessels of the technique, retaining some inherent characteristics of the seeds, and thus the potency of the technique would be influenced by this. This time, Qing Xian and his companions expended considerable products of innate spiritual roots to refine the Dao seed, even incorporating several fruits of the top-tier innate spiritual root, the five-needle pine, which they deliberately positioned at key nodes within the Earth's veins to suppress the chaotic energies therein. Luoho's intent to incite geomantic chaos was instantaneous. As was the activation of Qing Xian and their divine techniques, the indirect confrontation between the vastly disparate powers concluded almost as soon as it began. While it could be termed a contest of techniques, that would be an exaggeration for Qing Xian and his group. The chaotic eruptive forces wreaked considerable havoc, but before they could spread, they were swiftly quelled and suppressed. Various spiritual root phantoms emerged, stabilizing the geomantic energies. Luoho's strike could not be deemed entirely fruitless, yet its effectiveness fell below half of its original potential, and the destruction caused was hardly severe. The clash of divine techniques resulted in the Western land experiencing widespread upheaval. Yet this primarily affected the surface without damaging the core of the Earth's veins. No matter how grave the surface damage, as long as the foundation remained intact, it was of little consequence to the world itself. Given the passage of time, it would naturally evolve and restore itself. Seeing this, Qing Xian let out a sigh of relief, even if it was merely the branches and leaves of the Earth's veins. It was sufficient. He had a sense that Luoho would orchestrate another grand scheme. For the most crucial area of the western geomantic veins, Mount Buzhou, remained silent, with the eruptive regions all lying on the outskirts. Surely Luoho could not be so reluctant to harm his own domain as to intentionally spare the area surrounding Mount Buzhou. Qing Xian did not believe such a notion, however. That matter was now beyond their concern, exceeding the bounds of their capabilities. At this moment, Qing Xian and his companion appeared in another location, utilizing earth scripts to mask their presence and materializing before a valley. To refer to this place as a valley would be an inaccuracy, for it has been sunken by a tremendous force, a cataclysm that has carved out this hollow. The terrifying echoes of thunderous Dao resonance linger within, wreaking havoc upon all that exists there. A body is laboriously reassembling itself, struggling to coalesce into a recognizable form, yet its breath is utterly diminished. It is none other than one of the four original fiends, Tao Tai, who has suffered a grievous blow from Hongjun. This formidable being, a complete entity of the great Luo realm, was nearly annihilated by a single strike from Hongjun, and now struggles even to maintain its Dao body, with its primordial spirit shattered and true essence dissipated. If it were not for Taotia's prior might evidenced by its towering form that could devour the heavens and earth, one would hardly perceive its formidable nature. Regrettably, in comparison to the likes of Hongjun, it is vastly outmatched. Upon the arrival of Qing Xian and Qinglian, they hesitated not for a moment and struck decisively. The exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Qing Luo umbrella, was summoned, enveloping the area in its protective embrace, creating a unique space of the Dao. Beneath the Qing Luo umbrella lies Qinglian's domain, where all Daoic powers are under her command, while the rest are repelled and suppressed. Only Qing Xian remains unaffected within, even able to resonate with the Daoic power, provided Qinglian does not intentionally suppress him. Tao Tai was drawn into the space generated by the Qing Luo umbrella, while Qinglian, standing upon a crimson lotus and wielding the Tai spear, thrust forth a beam of azure light imbued with the forces of life and death towards Taotia's head. Amongst this energy, a strand of blood-red flame intertwined emanating from the 12th rank infernal fire red lotus, specifically targeting the soul. Simultaneously, Qing Xian also made his move, encased within the 12th rank golden lotus, impervious to myriad laws and immune to all forms of evil. The Qingping sword in his hand shimmered with 3 colors of divine light: gold, silver, and purple, each embodying distinct attributes. The myriad powers of the heavens converged, all transformed into pure Daoic energy that infused the radiance of the Qingping sword. With a single stroke, the 3-colored divine light became sword energy, consecutively striking towards Tao Tai. Seizing the opportunity, they aimed to take his life. This was a vicious beast of the great Luo perfection, and had it not been for Hongjuan's near-fatal blow, they would never have dared to grasp the tiger's whiskers here. Presently, the possibility remained that if they did not prevent its recovery, even a mere 10% of its power would be beyond their capacity to contend with. They must act swiftly and decisively in its weakened and dying state, to spare it further torment. Otherwise, even with the Qingluo umbrella as a supreme innate spiritual treasure, along with the many magical treasures at their disposal, they could not hope to suppress it. As the story unfolds, it seems the initial showcase of this book is drawing to a close. The data is difficult to assess, likely not favorable. By the sixth day, the figures from the bookstore had already dwindled to a few thousand, and it seems unlikely there will be any recommendations for some time. Thank you for your support. Chapter 63. A certain doom. A single blue lotus expanded to encompass the heavens and the earth, blooming with two flowers, each harboring profound mysteries. The Tao flows, the laws of creation and destruction manifest, cycling in eternal recurrence. Qingxian poured all of his Daoic energy into the blue lotus, causing its aura to surge tremendously. The intersection of two distinct Daoic powers complemented each other perfectly, as if encompassing the myriad paths within. Worlds sprang forth beneath the blue lotus's Daoic force, taking shape, evolving, and then collapsing back into the void. Repeating the cycle of life and death endlessly. With a single thought, myriad worlds are born. With another, they return to the void. The world encapsulates all Daoic energies, unfolding its mysteries, infinitely radiating, achieving the boundless. Ultimately, all boundless energies converge into the singular, stripping away all complexity and decay. Qingxian initially believed that in terms of offensive power he would not be inferior to Qinglian. However, with Qinglian poised to strike, he could only play the supportive role. Unlike the remnants of chaos, Tao Tai was a living fiend, and despite its grievous wounds, its ferocity remained unyielding. With its innate ability to devour all, still a formidable threat. However, Tao Tai possessed no magical treasures. Relying solely on its extraordinarily resilient physique, coupled with an overwhelming aura of malevolence that enveloped its form, draining the powers of nearby attacks, effectively providing a natural resistance, yet this posed no hindrance to Qinglian. For the Tai spear's characteristic is to disregard such defensive abilities. Qingxian felt a sense of satisfaction realizing that Qinglian had concealed the spear's formidable attributes at the onset, deliberately lulling their adversary into complacency. Had she finally grasped the joy of deceit, the Tai spear, being an innate spiritual treasure, loses its essence if not employed to outwit others. Taoya's sharp gaze fixated intently on Qingxian and Qinglian. I see an unyielding now. Is that so? I had thought that refining a treasure from your fiendish form would be a splendid choice, as long as it does not disturb the celestial harmony, Qingxian replied calmly. Qinglian, however, remained silent, her eyes reflecting the evolution of the Tao as she probed the intricacies of Taoya's path. Unaware of your own limitations, seeking death, limitations, you, a remnant of a forsaken Tao, have no right to utter such words. In mere moments, Taoya's malevolent gaze intensified, fixating more intently on Qingxian, as if it yearned to swallow him whole. Qingxian stood upon the 12th-rank lotus platform, positioned behind Qinglian, his own aura seemingly weakened from channeling power to her. In the blink of an eye, Taoya's form vanished, leaping over Qinglian to launch an assault against Qingxian. I shall send you to your death now. A manifestation of its essence coalesced, a devouring force descending upon Qingxian. Countless possibilities were interfered with at this moment by Taoya's power, shaping a future where Qingxian would be consumed. It aimed to sever all paths to survival for Qingxian, extinguishing every potentiality, erasing his very existence from the infinite layers of time and space. Great Luo beings encompass the multitude, their Tao fruits illuminating the river of time, existing through countless timelines and dimensions, not to mention other aspects, but their life force's tenacity is unmatched by the Tai realm. As long as there remains a sliver of possibility, it can be forcibly seized, transforming potentiality into reality, thus escaping the clutches of death, even if one were to sever their great Luo form. As long as any thread of fate remained, they could reflect upon themselves, thus achieving immortality. Now Tao Tai sought to confine Qingxian utterly, to solidify his Tao and consume all that he was. Perhaps the fiendish lineage truly lacked insight. Qingxian faced the oncoming devourer with a tranquil demeanor. A hint of weakness surged within him, which he swiftly transformed into an overwhelming force, summoning forth the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner. To shield himself, the Dao fortified, he withstood Tao Tie's assault. At that moment, a blue spear, devoid of ostentation, pierced forth from behind him. Unlike before, this time Qinglian's offensive power disregarded the thick malevolence surrounding Tao Tai, piercing directly through its skull. The Tai spear radiated with divine brilliance as Qinglian's Daoic force surged, the blood-red infernal flames igniting within Tao Tie's soul. Qinglian forcibly anchored Tao Tie's Dao with her own, seeking to incinerate its primordial spirit and shatter its true essence. Tao Tai had never anticipated that the Tai spear's offensive might could bypass its protective aura, aiming first to eliminate the seemingly weaker Qingxian before turning to face the other. After all, its injuries were grievous. Its essence and Dao nearly shattered. Hongjuan's casual strike had effectively sealed its fate. Qingxian waved the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner repelling Tao Tai, and raised his hand to deliver a decisive strike, bestowing his Daoic energy upon the Qingping sword. Wherever the sword light traversed, everything was reverted to its essence, stripping away all characteristics and mysteries, and subsequently severed. To cut the body, to cut the spirit, to cut the Dao, all that is tangible and intangible. If it is to be severed, can be severed. It seemed that if he wished, he could cleave to the very existence itself, especially under the combined force of Qingxian and Qinglian. Their Daoic powers resonated, completely sealing off Tao Tie's standing ground, cutting off its connection to heaven and earth. The chaotic energies of creation and destruction evolved within, only to be drawn back into chaos by another force. In the midst of creation and annihilation, Tao Tie's very existence was relentlessly eroded, its essence dismantled, its power siphoned away, transforming into a part of the cycle of life and death, thereby depleting Tao Tai itself. When all dissipated, only a lifeless fiendish carcass remained, still exuding a malevolent aura, yet its primordial spirit had been thoroughly incinerated by the blood-red infernal flames, shattered by Qingxuan's three-colored divine art, uncertain of its finality. He and Qinglian employed their Daoic energies to seal Tao Tie's remains, placing it within the 12th rank golden lotus for containment. The reason they did not obliterate its carcass was due to its immense value. Despite the limited power it exhibited during their confrontation that was merely a result of its grievous injuries, this was a being of great luo perfection, and moreover a fiend. For them, as innate divines, their cultivation primarily revolved around the path of the primordial spirit. With the essence of their Dao fruits rooted in the spirit, although their Dao bodies would bear the imprint of their own paths, they could not compare to the primordial spirit, the fiendish route. In contrast, relied entirely on the physical form. With the primordial spirit dissipated, yet the traces of the Dao remained imprinted upon the body. Combined with its resilience surpassing divine gold, it was truly a prime material for crafting. When Qingxian expressed the desire to utilize Tao Tie's flesh to refine treasures, he spoke with utmost sincerity. Were it any other great luo being, such an action might indeed disrupt the celestial balance. But for a remnant of a fiendish lineage like Tao Tai, there were no rights in the current primordial wilderness. Not only did it bear no karmic burdens, but it also garnered merits given Tao Tie's status as one of the four great fiends. Along with its dense aura of karmic retribution, the rewards of merit would likely be substantial indeed. The two of you have arrived, just as they finished dealing with Tao Tai and prepared to depart. A familiar voice suddenly resonated behind them, laced with a hint of amusement, causing Qingxian to pause momentarily. He glanced at the figure of the white-clad Taoist that had appeared, then turned to look at Mount Buzhou. And with a thought, he roughly deduced the situation. Qingxian sighed. The absence of oneself and Qinglian in this place does not spare the fearsome beast Tao Tai from its inevitable demise, as Hongjun has chosen to hold back. Chapter 64. Every coincidence is also inevitable. The figure that appeared before Qingxian and the others was none other than Hongjun, who was supposed to be engaged in a fierce battle with Luohu within the Sumi Mountains Excalibur array. Yet here he was now. Qingxian had previously found it curious. The rumors spoke of the method of severing the three corpses, which could produce three avatars with combat prowess equivalent to the original. One Hongjun could evidently suffice for four. Even if he were to face Luohu alone within the Excalibur array, he should possess some means of countering it. After all, this array was reputed to be unbreakable by four beings of the same realm. Even at the saintly level. This assertion seemed to originate from Hongjun himself. What a coincidence, indeed. Hongjun could conveniently conjure up four. If he had truly merged all three corpses, then Hongjun would have already attained enlightenment. Yet he evidently had not. However, Qingxian chose to feign ignorance of such matters, for it was likely that Luohu and his companions were equally unaware of Hongjun's method of severing the three corpses. It was only natural not to know, as this pertained to secrets of Hongjun's path to the Tao. Since Hongjun had retained a backup plan, he must have ulterior motives. Hongjun glanced at the Earth Book in Qing Xian and the other's hands, a flicker of understanding passing through his gaze as he nodded. So it was this object. No wonder what he referred to was, of course, the means Qing Xian and the others had left within the earth veins. Whether it was their ability to perceive Luohu's manipulations in the earth veins or their capacity to thwart his actions, with the Earth Book in hand, everything could be elucidated. After all, this was no ordinary innate spiritual treasure. It possessed the inherent power to harness the energies of the earth veins. Regarding this matter, Hongjun did not elaborate further. His gaze shifted to Sumi Mountain, and his expression remained remarkably serene. Qing Xian initially planned to deal with Tao Tai and then return the Earth Book, taking Qinglian to flee from the Western realms. After all, the subsequent events would not concern them. They had accomplished all they could. And Luohu's arrangements at the core of Sumi Mountain were beyond their capacity to influence. However, with Hongjun's appearance, they found it inappropriate to make a hasty exit. Hongjun's presence here was not to pursue them but to assess the situation with Tao Tai. Qing Xian and his companions had been cautiously concealing their celestial secrets, for they possessed numerous spiritual treasures, with the Qingluo umbrella being particularly adept at this, augmented by the Earth Book's concealment of their presence. Even Hongjun could not possibly detect them. Observing the unperturbed Taoist before him, Qing Xian hesitated before finally inquiring, "Are you on guard against Yang Mei and the others?" Hongjun turned his gaze, smiling. "Are you inquiring whether this humble Taoist has plotted against them?" "Indeed, I have included them in my calculations." His response was exceedingly candid, without a hint of hesitation, causing Qing Xian to feel a twinge of caution in his heart. Would this fellow resort to silencing them? Yet Hongjun seemed unconcerned with their scrutiny, directing his gaze elsewhere. What the humble Taoist truly feared was not the inability to contend with Luohu. The Excalibur array forged by Luohu was indeed formidable. Yet the humble Taoist possessed his own methods and was unafraid to confront him. His voice was calm, yet exuded an undeniable confidence. Standing there, he emanated an aura that commanded reverence, akin to towering mountains. Qing Xian pondered that such an aura resembled the arrogance often portrayed by protagonists in novels of his previous life, invincible in their self-assurance, and Hongjun, it seemed, indeed possessed the confidence and strength to back it up. From the moment he emerged from the primordial chaos, he had undoubtedly stood among the pinnacle of beings. Even those reincarnated chaotic demons would not dare to claim superiority over him, blessed by fate. He had pioneered the path of immortal cultivation, and the cultivation of beings today was profoundly influenced by his legacy. The humble Taoist worried only that excessive expenditure of energy against Luohu would leave him incapable of mending the remnants of the primordial chaos. With this thought, Hongjun's gaze shifted from Sumi Mountain to its base and then away again. Given the previous scene, he could not possibly be unaware that beneath Sumi Mountain, the confluence and origin of the earth veins in the western lands had surely been laid with hidden calamities by Luohu. Yet, what of it? At this moment, he could not act. There were choices to be made. The choice he opted to relinquish was to safeguard the core of the western earth veins. He aimed to eliminate all potential threats in one fell swoop. Considering the long-term perspective, he believed this choice to be the correct one. Should he miss this opportunity, it might never arise again, leading to an array of complications. Moreover, he would find himself unable to control the situation. Hindering his ambitions from the outset, his focus had not been on Luohu, but rather on Yang Mei and the reincarnated chaotic demons, Shen Kuan among them. Their deliberate reincarnation into the primordial chaos was not without schemes. And Hongjun did not believe otherwise. As for what those schemes entailed, he was well aware. They revolved around the Tao fruits left behind by the Pangu great deity, recollecting the initial creation of the heavens and the earth. The remnants of those chaotic demons acted in a similar vein, only to be effortlessly dispersed by the Pangu great deity, leaving no impact. Luohu, having roots akin to his own, ought to be cognizant of this. Yet their choices diverged. Luohu gambled, and so did Hongjun. However, even Luohu had not dared to set his sights upon the Tao fruits of the Pangu great deity, for that would be tantamount to courting death. Had these chaotic demons forgotten the bitter lesson of their previous defeat, or were they simply driven by stubbornness? What kind of existence was Pangu? His Tao fruits were not so easily seized. What a foolish delusion. Luohu acted out of sheer luck, believing that destruction was merely a component of the self-evolution of the primordial chaos, mending the remnants of the primordial chaos. Qingxuan's gaze subtly shifted, but he remained silent. It seemed that Hong Juan's calculations regarding those individuals were indeed true. As for Hong Juan's true intentions, it would be prudent to observe further before forming a judgment. He had a feeling that perhaps through this unfolding situation, he might discern the essence of Hong Juan. Unveiling the true nature of this being for a moment, the three remained silent, each awaiting the manifestation of what they sought, their thoughts diverging. One day, Hong Juan suddenly addressed Qingxian and Qinglian. "Might you two Dao friends lend a hand to this humble Daoist?" "Ah, Hong Juan, your request disheartens me. The last time I saw you, you had matters at hand. Now you have yet another. We truly lack the qualifications to intervene in the affairs of such powerful beings. Why not consult others?" Qingxian felt a tinge of frustration. For Hong Juan to speak up, it could not be for trivial matters. Moreover, he found it impossible to trust Hong Juan. All he desired was to take Qinglian and flee, preferably to Nacho Mountain, waiting for the dust to settle before emerging again. "You two Dao friends also share a certain connection with Luohu. This is both a blessing and a consequence for you, and I trust you will not abandon it," Hong Juan implied. "Your arrival in the West has disrupted Luohu's plans, rendering the once nebulous threads of causality clearer. To entirely avoid this may prove challenging. Thus it is wise to remain vigilant." Qingxian furrowed his brows at Hong Juan's words. Connections, elusive causality. He and Qinglian had never encountered Luohu, yet Hong Juan insinuated that they inherently shared some connection with him. "What reasoning was this? When I first encountered you two, I mentioned that meeting was no coincidence. It was indeed a matter of fate between you and this humble Taoist, and this is no mere fabrication." The same applies to that Luohu. A shiver coursed through Qingxuan's heart. Hong Juan had emphasized their connection largely because he had held the 12-petal golden lotus at that time. So that was it, this elusive causality. Or perhaps its existence was contingent upon one's choices. Such troublesome matters seemed not to rest solely in his hands. The threads of causality intertwined both ends, and he remained in a disadvantaged position. Concealing celestial secrets was merely that, concealing, not severing. Every coincidence is also an inevitability, yet at that moment, he had genuinely perceived his encounter with Hong Juan as a mere happenstance. Upon reflection, the primordial chaos was vast. How fortuitous was it that he and Qinglian, cloaked by the spiritual treasures, happened to stumble upon such a formidable figure. Chapter 65. Defeat and escape. Hong Juan departed, yet Qingxian and Qinglian refrained from fleeing the West. Indeed, fortune often conceals misfortune, a truth that is unerring. Fortunately, misfortune also leans upon fortune, as both are seldom purely one or the other. They first made their way to Wuzhuangguan but did not return the Earth Book. Instead, they borrowed it for a further duration from Zenyuanzi. Zenyuanzi was amenable, consenting without hesitation. Subsequently, the two departed from Wuzhuangguan, reluctant to involve Zenyuanzi and his companion, realizing that dragging them into the fray would yield no benefit. The two utilized the power of the Earth Book to delve deeper into the earth veins once more, making certain arrangements before sinking into silence, observing the tumultuous external world with detached eyes. After all, preparations had already been made to address the aftermath. Should the heavens collapse, let it first fall upon those of greater stature. Meanwhile, the upheaval in the primordial chaos approached its zenith. The battle among several top-tier powerhouses at Sumi Mountain commenced only after Hong Juan sustained injuries. The reasons behind this were quite intricate. Mutual vigilance was certainly one factor. Hong Juan had initially been wary of Yang Mei and the others, who were equally suspicious of him. They too feared that Hong Juan and Luohu might conspire against them. Given the formidable foundations both possessed, their deep-rooted fortunes were evident, and even though their former selves were chaotic demons, they did not dare to underestimate these two. The crux of the matter was that they had yet to reclaim their Dao fruits from their past lives, leaving their cultivation realms not superior to those of Hong Juan and Luohu, and in fact, they felt they were subtly at a disadvantage. At this moment, Hong Juan found himself ensnared by Luohu's cunning. Having been compelled to act against the voracious beast, thereby suffering injuries that inadvertently reduced the wariness the others held towards him, they could not truly allow Luohu to vanquish Hong Juan. Without him, the trio would face unbearable pressure from the ever-strengthening extermination sword array. Indeed, the might of the extermination sword array was escalating, becoming increasingly terrifying as the calamity energy from the heavens and earth was drawn forth. They had no choice but to exert their full strength to dismantle the grand formation first. Thus, these beings, all transcending the great Luo, showcased their formidable abilities, rendering the scene even more fearsome. Simultaneously, the battlefield of the eastern three clans, which had momentarily stagnated, erupted once more into chaos. They realized that although their own heavenly fruits were being forcibly stripped away by the nascent energy, the tumult of the primordial world and the dense calamity energy hinted at an unstable situation. Suggesting that absolute suppression of the primordial realm was not feasible, what did this signify? It signified an opportunity. Compared to sheer despair, the existence of even a sliver of struggle was far more likely to drive one to madness. The ancestors of the three clans were no ordinary figures. They would never relinquish the chance to fight back. No matter how slim it seemed, they chose to stake everything, contending against the heavenly path. This was indeed a defiance against fate, a reckless act born of desperation. Should they succeed, all possibilities would unfold before them. As for failure, the cost would be unimaginably dire, with countless lives perishing in the chaos. Dissipating into the void without comprehension, the resulting karmic burdens would only grow heavier as all within the realm seemed caught in a vicious cycle, spiraling towards an even graver predicament. The primordial world teetered on the brink of collapse, and all beings trembled in fear. As beings innately close to the primordial realm, the innate sanctified were even more so. On the ground and in the cosmos, countless beings sensed this turmoil, cautiously peering into the heavens and earth, hoping for a return to calm. At this juncture, Qing Shan launched languidly upon the 12-petaled lotus platform, the 12-petaled golden lotus rooted in the earth's veins, radiating a sacred and resplendent glow. The 12-petaled fiery red lotus, held by Qing Lian, was concealed. Some matters were better left hidden for the time being. Qing Shan leaned back against his companion, eyes closed in meditation, adjusting his state of being. In contrast, Qing Lian maintained a more dignified posture, sitting cross-legged upon the golden lotus, perfectly aware of the presence behind her, immersed in contemplating the profound rules of a certain principle, serene and tranquil, her mind undisturbed. Even knowing what lay ahead, her heart remained steadfast, unshaken, calm as still water. As time flowed by, silence enveloped the space, with only the resonance of Tao pervading and the laws circulating. It was not until a terrifying tremor surged forth, a chaotic and violent force roiling within the earth's veins, radiating in all directions, encompassing the entire western realm, that Qing Shan opened his eyes and straightened his posture. At the same moment, Qing Lian awakened from her deep contemplation, her aura retracting. I do not wish to see him truly come to our door. He is neither kin nor ally, so why should I meet him for the last time? Qing Shan murmured softly, although he harbored a curiosity about Luoho, the demon ancestor, a being who contended fiercely with Tao ancestor Hong Jun and even dared to face him and three other formidable figures alone. The more he learned, the less he desired to encounter him. According to Hong Jun, Luoho surely had contingency plans, perhaps means of escape, yet this fellow suggested that Qing Shan and Qing Lian serve as bait, asserting that as long as Luoho lived, the likelihood of him seeking them out was exceedingly high, and it would be better to eliminate the threat altogether. The object Qing Lian had been contemplating was indeed a primordial treasure borrowed from Hong Jun. The Taiji diagram, had it not been for this, Qing Shan believed it would be wiser to flee with Qing Lian. Given time, they need not fear Luoho's approach, although they had dealt a blow to the voracious beast together. Could Luoho's blade truly be mended? Meanwhile, centered around Mount Buzhou, the entire western realm experienced a violent upheaval, a terrifying power sweeping across the heavens and earth. Concurrently, a roar resonated. Luoho's extermination sword array was ultimately dismantled under the combined efforts of Hong Jun and the other three. Despite Luoho's might, his enemies were equally extraordinary. In a one-on-one confrontation, he feared no one, yet could not withstand the four's assault. The three, born of chaos, had managed to preserve a glimmer of life under the heaven-opening axe. Demonstrating their prowess, Hong Jun, having shared a similar origin, was further endowed with the creation jade disc, an advantage that even he lacked. In terms of cultivation, divine abilities, and treasures, none fell significantly short. The power of the extermination sword array lay in the combination of the four swords, which could summon the calamity energy of the heavens and earth for enhancement. Once the array was breached, the four swords were merely exquisite primordial spiritual treasures, their lethality falling short of the slaughtering godspear in Hong Jun's possession. Ultimately, under the united assault of the four, Luoho was defeated, his Tao body shattered, his essence dispersed, his primordial spirit fragmented, and his true spirit nearly obliterated. The act of eradicating the root of the problem was universally understood. And they were not the type to show mercy. Their goal was to ensure Luoho's complete demise. Regardless of their individual motives, their enmity with Luoho had become genuine, and they were determined to slay him for peace of mind. Hong Jun led the charge, risking his life, and having sustained grievous wounds himself, he bore the brunt of the assaults, his Dao body shattered multiple times. Chen Kuan and the others discerned that Hong Jun was not feigning. He was genuinely gravely injured, his essence compromised. At this juncture, after vanquishing Luoho, Hong Jun posed the least threat, as they were all in a better state than he. Luoho too was fighting for his life. Consequently, after the extermination sword array fell, their battle grew even more brutal. Hong Jun was heavily wounded, and the other three were likewise severely injured by Luoho's desperate counterattacks. If this continued, Luoho's demise was all but assured. In this moment of desperation, Luoho ultimately detonated the Earth's veins beneath Mount Buzhou, seeking an escape. In truth, even this would not guarantee his safety. His adversaries would not allow him to slip away under their noses. Moreover, having previously detonated the veins of the outer regions, Hong Jun and the others were certainly on guard. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, and invigorated Hong Jun suddenly appeared, ruthlessly targeting all present. Intent on annihilating them, this was an unforeseen development. Previously, Hong Jun had been the most heavily wounded, perceived by all as the least threatening, leading to minimal precautions against him. In such a scenario, for Hong Jun to dare to strike was undoubtedly courting death. Anyone could easily overpower him. The sudden assault directly obliterated the already wounded Chen Kuan and Yin Yang, while Yang Mei, reacting in time, suffered the shattering of half her Dao body. As for Luoho, his true spirit was struck by the purple cloud's divine lightning. Had it not been for the protection of the 12-petaled Black Lotus, he too might have perished completely. This was, after all, because Hong Jun had primarily focused his power on the three others, and Luoho had merely received a casual blow from the purple cloud's divine lightning. Subsequently, Hong Jun became entangled with Yang Mei, while Luoho's true spirit was forced down into the depths beneath the 12-petaled Black Lotus. Though furious at Hong Jun's contempt, Luoho seized the opportunity to escape, wielding the slaughtering god spear and commandeering the Black Lotus to vanish into the void. Hong Jun's audacity, seemingly fearless, was not his true self. Such combat prowess was clearly not inferior to theirs. At this moment, Luoho realized he had underestimated Hong Jun, both in terms of his strength and his ruthless decisiveness. Moreover, he had fallen victim to Hong Jun's scheme. Yang Mei had already expended considerable energy in the previous battle and was injured, likely not a match for Hong Jun. It was truly perplexing how Hong Jun had developed such a method, allowing his incarnation's power to be indistinguishable from his true self, to the extent that they had failed to perceive any signs. Chapter 66. The advantage is mine. A Black Lotus fled through the void, utilizing the chaos of the heavens and earth to burrow underground, concealing its presence within the earth's veins. At this moment, the Black Lotus abruptly halted, as if sensing something. A shadow in black robes coalesced into form, Luoho. Yet now, he was not only bereft of his Dao body and scattered essence, but his primordial spirit had also been shattered, with only a fragment of true spirit residing within the 12-petaled Black Lotus. The dire state of affairs needing no further elaboration, even this fragment of true spirit was not unscathed, suffering from Hong Jun's casual strike of the purple cloud's divine lightning. At this moment, Luoho sensed a faint, almost imperceptible thread of causality, and it was solely through the Black Lotus that this thread had coalesced. Following the thread, his expression turned icy as he discovered its connection to the little mouse that had covertly sabotaged his plans. The spiritual root of the transformative Qinglian had manifested. Such an effortless acquisition was infuriating. Having dared to disrupt his grand designs, there would be consequences. Without hesitation, Luoho directed the 12-petaled Black Lotus towards a certain location within the Earth's veins. Guided by the inherent connection between the 12-petaled Black Lotus and his essence, concealing his presence was futile given the likelihood that the other party was a pawn set by Hong Jun. Luoho felt compelled to act swiftly, knowing that Hong Jun was still engaged in battle with Yang Mei. Should he allow Hong Jun to extricate himself, he would forfeit his last opportunity. He did not believe that Hong Jun had any hidden incarnations remaining. It was virtually settled now, and Hong Jun had no reason to remain concealed. Upon realizing that the other party was the transformed Qinglian, Luoho felt a surge of delight. His grand scheme had utterly collapsed. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would have no chance for a fresh start, and in a sense, his path had been irrevocably severed. Yet the other party's lineage offered him a glimpse of an alternative possibility. This lineage was too unusual, birthed from the primordial realm yet nurtured within the chaos, distinct from the typical innate sanctified born of the primordial realm. Moreover, unlike those chaos demon gods who were rejected by the essence of the primordial realm, the lineage of Qinglian could trace its roots back to Pangu, although it was not birthed within the primordial realm. It was entirely unrepelled by it. He had not anticipated that such a foundation could genuinely give rise to sentience and manifest in the world. The more extraordinary the foundation, the greater the limitations imposed. Making birth all the more arduous, without consuming much time, Luoho arrived at a certain space. Before him loomed a grand array shrouding and isolating the flow of energies. This array was indeed remarkable. Constructed from two supreme innate spiritual treasures, it was no surprise that such an exceptional foundation would yield profound fortunes, with the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner and the Qinglian precious color banner. Alongside other energies of a similar origin that seemed to exist nearby, were it not for these circumstances, others would find it nearly impossible to locate him. However, for me, it is precisely this connection that allows me to easily find you. Such is the providence of Luoho. Without hesitation, Luoho wielded his true spirit to command the Black Lotus and the God-slaying spear, forcefully breaking through the grand array laid by Qing Xian and the others and entering within. Ah, there are actually two individuals. Upon witnessing the scene within, Luoho was somewhat astonished. Simultaneously, he recognized the 12-petal golden lotus that had previously been held by Hong Jun upon the golden lotus platform. Two figures clad in azure were gazing back at him, one male and one female. Their primordial auras were unmistakable, resonating with his 12-petal black lotus, born of the same root and essence. The manifestation of the creation Qinglian was undoubtedly evident. However, the fact that there were two sentient beings caught him off guard, leaving him momentarily perplexed regarding the reason behind it. Yet, such considerations were of little consequence. Without the slightest hesitation, Luoho directed the 12-petal black lotus toward the woman to subdue her. While his true spirit surged with the god-slaying spear towards the other individual, his choice was not due to a preoccupation with the dichotomy of yin and yang, but rather because he sensed that the man's path resonated more closely with his own. Imbued with a sense of annihilation, thus, he resolved to eliminate this man first, seize his body, and subsequently suppress the woman of the same origin, consuming her essence. Perhaps then he would swiftly restore himself. As for Luoho's decision, Qin Xian and the other were not the least bit surprised. Although they had never encountered Luoho, they were somewhat aware of the general direction of his path. Between themselves and the Qinglian, it was easily predictable whom Luoho would choose to possess. It seemed that Luoho was even weaker than anticipated. The power he could currently wield relied entirely on the 12-petal black lotus and the god-slaying spear. Making the situation vastly better than expected, unbeknownst to them, Hong Jun had directly intervened against everyone, and though he had casually struck Luoho with a bolt of the purple cloud divine thunder, it had inadvertently diminished the power affecting others. A slight disparity can lead to significant consequences. A mere fraction of difference can provide an enemy with a glimmer of hope, otherwise Luoho's condition might have been even more favorable. Despite this, Luoho charged directly towards Qin Xian's divine consciousness without a trace of hesitation. He possessed the confidence that even the 12-petal golden lotus could not withstand the might of the god-slaying spear. The Tai Chi diagram. How could Hong Jun have placed this artifact in your possession? Damned, you dare to conspire against me. However, as he entered Qin Xian's sea of consciousness, enveloping the god-slaying spear, Luoho's expression soured. A slowly rotating Tai Chi diagram froze the void, stagnating all things, and astonishingly repelled his god-slaying spear, momentarily pinning it in place. Not only that, but following the Tai Chi diagram, two additional streams of spiritual light emerged. The earthly book, the fiery red lotus. Luoho's heart sank, sensing impending doom. The earthly book was an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, and due to its peculiar nature, its defensive capabilities rivaled those of supreme treasures. At this moment, they were indeed situated within the earth veins. As for that blood-red lotus blooming with 12 petals, its entire form was entwined in blazing flames, specifically targeting the soul and consciousness. Its restraint upon his current state was overwhelmingly severe. Had Hong Jun anticipated that he would come to seize the body of the person before him? All these preparations were clearly laid out for him to unwittingly walk into. Luoho's heart seethed with fury. How dare this mere fledgling, having just entered the great Luo, conspire against him? An azure figure materialized upon the fiery red lotus, revealing itself as Qin Xian. Qin Xian gazed upon the black-clad specter before him. This was Luoho, the infamous demon ancestor. Their first encounter would likely be their only one. Sensing the aura emanating from Luoho, Qin Xian exhaled in relief. He could manage this. The advantage lay with him. Without any intention of engaging in idle chatter, Qing Xian mobilized all his power, aiming to subdue Luo Ho's true spirit. Luo Ho lacked a divine consciousness and any magical energy to support him. This was his advantage. Moreover, the most formidable weapon he feared, the god-slaying spear, was at this moment suppressed by the Tai Chi diagram, a supreme treasure borrowed from Hong Jun.